Chapter 1. Open the door quickly, the law enforcement team is here. Ding. You're in luck. Quickly deduct 1 to claim your rebirth gift pack. Daxia, Jiangnan Province, Jiangqing City. In a simple rental house in the outer city. Lu Ming struggled to get up from the floor, his expression a little dazed. You can't even afford the 388,000 yuan betrothal gift? Ha, and you're a top student at the police academy? Then why don't you just wait for the government to give you a wife? These were the last words he heard before he lost consciousness. Didn't I get lucky after a failed blind date? Is this rebirth? The room was charred black, and an antique bronze mirror on the table was still emitting black smoke. The scattered memories began to connect into a line. This is the world of high martial arts. The original owner was also called Lu Ming, with a 1-star talent and strength barely reaching the 2nd level of blood and energy. Before his death, he was trying to repair a damaged weapon. The result was that the weapon was completely destroyed, and he was taken to visit his grandmother. After Lu Ming absorbed the memory, his face turned pale and cold sweat covered his forehead. This is so annoying. In my previous life, I kept watching ads and didn't T-recharge, so I was resurrected as a poor guy. Having just been reborn, he had to face the huge mess left by the original owner. Spiritual energy revives, the extraordinary awakens, alien races invade, and demons wreak havoc. Only 1 in 10 of humanity's homelands remain, and Jiangcheng is a small city in the southern border of Daxia. But if you want to settle down in Jiangcheng, even in the outer city with a harsh environment, you still have to pay 3,000 yuan in rent to the law enforcement team every month. But the original owner completely emptied his savings in order to become a weapon refiner. The day to pay the rent is approaching. If you can't pay the rent, no money? Go talk to the alien beasts in the foggy area. With Lu Ming's strength, it was barely enough to give those aliens a full meal. Damn it, instead of focusing on mining, you try to learn from others and become a weapon refiner. Do you have the ability to do that? You don't keep a penny, you are too arrogant. Lu Ming threw the completely scrapped bronze mirror into the trash can. Suddenly remembering the mysterious voice he heard when he woke up, he spoke half doubtfully. 1. Ding. System loading completed. Host, Lu Ming. Cultivation, Blood Chi Level 2. Talents, Mining Mastery, 1 star, unlocked 0-10, 2 stars. Spiritual Power, 2 stars 0-10. Fire, 0. It's actually true. The golden finger has arrived. Lu Ming began to study it with great joy. In this world where the strong are respected, the strength of talent is crucial. Some people have awakened the 9-star talent, and their words can be realized, reaching the pinnacle of extraordinary power. But more people, like Lu Ming, have awakened their talent for life and become a glorious nuclear-powered cow or horse. Talent is determined from the moment of awakening, and I have never heard of anyone being able to awaken a second talent. But the system he carried with him could obviously allow him to awaken a second time. But how to obtain fire? Bang, bang, bang. A rapid knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Pushing open the heavy stainless steel security door, Lao Lu from the outer city law enforcement team was standing at the door. When he saw Lu Ming coming out, he immediately grinned, revealing a few large yellow front teeth. Xiao Lu, do you want a wife? Lu Ming was stunned on the spot. He didn't have much friendship with Lao Lu, he only knew that the old man worked in the law enforcement team. On this rainy night, why would he think of sending his wife to himself? Besides, if 1 more person lives in this house in the outer city, we have to pay an extra 2,000 yuan per month. He can't even afford this month's rent, so how can he dare to get a wife? I can't afford it. I don't have a house, a car, or any money. Now I just want to be single until I die. Lu Ming forced a smile and subconsciously tried to close the door, but old Lu blocked his way with his foot. The old man's cloudy eyes looked Lu Ming up and down. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a tall figure. Among the hundreds of households in the 8 alleys of the outer city, this young man is the most handsome. Although his talent and cultivation are a bit low, he is honest. In order to repay his old friend's favor, Lao Lu immediately made up his mind that he would force the 2 girls into Lu Ming's house. Xiao Lu, you know what? Being poor isn't scary. What's scary is... Lu Ming looked up and interrupted him. The scary thing is, I'm the one who's poor? Old Lu's mouth twitched. Why is this kid so stubborn? Xiao Lu, just take pity on those 2 girls. He lowered his voice, and the smell of cheap tobacco mixed with blood emanated from his body. Does Lao Su, who lives next door to you, know about this? Last month, I went hunting in the mist zone with someone and got lost. Only 2 girls are left. We can't pay the rent this month, so according to the rules, we have no choice but to kick them out. As he spoke, Lao Lu made way, and the 2 slender figures hiding behind him appeared. Su Yuyu? Su Lulu? Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly, and his gaze fell on the twin sisters whom he had met several times. 18 or 19 years old is the age when flowers bloom. The 2 sisters are about 1.65 meters tall, with graceful curves under their clothes, white and slender legs, and thin branches and beautiful bodies. Those 2 perfect little faces have small and delicate features, smooth and delicate cheeks, and a pair of lively peach blossom eyes. So pure and sexy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Come back soon, I'm not kidding you, the country really gave away wives. This time they're twins. Being looked at by Lu Ming, the 2 sisters felt a little uneasy. Sister Su Yuyu held her sister Lulu's hand, and both of them were wearing washed-out skirts. Sister Su Lulu's legs were wrapped in a pair of white silk stockings, and she was holding a cloth bag tightly in her arms. Her charming peach blossom eyes were red and swollen like peaches, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes. She hid behind her sister like a frightened fawn. Compared to her neatly dressed sister, Su Yuyu looked much more disheveled. She was only wearing a pair of worn black stockings on her legs, and her flawless white feet were wearing a pair of red slippers. Her cute toes were twisting a little uneasily. Apparently, he was driven out by the law enforcement team in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to pack his clothes. Although Su Yuyu looks strong, her family has lost its pillar and was kicked out by the law enforcement team on a rainy night. A faint mist appeared in her eyes. Her red lips were bitten tightly by her pearly teeth. If she hadn't wanted to take care of her sister's emotions, she might have burst into tears long ago. Seeing Lu Ming's hesitation, her heart suddenly hung in the air. Ever since my father's accident, there have been more malicious glances around me. Now, he has been kicked out by the law enforcement team because he cannot pay the rent. It is conceivable that their fate is either to become food for alien races or to become playthings of others. Now, they can only hope that Lu Ming, the older neighbor, will be kind enough to take in their 2 children. Brother Lu. Su Yuyu and Su Lulu seemed to have telepathic connection. They bit their lips, and their slender white fingers gently pinched the corner of Lu Ming's clothes, their voices soft and sticky. Ding, emotion from Su Yuyu +1. Fire +1. Ding, emotion from Su Lulu +1. Fire +1. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly popped up several prompts. Lu Ming's face was filled with astonishment, and his heartbeat stopped for half a second. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. Chapter 2, No need to wipe, I will burst my lungs in a moment. Lu Ming suppressed his heartbeat, and his gaze fell on the anxious twin sisters again. To be honest, the twins are extremely beautiful, with white legs that are longer than their lives and slender waists that can be held in one hand. If this happened in the previous life, let alone the 388,000 yuan dowry, there would be people who would offer 388,000 yuan. And it is related to the acquisition of fire. It's worth the hardship. It's just a few $1,000s more a month. At worst, I can team up with others to go mining in the foggy area. Uncle Lu, we agreed in advance that I can't afford the betrothal gift. What do you mean by betrothal gift? Where are you from? Do you need money to get married? Isn't that commonplace? Damn, I almost forgot that this is not the original world. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, sorry, I'm used to being asked for favors by fairies. Alright, stay away from places like that, or you'll end up in my hands. Old Lu rubbed his calloused palms, his cloudy eyes moving between Lu Ming and the Su sisters, and suddenly lowered his voice. Xiao Lu, I'm not being nosy, but these 2 girls are too eye-catching. The outer city has been in turmoil lately, with several residents missing. You guys better be careful. He paused deliberately, the smell of cigarette smoke mixed with the smell of rain hitting him. If there's anything urgent, just come find me at the law enforcement team. Lu Ming's heart trembled. I didn't expect that even the safe zone is not safe now. I don't know whether it is caused by aliens or a man-made disaster. Compared to Lu Ming's solemnity, old Lu was much more relaxed. The marriage procedures in this era are very simple. He took out his law enforcement cell phone, recorded the names and ID cards of the 3 people, and the marriage was complete. He successfully found a place for the sisters to stay, and he could be considered to have repaid Lao Su's favor. Old Lu thought about it, then took out a few hundred yuan from his trouser pocket and stuffed it into Lu Ming's pocket. This is a small gift from me. Just consider it as your contribution. Okay, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold, I won't bother you anymore. Without waiting for Lu Ming to refuse, he strode into the rain, his figure quickly disappearing under the streetlight at the corner. The old man didn't forget to make a few jokes before leaving. The pretty faces of Su Yuyu and her sister were immediately filled with blushes. They were like ostriches, with their heads buried in their chests, and the tips of their ears were as red as rubies. Finally, Su Yuyu mustered up the courage, raised her head and looked into Lu Ming's eyes. Although her face was a little shy, her eyes were firm. Husband, we come in first. Lu Ming felt a malicious gaze in the darkness, and when he saw their clothes were wet by the rain, his brows furrowed. It is obvious that these two sisters are pretty and have been targeted since Lao Su got into trouble. Now the peaches are picked. Do these hanged men still hold a grudge against me? Just wait, until I figure out the rules of the system, I'll kill them all with one punch. But when the Su sisters saw Lu Ming frown suddenly, they thought they had offended him. Their pretty faces suddenly turned pale, and even their breathing slowed down. Seeing the panic and anxiety in her sister's eyes, Su Yuyu couldn't help feeling sad. Although she had already faced the reality, she still held on to the last bit of fantasy. I hope that the husband that Grandpa Lu finds for me will treat my sister and me well. But now it seems that this last extravagant hope will be dashed. Su Yuyu took her sister's hand in a daze and followed Lu Ming carefully. The house where Lu Ming lives is not big. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. He converted one of the bedrooms into a workshop. The original owner was a miner. He had saved some money over the years and had extraordinary mental power. On weekdays, he would take on some repair work on low-grade magical instruments in the inner city. Although the income is not high, there is no need to live on the edge of a knife in the foggy area. But the workshop had just been bombed, so it was naturally uninhabitable. Lu Ming brought them to his room with ease. Turning on the light on the wall, the white halo instantly dispelled the darkness in the room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sister Su Yuyu standing awkwardly at the door, rain still dripping from her skirts. He turned around, took out 2 dry towels from the locker, and threw them over casually. Wipe it off, don't catch a cold. Su Yuyu caught the towel and was surprised to find that the floor was covered with footprints left by the sisters' wet stockings. Her face turned red again. She whispered an apology, sorry, we'll clean it up. No need to wipe it off. I'll pretend to fall and hit my lungs. It's okay, I've played too much. Lu Ming pretended to look around awkwardly, but his eyes were still wandering over them. The raindrops flowed down their snow-white necks, sinking into the full curves and disappearing. It seems that I underestimated these twin sisters. Lu Ming thought for a moment and asked, can you sisters all cook? Su Yuyu was stunned by this sudden question and tightened her grip on the towel. Sure enough, there is no good thing in this world without reason. Su Yuyu quickly introduced the advantages of the two sisters, fearing that if she was a second late she would be kicked out of the house by Lu Ming. Yes. My sister and I can cook, mend clothes, and treat some simple wounds. She raised her eyes quietly as she spoke, and seeing Lu Ming's expressionless face, she quickly added, we also know the ancestral massage technique, which can promote blood circulation and relieve mental fatigue. Can it relieve mental fatigue? Lu Ming immediately became interested. The explosion of the magic weapon and the backlash of his mental power were still causing him headaches. I plan to see a doctor tomorrow. In that case, why not let them try it? If it works, you can save some money. There's no way, he is really too poor. Lu Ming's eyes swept over their dripping skirts. Their wet clothes had already stuck to their skin, outlining the girl's immature yet sexy curves. Go wash up first. I'll get something to eat. After all. He raised a wicked smile, only when you're full can you have the energy to massage. The sisters' faces suddenly turned red. Well, thank you for your help. Let's go to the bathroom to change. Su Yuyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Yeah. Lu Ming responded and pushed the door open. A hot water knob is on the left. Don't get burned. Not long after. The door creaked open a crack, and Su Yuyu stuck her head out clutching the corner of her clothes, with water droplets still on the ends of her hair. Lu Ming was 1.8 meters tall. The two sisters only wore his washed-out navy blue t-shirt, not even pants. The knee-length hem revealed his calves as white as mutton fat jade. The sisters' fair skin is so beautiful, even their feet are white and crystal clear, and their neatly trimmed nails are like flower buds, transparent and tender. Lu Ming shook his head, discarding the idea of making porridge, and said, "Come over when you're done washing." The two sisters lowered their heads shyly, and their delicate feet twisted a little uneasily. Chapter 3 Husband, we just want to repay you. Although the family's food supply has run out. But considering that Su Yuyu and her sister haven't had a decent meal these days, he still carefully prepared a fairly sumptuous meal. There is rice, meat, and white steamed eggs. The meal was filled with 3 dishes and a soup. Su Yuyu was relieved to see that Lu Ming did not get angry because she and her sister stole his clothes. Notice that his eyes occasionally fall on his legs and his sister's legs. She pinched the corner of her clothes, feeling nervous but also a little excited. "Humph, you keep staring at people's feet, doesn't it mean you have no interest in us at all? Could it be that he has some weird hobby? I heard that many boys have this." Su Lulu was much simpler. When she smelled the fragrance of the food, she couldn't help but take a sneak peek. When she saw meat and eggs on the table, her eyes suddenly lit up. However, the two sisters did not sit down immediately, but looked at Lu Ming anxiously. "Husband, Lulu and I's clothes are wet. Don't worry, we'll change back into ours as soon as our clothes are dry." Lu Ming couldn't help but glance down again and immediately raised his eyebrows. "To be honest, I don't mind it at all, except that the incandescent light is a bit dazzling." Seeing the urgency in their eyes, Lu Ming smiled gently. "Want to wear them? I'll buy you a few more sets in a couple of days." The two sisters glanced at each other secretly and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They were all prepared to be beaten and scolded by Lu Ming. Didn't he expect that not only did he not blame them, he was also planning to buy them new clothes? It seems that this cheap husband is not as bad as imagined. There was a glimmer of light in Su Yuyu's confused eyes. She bit her lower lip, forcibly resisting the urge to pull her clothes down, her peach blossom eyes twinkling shyly. "Thank you, husband. Lulu and I will just wash the clothes, there's no need to waste them." Before he could finish his words, Su Lulu's stomach suddenly made a loud gurgling sound, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere. Lu Ming was amused by the sudden voice. He picked up 2 bowls and skillfully filled them with white rice, placing them in front of the two sisters. "You must be starving. Come and eat. The food won't taste good if it gets cold." Su Lulu looked at the food on the table, her throat moved, and she looked at her sister timidly. After getting Su Yuyu's nod of approval, he carefully picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. But what surprised Lu Ming was that his sister, who looked like a little foodie, did not put the meat into her mouth immediately. Instead, he carefully put it into his bowl. Then she picked up a piece for her sister, and she began to eat it with satisfaction. The sweet and sour sauce spreads on the tip of the tongue, and the tender meat falls off the bone with a light bite. Her eyes instantly curved into crescents, and she mumbled in praise, "Delicious. Thank you, husband. The sound is soft and sticky, very pleasant to hear." As he said this, he couldn't wait to take a big mouthful of rice. Seeing this, Su Yuyu was no longer reserved and picked up a piece of steamed egg with chopsticks. He. Seeing this, Lu Ming chuckled and added a few more pieces of meat to the sisters' bowls. "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll get more." The two sisters paused, and their charming peach blossom eyes were instantly covered with mist. "How long has it been since I enjoyed this kind of warm care since my father's accident? My husband seems to be really nice." After the meal, it was already late at night. Lu Ming lay on the bed, recalling the moments he spent with the Su sisters. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Logically speaking, their emotions should have fluctuated greatly tonight, right? Why is there no movement in the system? Just when he was puzzled, the door was quietly pushed open. Su Yuyu took her sister's hand and walked to the bed quietly. Lu Ming still had his eyes closed, and could clearly sense 2 slender figures hesitating for a moment beside the bed. Then there was a slight sound of fabric rubbing against each other, which should be the two sisters finding a suitable place to sit down. "Hubby, let us give you a massage?" Su Yuyu's voice trembled slightly. Lu Ming hummed, adjusted himself to a more comfortable position, and turned his back to them. The next second, 2 pairs of warm and soft hands gently rested on his shoulders. The force was very light, with cautious tentativeness. The warmth of the fingertips came through the thin fabric, dispelling some of the chill caused by the backlash of mental power. The sisters' technique is very special. Instead of randomly kneading, they slowly press and massage along the tendons of the shoulders and neck. After a while, Lu Ming felt a cool sensation on his forehead. The coolness flowed slowly down along the center of the eyebrows, like spring water soaked in mint, suppressing most of the pain caused by the backlash of mental power. He couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart that this ancestral massage skill was indeed quite something. Seeing that Lu Ming showed no dissatisfaction, the Su Yuyu and her sister's tense nerves relaxed a little. Lu Ming could smell the faint fragrance coming from their hair, mixed with the water vapor from a fresh shower. It wasn't strong, but it was particularly refreshing. The corner of his eye inadvertently swept across the bed, and he could see the two people's white legs hanging at their sides, and the hems of their clothes swaying slightly as they leaned over. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Could you be a little harder, huh? Suddenly, he felt a cold touch on his palm. Lu Ming looked up and saw that it was his sister Su Lulu's small feet. Very beautiful. The arch of the foot is like a crescent moon and the toes are round like pearls. Lulu? Su Lulu was very clear about her and her sister's situation. If she cannot please her husband, she and her sister will have to walk on thin ice in the future. So, she looked at Lu Ming fearlessly, a sly glint in her peach blossom eyes, and a smile on her lips like a beautiful little fox. It's okay, husband. Everyone has weird hobbies. I understand. The moonlight shines in from the window. Su Yuyu also noticed her sister's little action. She gritted her teeth and hugged Lu Ming from behind. That charming little face that looked exactly like Su Lulu's was flushed red. Her body trembled slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterflies in her tightly closed peach blossom eyes. Hubby, we want to repay you. My sister's voice is so sweet that it's sickening, and the soft and sticky ending tone has a hint of trembling. But although her body was a little stiff, she still mustered up the courage, opened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming. This was the only way she could think of to repay Lu Ming. Besides, they are a legal couple under the witness of law enforcement. Isn't it normal to fulfill your wife's duties? If Lu Ming could still refuse a beautiful girl's offer of gratitude, what about two? Especially these two identical little faces full of pure desire. The worst thing is that they are only wearing your own t-shirts, and their white legs make Lu Ming dizzy. Damn. I'm not an old cadre, I don't need to be tested. An hour later. Lu finally found the correct way to open the system. Su Yuyu's mood value +1, spark +1. Su Lulu's mood value +1, fire +1. Chapter 4, Second Awakening, Peak of Blood and Chi. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. The dazzling sunlight poured into the headboard, and Lu Ming, feeling nauseous, opened his eyes. Su Yuyu and Su Lulu's beautiful faces looked a little haggard, with tear marks at the corners of their eyes and some red marks on their delicate skin. A trace of pity flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Looking at the 6 fire points on the system, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn it, Capital has set us up. Until he officially started practicing last night, he always thought that he had a legitimate system. He thought of countless possibilities of obtaining fire. But I never thought that the way to obtain fire would be so absurd and interesting. However, during the practice, a critical hit had to be triggered to provide a little fire. Lu Ming, who was still in the skin refining stage, almost couldn't bear it. Seeing that the two sisters were still sleeping soundly, Lu Ming had no intention of waking them up. He carefully pulled out his arms that were tightly held by Su Yuyu and Su Lulu. Unexpectedly, this tiny movement still woke them up. Su Yuyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her sleepy eyes opened first. Seeing Lu Ming's face so close to her, her cheeks flushed instantly. She subconsciously shrank into the quilt, but bumped into Su Lulu, who was also awakened beside her. Thinking of the madness of last night, the two sisters looked at each other guiltily, their ears burning red. Awake? Weren't you quite bold last night? Lu Ming smiled gently and reached out to smooth the messy hair on Su Yuyu's forehead. His movements were natural and intimate. Sleep a little longer? I'll go prepare breakfast. Su Yuyu bit her lip, clutched the corner of the quilt with her small hands, and whispered softly, I'll get up and make breakfast for you. Although my sister and I had already repaid the favor last night. But Su Yuyu did not become arrogant because of her favor, but became more cautious. If Lu Ming got tired of them, they would really have nothing. Seeing that she was so well behaved and sensible, Lu Ming couldn't help but gently scratch her nose, and then kissed both sisters on the face. Okay, you guys were exhausted last night, get some rest, I'll make breakfast. Lu Ming's voice and words were full of doting. The two sisters glanced at each other secretly again. A sweet feeling instantly spread in their hearts, so sweet that it was sickening, just like the candied haws their father used to bring back. When they looked up at that angular face again, the tenderness in their eyes bloomed like peach red. Ding, Su Yuyu's favorability increased to 50 affectionate, and the number of fire seeds obtained was 2. Ding, Su Yuyu's favorability increased to 50 affectionate, and the number of fire seeds obtained was 2. Ha! If the favorability level increases, can the number of fire seeds obtained be doubled? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw the 2 prompts that suddenly appeared on the system. Su Yuyu, who was standing aside, seemed to have discovered some shocking secret, and a trace of fear and shyness flashed in her eyes. Husband, wait a minute. Half an hour later. Su Yuyu's mood +1, spark +2. Su Lulu's mood +1, spark +2. Alcohol and sex have made me so haggard. I will quit drinking tomorrow. After the 2 mischievous little cats got up, washed, and cooked, Lu Ming shook his head in a daze. There are many ways to obtain fire, but the prerequisite is whether you can withstand it. But there is good news. After so much trouble until now, thanks to the unremitting efforts of the sisters, he finally collected 10 sparks. Host, Lu Ming. Cultivation, Blood Chi Level 2. Talents, Mining Mastery, 1 star, unlocked 0-10, 2 stars. Mental Power, 2 stars 0-10. Lu Ming rubbed his hands excitedly. Compared to mental strength, the most important thing right now is to improve your own strength first. Whether it was the missing incidents mentioned by Old Man Lu or those extraordinary people hiding in the dark and coveting the Su sisters, they all made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Moreover, even if his mental strength was improved, he did not have enough funds to become a weapon refiner. After a brief consideration, Lu Ming decisively chose to improve his talent. Fire 10, obtain 2-star talent, 9 Sun Divine Body Unique. Talent Effect 1, immune to all evil, evil spirits will be burned upon contact, and evil forces will be destroyed upon contact. Talent Effect 2, Massive Strength. It's actually a double special effects talent. Lu Ming felt a buzzing in his head, and a warm current rushed up along his spine to the top of his head. The originally shriveled body was glowing faintly, like a long drought finally ending in rain, as if countless golden gravels were surging and condensing. He subconsciously practiced the body tempering technique and actually heard a slight crackling sound coming from his body. Every breath was accompanied by a sharp sound that broke through the air. As he breathed in and out, the blood and chi factors in the air condensed into clouds and swarmed in. At this moment, his absorption speed of the blood and chi factors reached an astonishing 100 times. After just a moment, Lu Ming began to feel a tingling sensation on his skin, and the originally fragile membrane gradually solidified. But that's not all. Although his blood and energy absorption had slowed down after he had perfected his skin refining, the mysterious heat current from the 9 young divine bodies still rushed madly into his limbs and bones. As it moved along the meridians, wherever it passed, the bones, which were originally only slightly warm, began to feel a burning sensation. Lu Ming felt that every inch of his bones was undergoing tempering. At first, it was a fine numbness, and then it turned into a sharp stabbing pain, as if countless steel needles were piercing him at the same time. Finger bones, wrist bones, arm bones. The heat flows up along the arms, spreading to the shoulder blades and then to the spine. When the heat flow reached his skull, Lu Ming's body emitted a thunderous sound, as if something was completely shattered. The stabbing pain deep in my bones gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribable feeling of fullness. He threw a punch excitedly, and the air made a sonic boom, and the wooden table beside the bed cracked. My muscles and bones roar like thunder, my fists whistle like the wind, and I can split stones and shatter monuments with my bare hands. This is the 9th level of blood energy? It was the first time Lu Ming experienced the feeling of cheating, and he still found it a little hard to believe. You must know the 9 realms of transcendence: blood, chi, kaiyuan, shidong, and flying. Each realm is divided into 9 levels, 1 level of heaven for each realm. The original owner was stuck in the 2nd level of blood and chi for more than 10 years, but I was done with it in just a few minutes? What's even more exaggerated is that with the blessing of the 2nd special effect of the 9 young divine body, his physical strength directly reached 1,000 kilograms, approaching the 1st level of kaiyuan. It's a huge leap forward. The 2-star talent is so abnormal, what about the 3-star talent? Lu Ming was a little afraid to think about it. So in the days to come, the twin sisters will still have to suffer. After all, the amount of fire required to upgrade a 2-star talent to a 3-star talent has increased to 100 points. After the excitement, Lu Ming finally regained his senses. Looking at the smashed table, a trace of pain flashed across his face. There's no way, he is really too poor now. With the addition of his twin wives, Yu Yu and Lulu, the monthly rent rose to 5,000 yuan. All he had left on him was the 900 yuan gift from Lao Lu last night. The law enforcement team will be here to collect the money next week at the latest. We have to find a way to get some money. I remember the law enforcement team seems to be recruiting. With my current strength, I can give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In his previous life, he was a top student at the police academy, and joining the law enforcement team was like returning to his old profession. Chapter 5, I'm not afraid of thieves, I'm just afraid you won't come. Lu Ming took out his cell phone. Skillfully opened the extraordinary forum. The posts that come into view are varied. Mining in the outer mining area of the Nether Sea Mist Zone, guarded by the 8th level of Bloodchi throughout the process, 30% of the harvest is split, leave when the quota is full. He just took a quick glance and then paddled away quickly. Mining? Even dogs don't dig. Not only did they not make much money from mining, but 70% of the harvested ore was also taken away by the guards. The faster you swing the pickaxe, the more the guard earns. It's really a win. After looking around, Lu Ming found that the missions here either had too low rewards or were too dangerous. The fog area is divided into levels A, B, C, D, E, and F according to the risk factor, from high to low. Of course, above the A-level fog area, there is a restricted area listed as S-level by the Daxia official. Further outside the foggy area is the battlefield of all races. It is rumored that 100 years ago, the Queen of Daxia, with just a sword, single-handedly pierced through 3 forbidden areas and completely drove the alien races out of the battlefield of all races. The foggy area outside Jiangcheng is called Yuhai, and is officially designated as a Class D foggy area. The foggy area of the Yuhai is vast, more than 100 times larger than the entire Jiangcheng. In addition, it is shrouded in yin energy all year round. Not only are there mutated mountain spirits and wild beasts, but there are also small groups of alien races that have infiltrated from the battlefield of all races. It is extremely dangerous. After searching for a while, I finally saw the recruitment information that the law enforcement team had previously posted. The Jiangcheng law enforcement team is urgently recruiting elite talent. Requirements: Blood Chi level 5 or higher. Immediate employment upon passing the assessment. Monthly salary: 10,000 renminbi, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund. Don't hesitate. As the saying goes, it's nice to take shelter under a big tree, although the law enforcement team is only a subordinate organization of the Daxia Night Patrol. After all, it is a position with a staff, and the position is still very popular, so there are quite a few people who apply for it. Seeing that the assessment was about to begin today, Lu Ming quickly filled in his information and clicked submit. Anyway, I have to go to the east of the city to buy some supplies later, so I might as well give it a try. In the living room, the twin sisters prepared the meal early in the morning. Although they had eaten a lot in the morning, they were a little hungry now. It was obvious that Lu Ming was practicing in the room, and the two did not dare to disturb him. They sat obediently at the table, still wearing Lu Ming's oversized t-shirts, their long, white legs swaying weakly. As the hem of her clothes swayed, the red marks on her skin were faintly visible. It wasn't until they heard Lu Ming's footsteps that their eyes brightened instantly. They were like 2 lively little deer, running quickly to Lu Ming and hugging his arms on the left and right. The two of them were in sync and asked in unison, "Honey, are you done?" These sisters not only look alike, but also have very similar voices. It feels like turning on the dual-channel sound, very pleasant. Feeling the girl's unique liveliness and agility, Lu Ming could only say that double happiness is true happiness. Su Yuyu sensed something unusual, a blush crept up her pretty face, her eyes flickered, and she said softly, "Hubby, why don't we eat first?" Seeing Su Yuyu almost becoming a little bootlicker, Lu Ming frowned in embarrassment. "What's going on in your little head? Eat first. Come on, it was just an accident this morning? I just had a breakthrough and I was so excited." A moment later, he looked at the meat slices piled up like a small mountain on his bowl, and then looked at the two sisters eating with relish, some vegetables and some rice. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These two wives that he picked up for free seemed to be too sensible. I guess he saw that there was not much food left at home, so he wanted to keep all the delicious food for himself. Lu Ming shared the meat in the bowl with the two sisters and said with some concern, "You two should eat some meat too." Unexpectedly, even the most greedy Su Lulu just glanced at the meat in the bowl. She swallowed, put the food back into Lu Ming's bowl, and said sweetly, "Brother is more tired, you should eat more." My sister and I only need some vegetables. Su Lulu felt that her sister was right. Her brother practiced during the day and at night, which was indeed very hard. Therefore, you should eat more meat to nourish your body. Seeing that the two were still pushing each other, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown and his voice became a little stern. Don't do that next time. You're still growing, so eat more. The two sisters nodded and wanted to say something, but when they saw that Lu Ming seemed a little angry, they could only nod slightly. Although she was scolded by her husband again, Su Lulu still felt sweet. This feeling of being pampered made her extremely happy. With her husband's pampering, meat to eat every meal, and no need to worry about those bad guys, she felt like she was dreaming. Su Yu couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. What does my husband mean by this? Is he dissatisfied with our age? But didn't he also? If Lu Ming knew that this little bootlicker's head was full of such messed up things, he would definitely give her a good scolding. After finishing the meal, it was already noon. Lu Ming returned to his room and picked up his straight knife for self-defense. He left only after making sure Su Yu and Su Lulu had locked the security door. Although there are law enforcement teams patrolling during the day. But it is better to be safe than sorry. And those who covet the twin sisters don't seem to have given up yet. After breaking through to the 9th level of blood energy, Lu Ming's perception improved significantly. As soon as he stepped out of the house, he felt a hidden and cold gaze flash past him. When he wanted to go forward to investigate, the figure had already disappeared. Lu Ming tightened the straight knife in his hand, and a layer of gloom fell over his heart. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. Putting aside the fact that he could get sparks from his twin wives, just the tacit understanding and cooperation they showed last night made it impossible for him to let go. As a person who is good at playing point guard, he likes players who are tall, have long legs and are good at teamwork. So we have to find a way to eliminate this hidden danger. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Although he is in the light, the enemy is in the dark. But he also has an advantage, that is, the enemy does not know that he has broken through to the 9th level of blood energy overnight. The sun was shining brightly at this time, and the street gutters emitted a pungent stench. A few wild dogs, starving to the point of being left with only fur, were rummaging through a mountain of garbage. There were a few messy figures lying in the shadows, and it was unknown whether they were dead or not. The largest comprehensive market and law enforcement team headquarters in the outer city are both in the east of the city, so Lu Ming deliberately chose a secluded path. This place is close to the safe zone, with lush weeds, few people, and packs of wild dogs. Looking at the old man who suddenly blocked his way, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. What a great place to kill people and mutilate corpses, don't you think, old Su? Chapter 6. Watch out, old man, I'm going to kill you right now. Su Duo, who was blocking the middle of the road, suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, Xiao Lu, look at what you said. Did you deliberately take this road to lure me out? Then. Now I'm here. What can you do? Hurry, please come and kill me. You old man, you're really brave. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth gradually widened, revealing his neat and white teeth. I didn't expect that the person who coveted my 2 little cabbages was the old man living next door. I heard that this old guy had already cultivated to the 6th level of blood and energy a long time ago. No wonder my cheap father-in-law was in trouble. While Lu Ming was looking at Su Duo was also looking at Lu Ming. Seeing the strawberry mark on the other person's neck, his triangular eyes twitched. What a little bastard. He used to call me Su Laogu all day long. Now that his body is still warm, he has slept with his 2 daughters. You know, he has long been eyeing the beautiful twin sisters. He had previously plotted to kill Lao Su, intending to offer them to Lord Tiger of the Black Tiger Gang in exchange for a better future. After waiting for a long time for the law enforcers to drive them out of the safe house, they were unexpectedly intercepted by this pretty boy. When he thought of the twin sisters calling him uncle all the time last night, his face gradually twisted. Not only did he lose his future, but he was also hated by Lord Tiger. You ignorant little bastard. How dare you lay your hands on something I've set my eyes on? You ate 2 at once, aren't you afraid of choking? The more Su Duo thought about it, the angrier he became. A fierce light flashed in his triangular eyes. He raised the huge hammer in his hand high and smashed it towards Lu Ming with the force of 1,000 pounds. Seeing Lu Ming frozen in place, he showed a ferocious smile on his face. Watch out, kid, this hammer is going to be awesome. The next second, his smile froze. Duong. The huge hammer in his hand made a dull sound. His powerful blow was easily blocked by Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming's sarcastic sneer came to his ears. "Look here, kid, you're already old, what are you burning about? With this little bit of strength, why the hell are you pretending?" Crack! The giant hammer made of fine iron was instantly smashed into pieces by Lu Ming. Su Duo's right arm and half of his shoulder blade were torn off at the root. He felt ashamed and his face was distorted by the severe pain in his body. He found himself being suppressed by Lu Ming, his blood boiling and he couldn't move at all. Lu Ming lifted him high with one hand. Boom! There was a loud bang. Su Duo's body fell to the ground like a rag, and the ground shattered. Before he could catch his breath, Lu Ming approached him and stomped his boots hard on his chest. The sound of bones breaking mixed with blood foam spurted out of Su Duo's mouth. Confusion, bewilderment, and a little shame after failing to show off. Why is this happening? Isn't he only at the second level of blood and qi? But when he saw the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes, Su Duo's confused mind suddenly cleared up and he cried out at the top of his lungs. Wait, do you remember that I invited you to dinner? Ah! Stop it! I confess everything. It was Master Tiger. It was Master Tiger from the Black Tiger Gang who told me to do this. Spare me. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he didn't stop moving his hands. What are you talking about? Watch out, old man. I'm going to beat you to death. He raised his right hand and punched Su Duo in the face. Boom! The ground sank half a meter, dust flew everywhere, and Su Duo's voice stopped abruptly. Lu Ming shook off the broken bones in his hand, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Fortunately, the twin sisters Su Yuyu and Su Lulu cooperated well and helped him harvest 10 fire seeds early on. Otherwise, I might be the one dying today. As for the Tiger Lord mentioned by Su Duo, Lu Ming had naturally heard of him. There are 2 huge monsters in the outer city. One is the law enforcement team and the other is the Black Tiger Gang. Lin, who is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, and his cultivation has reached the 5th level of Kaiyuan. There are even rumors that Lin Hu, with his 5th level Kaiyuan cultivation, fought against a 6th level Kaiyuan cultivator without being defeated. It seems that what the ancients said was right, beautiful women are the root of disaster. If it were in the past, Lu Ming might have been a little scared to provoke this tough guy. But now he is not panicking at all. Even if the plan to join the law enforcement team fails, the worst that can happen is that I take my wives and hide in the fog area, and come back after breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm. Anyway, as long as he instills some cultivation techniques into the twin sisters, his speed won't be much slower. The smell of blood soon attracted the attention of a group of wild dogs. But seeing the terrifying Lu Ming, they could only run around anxiously from a distance. Since ancient times, killing someone without touching the body is considered a waste of life. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After searching Su Duo's body for a while, just when he thought he was going to leave empty-handed, he unexpectedly pulled out a gray brocade bag. Damn! Storage bag. Is the big guarantee finally out? It's all right. It's all right. Lu Ming quickly put away his storage bag and left without looking back. As for Su Duo's body, the hungry wild dogs would naturally clean it up. Until you step into the east of the city. Only then did Lu Ming happily count his spoils. He never expected that old man Su Duo was so rich that he even had a storage bag. Don't be fooled by the fact that the storage bag in his hand doesn't have much space, only about 2 cubic meters. But even such a small thing costs an astonishing 300,000 yuan. In the past, Lu Ming would not even dare to think about such a luxury. You have to know that the original owner had been through life and death in the foggy area for all these years and had only managed to save 100,000 yuan. It really is true that some people work themselves to death, while others work themselves to death. The storage bag contains some of Su Duo's personal belongings. A Dasha bank savings card, but Lu Ming didn't know the password, so it was useless. Fortunately, the old man still had some conscience and left him 25,000 yuan in cash in the storage bag. In addition, there are 3 low-grade blood potions and a 1-star martial art demon breaking fist. The low-grade blood potion alone costs 20,000 yuan per bottle. Although the price of the demon breaking fist is unknown, according to the average price of a 1-star martial art on the black market, it should be worth at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. However, what Lu Ming lacks most at the moment is a martial art that focuses on killing, so he plans to keep it for himself. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Thank you for the gift of nature. After a wave of fat, Lu Ming went straight to the large comprehensive market in the outer city. The prices in this world are similar to those in the previous life. Rice cost more than 2 yuan per kilogram. With a storage bag, Lu Ming bought 200 kilograms in one go. Then I bought some fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits. When passing by a shop selling women's clothing, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Thinking that Su Yuyu and Su Lulu were still wearing his clothes today, and he happened to have made a windfall, he decided to buy some new clothes for the two sisters, which would also be pleasing to the eyes. Boss lady, help me pack these two suspender skirts. By the way, let's pack those two maid outfits and the Lolita outfit as well. 5 pairs of black and white stockings, please. By the way, do you have that kind of clothing? The kind that increases attack speed. Lu Ming, who has always been frugal, now looks like a nouveau riche. Shoes, clothes, from inside to outside, from head to toe, were all arranged clearly for Su Yuyu and Su Lulu. The final bill came to 3,000 yuan. This was equivalent to his previous month's rent. But Lu Ming didn't feel any pain at all. But compared with increasing the speed of cultivation, this little money is nothing. Chapter 7, Shiki, no more, not a single drop left. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Ming arrived at the outer city law enforcement team headquarters on time. The sun above was very hot, but the recruitment of new members for the law enforcement team still attracted many extraordinary people. There was already a long queue in the square. The air was filled with the mixed smell of sweat and blood. 2 law enforcement officers in black uniforms and bronze badges on their shoulders were maintaining order. At the same time, in the meeting room of the law enforcement team, several team leaders gathered together, and their faces did not look very good. Just last night, the number of missing persons in the outer city increased again. One of them was Zhou Yang, the captain of the 4th team, which undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to everyone. A transcendent being of the 5th level of Kaiyuan disappeared silently without a trace of a fight at the scene. The experienced Captain Lao Lu immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and reported it to the Night Patrol Department immediately. But the reply he got was disappointing. The Night Watch Department is currently unable to spare any staff. Because of a report that a small group of alien races were found in the foggy area of the Yuhai Sea, all the Night Patrol officers in Jiangcheng were sent to participate in the siege. Zhang Meng, with a full beard, slammed the table hard, causing the water in the teacup to splash out. It's already this late, why are you still choosing newbies? It's good enough if these newcomers don't drag us down. You guys can choose, I don't want any of them anyway. Although the other team leaders did not say anything, it was not difficult to tell from their expressions that Lao Zhang's words were very pertinent. Temporary job fairs like this are like finding gold in shit. It would be a good thing if an untrained newcomer doesn't hold back, so how can you expect him to help? But having said that, they still stared at the assessment screen uploaded on the projector very honestly. What if? In the square, as the broadcast sounded, the assessment officially begins. Next, Lu Ming. After about 10 minutes, it was finally Lu Ming's turn. He followed the example of the people before him and dropped a drop of blood onto a special instrument. Drop. The instrument beeped and several numbers appeared on the display. Lu Ming, Blood Chi Level 9, 1-star talent, Mining Mastery. Seeing this result, Lu Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because when he registered with the Extraordinary Association, he filled in the accompanying 1-star talent. Hey, why don't you go dig in the mines instead of coming here to join in the fun? The law enforcer standing by didn't even raise his eyes, apparently thinking it was a waste of time to even glance at such talents related to daily life. Use or to kill the enemy? And it's only 1 star, isn't that ridiculous? He handed Lu Ming a secret realm key and casually said, crush the key when you're ready. The assessment rules are posted there, take a look. Thank you. Lu Ming took the key and studied the rules carefully. In fact, the rules are quite simple and rough. This single-player secret realm has a total of 5 floors. The strength of the alien races imprisoned in the secret realm also increases gradually from the 6th level of blood and energy upwards. In other words, if you want to penetrate the entire secret realm, you need at least the strength of Kaiyuan realm. Of course, the law enforcement team never thought that a newcomer could break through the 5th floor. Admission is based on merit ranking. The higher the number of levels you pass, the better the score. If the number of levels is the same, it depends on who can pass it in the shortest time. After understanding the rules clearly, Lu Ming was about to crush the key when a rough voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, brother, let me take your advice. If you really don't have the confidence, just calm down. Lu Ming looked back. I saw that the law enforcer who had ignored me before was now patiently explaining the assessment rules to a muscular man. That expression was as passionate as it could be. And the voice just now was made by this strong man. Lu Ming took a look at his test results. Iron Ox, 9th level of blood energy, 2-star talent, body of stone. No wonder the law enforcer became so enthusiastic. It turned out that this muscular man had awakened a 2-star defensive talent. Thank you. Similarly, I have a suggestion for you. Don't just train 4 of your 5 limbs. Lu Ming glanced at the space between his legs calmly, squeezed it with his right hand, and his figure disappeared in the square. Only Tainyo was left with a red face. The first level of the secret realm is like a huge prison, dark, damp, and filled with pungent odors. As soon as Lu Ming landed, before he could get familiar with the surrounding environment, the corpse ghost hiding in the shadows launched a sneak attack. A yin energy silently wrapped around his arm, and the biting cold spread wildly along his blood vessels. Wherever it passed, the muscles twitched and spasmed, as if countless tiny ice spikes were gnawing at the tendons and bones. The blood and chi began to coagulate gradually, and the body began to feel weak. Damn, this is so sinister. No wonder so many people who were taking the test were carried away right after they came in. For extraordinary people who only have talents in life, once their blood and energy are frozen, they can only wait for death. The blue-black lines were spreading towards the arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strange energy suddenly emerged from Lu Ming's meridians, and the troublesome evil spirit disappeared instantly. Not only that, he was also pleasantly surprised to find that his 9-young divine body had actually improved slightly. Strength of 1000 strength enhancement progress plus 1%. Holy crap! The 9-sun divine body can be strengthened. Lu Ming's eyes were frighteningly bright, and the immense power that came with the 9-young divine body was frightening enough. Can it be strengthened now? Then not a single drop of this yin energy can be wasted. Lu Ming suddenly jumped up and punched the shadow behind him. The corpse revealed its true form, screamed and flew backwards, hitting the wall and sending gravel flying. Before it could recover from the pain, Lu Ming stepped forward, grabbed its neck with one hand, and held the corpse ghost in the air like a chicken, then coldly spat out 2 words, "Hit me." The ghoul forgot to scream for a moment. What did you say? Don't you understand? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and increased the strength in his hands. I said hit me like you did just now. The corpse's green eyes shrank, as if it was looking at something perverted. Damn, these humans are just playing with flowers. In that case, I want to be polite. Yin energy began to surge, madly invading Lu Ming's body. The progress of practicing the 9-young divine body is also slowly improving. Special Effect 2, 1000 Power Enhancement Progress plus 2%. Special Effect 2, 1000 Power Enhancement Progress plus 3%. Special Effect 2, 1000 Power Enhancement Progress plus 10%. After 10 consecutive shots, the corpse became extremely weak. It's like looking in the mirror of itself, damn it. If an ordinary extraordinary person absorbed so much yin energy, his meridians would have rotted long ago. Why does this guy look like he's enjoying it? Help, Mom. I really met a pervert. The corpse's green eyes were filled with fear, and it hung in the air, shaking its head frantically for mercy. No more, not a single drop left. That's it? What a worthless little thing. Lu Ming sneered, the blood in his body surged wildly, and he punched out, and the corpse ghost exploded instantly. Chapter 8, Divine Body Advancement, Instant Killing of the Ghost King. Assessment in progress. Half an hour later. Lu Ming has already reached the 4th level. However, the eyes of several team leaders sitting in the conference room were on Tainyo. Zhang Meng and others held their breath and stared at Tainyo on the screen. After seeing Tainyo easily blast a 9th level blood energy corpse into pieces, the breathing of several people involuntarily became heavier. Damn, I really struck gold. With a 2-star defensive talent, this kid's strength can at least reach the 5th level. I just don't know how long I can last. If he could hold out for a quarter of an hour in the hands of the Ghoul King, he would definitely have the potential to become a captain. Several team leaders immediately thought of snatching people away. Li Yuan, who was standing by, saw that Zhang Meng was ready to make a move, so he took the initiative to speak and cover his mouth. Lao Shang, didn't you say you don't want any newcomers? Then leave this person to us. The other 2 team leaders agreed enthusiastically. Right. Don't worry, Lao Zhang is a man of his word. If he says no, he definitely won't do it. Don't you agree, Lao Zhan? Zhang Meng's dark old face turned black and red, and his mouth opened and closed. Damn it, you're the only one who talks too much. But Mr. Zhang still has to save face. He is just a newcomer with good potential, so what? Zhang Meng took a big gulp of boiling water and said through gritted teeth, "Of course," I said, "they're just newcomers. I don't want any of them." Fuck, what's going on with this Lu Ming? Are you sure he has a talent for mining? Suddenly there was a cry of surprise from the conference room. Several pairs of eyes that were originally focused on the Tainyo assessment screen were drawn over by a split-screen window that suddenly popped up in the corner. In the picture, the corpse ghost with the 9th level of blood energy tried desperately to crawl towards the exit, but was dragged back by a huge force, and his fingers left 5 bloody marks on the ground. Its face was filled with fear and it kept wailing. Let go. No. Aha. I really can't take it anymore. Hurry up, someone. Didn't your law enforcement team keep saying they would treat prisoners well? Zhang Meng, damn it. Come save me. Aha. I was wrong. I'm willing to go mining now. At this moment, the conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The Adam's apples of several team leaders rolled up and down, and they stared at each other with their big eyes. Zhang Meng picked up the water cup and took a sip. After a while, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What on earth did this kid do to scare the usually stubborn corpse ghost like this? After a moment of silence, Li Yuan said cautiously, "Could it be that something went wrong? Is this kid's talent messed up?" Impossible. Zhang Meng stood up suddenly, and the chair behind him fell to the ground. This kid was so listless during the test just now. Besides, how could something made by a master refiner go wrong? Of course, Lu Ming didn't know that he was being targeted. He looked at the corpse ghost that kept struggling but couldn't squeeze out any yin qi, and could only regretfully punch it to death. Strength enhancement progress, 70%. He broke through from the first level of the secret realm to the 4th level, and the progress of tempering the 9-yang divine body reached 70%. Lu Ming became more and more curious about the effect of the enhanced 1,000-pound force. You know, as soon as he awakened the 9-yang divine body, he gained a tremendous amount of strength. What about after evolution? So, this is not some purgatory trial at all, it's simply my own power bank. Lu Ming stepped into the 5th floor without hesitation. The 5th secret realm was filled with thick black fog, and a foul smell was overwhelming. As soon as Lu Ming landed, he felt a strong sense of oppression, as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at him in the dark. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and a corpse ghost king with a body of 3 meters tall slowly walked out of the black fog. This corpse king's body was covered with black scales, and he held a huge bone knife in his hand, the blade emitting bursts of black air. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He was indeed the corpse ghost king of Kaiyuan realm. Water just has too much yin energy. Lu Ming licked his lips, and his blood began to boil. As the 9-yang divine body was in operation, a faint golden light appeared on his body surface, burning the surrounding foul and yin energy to create a large vacuum. The moment the bone knife in the hands of the corpse ghost king chopped down, he did not retreat but advanced instead, and punched out with his right fist wrapped in a powerful blood energy. The fist wind and the knife energy collided, and a deafening roar broke out. Boom! Lu Ming was knocked back and plowed a trench several feet long on the ground. Several black evil spirits took the opportunity to wrap around his arms, but were burned to ashes in an instant. The strengthening progress of the 1,000 power is increasing rapidly. Almost at the same time, in another secret realm, Tainyo also entered the 5th floor. As soon as he landed, he was hit in the head by the corpse king and fled away. The corpse ghost king in Kaiyuan realm is too perverted. Even though he had a body made of rock, his skin had begun to crack under the enormous force of the corpse demon king. Tainyo had no idea of resisting at all, and every second he could delay was precious. The skeleton king's huge bone knife was about to fall on his neck. He was so frightened that he quickly crushed the teleportation jade pendant in his hand. 10 seconds later, Iron Ox was teleported out. His name instantly topped the list. Iron Bull, level 5, duration, 15 minutes. Zhang Meng and others who witnessed the situation of the two people were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. A muscular man with a physique as strong as an ox was chased and beaten by the king of corpses. A miner who looked like a thin dog actually dared to fight back and forth with the ghost king. Damn, is this guy still human? Looking at the high-spirited Lu Ming, their eyes became more and more passionate. This is not gold, this is a real dragon. The Corpse King, who originally had an absolute advantage, became more and more frightened and confused as the fight went on. For extraordinary people below the third realm, once they are contaminated by the evil energy, they will try their best to resist the evil energy in their bodies. Otherwise, the meridians will be damaged and the cultivation level will decline. This is also the innate advantage of the ghost race over the human race. But the body of this little human being in front of him was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. It was a bit embarrassing to say it out loud, and it actually felt a little powerless. Strength enhancement progress, 100%. Strength of thousands of forces successfully upgraded, strength of thousands of forces +1. Finally advanced, awesome. Lu Ming secretly praised in his heart, and a hot power gushed out from his dantian. His whole body was shrouded in golden light, and fine 9 yang runes appeared on his body, making him look like an ancient god of war. He leaped up again, and his figure moved like a ghost, moving behind the Corpse King. He tensed his leg muscles and kicked the opponent's knee hard. The huge body of the Corpse King staggered, and he roared and swung the bone knife across. Instead of dodging, Lu Ming grabbed the back of the bone knife with his backhand, clenched his fist, and blood gushed out. Die! Squeak! The head of the Corpse King was pierced through in an instant, and his huge body fell to the ground powerlessly. Bang! Zhang Meng dropped the thermos cup in his hand to the ground without noticing. The 3 team leaders swallowed, their faces full of horror. Chapter 9 Newcomer Lu Ming, 4th Captain. Primary Trial Secret Realm. Rankings. First place, Tainyo, final score, level 5, failed to pass. Second place, Lin Fan, final score, level 4, failed to pass. Third place, Su Feng, final score, level 4, failed to pass. In the law enforcement team square. Although Tainyo had wounds all over his body, he looked very miserable. But at this moment, he was like a victorious general, enjoying everyone's attention. The law enforcer who was previously in charge of registration had a look in his eyes as he stood beside Tainyo, asking about his well-being. If you don't flatter this future star now, you will have no chance at all when he grows up. The newcomers who were able to hold out for more than a quarter of an hour last time have now become captains of the law enforcement team. Tainyo has achieved this just after entering the 9th level of blood and energy, so his future is immeasurable. But Tainyo's thoughts were not that complicated. His eyes, as big as copper bells, searched everywhere for Lu Ming's figure. How dare that guy laugh at me for having no bird? After just a few hits, he didn't even know who was the king. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the square. The ranking on the leaderboard flashed. The Iron Ox, who had been firmly at the top of the list, was pushed down. Lu Ming took his place. First place, Lu Ming, final result, 5th floor, kill. Kill, kill? Tainyo widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. As the only person who reached the 5th floor, he was well aware of the horror of the Corpse King. Thinking back on that suffocating feeling of oppression, he still felt a little nervous. But that seemingly harmless boy actually succeeded in killing the Corpse King. Do you still want to cause trouble for him? Tainyo shrank his neck and dared not say a word. The law enforcement officer in charge of registration was even more unbearable. He rubbed his eyes frantically and thought he was dazzled. Lu Ming? Doesn't that guy only have a 1-star mining talent? How did he do it? Did I miss something? When he thought of his cold attitude towards Lu Ming just now, his face turned pale. Just as everyone was shocked, Zhang Meng and 3 other team leaders suddenly appeared in the square, and their expressions seemed a little impatient. After Lu Ming came out of the secret realm, Zhang Meng squeezed in. He wiped the sweat from his palms, stretched out his right hand, and tried to force a kind smile on his face. Brother Lu. I'm Zhang Meng, captain of Law Enforcement Team 3. Welcome to join our team. Lu Ming subconsciously stretched out his right hand. Li Yuan from Team 1 and Wang Ming from Team 2 became anxious and pushed Zhang Meng away. The usually gentle Li Yuan pulled his neck and cursed, "Bullshit, Zhang Meng, where's your face? Didn't you say that newcomers will only hold you back? Face? Can it be eaten as a meal? Compared with this kind of monstrous newcomer, it's just face, I don't care about it." Zhang Meng was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He stretched his neck and started to spit at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, stop slandering me. Did I ever say anything like that? Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Wang Ming secretly walked up to Lu Ming. Brother Lu, we're all from the Ming generation, why don't you join my second team? I'm in need of a capable vice captain. Zhang Meng and Li Yuan paused, then turned to angrily criticize Wang Ming. Wang Ming, you fucking. The law enforcement officers present were stunned when they saw the three captains arguing like aunties in the vegetable market. Is this still the captain I know? It's incredible. This young man named Lu Ming is about to soar to the sky. But just as Zhang Meng, Li Yuan and Wang Ming were arguing fiercely and their saliva was about to drown Lu Ming, a low cough suddenly sounded over the square. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man with gray hair and a hunched body, slowly walking out of the gate of the law enforcement team headquarters with a black cane. The old man was wearing a washed-out law enforcement uniform. Although the style is old, it is spotless. The golden badge on the chest flickers faintly in the sun. It is Lao Lu, the head of the law enforcement team. When the three team leaders saw Lao Lu appear, they immediately became like ducks with their necks strangled. The quarreling stopped abruptly, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. The noisy discussions in the square disappeared instantly, leaving only the occasional heavy breathing, and the atmosphere became depressing. Old Lu walked slowly into the crowd, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the three team leaders. The three of them only felt a chill on their backs and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Have you quarreled enough? Old Lu's voice was not loud, but it hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Zhang Meng swallowed hard and said, Captain Lu, a tough guy like Lu Ming is a perfect match for me, Zhang Meng. Let him come. Shut up. Old Lu suddenly slammed his crutch to the ground, and the dull sound startled the people around him. Is the law enforcement team a place for you to form cliques? You're fighting like this just to snatch someone away. How disgraceful. Zhang Meng instantly wilted and stopped talking. Old Lu then turned his gaze to Lu Ming who was standing beside him, and a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. This kid's body is comparable to the second level of Kaiyuan. Could it be that he has benefited from the Su family's special bloodline? When Lao Lu thought about how the things those old guys had been scheming for their whole lives ended up being bought by a young boy, his face almost broke with laughter. Lu Ming felt his entire body crawling with fear as he was stared at by him. He felt as if he had been stripped naked, and felt a little terrified. I miscalculated, this old man turned out to be the captain of the law enforcement team. Lu Ming cleared his throat and greeted him nervously, Captain Lu. Lao Lu patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, not bad, well done. Then, he turned around and slowly said to Zhang Meng and the others. Isn't Zhou Yang from Team 4 missing? I think Comrade Lu Ming is quite good. So, Comrade Lu Ming will temporarily take over the position of captain of Team 4. Uncle Fu, take Xiao Lu to the logistics department to get some skills and equipment. As soon as old Lu finished speaking, the entire law enforcement square fell into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming, filled with shock, confusion, and jealousy. The three team leaders, Zhang Meng, Li Yuan and Wang Ming, opened their eyes wide and their mouths slightly open. Although they knew Lu Ming's potential, he was a newcomer after all, and they thought old Lu would let him continue to grow. Didn't he expect that he would be the captain right from the start? Looking at the history of the Jiangqing law enforcement team, this is probably the first case. Although the three of them were a little disappointed, they immediately offered their congratulations. Captain Lu, congratulations. Thank you all for your kindness. Lu Ming came back to his senses and thanked them. Uncle Fu, who was in charge of logistics, saw Lu Ming's calmness and his smile became even brighter. A good seedling finally emerged from this small pond in Jiangqing. The only pity is that his talent is too poor. He only has 1-star talent, and the upper limit is there. But there are always exceptions. Lin Fu secretly glanced at old Lu beside him and shook his head with some regret. Let's go, Captain Xiao Lu. Your equipment and supplies are ready. Follow me to the logistics department to collect them. Chapter 10, The Incomplete Dharma Image, The Sister's Shock. Since you are now a team leader, your treatment will naturally be different. Uncle Fu led the way in front, explaining everything in detail. The team leader's monthly salary is 25,000. In addition, he can also receive 3 bottles of low-grade blood potion every month. Of course, as a new employee, you will have the opportunity to choose your martial arts and weapons. After that, the two of them came to a heavily guarded building. Push open the heavy armored door. Rows of bookshelves stand neatly, filled with all kinds of skills and martial arts. Uncle Fu brought Lu Ming to the 1-star martial arts area and patiently explained. The law enforcement team has strict discipline. If you want to learn martial arts techniques, you must spend corresponding contributions to exchange. For your position as a team leader, with 20 contribution points per month, it would take at least 5 months to redeem a 1-star martial arts skill. So, if we encounter an event on a daily basis, everyone will actively respond. After all, with contribution points, we can exchange them for a lot of good things. Lu Ming nodded silently, moved closer to take a look, and was immediately dazzled. There are all kinds of martial arts on the bookshelf, including swords, spears, swords and halberds, and the secret manuals of skills are even more dazzling, which is dazzling. 9 transformations of Swallow Shadow, Phantom Step, Tiger Fist. The names of these martial arts seem quite intimidating, but in fact their power is just average. Lu Ming flipped through the book again and again, but always felt that something was missing. He looked up at the frail old Uncle Fu, and after a moment's thought, he asked, "Uncle Fu, you are very knowledgeable. Can you recommend one to me?" There was a hint of surprise on Uncle Fu's old face. He looked at Lu Ming deeply, and there was a bit of expectation in his cloudy eyes. He laughed and said, I didn't realize you were such a sly kid." Uncle Fu turned around and took out a jade pendant from a secret compartment and handed it to Lu Ming. "I remember that your spiritual power has reached the 2nd star, right? I have a fragment of the Dharma image here, you can try to observe it. But let me be frank. Unlike directly learning techniques in martial arts, whether you can gain any insights from observing Dharma images depends entirely on your individual talent and luck. What do you think? Want to give it a try?" Lu Ming subconsciously took the jade pendant, and his ears seemed to explode with thunder. He felt as if he was in the vast land of thunder, feeling very small. In the depths of Lei, a huge monster is looming. With a roar that resounded through the sky, the picture suddenly shattered. After coming to his senses, Lu Ming took a deep breath. It is indeed a good thing. The little bit I just saw made me feel breathless. He looked up at Uncle Fu's calm eyes and thanked him solemnly. "Thank you, Uncle Fu. You are quite decisive. Come on, follow me to the armory." Uncle Fu waved his hand nonchalantly, but the smile on his face became more and more satisfied. It has to be said that the law enforcement team is backed by the government and is very wealthy. The armory is full of 1-star weapons made by the weapon refiners themselves. Lu Ming picked up a handy black straight knife, about 3 feet and 2 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The blade gleams coldly, and the black handle is engraved with special inscriptions that can slightly increase the power of the person holding the knife. After receiving his job gift package, Lu Ming hurriedly said goodbye to Uncle Fu. He has been away from home for some time. If he doesn't go back, his 2 little wives at home will be anxious. Just as Lu Ming guessed, the twin sisters Su Yuyu and Su Lulu were huddled in the living room, their charming peach blossom eyes filled with worry. At noon, Lu Ming said he was going to buy some daily necessities, but now the sun is about to set and he hasn't come back yet. This outer city has been getting more and more chaotic recently. Not far from them, 2 extraordinary people were fighting each other. The wailing sounds continued to be heard, and the scene was extremely tragic. Fortunately, the law enforcement team arrived in time and suppressed the 2 men, otherwise ordinary people like them might have been affected. Su Lulu couldn't bear it any longer, so she opened the window a little again and looked carefully at the street outside, but she still couldn't see Lu Ming. Her face suddenly fell, and the anxiety between her brows could not be concealed. "Sister, how about, let's go out and look for her?" Su Yuyu's heart was in turmoil, and when she heard her sister's suggestion, she seemed to be moved. "Wait another half an hour. If you still don't see anyone." Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden sound from the iron door of the rental house. Lu Ming appeared at the door, looking dusty. "Husband." The twin sisters pounced almost at the same time. Su Yuyu and Su Lulu were like 2 soft clouds, crashing into Lu Ming's arms. 2 identical delicate little faces leaned against his chest, and Su Lulu's voice was filled with tears. "If you come back even a little later, my sister and I will go out to look for you." When she raised her head, tears were still welling up in her peach blossom eyes. As her eyelashes fluttered, she caught a glimpse of Lu Ming wearing a brand new black uniform. Why is my husband's uniform the same as those of the majestic law enforcers I saw earlier? The only difference was that the badge on his chest was silver, while those others were bronze. Su Lulu instantly forgot her grievances. "Husband, what are you doing?" Lu Ming smiled and kissed the corners of the sisters' mouths. As you can see, when I went to the East Market to buy daily necessities, I happened to run into the law enforcement team recruiting, so I was delayed a bit." "Law enforcement team?" Su Yuyu suddenly raised her head, her peach blossom eyes reflecting Lu Ming's sharp face, and her heart skipped a beat. "Husband, did you pass the selection?" "Well, I'm lucky." Lu Ming smiled and embraced the two sisters. His fingertips brushed Su Yuyu's earlobe, which was red with excitement. The law enforcement team even directly offered you the position of team leader. He paused deliberately, looking at the sisters' wide eyes, and then slowly added, monthly salary is 25,000. 25,000? Su Lulu was so shocked that she almost jumped up. She covered her mouth subconsciously, and her eyes were bright as if stars were falling. You know, when their father was still alive, he couldn't earn this much even if he went to the fog zone 4 or 5 times. Is my husband still the mediocre person that others say he is? Lu Ming lowered his head and pinched Su Lulu's smooth little face, then smiled and said, yes, from now on, not only will we not have to worry about rent, I can also save some change to buy snacks for you, my little greedy cat. I'm not a greedy cat. Su Lulu retorted angrily, but still stood on tiptoe very obediently and kissed the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Thank you, husband. Su Yuyu looked at the neat epaulets on Lu Ming's uniform, then at her sister's happy face, and her eyes suddenly felt a little warm. Lu Ming lowered his head and kissed away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. He then pinched Su Lulu's puffy cheeks and said, wait a minute, I have a surprise for you. He looked at the two faces in front of him, both with tears in their eyes and smiling brightly, and suddenly felt a little hungry. Chapter 11, Comprehending the Dharma, Strength Soars. Surprise? The two sisters tilted their heads, their two identical, pure, lustful faces full of anticipation. Lu Ming raised a wicked smile, and suddenly he had several new sets of clothes in his hands. Ah, it's new clothes! Su Lulu screamed excitedly, jumped up, and hung on Lu Ming like a sloth, hugging his face and kissing him madly. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. Lu Ming's face was covered in sticky kisses from her, but he smiled and let her hang on him and sway, gently patting her white thighs. Okay, let's see if the clothes fit first. Su Lulu then let go of her hand and pulled the still-dazed Su Yuyu over. Sister, look, there are so many beautiful skirts. Soon, the living room was filled with the exclamations of the two sisters. Until Su Lulu took out some strange clothes from a bag. Hey, what is this? She even gestured curiously. The next second, the sisters' faces turned as red as ripe tomatoes. Su Yuyu frantically reached out to grab it, her voice shy and urgent, Lulu. Put it down. Ah. Su Lulu finally reacted and let go of her hands as if she was scalded, and her clothes fell lightly onto the sofa. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands and glanced at Lu Ming through her fingers. Seeing that he was staring at her with a smile on his face, she was so embarrassed that she turned around and hid behind her sister. Why did you buy this too? Su Yuyu turned her back to Lu Ming, her voice muffled in her throat, her earlobes so red they seemed to be bleeding. My husband is good in every way, except that he is a little. Su Yuyu's jade white toes couldn't help but scratch the floor. Lu Ming sighed deliberately, picked up the clothes, folded them slowly and put them back in the bag. If you don't like them, I'll return them tomorrow. Before she finished speaking, Su Lulu suddenly popped her head out from behind her sister, wrinkling her cute nose. Stinky husband. Stop talking. Who likes to wear that kind of embarrassing clothes? The two sisters fled back to their room like frightened little rabbits and slammed the door. Through the door, you can hear the rustling sounds of fighting and suppressed laughter coming from inside. Lu Ming leaned against the doorframe, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. After an unknown amount of time, the door finally creaked open. Lu Ming was originally leaning against the doorframe, playing with his phone. When he heard the sound, he subconsciously looked up, but his breathing suddenly stopped. Su Yuyu was wearing a black suspender dress. The silky fabric fit her graceful figure and outlined her elegant curves. The hem of the skirt falls just above the knees, and the white calves have a soft luster under the light. She lowered her head slightly, her long black hair falling on her shoulders, covering half of her blushing face. Only the small tip of the nose and the pink lips are exposed, like a black rosebud about to bloom, mysterious and charming. Su Lulu wore a white suspender skirt. The fluffy skirt looked like a blooming marshmallow, making her look even more petite and cute. There was still a blush on her face, and her big eyes were blinking, smart and playful. She grabbed the hem of her skirt with one hand and pulled her sister's arm with the other, secretly glancing at Lu Ming from time to time. It looked like a little deer trying on new clothes, nervous but also looking forward to being praised. Lu Ming had sharp eyes and spotted Zhuanwu hidden in the skirt at a glance, and the corners of his mouth gradually widened. The attack speed is maxed out. This world is different from the previous life, and the nightlife is a bit boring. Apart from eating, all that's left is cultivation. Thinking of the Black Tiger gang still hiding behind him and lurking around him, Lu Ming sped up his cultivation after eating the cake made by the sisters. By midnight, the two sisters had fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Ming kissed their tired faces respectively, then stood up and went to another room to meditate and practice. Host, Lu Ming. Cultivation, 9th level of Blood Qi. Talents, Mining Mastery, 1 star, 9 Sun Divine Body, 2 stars, to be unlocked 0-100, 3 stars. Mental Power, 2 stars 0-10. Fire, 25. After a night of hard work, the fire reached 25 points. Talent cannot be improved in a short time. Lu Ming thought about it and decided to improve his mental strength. It can just help me comprehend the mysterious Dharma image given by Uncle Fu. Spark 10, Spiritual Power successfully upgraded to 3 stars. The moment his 3-star mental power broke through, Lu Ming only felt a loud bang in the depths of his sea of consciousness, as if thousands of silver needles were piercing into him at the same time, and in the next second, they turned into a warm current that swept through his limbs and bones. The air in front of him was rippling slightly, and the trail of dust falling on the table was as clear as a stream in his eyes. He could even see the faint life fluctuations of insect eggs lurking in the cracks of the wall. After the mental strength is improved, the range of perception has expanded at least 3 times. He lightly twisted his fingertips, and a wisp of spiritual energy that was almost invisible to the naked eye was drawn out of thin air and condensed into a crystal light in the palm of his hand. This is not an increase in strength brought about by the improvement of cultivation, but a qualitative change in the ability to analyze the energy of heaven and earth. It's like a mortal wearing a pair of glasses and being able to see through the veins of spiritual energy flowing. Lu Ming first took out the book Demon Breaking Fist. Extremely strong and masculine, specifically designed to defeat evil? This Demon Breaking Fist is quite compatible with my 9-yang divine body. With the blessing of 3-star mental power, the Demon Breaking Fist seemed to come alive and was firmly embedded in his consciousness. Just an hour later, Lu Ming completely mastered the essence of the Demon Breaking Fist. I didn't expect that after the mental strength was improved, there would be this effect. If an ordinary extraordinary person wants to get started, he will have to spend 3 to 5 months of hard training. If he wants to achieve proficiency, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. But with the support of 3-star mental power, Lu Ming didn't have to practice hard at all, he could do it with just a wave of his hand. This discovery gave Lu Ming more confidence. He sat cross-legged and took out the jade pendant given to him by Uncle Fu. As soon as his consciousness merged into it, his sea of consciousness was suddenly swallowed by the dazzling lightning. A roar exploded from the depths of the soul, and a boundless lake of thunder appeared before his eyes. The vortex of lightning in the center of Lei was surging violently, and a 10,000-foot-tall Dharma image could be vaguely seen hidden in the thunderclouds. With every breath he took, thunder surged for thousands of miles, and lightning outlined patterns all over his body. With one breath, he traveled 1,000 miles, destroying all life wherever he went. Lu Ming couldn't see clearly what kind of creature it was. He could only hold on to his mind and use the keen perception brought by the 3-star mental power to try his best to capture the patterns around the Dharma image. Those lines are not static, but are constantly flowing with the surge of thunder. Sometimes it transforms into a thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws, and sometimes it condenses into an electric grid covering the sky. Every change contains the power to destroy the world. 1 hour. 2 hours. 7 hours. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Fast as thunder, moving like lightning, is this the thunder explosion killing technique? Extreme explosion and destruction, such domineering body movements. In terms of speed, the thunder explosion killing technique is definitely the top one among the 3-star body techniques, and it also comes with an extremely fierce suppressing effect. The moment his body skills exploded, his opponent, who was of similar strength, was suppressed in an instant, unable to move, and could only wait for death. For opponents who are stronger than you, the suppression effect is reduced to 3 to 4 seconds. But in a duel between masters, 3 seconds is enough to determine the winner. Wow, I'm using new energy too. With Lu Ming's current physique, coupled with the thunder explosion killing technique, even facing the 3rd level of Kaiyuan would be no problem. Chapter 12, Royal Sister Deputy Team, a difficult task. The next morning, it was just getting light. Lu Ming was a little stunned when he saw the 2 figures busy in the kitchen. I felt dizzy last night. Why are you so full of energy now? Could it be that the old saying is true that only cows die from exhaustion? Having said that, I still have to show some concern. Lulu, why don't you take a break? When Su Yu turned around, the straps slipped off her shoulders, and her fair skin was showing red marks left from last night. Her rosy little face was like a blooming peach blossom, and a smile was on the corners of her mouth. Doesn't hubby have to go to work in the morning? We prepared some breakfast for you. Su Lulu came over barefoot, holding a fried egg. The red rope bell tied to her ankle by Lu Ming last night rang softly. Hurry up and sit down. After you finish eating, my sister and I still need to help you clean up. The two sisters domineeringly pressed Lu Ming onto the stool. According to them, this was their husband's first day reporting to the law enforcement team, so he had to dress handsomely and impressively so as to impress his subordinates. Seeing that they were not seriously injured, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and could only let them do what they wanted. Taking advantage of this time, he went to the forum of the Extraordinary Association and carefully studied the information about the second level of the extraordinary realm. The second level of transcendence, the awakening of the orifices and the condensation of the essence, is also known as the Kaiyuan realm. There are 9 levels of Kaiyuan, with levels 1 to 3 being the early stage, levels 4 to 6 being the middle stage, and levels 7 to 9 being the late stage. It is easy to ascend to heaven, but difficult to achieve Kaiyuan. According to the number of Zhoutian, the human body has a total of 360 acupoints, which constitute a large Zhoutian. Every 40 acupoints constitute a small Zhoutian, corresponding to the 1st to 9th levels of the Kaiyuan realm. Transcendence must develop these acupoints. Each acupoint can store spiritual energy. Every time a small cycle is successfully completed, the power will increase by 1,000 kilograms. During the process of opening the acupoints, you must continuously accumulate spiritual energy and store it within the acupoints. Sufficient spiritual energy is the key to maintaining the stability of the acupoints and unleashing their power. Just as Lu Ming was fascinated by the scene, he suddenly felt 2 wet sensations on his face. All right. Bah! Su Lulu stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the left cheek, leaving a lipstick mark, while Su Yu blushed and gave him a light kiss on the right cheek. The two of them held his face, one on the left and one on the right, and looked at him back and forth. All right, if you keep making trouble I'll be late. Just wait for me at home. Lu Ming scraped the tip of each of their noses with his fingers, then took the standard straight knife from Su Yu. The 2 little fairies were dressed coolly, and the curves outlined by their suspender skirts made him dizzy in the morning light. If they continue to make a fuss, someone will start crying again. Lu Ming gave a few instructions to Su Yu and Su Lulu, then walked out of the door in their reluctant eyes and headed towards the law enforcement team headquarters. Today is the first day for new employees to report. The other captains were waiting at the door early in the morning. Only the 4th team is a little special because their captain is also a newcomer. Therefore, the task of welcoming Lu Ming fell on the shoulders of Vice Captain Zhao Li. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the lobby of the law enforcement team headquarters, he noticed a tall figure. The woman is about 1.75 meters tall. She had short black hair, with a few strands casually falling on her palm-sized face, revealing her small and delicate chin. Her eyebrows are sharp, her facial features are upright and delicate, and her skin is as white as spring snow. She leaned against a pillar with her arms folded, her white shirt propped up high on her chest, and a white badge engraved with the words 4th Squad. This cool woman was like a black hole, and the eyes of the passing law enforcers, both men and women, fell vaguely on her. Hearing footsteps, she glanced at Lu Ming with her slightly raised almond-shaped eyes and said, I am Zhao Li, the deputy captain of the 4th team. Captain Lu, please follow me. Her voice is as clear and cold as an ice spring, with a natural sense of alienation. When Zhao Li turned around, his leather boots made a slight sound as they rolled on the ground, and his legs, wrapped in black combat pants, were straight and slender. She led Lu Ming to a room with a bronze plaque that read Team 4. The moment I pushed open the door to the conference room, 2 pairs of eyes swept over like searchlights. In the corner, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair rubbed his black eyes. The bald, tattooed man by the window crossed his arms and looked Lu Ming up and down with his fierce triangular eyes. This is the new captain, Lu Ming. That's Lin Haoweng, he's at the 9th level of blood chi. Zhao Li pointed at the somewhat decadent middle-aged man, then his gaze fell on the bald man, Wang Yaowen, he's also at the 9th level of blood chi. When his name was called, Lin Haoweng nodded politely to Lu Ming, while Wang Yaowen completely ignored him and stared out the window in a daze. In his opinion, after Lao Zhou disappeared, the captain of the 4th team should be Zhao Li, the big sister. In terms of strength, she has already reached the peak of the blood chi realm and is only 1 step away from the Kaiyuan realm. In terms of seniority, Lu Ming, a young guy who just joined the company, can't compare. Yao Wen. Zhao Li frowned his sharp eyebrows. Wang Yaowen then reluctantly nodded to Lu Ming and said, "Hello, Captain Lu." After Zhao Li gave a brief introduction, it was as if he had completed his mission. Regardless of Lu Ming's expression, he leaned back in a chair and closed his eyes to rest. Lin Haowen shook his head helplessly and handed a stack of documents to Lu Ming. "Captain Lu, as of this morning, the number of missing people in the outer city has risen to 45. Even Captain Zhou is not immune. The pressure from above is enormous. We're currently planning to use Captain Zhou's disappearance as a starting point for our investigation." According to the surveillance footage retrieved by the logistics department, Captain Zhou met with 3 people the night he disappeared. Lin Haowen took out a wrinkled cigarette box, but was stopped by Zhao Li's cold look. He smiled bitterly and put the cigarette box away. Tang Wu, 45 years old, Kaiyuan first level. Captain Zhou used to be close friends with him. Because of his gambling addiction, he owes Captain Zhou a lot of money. Captain Zhou has been asking him for the debt recently, so he is the most suspicious. The second one is Su Wan, 34 years old, an ordinary person, but her husband is quite powerful, reaching the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. She and Captain Zhou had a good relationship until they fell out over money 3 years ago. The third one is Li Mo, 19 years old, a member of the 4th team of the law enforcement team. His meridians were completely destroyed during a mission and he is currently in a coma, receiving treatment in the hospital. He is basically not a suspect, so we plan to focus on monitoring Tang Wu and Su Wan. Lu Ming took the information and looked through it carefully without saying anything. This outer city seems to be even worse than he thought. Even the extraordinary people in the law enforcement team can disappear inexplicably. It seems that I still have to find a way to make more money and send Su Yuyu and her sister to the inner city. For more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming's brows were furrowed, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat quiet. Wang Yaowen suddenly sneered and glanced at him with his triangular eyes. "Captain Lu, you're watching so intently, have you noticed anything?" His tone was filled with undisguised contempt. In his opinion, what could a young man like Lu Ming see? He was just pretending. Hearing this, Lu Ming put down the folder in his hand. His eyes were calm when he raised them, but they made Wang Yaowen feel a little cold in his heart. "This Li Mo is your subordinate, right? I think we should start the investigation with him." The moment Lu Ming finished speaking, the air in the conference room suddenly became stagnant. Chapter 13, There is a ghost in the house, do you know? Bang! Wang Yaowen was immediately defeated and slammed the table in anger. "Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Li Mo is unconscious. Can you really wake him up? Damn it, Li Mo shed blood for the law enforcement team. This guy listed his own subordinates as key suspects right after taking office? This is clearly an attempt to disgust me." Lu Ming completely ignored the roar behind him and looked at the file slowly. As a top student in the criminal investigation department in his previous life, he had seen too many cases. Often the more reasonable something is, the more problems it has. Zhou Yan knew that Li Mo was unconscious, but he still went to visit him? Was he just visiting someone? No one can tolerate cold violence, and Wang Yaowen is no exception. After being ignored, he blushed completely. "Mr. Lu, if you have any opinions about me, just come to me." Targeting A. That's enough. Zhao Li's voice was as cold as ice. She glanced at Wang Yaowen and said, "Don't forget, Li Mo is also a suspect." Wang Yaowen wanted to argue, but when he met Zhao Li's cold eyes, he swallowed the second half of his words and his face turned red. Seeing Zhao Li's gaze on him, Lu Ming put down the file and said intriguingly, "You misunderstood. Li Mo's seniority is even greater than mine. As a newly appointed team leader, I should go and visit him." "Humph. You're the best." Wang Yaowen's eyes twitched, but he didn't dare to get angry due to Zhao Li's majesty. Zhao Li raised his eyebrows, feeling a little annoyed. Is this brat implying that I'm taking advantage of my age? The white SUV slowly drove out of the law enforcement team's compound. Zhao Li looked through the rearview mirror at Lu Ming in the passenger seat, but there was a hint of gloating in her eyes. She never thought that Li Mo would have any problems. How could a vegetative person who had been in a coma for 3 years commit a crime? Besides, even if Li Mo was in good health, how could he, who was only in the Blood Chi realm, make Captain Zhou in the Kaiyuan realm disappear silently? "Oh, you arrogant brat, when Zhang Tao and his group of inspectors find out, let's see how you'll end up." You know, the reason why the law enforcement team maintained Li Mo's treatment at all costs was to set an example. Tell the people below, just charge forward, the law enforcement team will never give up on anyone. When Li Mo was first designated as a suspect, he was severely criticized by the group of inspectors. If they knew that Lu Ming actually went to investigate Li Mo, it would be a good show. But Lu Ming seemed not to notice her gaze, and the relevant files about Li Mo kept replaying in his mind. 3 years ago, a soul-devouring beast of the 8th level of blood chi infiltrated the outer city. The 4th squad was ordered to encircle and destroy it. Li Mo was left alone and was seriously injured. Zhou Yang was the first to arrive at the scene. Li Mo was already unconscious. There were traces of a fight and some scraps of flesh, but no trace of the soul-devouring beast's body. But Zhou Yang's report stated that he had killed the soul-devourer. When he saw Li Mo's miserable state, he was so angry that he couldn't restrain himself and took out his anger on the soul-devourer. Everything seemed to make sense, but Lu Ming always felt something was wrong. He had just checked and found that the low-level alien race, the soul-devouring beast, was one of the raw materials for extracting blood potions. On the black market, a complete corpse of a soul-devouring beast at the 8th level of blood energy could be sold for at least 200,000. Zhou Yang had a falling out with his woman over money, but then he turned a blind eye to a mountain of gold? He, who had been bombarded with public service advertisements since childhood, couldn't do it, let alone Zhou Yang, a law enforcer with a heart of stone. Considering the recent disappearances, Lu Ming had a bold yet absurd guess in his mind. Could it be that the soul-devouring beast was not dead and was hidden by Zhou Yang? If this is the case, Li Mo's injury needs to be further investigated. However, these are just his assumptions. The 4 of them came to Changbei Hospital with different expressions. Intensive care unit. Li Mo's body was filled with various tubes. The originally youthful and tender face was now dry and yellow, and the blood vessels on the limbs were dark purple, which was indeed consistent with the characteristics of Yin Qi entering the body. Ordinary extraordinary people are not as perverted as Lu Ming, who can completely ignore the invasion of Yin Qi. With injuries of this magnitude, Li Mo is likely to be disabled. Lu Ming tentatively placed his hand on his wrist, and a cold aura instantly flowed along his arm into his meridians, but was quickly absorbed by the 9-yang divine body. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. It really worked. If Li Mo could wake up, everything would be easy. However, after a while, the Yin energy in Li Mo's body seemed to be pulled away, and he actually stayed inside and refused to come out. Lu Ming stared at his pale face fiercely, his eyes becoming extremely dangerous. Damn it, it turns out there's really something wrong with you. Then, Lu Ming calmly withdrew his hand, shook his head and sighed. Li Mo is a good comrade. It's a pity that he is so young. We can't let the hero bleed and cry. Tell the doctor to increase the dosage. Just these 2 moves made Wang Yaowen feel embarrassed and warm in his heart. As soon as he came in, he took my pulse and asked about my health. He looked as friendly as he could be, and he gave the image of a considerate person to his subordinates. But the next second, Lu Ming suddenly pulled out the straight knife from his waist and stabbed it into Li Mo's crotch. Grass, 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 grass. Wang Yaowen and Lin Wen subconsciously covered their crotches and stared at each other in horror. Lu Ming, you're crazy. You. Li Mo. Wang Yaowen's voice suddenly rose and then stopped. He stared at Li Mo, who flashed to the head of the bed, his big forehead full of questions. What happened? Is this the miracle doctor? Lu Ming placed the tip of his knife against Li Mo's pale face and said with a sullen smile, Boy, there's a ghost in your house, did you know that? Li Mo, realizing he had been exposed, stared at Lu Ming with eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. How did you find out? Lu Ming shrugged and smiled harmlessly. I said I just slipped. Do you believe me? I believe your mother. Li Mo's chest heaved, and he wished he could smash Lu Ming's face with one punch. Don't be fooled by the fact that this guy always smiles, he is actually quite sinister. The knife just now was obviously aimed at his brother. Damn it, if he hadn't dodged it, he would have been killed. After disguising himself for so long, he was actually exposed by such a fool. Li Mo wanted to skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Jolly was stunned by the sudden change at first, and then she stared at Lu Ming's back, her icy face full of shock and shame. There is actually something wrong with Li Mo. How did he know? She immediately took out her spear from her storage bag and assumed a fighting stance. Li Mo, where's Captain Zhou? Li Mo clenched his fists fiercely, his eyes filled with endless hatred. He roared at Zhao, don't mention that hypocrite to me. 3 years. I've been lying there for 3 whole years. I finally managed to survive. Why won't you let me live? His voice was extremely cold, and every word was filled with endless hatred. You all deserve to die. Chapter 14, 10 slaps in 1 second, Brother Yawen dared not even breathe. Peak of blood. Facing the somewhat crazy Li Mo, Zhao Li's heart sank to the bottom. Being at the peak of blood energy, she was not sure she could subdue him in the first place. The key point is that this is a hospital with many ordinary people. If we can't control him in the first place, it will be troublesome. Zhao Li's spear cut through the air with a swish, and the tip of the spear was against Li Mo's throat, with a cold light flashing. Li Mo, I know you're angry, but if you have any grievances, come back with us to the law enforcement team and tell us. Although he still hadn't figured out Li Mo's situation, Zhao Li still tried to calm him down first. Law enforcement team? It's just a den of filth and dirt. You are all hypocrites with beastly hearts, just like Zhou Yang. Li Mo suddenly laughed wildly. His laughter was filled with endless resentment, and it made the lights in the intensive care unit buzz. Wang Yawen and Lin Haowen looked at each other, and quickly formed a horn and surrounded him in the middle. A war is inevitable. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed in the room. The solemn atmosphere suddenly froze. Li Mo touched his burning cheek and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Li Mo's voice suddenly rose, like a beast whose tail was stepped on, and the fanaticism in his eyes was instantly replaced by rage. Wang Yawen subconsciously clenched his two swords, his palms full of cold sweat. This reckless man. You must have read too many stupid novels. Do you really think that if you slap the criminals twice and then reveal your identity as a law enforcement team, the criminals will cooperate with you obediently? Given Li Mo's current state of hatred, this is simply adding fuel to the fire. Bang! Another crisp slap. Lu Ming shook his numb palms, still wearing that nonchalant smile on his face. If you don't believe in the light of the law enforcement team, then you should at least believe in a slap in the face, right? Li Mo's pupils suddenly contracted and his face became distorted. He rushed towards Lu Ming, clawing at his face with his 5 fingers. The yin qi at his fingertips condensed into a 3-inch long black light. I will kill you. Seeing this, Wang Yawen crossed his swords in front of him, tapped the ground with his toes, and rushed to Li Mo's side like an arrow, trying to distract his attention. Careful. Wang Yawen's voice suddenly stopped, his eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. Bang! Facing the furious Li Mo, Lu Ming slapped him again. The frantic Li Mo was slapped to the ground by Lu Ming, and the back of his head hit the floor with a dull sound. Lu Ming pressed his neck with one hand. The smile on his face gradually faded, and his eyes became sharp. Barking dog? Do you know this is a hospital? Where is your manners? Pa pa pa. The slaps came one after another. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Li Mo roared like an enraged beast. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from Lu Ming's grip, but found that the other party's hand was as motionless as an iron clamp. After receiving countless slaps, his eyes gradually became clear and the sounds in his mouth gradually died down. When Wang Yawen witnessed Li Mo being slapped 10 times in 1 second, his fierce triangular eyes twitched and he dared not breathe. Damn, what kind of monster is this new captain? Li Mo, who is at the peak of his vitality, has no power to fight back in his hands. You said he hit Li Mo, so he hit Li Mo. The key point is that he was staring at himself while hitting me, and kept asking, are you still screaming? Wang Yawen suddenly felt his cheeks burning. Hiss, brother, stop looking at me, I don't dare to scream. He suddenly felt that he was just a clown before. This isn't some rookie who stole the team leader's position, this is simply a bad guy. The knuckles of Zhao Li's fingers gripping the spear turned white, and the blood energy at the tip of the spear was fluctuating violently. She knew better than anyone the power of peak blood qi. If she used all her strength, she could only draw with Li Mo at best. But Lu Ming. He didn't even use his blood and energy, but relied on his physical strength to pin a runaway blood and energy peak to the ground. No wonder he always looks so calm and composed, it turns out he just doesn't bother to pay any attention to us. She remembered that she had just been thinking about laughing at the kid, but now she realized that the other party had been laughing at her the whole time. For a moment, a rare look of embarrassment appeared on Zhao Li's cool little face. Lu Ming didn't seem to notice their reaction. He looked down at Li Mo, his eyes no longer playful but rather cold. Now, I ask, you answer. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Li Mo's cheeks were swollen, blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth, and the madness in his eyes had completely faded, leaving only deep fear. He could feel a burning force coming from Lu Ming's hand on his neck. My life depends on this person's thoughts. Where is Zhou Yang? Lu Ming's fingertips gently rubbed Li Mo's neck, and the burning force made the other party shiver uncontrollably. Lemo's Adam's apple rolled, his cheeks swollen like buns squeezed his eyes to slits, and his voice was as vague as if he was holding cotton. Dead, ha ha ha, you don't know, the moment he saw me, it was like he saw a ghost. How could he be dead? Wang Yawen exclaimed, but when he met Lu Ming's gaze, he hurriedly shut up and stepped aside awkwardly. Lu Ming ignored Wang Yawen's loss of composure and continued to press him. How did he die? Backlash, backlash. Li Mo's forehead was covered with cold sweat, mixed with blood from the corners of his mouth. Ha! The soul-devouring beast he raised with so much effort was tampered with by me, it backlashed him. Bullshit! Zhao Li's spear suddenly slammed into the ground, with the tip of the spear poking half an inch into the floor. Li Mo suddenly started coughing violently, and the black blood he coughed up was mixed with tiny blood clots. You, believe it or not, Zhou Yang is a hypocrite. He fed all those missing people to the soul-devouring beast. 3 years ago, I witnessed him trying to hide the soul-devouring beast. He nearly killed me. It was only because you arrived in time that he prevented him from succeeding. That soul-devouring beast is there. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. He didn't care whether Zhou Yang was dead or alive. Although the soul-devouring beast is a low-level alien race, it can still grow into a terrifying existence if it devours enough blood and energy. So we must kill it while it is still in its growth stage. A glimmer of hope for survival suddenly flashed in Li Mo's eyes. I can take you there. It's in the basement morgue of this hospital. There's a lot of negative energy there, and it likes to stay there. Lu Ming's fingertips slowly loosened, and Li Mo collapsed on the ground like an exhausted fish, gasping for breath. No wonder Zhou Yang always came to visit Li Mo no matter what. It turned out that he came to visit the animals he raised. Wang Yawen, right? Cuff him. Lu Ming stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands. His tone was as calm as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. Wang Yawen shuddered, yes. Captain Lu. Chapter 15. Oh no, your baby is dead, laugh quickly. Several people took the hospital elevator down to the morgue on the second underground floor. There were only a few footsteps in the empty corridor. Maybe it's the lighting, the deeper you go, the eerier it feels. Wang Yawen held Li Mo with one hand, but secretly glanced at Lu Ming behind him. Seeing his calm face, I felt a lot more at ease. If what Li Mo said was true, that beast could break through to the Kaiyuan realm at any moment. Logically speaking, an opponent of this level has long been beyond the capabilities of their team and should be reported. But when they thought of the abnormal strength displayed by Lu Ming, the three of them resolutely followed him. The missing case was solved, and with the soul-devouring beast close to the Kaiyuan realm, the few people could gain a large amount of contribution points. If used well, your strength can be greatly improved. All of this was brought about by the young man in front of me. The most important thing is that this is only his first day in office. What a dream day! I didn't expect solving the case would be so easy. The end of the passage suddenly opened up, revealing an underground morgue as big as a basketball court. Dozens of broken bones were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with a strange smell of formalin and decay. A clucking sound came from the door of the cold storage, as if someone was gnawing on something. The sound echoed in the empty morgue, making people's scalps tingle. Zhao Li's spear was unsheathed again with a swish. She took light steps and her eyes were fixed on the half-open iron door of the cold storage. Wang Yawen pulled Li Mo behind him and grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist with his other hand. The cold sweat on his palm almost soaked the hilt. He could feel Li Mo's body trembling slightly, not out of fear, but more like excitement. Why are you shaking? Wang Yawen growled, and the handcuffs tightened suddenly. Li Mo grimaced in pain, but his eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's back, and a strange ho-ho sound came from his throat. You deserve to die. You dare to hit me. You all must die. Ha 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 ha. Baby. Come out for dinner. Bang. Accompanied by Li Mo's crazy laughter, a giant claw covered with bone spurs penetrated the cold storage. Lin Haowen, who was near the wall, quickly raised his knife to block. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and Lin Haowen fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. This power. Lin Haowen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with difficulty, his face full of horror. That beast has already reached the Kaiyuan realm, Li Mo is lying. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 5 furrows so deep that bones could be seen were plowed into the solid wall. Half of the soul-devouring beast's head poked out from the hole, its millstone-sized eyeballs covered in bloodshot, its pupils fixed on Lin Haowen on the ground. When the eyeball moved, turbid fluid slid down the corner of the eye, dripping onto the ground and corroding small pits with a sizzling sound. The soul-devouring beast's mouth was stretched to its ears, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs. There were dark red pieces of meat stuck between its teeth, and it was obvious that it had just had a full meal. Hawen, retreat quickly. Wang Yawen took the opportunity to draw his sword and stab the soul-devouring beast's head. Wherever the knife flashed, it brought with it a sharp whistle that broke through the wind. A trace of disdain flashed across the soul-devouring beast's millstone-sized eyes, and its giant claws swept out. The moment the 2 swords collided with the sharp claws, a sharp sound of metal clashing was heard. Wang Yawen only felt a huge force coming along the blade, his arm was instantly paralyzed, the tiger's mouth cracked, and the weapon made of alloy also broke. Grass. Wang Yawen's pupils shrank, and his shoulder was torn by the claws, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Fortunately, the beast's accuracy was a little off, otherwise he would have had to split up. Zhao seized the opportunity to draw his gun, and his body moved like lightning, rushing straight to the flank of the soul-devouring beast. She knew that although this evil creature had strong defenses, its joints were often its weak points. The tip of the spear was wrapped in an icy aura and accurately pierced the soul-devouring beast's forelimb joint where a hole had appeared. Squeak! The tip of the spear pierced the gap between the bone spurs, the ice spread, and the soul-devouring beast was quickly frozen. A hint of joy just flashed in Zhao Li's eyes. With a crack, the ice exploded and splashed everywhere. Zhao Li thought to himself that something was wrong and was about to put away his gun and retreat. The soul-devouring beast's barbed tail was lashing out like a steel whip, bringing a fishy smell straight to his face. Zhao Li knew that he couldn't escape and could only endure it. But at the critical moment, Lu Ming had already approached without him noticing when. He hugged Zhao Li's delicate body with one hand and grabbed the tail that was sweeping towards him with the other. The barb pierced the back of his hand, but didn't even scratch the oily skin. Instead, it felt like it hit hard metal or stone. There was a crisp crackling sound, and several barbs broke off. Noisy. Lu Ming frowned slightly and twisted his wrist lightly. The soul beast let out a shrill howl, and its huge body was pulled out of the hole by the force, with half of its body pulled out. Its sharp claws plowed 5 deep grooves in the concrete ground, sending pebbles flying and filling the air with smoke and dust. Seeing this scene, Zhao Li was completely stunned. She leaned against Lu Ming's chest like an exquisite doll, her heart beating wildly. Ding! Zhao Li's mood +1, fire gain +1. Zhao Li favorability, 10 first meeting. Roar! A roar woke up the dazed Zhao Li. The tips of her ears turned red instantly, and a rare hint of shyness appeared on her delicate, icy face. Captain Lu, can you please let go of your hand? Lu Ming looked down and realized that his palm was placed where it shouldn't be. No wonder. Sorry, it was a momentary oversight. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly and let go of his hand. While Zhao Li breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt an indescribable sense of loss. When she looked at Lu Ming again, her eyes flickered a little more. Captain Lu, be careful. The soul-devouring beast, having completely escaped, went berserk. Its body, over 3 meters tall, suddenly stood up straight, with the bone spurs on its back standing up like they were filled with sharp spears. Dozens of extremely distorted faces appeared from its open chest, and among them was the long-missing Zhou Yang. Captain Zhou? Lin Haowen's eyes flashed. It really devoured Captain Zhou. Ha ha ha. Die. All of you die. Liamo roared wildly behind Wang Yawen. The black iron handcuffs made a clicking sound as he struggled, and there was an almost crazy light in his eyes. Especially you, I want to see you begging for mercy like a dog. Lu Ming ignored his shouting and just stared at the soul-devouring beast. His figure had already rushed out like a ghost. Seeing this, the soul-devouring beast subconsciously slapped down with its giant claws, but missed. It turned its head angrily, its millstone-sized eyes filled with violence. Just as it was about to open its mouth to bite, Lu Ming's fist came crashing down like a meteor. Bang! The demon-breaking fist may seem ordinary, but it contains terrifying power and is the most effective weapon to restrain this evil creature. With the help of 1,000-pound strength, the force of this punch significantly exceeded the first level of Kaiyuan. The bone armor on the soul-devouring beast's chest instantly shattered into powder. Its huge body shook, then fell to the ground with a bang. After twitching a few times, it became completely motionless. Only Lu Ming was left standing in the middle of the corpses, brushing the dust off his hands, as if he had just done something insignificant. The morgue was dead silent, with only Li Mo's heavy breathing. The madness on his face had long since faded, replaced by fear that penetrated deep into his bones. The pair of eyes that were originally filled with resentment were now wide open, staring at Lu Ming intently, as if he had seen some incredible monster. You are not human. Li Mo's voice was shaking and his teeth were chattering. How is it possible? Lu Ming walked slowly up to him and looked down at him with eyes as cold as ice. Oh my, your baby is dead. Aren't you born to love to laugh? Come on, smile quickly. Bang! Laugh now. I'll beat you to death if you don't. Chapter 16. Should I avoid his attack for the time being? Looking at Lu Ming, who was like a god of death, Li Mo made a hoarse sound in his throat. At this moment, he no longer cared about his dignity and knelt on the ground. Don't kill me. I'm willing to cooperate. I'll tell you, I have clues about the Pantheon. These 3 words were like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring up huge waves in the hearts of Zhao Li, Wang Yaowen, and Lin Haowen. The spiritual energy is revived and alien races are invading. There are those who advocate war and those who advocate surrender. Pantheism is the representative of the Lord's Advent sect. They believe that humans are weak and pitiful, and should cling to some powerful races and regularly provide blood and food in exchange for their protection. In that dark era, this voice even became mainstream for a time. Until the Empress came out of nowhere and brought peace. Since then, Pantheon has completely become a rat in the sewer. I didn't expect that after so many years, this group of rats would start making trouble again. Lu Ming had just joined the law enforcement team and only had a vague understanding of these secrets. But from the expressions on Zhao Li and the other 2's faces, it was not difficult to see that the Pantheon was not a good thing. Lu Ming stared at Li Mo, his eyes sharp as a knife. Tell me. Hold. Li Mo's lips trembled, and just as he was about to say the first word, he felt as if an invisible hand was strangling his throat. His eyes suddenly widened, his eyeballs bulged outward, his already pale face instantly turned ashen, and the veins on his neck twisted wildly like earthworms. Well. A short, muffled groan squeezed out from the depths of his throat, and Li Mo's body twitched violently, with his limbs twisted at angles that defied common sense. The next second, he collapsed to the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out, and his skin shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and he moved slightly to block in front of Zhao Li. Lin Haowen quickly stepped forward to check the body, and his fingers suddenly retracted as soon as they touched Li Mo's skin. It's the heart-eating curse. The moment the curse strikes the victim, it will immediately unleash its effects. Lu Ming looked at Li Mo's body, his brows twisted into knots. Was he trying to say that there was a traitor in the law enforcement team? Let's take his body back to the law enforcement team first. As for the pile of soul-devouring beast corpses, he was a little troubled for a moment. The complete corpse of a second-level soul-devouring beast can be sold for at least 500,000 or 600,000. But it would be hard for him to find a buyer anytime soon. Could he drag this damn thing home? The storage bag wouldn't hold it. At this moment, Zhao Li, who was standing behind him, gently tugged at the corner of his clothes and said, "Are you struggling with what to do with the corpse of this soul-devouring beast?" Lu Ming looked back at Zhao Li, somewhat surprised that she could see through his thoughts, and then nodded. Zhao Li's red lips curled up into an imperceptible smile. Although the enforcement team also has a recycling department, the process is a bit slow. If Captain Lu trusts me, leave it to me. The price won't be lower than the enforcement team's. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The identity of this aloof and cool lady seemed not as simple as it seemed. She even dared to snatch me from the law enforcement team. But he really needs to cash out now, and he can't care about these things. In this case, then I'll trouble you. It's a small matter. Zhao Li took out his communicator, quickly edited a message and sent it out. I've already sent the location and the soul devourer's status. They should be here within half an hour. Well, fine then, let's pack up. Lu Ming did not mention the distribution of the spoils, and Zhao Li and the other 2 had no objection. If it weren't for Lu Ming, they wouldn't be able to divide the spoils. If they were still alive, they would have to go back and kowtow to the old man. However, they did not gain nothing. Moreover, just solving the missing case would earn them a considerable amount of contribution points. What's more, a hidden agent of the Pantheon was uncovered. However, as soon as Lu Ming and others returned to the law enforcement team headquarters, they were blocked by a group of people. The leading man was dressed in black, with the word supervision written on the badge on his chest. His hair was combed neatly, and he wore a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses on his high nose. When he saw Lu Ming and the others, the man started to attack them immediately. Where's Li Mo? Li Mo has woken up, why didn't you notify headquarters? Do you know that he is the spiritual role model of the whole team? Zhao Li frowned and said, Supervisor Zhang, Li Mo has rebelled and been executed. I will report this to Captain Lu in person shortly. Treason? Supervisor Zhang narrowed his eyes behind his glasses as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. Zhao Li. A comrade who's been in a coma for 3 years just woke up and betrayed me? At least make your story plausible. The supervisory team member behind him immediately stepped forward and put his hands on the weapons at his waist, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Lu Ming frowned. His energy was different from that of an ordinary person. When he looked at Li Mo's corpse, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. According to criminal psychology, suspects often like to return to the scene to view their own masterpieces. There's something wrong with this kid. Wan Yaowen had been paying attention to Lu Ming's expression. Seeing that he frowned, he quickly signaled him not to be impulsive. Captain Lu, this pretty boy confessed his feelings to the big sister before but was rejected. He holds a grudge and has been causing trouble for our team for. But don't worry, we have evidence in our hands, let him be arrogant for now. Wang Yaowen has already thought about the next plot. The fourth team returned victorious, but was harassed by their superiors. Then the fourth team presented various evidences. The missing case, which had many twists and turns, was finally solved. Kill the soul-devouring beast of the first level of Kaiyuan. Uncover a hidden agent of Pantheon. There was an uproar after all the slaps in the face. The annoying boss gritted his teeth, and the colleagues who were watching the show were envious and jealous. Awesome. It's so fucking awesome, even awesome articles wouldn't dare to write like this. Shall I avoid his brunt for the time being? Lu Ming's eyes turned slightly cold as he stepped forward to block Zhao Li and the other two, his voice as calm as water. Li Mo is dead. Are you deaf or blind? Can't you see for yourself? As he said this, he made way and Li Mo's body covered with white cloth appeared. Supervisor Shang's expression suddenly turned very ugly. He walked up to Lu Ming, his eyes scanning him like he was sizing up some prey. If Li Mo is really dead, you can forget about it. After saying that, he lifted the white cloth, and his eyes flashed when he saw Li Mo's body. Lu Ming suddenly laughed, and his laughter was chilling to the bone. According to Article 3 of the Law Enforcement Officer Management Regulations, no one except the medical examiner and the person handling the case may come into contact with the suspect's body. Li Mo is a hidden agent of the Pantheon, the evidence is irrefutable. Supervisor Zhang, I now seriously suspect that he is his accomplice. Please come with me. How dare you? Supervisor Zhang's pupils shrank suddenly. But Lu Ming didn't give him any chance to react, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body. Violent and destructive, it seemed to destroy all life. Everyone saw a flash of blood-red lightning before their eyes, and Supervisor Zhang was stepped on by Lu Ming. Supervisor Zhang's eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were filled with disbelief. He found that he was being suppressed by a mysterious force and was completely unable to move. Quiet. The entire lobby was dead silent. Are the newcomers nowadays so powerful? After just one encounter, Supervisor Zhang from the third level of Kaiyuan fell down. He is the inspector who has close ties with the Night Watch. How dare he? Chapter 17, what kind of good person can someone wearing gold-rimmed glasses be? Zhao Li was stunned by the scene before him. Is he really only at the Blood Chi realm? Her heart trembled, and she felt relieved but also a little worried. The inspector has great power and is a special department set up by the Night Patrol to monitor the daily behavior of law enforcement officers. To offend them is equivalent to offending the Night Watchman. Zhao Li subconsciously reached out to grab Lu Ming, but the violent aura made her fingertips numb. Wan Yaowen opened his mouth wide and his face, as big as a basin, turned red. This is so much more exciting than the exciting stories I imagined in my mind. The law enforcement officers watching the excitement around were even more silent. The documents in someone's hand dropped to the ground with a clatter, and the sound was particularly harsh in the lobby. Everyone knows that Zhang Tao is quite powerful, and with his status as an inspector, he always acts arrogantly in the headquarters. But now, he is being stepped on by a newcomer? Is this world crazy? Do you know who I am? Zhang Tao's voice squeezed out from under Lu Ming's feet, filled with incredible fear and resentment. Lu Ming exerted a little force with his foot, and with a slight crack sound, Zhang Tao's sternum seemed to crack. He leaned forward, the blood-red lightning in his eyes still lingering. Got it, you're a lackey of the Pantheon. Torture him. Wang Yaowen and the other man were stunned. No, Captain Lu, are you serious? Lu Ming glanced at them lightly. Okay, Captain. Wang Yaowen finally came to his senses, untied the ally handcuffs from his waist and rushed forward. Zhang Tao was stepped on the ground, and the huge humiliation made his chest heave. But what frightened him even more was that Lu Ming insisted that he was a follower of Pantheon. Damn it, what should I do? He is really anxious now. I originally wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate the woman and at the same time test whether Liu Mo would reveal any secrets. I didn't expect that this young man would peel off my skin just because of a disagreement. The key is that he got it right. How dare you spit blood at me? Do you know that I'm an inspector assigned by the Night Watch? If you dare to touch me, you'll be making an enemy of the entire Night Watch. Wang Yaowen didn't care about that and just grabbed his arm and twisted it backwards. Zhang Tao screamed in pain when his wrist was locked with the alloy handcuffs click. The spiritual power in his body quickly dissipated like a balloon pricked by a needle, and the strength he had to resist disappeared without a trace. Take away. Wang Yaowen growled and dragged Zhang Tao, who was like a dead dog, towards the interrogation room. When passing by the dazed inspectors, he deliberately bumped into one of them on the shoulder, his eyes almost overflowing with pride. So cool. Follow the army and have 3 meals a day. This wave of actions directly swept away all the depression that had been pent up in him for several years. The surrounding law enforcement officers were in an uproar, and whispers came like a tide. My God, this new guy is so brave. Zhang Tao has quite a strong background, isn't he afraid of being bullied? What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear me? Supervisor Zhang is from the Pantheon. This kind of scum deserves to be dealt with. What the hell, are you stupid? It's obviously a smear campaign. Zhao Li stood there, looking at Lu Ming's tall and straight back, with a complicated look in her eyes. Things seem to have gotten out of hand. But no matter what, Lu Ming is safe. She quickly took out her cell phone, made a call, and quickly chased after him. Lu Ming. Zhao Li walked quickly to Lu Ming's side and lowered her voice very low. Don't say anything when the leader comes over. Leave it to me. Lu Ming paused slightly and turned his head to look at her. The delicate profile glowed coldly white under the corridor light, and the cool little face looked very serious. No, what on earth was this woman thinking about? Lu Ming's mouth twitched, and he casually shook his hand and explained. Don't worry about that. There's definitely something wrong with this kid. He wears gold-rimmed glasses on his head. He's either a scumbag or a bad guy. The moment they made contact, Lu Ming was certain that Zhang Tao was closely connected to the Pantheon. Because the yin energy in his body is almost the same as that in Liu Mo. Originally, Lu Ming was furious because of the sudden death of Liu Mo, the big fish. Who would have thought that this group of bastards not only didn't behave themselves but also came to provoke me so blatantly? Do you really think you are a soft persimmon? Ah. Zhao Li's cool little face was a little stunned. She looked at Lu Ming's back, frowning slightly, her heart full of doubts. But Lu Ming seemed unwilling to explain too much and dragged Zhang Tao into the interrogation room. Turn off the lights and power switches. Zhang Tao became anxious. Stop it. You can't do this to me. Lu Ming, you are abusing your rights. Stop. I fucking confessed. 10 minutes later. The door to the interrogation room was opened. Lin Haowen wiped the blood off his hands and took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. This time, Zhao Li did not stop him. Lu Ming gave him a strange look. You said these people's names sound polite, so why are they so cruel when they fight? After a large memory recovery spell was used, Zhang Tao even revealed the color of his underwear. The others stared at Lu Ming in horror. How did he discover that there was something wrong with Zhang Tao? The inspector of the law enforcement team turned out to be a mole inside the Pantheon. What made them even more confused was that Zhou Yang was also a hidden pawn of the Pantheon. Because he had obtained a lot of resources by selling the blood of soul-devouring beasts over the years, his strength skyrocketed and gradually became out of control. You, a cult member, also want to whitewash yourself? Then brothers, can you live a good life? So Zhang Tao was sent by the Pantheon to clean up and replace Zhou Yang. And Liu Mo was just a chess piece he dropped accidentally. The truth finally came to light. For a moment, Zhao Li and the other two looked at Lu Ming as if they had seen a ghost. The Pantheon was unlucky to have encountered a pervert like Lu Ming. 3 undercover agents were caught in just one day. Fortunately, the magic circle that blocks spiritual energy in the interrogation room was activated in advance, otherwise Liam's end would be vivid in our minds. Wang Yaowen's hands were shaking as he held the several accomplices revealed by Zhang Tao. This tremendous achievement finally belongs to our 4th team. Thanks to Zhang Tao. Captain Lu is awesome. Just as a few people were excited. Captain Lao Lu rushed over after hearing the news, and a wealthy middle-aged man was standing next to him. Judging from the looks of it, he is here to call for punishment. His name is Lin Qiming, and he is the head of the inspection team. Seeing that several people from the 4th team were blocking the door of the interrogation room, Lao Lu's temples began to throb. Oh my god, this guy is really ruthless. I hope he doesn't beat me too badly, otherwise it will be difficult to end this. Where is Zhang Tao? Lin Qiming's face twitched, with an unquestionable sense of pressure. Lu Ming raised his eyes calmly and pointed to the interrogation room. Look, it's inside. How dare you torture me without permission? Lin Qiming's face turned gloomy when he saw Zhang Tao's miserable condition. Old Lu quickly tried to smooth things over, rubbing his hands and saying with a smile, "Calm down, Lin. It's normal for young people to quarrel and play around. I'll criticize them harshly later." The flesh on Lin Qiming's face trembled and he was speechless for a moment. You call this a fucking fight? Do you want to see those dozen or so new energy vehicles on the ground that have been completely emptied of their batteries? Lu Ming almost collapsed. He didn't expect that this old man was so protective of his people. In order not to make things difficult for Lao Lu, he simply stopped keeping the secret and directly revealed Zhang Tao's confession. Report to Captain Lu. Zhang Tao confessed everything. Confessed? Confessed what? Old Lu first widened his eyes and took the confession with half belief and half doubt. Then, his face gradually darkened. You guys come with me first. Chapter 18, because I caught too many traitors, I was put on administrative leave. It's numb. It's really numb. After listening to the report from the 4th team, Lao Lu was really confused. The captain of the team who was entrusted with an important task is an undercover agent of the Pantheon. The carefully set example is also an undercover agent of pantheism. The inspector sent by the higher-ups is actually an undercover agent of the Pantheon. Damn it, I might as well change the name of my law enforcement team to Pantheon. There are termites in the team. Fortunately, we have Comrade Xiao Lu. The young are indeed formidable. Comrade Lu, I was right in my judgment. Old Lu patted Lu Ming's shoulder with satisfaction. This young man brought him too many surprises. This was only his first day in office, and he not only helped himself solve a major case, but also caught a few traitors. This boy really wins my heart. It's just that the way things are done is a bit simple and crude. Although Zhang Tao's identity as a traitor was exposed this time, the inspection team was also rubbed in the face. Seeing Lin Qiming with a gloomy face, Lao Lu knew what he was thinking. These crappy inspectors are good at nothing but telling tales. Given that bastard's character, he will have to return the anger he received today sooner or later. Just as Lao Lu thought, Lin Qiming was now furious. Shame. I've lost all my face. It's bad enough that the supervisory team's authority was crushed to the ground by a small captain, but the key is that he couldn't find a reason to get angry. Bang! Lin Qiming slammed the table in anger. These beasts are so brave. Old Lu, since the problem lies with our inspection team, let's leave these rats to our inspection team. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people in the 4th team changed. Isn't this a blatant attempt to steal credit? You. Wang Yaowen and Lin Haowen were about to say something, but Lu Ming stopped them with a look. Zhao Li saw that Lu Ming was calm and thoughtful. Old Lu nodded with satisfaction and paid more attention to Lu Ming. It seems that this guy is not completely reckless. This bastard Lin Qiming obviously wants to make a deal with me. He took the credit, and the violations in the 4th team's handling of the case and the loss of face for his supervisory team were written off. You have a big appetite, old man. Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death? Old Lu cursed maliciously. But he still had to keep up appearances. He said calmly, okay, since this is your internal matter, you can handle it internally. But this matter. As soon as old Lu finished speaking, the gloom on Lin Qiming's face instantly dissipated a lot. He waved the list in his hand and glared at Lu Ming and the others as he left. Let's just give up now. Humph, take care of yourself. You won't be so lucky next time. Wang Yaowen watched them leave, his fists clenched in anger. He lowered his voice and said to Lu Ming, Captain Lu, these bastards. We finally caught the traitor, so why should they take all the credit? Lu Ming leaned on the edge of the table, tapping it lightly with his fingers, his face still expressionless. With Zhang Tao's vengeful personality, he simply didn't believe that there was nothing fishy hidden in this list. It's a good opportunity to let this old guy test the waters. However, even if we lose the credit, we can't suffer any loss, right? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a standard smile. Yao Wen, you're anxious again. Do you think Captain Lu will let us suffer? Old Lu was stunned. Good boy, you were waiting for me here. Seeing Wang Yaowen and others looking at him eagerly, he cleared his throat. Everyone has worked hard recently, especially Xiao Lu, who has made such great contributions since taking office. Supervisor Lin has taken the job of arresting the criminals, and we can't let him suffer any loss. So, the missing person case originally had 200 contribution points, but I'll increase it to 300 points. Lu Ming's performance was outstanding, so I'll give him 400 points. Thank you, Captain. Seeing the excited people, Lu Ming knew that the old man had indeed cut off his flesh. What he didn't know was that resources were limited, and the quota for contribution points for law enforcement teams in each place was very tight. Old Lu was able to squeeze out an extra 100 points for the entire team, and even gave Lu Ming 400 points. This wasn't just cutting flesh, it was bleeding. You know, before Lu Ming came, Zhao Li and her team and the fourth team couldn't even get 200 contribution points in half a year. After announcing the reward, Lao Lu suddenly changed the subject. Xiao Lu, didn't you just get married? How about this, I'll give you a few days off so you can have a good rest at home. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. How could he not hear the deeper meaning in Lao Lu's words? How many days off? This was clearly because he was afraid that being too high profile would easily lead to retaliation from the Pantheon. Thinking of the brutal methods used by those crazy people, Lu Ming still felt a little apprehensive. No matter how careful you are, you can't guard against a madman. These brainwashed believers might actually take their anger out on themselves. It would be good to let the monitoring team share the attention. Thank you, Captain Lu. Get married? The smile on Zhao Li's lips suddenly froze. Looking at Lu Ming's youthful face, he suddenly felt that the contribution points he had just obtained were not so attractive. An indescribable feeling of loss spread wildly in my heart. Zhao Li lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously stroking her chest, as if the warmth of Lu Ming's fingers was still lingering on it. Big sister, what are you daydreaming about? Wang Yaowen gave her a strange look. I'm planning to go to the logistics department with Brother Wen to exchange some resources. Are you coming? Zhao Li suddenly came back to her senses, suppressed the strangeness in her heart, and tried hard to tighten her pretty face, returning to her usual icy self. No, you guys go ahead. When she turned around, she caught a glimpse of Lu Ming whispering something to Lao Lu. The young man's face was slightly tilted, his jawline was straight, and the sunlight fell on the ends of his hair, coating it with a layer of light gold. Zhao Li quickly averted his gaze, but his heart felt like it was being gripped by something, making him feel suffocated and uneasy. In the logistics department, Uncle Fu still looked old and frail. The one who saw Lu Ming grinned slightly and said, "Good boy, I heard you have made great contributions." Lu Ming smiled and said, "Uncle Fu, you are well informed." Uncle Fu slowly put down the account book in his hand and looked at Lu Ming with narrowed eyes. Everyone in the law enforcement team knows that there's a powerful figure in the fourth squad. He caught several traitors on his first day. Uncle Fu is overpraising me. I was just lucky. Uncle Fu waved his hand, picked up the purple clay teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming. The amber sheen of the tea swayed in the stoneware cup. Luck? I've been in this logistics department for 30 years, and I've seen at least 80 lucky young people, but none as lucky as you. You dared to stomp on the faces of the inspection team on your first day. Tell me, what do you want to exchange this time? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he had become so notorious. God can testify that he is really working diligently to catch the traitor. Uncle Fu, I want to try a breathing method that reaches the Kaiyuan realm. Do you have any recommendations? Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu put down his teacup, and a hint of surprise flashed in his cloudy eyes. Ready to reach the Kaiyuan realm? Congratulations. But Xiao Lu, even though we're familiar with each other, I still have to make the contribution I deserve. Chapter 19 Breakthrough, Advancement to Kaiyuan Realm. After exchanging the items he wanted, Lu Ming left the logistics department with a painful look on his face. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. The 400 contribution points he earned through life and death were all gone. This thing is more profitable than washing feet. Of course, the harvest is also very fruitful. The breathing method that Uncle Fu recommended to him was not special. Hanyuanju is the most common breathing method on the market. However, after being improved by countless sages, it has become very stable and safe, and 99% of the extraordinary people in Daxia practice this method. Breathing techniques are not expensive, only 50 contribution points are needed. However, the Puqiao pill used in conjunction with the practice of Hanyuanju is surprisingly expensive, costing 100 contribution points per pill. Lu Ming squeezed out all his contributions and was only able to redeem 3. But he didn't feel bad because he was not a Tunton rat. If you have money, why not save it to give equipment to others? What he lacks most now is time. In this crisis-ridden world, more strength means more protection. Number 3, Outer City Lane 8. Lu Ming returned home under the scorching sun. This class of mine is really enjoyable. I didn't leave the house until after 8 a.m., and was put on administrative leave before 3 p.m. I don't know if it will scare the sisters. I pushed open the security door, but there was no sign of Su Yuyu and Su Lulu in the living room. Instead, the faint sounds of their playfulness could be heard from the room. Sister, do you know what our husband likes to eat the most? Lulu, stop it. You've ruined my freshly painted nails. Hee, sister, it's cherries. You said your husband seemed quite abstinent, so why does he love cherries so much? When Lu Ming heard this, his face suddenly darkened. You are so good, Su Lulu, you are both naive and love to play. It's bad enough that he loves to cry and talk trash, but now he's saying all this nonsense behind my back to slander me? There's no point crying later. The door opened. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly appear, the two sisters were stunned. Su Yuyu was the first to react, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. The nail polish brush in her hand almost fell to the ground. She glanced to the side in panic, not daring to look directly at Lu Ming. Su Lulu, like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, suddenly jumped up from the bed with her hands behind her back. His eyes widened and his mouth opened, but no sound came out. The teasing expression in his expression disappeared in an instant. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a few seconds, with only the cicadas outside the window chirping incoherently. Lu Ming leaned against the doorframe and glanced at the two sisters with a half-smile. What are you busy with? Su Lulu shrank her neck, hid behind Su Yuyu secretly, and muttered softly. Husband, why are you back? 2 people from the law enforcement team just brought back our belongings. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. No wonder there were more cosmetics at home. It was probably because he had a bad reputation in the law enforcement team, and the law enforcers who had previously sealed off the Su family were afraid of retaliation from him, so they came to please his 2 wives. Then, his eyes fell on Su Yuyu's round and smooth little feet, all 10 of her toes painted bright red. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and walked to the bed and sat down. The bed made a slight creaking sound. He suddenly leaned over to Su Lulu, his eyes flashing dangerously. By the way, Lulu, do you think I'm abstinent like this? Su Lulu's face suddenly turned red like a ripe cherry, and even her ears were pink. I was wrong, huh? An hour later. After Su Lulu's repeated apologies, Lu Ming finally forgave her. After washing up, Lu Ming looked at the 2 people lying on the bed and gave them a few instructions. Yuyu Lulu, I'm going to retreat for a while. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. In the end, the elder sister has to bear the consequences of the younger sister's mistakes. Lu Ming's words did not receive a response from Su Yuyu. Instead, Su Lulu stretched out a hand from under the quilt and mumbled incoherently, Come on, husband. Lu Ming laughed, ruffled her messy hair, turned around and walked to the next room to sit cross-legged. He took out the jade slip of Hanyuanju from his storage bag and placed it between his eyebrows. A light blue stream of information instantly flooded into my mind, and the annotations about breathing rhythm were as clear as if they were engraved on my bones. He concentrated his mind and controlled his energy according to the secret diagram of Hanyuanju. The boiling blood and energy in his meridians flowed upstream along the Yangwei meridians on both sides of his spine like surging magma. Tianmengwen is located above the eyebrows, like a blood and qi valve embedded in the skull. Whenever blood and qi rush in, severe pain as if the skull is about to split will be felt. The most difficult pass is Tianmen Pass. Lu Ming clenched his teeth and flicked his fingertips, and the piercing pill in the jade bottle fell accurately into his mouth. The moment the piercing pill exploded on the tip of his tongue, Lu Ming felt a surge of scorching medicinal power rushing down his throat to his forehead. He suddenly tensed his back, his spine making a crisp sound, and the blood and energy steaming from his body actually solidified at this moment. Break it for me. When the blood and energy hit the Tianmen gate for the 20th time, a scarlet explosion suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. The stubborn blood valve finally broke open a corner. Lu Ming only felt a coolness between his eyebrows, and countless tiny points of light poured in through the cracks, as if tens of millions of stars were lighting up in his skull. Concentrate your mind, calm your spirit, and hide it in the Naiwan. Lu Ming silently recited the mantra about storing energy in the Hunyuan Ju. The spiritual energy around him seemed to have found a home, gathering towards the spiritual energy threads and converging into the center of his eyebrows. He can see clearly. The originally chaotic space inside the Tianmen acupoint was being expanded little by these spiritual energies and light spots, forming an air mass the size of a walnut, emitting a warm luster. The sky gate is broken, Kaiyuan is achieved. But Lu Ming did not indulge in the joy of the breakthrough. The violet medicinal power of the Pachao pill still remained in his body, and he was busy attacking the second acupoint. Half an hour later. The Shenquan point is broken. An hour later. After hundreds of impacts, the Yongquan acupoint was broken. 10 hours later. The 40th acupoint collapsed, and a small circulation was suddenly formed. The first level of Kaiyuan has been achieved. At this time, the medicinal effect of the Pachao pill gradually disappeared. Lu Ming took the second pill without hesitation. With his physical strength, he doesn't need to worry about the violent spiritual energy damaging his meridians like other extraordinary people. The next day. It took a whole day, and the second small Zhoutian was finally completed. Lu Ming's strength reached the second level of Kaiyuan. Day 3. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He broke through another 40 levels and successfully lit up the 120th acupoint. When the 120th acupoint was opened, the three small circulations suddenly resonated, forming an energy vortex that enveloped the whole body. He could clearly see that the 120 acupoints were like 120 stars, rotating along specific trajectories in the vortex. With each rotation, a little bit of the surrounding spiritual energy is absorbed and integrated into the torrent of energy. One step away from entering the middle stage of Kaiyuan. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, 2 streaks of light golden light flashed in his pupils, and he naturally exuded a terrifying pressure. After 3 days and consuming 3 breaking acupoint pills, he finally reached the third level of Kaiyuan. This practice is as simple as drinking water. Lu Ming threw a punch fiercely, and a sharp sonic boom sounded in the air. With the enhanced 1,000-pound force, this attack has a conservative force of 5,000 pounds. Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, that is to say, even a Kaiyuan 5th level transcendent can be easily defeated. He suppressed the joy in his heart when he pushed open the door. But I saw a tall figure in the living room. His royal sister Deputy Captain Zhao Li was sitting in the living room, chatting and laughing with Su Yuyu and Su Lulu. Chapter 20, Go and Invite Captain Lu Ming. What Zhao Li wore today was not the law enforcement team's neat black uniform, but a moon-white silk shirt. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a small piece of skin as smooth as jade, and the outline of the collarbone was faintly visible in the soft light. She wore a pair of high-waisted smoky gray straight pants that wrapped around her long, straight legs. The trouser legs fell just above the ankles, revealing a pair of feet wearing beige-pointed toe-flat shoes. The toenails are painted with almost transparent nude pink nail polish, exuding low-key sophistication. This woman's feet are as beautiful as those of his 2 wives. Lu Ming was curious and took a few more glances. She was listening to Su Lulu with her head tilted to one side, a faint smile on her lips. Her usual cold and aloof aura had dissipated a lot, which was inconsistent with her cold and domineering face. Su Lulu was holding a grape in her hand and talking about something with a cheerful look on her face. Seeing Lu Ming push the door open, her eyes lit up and she immediately pounced on him, hanging on him and screaming, "Husband, you're out." Su Yuyu couldn't hide the excitement on her face and walked quickly to Lu Ming. Perhaps because there were outsiders around, she was much more reserved than Su Lulu. "Lulu, stop making trouble and come down quickly. Your husband has worked hard." But Su Lulu hadn't seen Lu Ming for many days, so she couldn't care less. She hung on Lu Ming like a sloth, chattering all the time. "Hubby, you don't know, but your seclusion during this time scared my sister and me to death." From time to time, explosions were heard from the outer city. I heard from others that the West City was full of broken limbs and arms. Many people died, including many law enforcement officers. But thanks to Sister Lee, she has been protecting us these days. Lu Ming, holding Su Lulu, who was hanging on his body, paused when he heard the words and turned his gaze to Zhao Li. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Sister Lee, thank you very much. Zhao Li's gaze fixed slightly on Su Lulu, and his eyes dimmed a lot. Seeing Lu Ming mention himself, she finally came back to her senses from her previous shock, and subconsciously gathered the hem of her shirt with her fingertips, with a bit of unnaturalness on her cool face. Last time, I finished dealing with that soul-devouring beast and sold it for a total of 700,000. I was about to send you the money, but I found out that you had already gone into seclusion. Having said that, she felt inexplicably happy in her heart. Lu Ming's words sisterly made the bitterness that had just emerged in her heart fade away a lot, as if it was gently soothed by warm water. Su Yuyu brought a cup of warm water to Lu Ming and added softly, Sisterly has been staying in the living room for the past 3 days. When the commotion in West City was the loudest yesterday, she didn't sleep a wink. Hearing this, Lu Ming put Su Lulu down, sat down across from Zhao Li, and asked, what's going on? Last time, when Zhang Tao gave out those people, he played a trick. He deliberately underestimated their cultivation levels. When Zhao Li looked up at Lu Ming, the tenderness in her eyes was covered with frost. The head deacon of the Pantheon cult is called Shi Hu. He's just one step away from reaching the 4th realm. The other two are not weak either, Zhou Shigang, at the 2nd level of Kaiyuan, and Yang Danhong, at the 5th level of Kaiyuan. Those idiots in the monitoring team all thought they were there to collect credit. Except for the weakest Zhou Shigang who blew himself up on the spot, Shi Hu fled to the foggy area, and Yang Danhong is still hiding in the outer city. Zhao Li's words made Lu Ming's heart sink a little bit. He had expected that this piece of meat would be difficult to chew, but he had not expected it to be so tricky. He was not too upset about the loss of the supervisory team. What he was more worried about was that Lin Shiming and his team failed to alert the enemy and ended up letting the tiger go back into the mountains. It is not easy to find the stone tiger in the vast foggy area. The situation on Yang Danhong's side was not much better. A cultist in the middle stage of the 2nd realm hiding in the safe zone was enough to make people panic. Lu Ming was not too worried about himself, but he was afraid that Su Yuyu and Su Lulu would be implicated. That old man Lin Shiming must be so happy. Meanwhile, in West City, Lin Shiming led the inspection team to surround a residential building. After breaking into the house, there were more than a dozen ordinary people, big and small, squatting in the room with frightened expressions. Lin Shiming's face suddenly turned dark. Damn it. It's like this again. Yang Danhong has a special talent. He can transform into every person he comes into contact with and even imitate their breath. The monitoring team was unable to identify him in a short time and could only let him escape again and again. Teasing. Yang Danhong is just teasing us. Seeing a familiar scene, Lin Shiming was furious. He has been in the official team for so many years, but he has never seen such a tough opponent. Yang Danhong was extremely conceited. He escaped many times and exposed his tracks many times, making a fool of the entire inspection team. Now his inspection team has become a laughingstock in the entire Zhangcheng. Master Lin, how about all of them? Deputy Fong Hangwen's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he gestured with his right hand, the meaning of which was self-evident. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Lin Shiming turned around abruptly, his eyes as cold as a knife, and glared at Fong Hengwen fiercely. Do you think the reputation of the supervision team is not bad enough? He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and glanced at the trembling ordinary people in the room. There was a woman holding a child, a white-haired old man, and a few frightened teenagers huddled in the corner. The fear in their eyes was not fake. If they really killed someone, I would not be able to escape the responsibility. Fong Hengwen was unwilling to give up, so he turned around and suggested, Sir, how about asking the experts from the Night Watch for help? Lin Shiming gave him a cold look and said, Hengwen, you've been talking too much today. He knew clearly that it was impossible for the night patrol to withdraw personnel at this critical moment. Even if someone comes back, they will inevitably be held accountable for their dereliction of duty. Is this idiot Fong Hengwen trying to kill me so he can get promoted? Lin Shiming glared at him fiercely. Fong Hengwen's face turned pale instantly, and he opened his mouth but dared not speak anymore. The dozen or so ordinary people in the room were like lambs waiting to be judged, and Lin Shiming frowned. The situation in West City is getting worse and worse, and Shi Hu's escape into the foggy area has become a hidden danger. Yang Danhong is like a loach again. The casualties of the inspection team have been rising in the past few days. If this continues, the morale of the team will be dispersed. Sir, do you want to ask Lu Ming from Team 4 to come over and give it a try? When Lin Qiming heard the name Lu Ming, his brows furrowed even tighter. The suggestion was made by a young team member. Seeing that Lin Qiming looked unhappy, he immediately lowered his head and said, I heard that those people from the law enforcement team. Shut up. If Lord Lin can't solve it, how can a mere captain like him solve it? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fong Hengguan. Lin Qiming remained silent, with complex emotions surging in his eyes. Let Lu Ming try? Wouldn't that make me a clown? Chapter 21. Do you think you are a pen holder? You can hold so much. But once some thoughts arise, they grow wildly like weeds and cannot be cut off. The key point was that Lu Ming was so shocked by finding out 3 traitors in one day. But the problem is, the undercover was found by Lu Ming. The list was also pried out by Lu Ming from Zhang Tao. And the mission was snatched from them by myself. Now that you haven't gotten any credit and have gotten yourself into trouble, you still want to go and find the victim to solve the problem? Even though Lin Qiming was thick-skinned enough, he felt a little hot at this moment. But since it concerned his own future, he had to swallow his pride and do it. Damn it, it's just a face, I don't want it anymore. Like an incompetent husband, Lin Qiming closed his eyes in pain and dialed Lu Ming's number. Lu Ming? I am. 300 contribution points, guaranteed to find you, but not kill you. If you can kill you, you'll have to pay extra. As if Lu Ming had expected this, he opened his mouth like a lion. Lin Qiming's fingers holding the phone suddenly tightened, his knuckles turned white, and the receiver was almost crushed. 300 contribution points? He almost thought he had misheard. This bastard is taking advantage of the situation. Lu Ming, don't go too far. Lin Qiming's voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, with suppressed anger. This is a matter of great importance to the safety of the outer city, and you are talking to me about contribution? Lu Ming's nonchalant laugh echoed from the other end of the line. Master Lin, safety is one thing, but my time is also valuable. I'm still on vacation these days. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. You. Lin Qiming was so angry that his temples were throbbing. But in order to keep his job, he swallowed the curse words that were on the tip of his tongue. It's only 300 contribution points, but he can still afford it. 300 is 300, hurry up. I'm sorry, 300 was the previous price, now it's 400. Grass. Lin Qiming was angry, but the more Lu Ming kept asking for trouble, the more certain he became that this guy really had a way to pull Yang Danhong out of the crowd. For the sake of his own future, he had to endure this dragon-slaying sword no matter what. Sure, I'm in room 30 in West City now, hurry up. Beep beep beep. At this moment, Lu Ming had just hung up the phone, and the 3 women in the room all looked over. Lu Ming stretched lazily, a sly glint in his eyes. A sucker who just came to me. Zhao Li raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Lin Qiming? Yeah. Lu Ming took the water cup and took a sip. He can't take it anymore. Zhao Li's eyes darkened. Are you sure? It's okay, I'll just try my luck. Lu Ming stretched lazily. Sisterly, I'm going out for a while. I'll need you to look after Yu and Lulu. Then go ahead, I'm here. Zhao Li was stunned for a moment, then tightened her face and nodded coolly. The Su Yu sisters were a little worried. Isn't it too dangerous? After all, Yang Danhong is in the middle stage of the second realm. Rest assured. Lu Ming pinched their cheeks and said in a relaxed tone, I'm only responsible for finding them. Whether to kill them or not depends on whether Lord Lin is willing to pay extra money. The calm tone made it seem as if Yang Danhong, who was at the 5th level of Kaiyuan, was just a weed that could be found everywhere on the roadside and could be pulled out at will. Zhao Li stared at his face in a daze, but a huge wave of emotion was rising in her heart. Has he become stronger again? Is this genius? She shook her head with a wry smile. Once upon a time, she was also considered a genius by others. It's a pity that the foundation was inexplicably damaged, and the once enviable superb talent became useless. Now he has finally broken through to the Kaiyuan realm, but it seems that he is still far from being able to catch up with Lu Ming. West City. Just as Su Lulu said, this place is almost becoming a hell on earth. Those Pantheon bastards don't care about the deaths of civilians at all. There are collapsed houses everywhere, and the blood on the streets has not yet been cleaned up. Lu Ming, dressed in a black uniform, was walking on the street and was pointed at by passers-by from time to time. There was contempt in their eyes, and they were almost spitting and calling him waste. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. This clown Lin Shiming is so rough in his work. He still wants to take credit for this? He's probably here to make a fool of himself. He's brought shame upon the law enforcement team. In house number 8, West City, as soon as Lu Ming approached, he heard Lin Shiming's angry voice. Yang Danhong, I'm going to fuck you. As expected of a rat from the sewer, it's really good at hiding. If I let you, a beast, get away today, I'll take your last name. Team Lu. The surveillance team members on guard outside immediately recognized Lu Ming and quickly put away their weapons. Now everyone in the supervisory team knows Lu Ming, the evil star. Zhang Tao just said a few words and was stepped on by him. Now their boss has to bow his head and ask this evil star to come to the rescue. I can't afford to offend you. I absolutely can't afford to offend you. Lu Ming nodded slightly and walked in. The anger on Lin Shiming's face instantly turned into flattery. Brother Lu is finally here. Look at this. Lu Ming showed a hint of amusement on his face. This old fox is really flexible. A few days ago, I was told to fend for myself, but now we are acting like brothers. Stop, pay half first. Lu Ming interrupted his enthusiasm and spread out his palm. Lin Shiming gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and transferred 200 yuan to Lu Ming's account. You're already collecting half of the money before you even do anything. You're amazing. I hope you're not playing tricks on me. Lu Ming looked at the numbers jumping in his account, then slowly turned around and looked at the dozen or so suspects who were surrounded. Master Lin has been cursing for a long time, but Yang Danhong hasn't jumped out to fight you? Lin Shiming's face twitched, and the anger he had just suppressed surfaced again. Brother Lu, please stop teasing me. It's been 3 days, and the monitoring team has lost 8 or 9 brothers, and we haven't even found a single person. He pointed at the dozen or so people and said, this Yang Danhong has a talent that allows him to transform into the person he has come into contact with, even mimicking their aura. Lu Ming said nothing, but paced slowly among the suspects. Sometimes he would play with the baby in the woman's arms, and sometimes he would pat the dark and strong man's chest muscles. It's completely impossible to tell what he's doing. Could it be that this boy is here to make fun of me? Lin Shiming's face darkened little by little. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Fong Hangwen's eyes flashed with disdain. Sir, he's playing tricks on you. The muscles at the corners of Lin Shiming's eyes twitched. Fong Hangwen's words hit the nail on the head. He stared at Lu Ming's back. Seeing that boy pinching the muscles on the strong man's arm and saying good training with a smile, I was so angry that my back teeth were almost broken. Wait 3 more minutes. Lin Shiming squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, his knuckles clenched white. He wanted to see whether Lu Ming was really capable or just wanted to make fun of him. Fong Hangwen's eyes flashed with disdain, and the contempt in his eyes almost overflowed. Oh, pretending. The sound is not loud, but it is extremely clear. Lu Ming suddenly stopped, and his calm eyes made Fong Hengwen feel a little uneasy. What's this brother's name? Fong Hengwen subconsciously stretched out his hand. Fong Hengwen. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth gradually widened, and his face was filled with a bright smile. Oh, Yang Danhong? Do you fucking think you're a pen holder? You're so pretentious. Lin Shiming doesn't even dare to say anything, and you're the only one jumping out and yelling? Chapter 22, Remember my appearance? Then I can't let you stay. The disdain on Yang Danhong's face froze, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water over his head. He was horrified to find that the yin energy that had been hidden in his body by secret methods was surging out uncontrollably. How is that possible? A huge wave of emotion rose in Yang Danhong's heart. Ever since he joined the Holy Church, people in the church have been constantly reminding him. The yin energy bestowed by the mother of no birth is so precious and rare. After they absorb it, not only will it not cause necrosis of the meridians, but it will also quickly improve their cultivation. The best evidence is that he reached the middle stage of the second realm in just 3 years. The most important thing is, as long as you don't expose yourself, even the night patrol will find it difficult to discover. But this kid can actually let the yin energy in his body lose control? Yang Danhong's eyes became very dangerous. If this boy is not eliminated, he will become a great threat to the holy religion. A cold light flashed in Yang Danhong's eyes, and he swung the long sword at his waist. Only then did he loosen his right hand, which was tightly grasped by Lu Ming. When he held her just now, it was like having a water pump installed outside her body, and the yin energy in her body was flowing out like crazy. Who are you? He stared at Lu Ming, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Ming leisurely brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves, a faint smile on his face. I am your father. Oh no. Fong Hengwen is Yang Danhong. The sudden change stunned everyone present. Then a chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. The scum of the pantheon is right under his nose. When did it happen? Lin Shiming suddenly turned his head to look at Fong Hengwen behind him, only to see that the subordinate who had just been fanning the flames no longer had any flattery or disdain on his face. Instead, there was a coldness that was exactly the same as Yang Danhong's. His mouth opened wide in horror. He felt that his IQ, which he was most proud of, was not enough. Yang Danhong, you. Lin Shiming's voice was a little dry. He couldn't even imagine it. If Yang Danhong had suddenly stabbed him before, he would have died by now. Yang Danhong slowly pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. The aura around him began to change, and the face that originally belonged to Fong Hengwen faded, replaced by a gloomy middle-aged man. Hasn't Master Lin been looking for me? Why do you seem a little unhappy now that I'm out? That cat playing with a mouse look stunned Lin Shiming's nerves. Lin Shiming drew the long sword from his waist, his face gloomy enough to squeeze out water. When did it happen? From the first day you caught me. Yang Danhong flexed his wrist and glanced at the supervisory team members present with undisguised murderous intent. Fong Hengwen's identity is quite useful. I wanted to play with you guys for a while longer. But unfortunately, this kid ruined it. Yang Danhong's words made everyone in the inspection team feel a chill on their necks. Lin Shiming, you fucking bastard, there's a ghost in your house again, did you know that? When will you be able to be like Captain Lu, who can tell a human from a ghost at a glance? The inspection team immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy and surrounded Yang Danhong in 3 layers. But there was no panic on Yang Danhong's face. Instead, he clapped his hands, and his sinister laughter echoed among the crowd. What a shame, the game is over. See you again, everyone. As he spoke, his gaze returned to Lu Ming, his resentment almost condensing into substance. Lu Ming, right? Next time, family members should be more careful when going out, hee. Before he finished speaking, Yang Danhong suddenly moved. His figure retreated rapidly like a ghost, and at the same time, he formed a strange hand gesture with his left hand. The surging yin energy around him instantly condensed into several black tentacles, which whipped towards Lu Ming and the surrounding supervisory team members. Wherever the yin qi passed, the air froze and carried a disgusting fishy smell. Be careful! Lin Shiming shouted softly, and at the same time his figure rushed out like lightning. The sword energy flashed and swept towards the black tentacles. Bang! The tentacles suddenly exploded, turning into black mist all over the sky. Be careful, this yin energy is poisonous. Lin Shiming was annoyed because his cultivation was higher than Yang Danhong's. But the mouse was cunning and he escaped many times. The inspectors were so frightened that they retreated again and again. A few days ago, they witnessed several teammates being poisoned by black energy and turning into a pool of blood on the spot. A bunch of trash, goodbye. Yang Danhong laughed mockingly and leaped onto the roof. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Lu Ming's voice was filled with murderous intent. Before he finished speaking, he exerted force with his feet, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the bluestone slabs. The moment the thunder explosion killing technique broke out, blood-red lightning was like a group of dancing snakes, and all life within a few meters around was destroyed. He rushed towards Yang Danhong like a flash of lightning. The beam where Yang Danhong had just stood suddenly shook violently, and he looked down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly mobilized the yin energy in his body to try to resist. What the hell is this? But Lu Ming ignored it. As soon as the black mist touched his body, it made a crackling sound and was instantly burned to ashes. Just a breath of time. Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, carrying the might of thunder, violent and tyrannical, vowing to destroy everything. Yang Danhong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and a violent aura instantly suppressed him. He felt as if he were hit by a heavy hammer. He groaned and flew backwards, hitting the beam of the house. I can't move at all. Yang Danhong clutched his chest and coughed up black blood. For the first time, fear filled his eyes as he looked at Lu Ming. Who the hell are you? Lu Ming walked towards him step by step, and every step made his heart tremble. He. Why aren't you laughing anymore? You're the only one who likes playing games, right? Have you never heard of settling a feud today? Saying such harsh words will only make everyone laugh. Come on, come and kill me. Lu Ming slowly pulled out the straight knife from his waist. The blood-red lightning jumping on the blade made Yang Danhong's hair stand on end. You are worthy enough to threaten me? The inspectors were stunned by this scene. Even their superiors were helpless against the Yin Chi, but in Lu Ming's hands, it was so vulnerable. Yang Danhong wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the adult's plan, he immediately gave up resistance. It's okay. I just need to endure a month or two in the law enforcement dungeon and I'll be a hero again. He raised his hands high, a slight smile playing on the corners of his mouth. Come on, you won this one, come and catch me. Lu Ming did not stop, and the sharp whistle of the straight knife cutting through the air was like the whisper of death. The smile on Yang Danhong's face had not yet faded, but his pupils suddenly dilated. Wrong. There was no hesitation in this kid's eyes, it was pure, undisguised murderous intent. You dare! Yang Danhong screamed, his pupils full of despair. Just like the civilians who died under his knife, he couldn't understand why this person wanted to kill him when he had clearly given up resistance. But Lu Ming's knife had already arrived. Blood-red lightning danced wildly on the blade, carrying a domineering power that could burn away all evil, and pierced into his chest like cutting tofu. Puff! The sound of the blade entering the flesh was clear and sharp. Yang Danhong looked down at the hilt of the knife on his chest. His lips moved and his eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. I'm sorry, but now that you remember what I look like, I can't let you live. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and he drew his sword and sheathed it in one go. Yang Danhong closed his eyes unwillingly. Damn! Who is the cultist? Chapter 23, Captain Lu handles the case according to the law. If there is no other way, he can make up his own story. The arrogant Yang Danhong is dead. Lin Shiming rushed up and looked at his body, his face changed drastically. Lu Ming. Didn't he surrender? You. Lu Ming ignored him and took out a cell phone from Yang Danhong. When he saw the last message Yang Danhong sent to Shi Hu, his face darkened. He threw the phone over, his eyes cold. Kill him if you want, do you have any objection? Lu Ming from the law enforcement team must be eliminated. Lin Shiming saw a few big words on his phone, opened his mouth, and the words of blame eventually turned into far-fetched comfort. Actually, brother, don't worry too much. Shi Hu is hiding in the foggy area and there is a high probability that he won't be able to receive any information. Besides, when the night watchman comes back soon, I don't think he'll be able to cause any trouble. Relying on this bunch of idiots? Lu Ming remained silent, kicked Yang Danhong's body off the beam, and it fell heavily on the open space in front of the inspection team members. Get rid of it! Lu Ming threw down 3 words, turned around and jumped off the roof. The inspectors looked at each other, staring at Yang Danhong, who was lying on the ground with his eyes open. Thinking back to his confident look just now, I felt a chill. This Captain Lu is truly a ruthless villain. He's so ruthless. But inexplicably, it makes people feel refreshed. On the way home, Lu Ming was in a very bad mood. Sure, who could enter the 4 borders at any time? Being targeted by such an old thing was like a poisonous snake watching him all the time. The 4th realm is enough to turn the tide in Jiangqing City. Even the director of the ordinary night patrol department is only at the peak of the 4th realm. What's more troublesome is that Shi Hu is hiding in the foggy area. That place is Jiangqing's lawless zone, shrouded in strange thick fog all year round. There are not only mutated monsters but also various infiltrated alien races. Ding, Lin Shiming from the supervisory team has remitted 300 contribution points to you. The current account balance is 550 points. Looking at the message that suddenly popped up on his phone, Lu Ming frowned. Lin Shiming's message came soon after. Brother Lu, for what happened today, I, Lin Shiming, owe you a favor. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Lu Ming put away his phone speechlessly. No wonder this old fox can become an evergreen in the inspection team. He has a good grasp of all human relationships and accidents. After seeing the strength he displayed, he immediately changed his expression. It was just a small gesture, but the 500 contribution points added up to was enough for him to earn for most of the year. However, I still lost money in this transaction. Being targeted by an old man who could break through the 4th realm at any time was like a thorn in the flesh that could not be shaken off. Lu Ming clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white and veins visible on the back of his hands. I am filled with anger, but have nowhere to vent it. Before I knew it, I had turned into the 8 alleys of the outer city. You are Lu Ming, right? 2 men with full foreheads and strong blood suddenly blocked his way. My Lord Tiger wants to invite you to have tea. Please go back and bring the Su sisters along. The man who spoke had an indifferent look in his eyes, and he didn't show any courtesy at all because Lu Ming was wearing the law enforcement uniform. Lu Ming paused, raised his eyelids slightly, and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Okay. The straight knife in his hand was suddenly swung out, and the 2 men's faces changed and they wanted to resist. But Lu Ming's knife was too fast, so fast that it only left a cold silver light in the alley. The man on the left reacted a little faster and hastily raised his arm to block. With a swish, the man was split in 2. Didn't they say that there is only the 9th level of blood energy? His pupils suddenly shrank, and at the critical moment of life and death, he turned and ran. But after running 2 steps, I felt a chill on the back of my neck. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw a straight knife piercing through his chest, with warm blood. Plop! The corpse fell heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and fear. Black Tiger Gang, right? Lu Ming looked at the 2 bodies on the ground with cold eyes and slowly took out his cell phone. How Wen? Help me find out something. The Black Tiger Gang's lair is in the south of the city. Outside the city gate is the Dark Sea Fog area, which gathers a large number of extraordinary people who go to the fog area for adventure. These people are all desperate criminals who live on the edge of a knife, so the south of the city has become the most troublesome area for the law enforcement team. The Black Tiger Gang, which controls the black market transactions in this area, is more effective than the law enforcement team in this small area. According to rumors, there is a big shot in the inner city standing behind Lin Hu. The Night Color Bar is one of the Black Tiger Gang's businesses. According to the information Lin Haowen had obtained, Lin Hu often appeared here. As the 3 of them walked into the door, the noise inside suddenly stopped, followed by a huge burst of laughter. Oldly, your mouth is so damn unlucky, whoever you say comes to you. Oh my, isn't this the same law enforcement team being toyed with by those Pantheon bastards? Are they scared out of their wits and need some alcohol to boost their courage? Ha ha ha. The vein on Wang Yaowen's forehead twitched, and he glared at those people with his triangular eyes fiercely. Watch your mouth. The laughter in the bar grew louder. The slightly tipsy middle-aged man stood up and saluted. Sir, I have the right to freedom of speech. If you disagree, come and arrest me. Wang Yaowen clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving up and down, wishing he could smash the other person's face with one punch. Ah, the law enforcement team is useless. Before the word waste even landed on his lips, Lu Ming's figure had already turned into a shadow. No one could see how he moved, only a dull bang sound was heard, like a sandbag hitting a wall. The middle-aged man who had been raising his glass arrogantly just now was now embedded in the decorative mirror on the back wall of the bar like a piece of rag. The mirror frame was shattered like a spider web, and 2 bloody teeth were mixed with the blood flowing down. The whole place was dead silent, even the sound of breathing was cut off. Lu Ming's eyes swept through the crowd. Wherever he passed, the desperate criminals lowered their heads and their Adam's apples rolled violently. You're talking so much nonsense. Torture him and take him back to charge him with provoking trouble. Yes. Phew, that feels great. Wang Yaowen felt as comfortable as if he had drunk ice water in the middle of summer. The corners of Lin Haowen's mouth twitched, and he really wanted to tell his captain that there was no such crime in the current law. Pa pa pa. Crisp applause came from behind the bar. Lin Hu clapped his hands slowly with a playful smile on his face. Your Excellency's thunderous tactics are truly an eye-opener for me. Lin Hu walked out slowly, followed by 6 sturdy men. But, please forgive my lack of education, but what is the French word for picking quarrels and provoking trouble? I've never heard of it before. Hearing this, Lu Ming looked up and glared at Lin Wen. Really, Haowen, you didn't even remind me, so I just made up a false accusation. He paused, turned his head and stared into Lin Hu's eyes, and said word by word, forget it, it doesn't matter. I didn't cause trouble before but now I do. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Lin Hu's pupils shrank, and then he burst into laughter. Ha, it's been a while since anyone could make me happy. Inspector Lin, you all saw this, right? Is this the style of your law enforcement team? Ha ha. Chapter 24, it doesn't matter if you're old, I'll beat you into a grandson. Lin Hu's words fell. Lin Shiming, who was hiding in a booth and pretending to be dead, twitched his mouth. Damn it, Lin Hu, if you want to die, don't drag us into this. Lin Shiming seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his ancestral grave. I've been really unlucky lately. After Yang Danhong's death, the inspection team finally had a mission to accomplish. I originally wanted to take my subordinates out for a drink to win over their hearts. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by wandering cultivators who mocked the incompetence of the supervisory team. I've lost all my fucking face. The key is that they can't get angry yet, otherwise in a few days the whole city will be filled with "I can't deal with the Pantheon, and I can't deal with you either." If that were the case, they would have no business being human. After seeing that bad-mouthed cultivator being beaten up by Lu Ming, the evildoer, they felt relieved. They had originally planned to play dead and watch the show, but unexpectedly, they were exposed by that idiot Lin Hu. Seeing that he could no longer hide, Lin Shiming had no choice but to stand up with an awkward smile on his face. What a coincidence, Brother Lu, are you here for a drink too? Lu Ming glanced away, his cold gaze falling on Lin Shiming's face full of awkward smile. Is Lord Lin here too? Then could you please tell Lin Hu whether he is guilty of provoking trouble? Lin Shiming's smile froze on his face. He looked at Lu Ming's cold eyes and felt a chill in his heart. Damn, how could Lin Hu offend this evil star? Lin Shiming nodded hurriedly. Yes, brother, I guarantee you do. He's just a rough guy, and he thinks he's qualified to ask me for the right to interpret the law? By the way, we haven't finished the case on hand yet, so I'll take my leave now. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the old fox cut away at the speed of light without even looking at Lin Hu. Everyone in the bar was stunned. Who exactly is this Captain Lu? Why do the people from the supervisory team act like mice seeing a cat when they see him? Lin Hu's smile froze. Lu Ming sneered and turned to look at him with eyes full of contempt. Oh, so there really is such a law? I thought gang leader Lin was an educated man, you really scared me. If you're new, practice more. Don't pretend to know something you don't know. Lin Hu's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he looked at Lu Ming coldly. Boy, if you're here to drink, I welcome you, but if you're here looking for trouble, I advise you to consider your own worth first. Lu Ming chuckled softly, you're getting impatient again. Wait a minute, let me think about what crime to charge you with. Sure, who? Lin Hu, their names all have the word Hu in them. I now suspect that you are a brother of Sure Hu, the wanted criminal of the Pantheon. Come with me. Lin Shiming, who had just walked to the door, stumbled when he heard Lu Ming throwing dirty water at him without any concealment. Brother, please at least come up with a decent excuse. Dead leg, go. The water here is too deep. The bar was dead silent. The wandering cultivators stared at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Damn, you don't even want to act anymore, right? Hasn't your law enforcement team always emphasized impartiality? Who is the real triad? I kiss your uncle. Lin Hu slammed the table, and the wine bottles and glasses on the table fell to the ground with a crackling sound. I, Lin Hu, am also a well-known figure in the South City. How can you slander me just like that? He was really furious. Just because their names both contain the word tiger means they are brothers? Lin Hu had been active in Jiangqing for decades, but his despicable tactics made him look like a rookie in front of Lu Ming. Break his legs and throw him out. Lin Hu lost his patience and waved his hand casually as if he was shooing away a fly. Upon hearing this, the 6 strong men behind him took a step forward at the same time. Oldly, who had been kicked to the ground by Lu Ming, struggled to get up, his body trembling, a gleam of relief in his eyes, and at the same time he did not forget to show off to the wandering cultivators around him. The 6 great Vidras of the Black Tiger Gang have taken action. This kid is dead. Lin Lu, first level of Kaiyuan. Lin San, Lin Si, Lin Wu, Kaiyuan second level. Lin Air and Lin De are even more. Before Oldly could finish his words, dazzling blood-red lightning suddenly exploded in the house. A miserable cry came to my ears. When Laoli opened his eyes again, he was terrified by the hellish scene in front of him. The 6 Vidras of the Black Tiger Gang who were previously praised by him became the 12 Vidras. The 6 people lay on the ground in pain, covering their broken legs and wailing. Blood splattered all over the room from their wounds. Lu Ming shook off the blood on the knife and gave him a ghostly smile. You can continue to order. Old Li shuddered. Sir, spare your life. He fell to his knees with a thud, his knees hitting the floor covered with broken glass. Everyone looked at Lu Ming's back, took a breath, and felt a chill running down their spines. What a cruel evil star. Lu Ming ignored Oldly, the clown who was trying to stir up trouble. He turned to look at Lin Hu and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Lu Ming, the Lu Ming you've always wanted to invite for tea." Lin Hu stared at Lu Ming fiercely, his pupils shrinking. Then he took out his giant sword and said with a wry smile, "I see. I said I was just following orders, do you believe me?" "I believe it." Lu Ming nodded slightly, but the murderous intent in his eyes remained unchanged. "But you still have to die." Lin Hu took a deep breath. He knew that this matter would not end well. "Over the years, many people have wanted to kill me, Lin Hu." Lin Hu's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and a strong aura gushed out of his body. "But I'm still alive and well." As he roared, the shadow of a black tiger with bared fangs and claws suddenly appeared behind him. The tiger roared so loudly that the tables and chairs turned into powder. The wandering cultivators around were overwhelmed by this sudden momentum and looked shocked. 2-star top sword technique 7 evil swords. No wonder there are rumors that Lin Hu can fight against the 6th level of Kaiyuan with the 5th level of Kaiyuan. The evil tiger descended the mountain like a thunderbolt. Although the power of the 7 evil swords is not as exaggerated as that of 10,000 kilograms, it is naturally no problem to make up for the power gap of 1,000 kilograms. "Kid, remember this in your next life, I'm old, not useless. Not just any random person can come up and step on me." Lin Hu swung his sword fiercely, carrying the black tiger's shadow with the destructive momentum and rushed towards Lu Ming. The speed was extremely fast and the angle was tricky. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp scream. Looking at the young man with a serious expression, Lin Hu's mouth curled up slightly. But just as the tip of the knife reached him, Lu Ming stomped his foot, and the ground beneath his feet turned into powder. Lin Hu's knife tip pierced the afterimage, and his pupils contracted rapidly. The disappeared Lu Ming suddenly appeared on his right side and chuckled, "Old man, it doesn't matter if you're old. I'll beat you into a grandson." The demon-breaking fist in his hand blasted out, carrying the violent power of thunder explosion. Boom! Lin Hu was knocked to the ground by the huge force, and the floor cracked. Fortunately, the defensive magic weapon on his body helped him block the attack, otherwise he would have become a big afro. Lu Ming rushed forward to kill him while he was ill. 1 punch, 2 punches, 10 punches. Each punch was engraved on the hearts of the onlookers. They now finally understood why the people from the supervisory team were so surprised when they saw Lu Ming as if he had seen a cat. So cruel. It is better to offend the king of hell than to offend Lu Shaoxing. Chapter 25, It's all my money, and they took 2 million? Crack. A crisp sound echoed in the bar, like glass breaking. Lin Hu's face turned pale instantly. What kind of monster is this kid? His body was suppressed by a terrifying energy and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the magic weapon he bought at a high price to save his life crumbled. Lu Ming raised his fist high, gathering strength, without a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Another punch came down, and the sturdy armor shattered. Lin Hu was immediately frightened to death. Damn, this lunatic really wants to kill me. Master Lei, save me. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the second floor. Lu Ming, right? You hit him, and you've let out your anger. So, for the sake of my Xiao family, spare his life. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man walked down. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, had an extraordinary temperament and a proud expression. She didn't look like she was begging for help at all, it was more like she was giving alms to Lu Ming. Lin Hu, who had saved his life, made a hoarse sound in his throat. He caught a glimpse of Xiao Chun from the corner of his eye. It was as if he had grabbed the last straw, and a trace of desire to survive flashed in his turbid eyes. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Lin Hu turned his neck with difficulty. Humph, trash. Xiao Lei glanced down at him condescendingly and snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that this old dog was still useful, he would not have bothered to show up. Lu Ming picked up the half-dead Lin Hu and patted his swollen face. Old man, you're so lucky to have this little guy to support you. Lin Hu's eyes were filled with relief at having escaped death. Thank you. Before he could even utter the word thank you, the head rolled down. Here, I'll give it back to you. Lu Ming kicked it to Xiao Chen's feet. You dare. Xiao Lei's voice trembled, not because of fear, but extreme anger. Do you think you're so arrogant? Why are you pretending? Lu Ming suddenly jumped up and slammed Xiao Leijian into the ground in an instant, staring down at him condescendingly. Damn, I thought you were some master, but you're just a little jerk. You want to persuade someone to be magnanimous? Do you have the ability to do that? Originally, that old man could have lived a little longer, but now that you, a bunch of cunning bastards, have jumped out, he has lost his value. Xiao Lei's cheek slammed hard on the cold floor, and the front of his gorgeous clothes was stained with Lin Hu's blood. Humiliation and anger gnawed at his sanity like a poisonous snake. He struggled to get up, but Lu Ming's foot was like a 1,000-pound rock pressing on his back. No matter how hard he tried, he could only twist in place. Let me go. Do you know who I am? My uncle Xiao Xinyuan. Xiao Chen's expression was distorted. Lu Ming chuckled when he heard this and put a little more strength into his feet. Xiao Lei suddenly felt as if his spine was about to be crushed. The pain was so severe that his vision went black, and the harsh words in his mouth turned into gasps. I'm sorry, I've never heard of Xiao Xinyuan, and I don't have the habit of being a slave. Lu Ming patted Xiao Chen's cheek with the cold blade, his eyes without a trace of emotion. Now, it's my turn to ask you. The coldness of the blade penetrated his skin, and when Xiao Lei touched Lu Ming's cold eyes, his heart beat uncontrollably. Why are you targeting Su Yuyu and Su Lulu? I don't know. I'm just here to collect the debt. I don't know anything. The Su family incident was orchestrated by my uncle. Xiao Lei didn't dare to hesitate at all, fearing that Lu Ming's knife would pierce him in the next second. Lu Ming stabbed him in the thigh several times without mercy. I really don't know. Believe me. Please believe me. Let me believe you for now. How much did the Black Tiger Gang collect this month? About 2.5 million, but I've transferred it all to the Patriarch. Xiao Lei trembled as he lifted up the storage bag. There's still a little in there. I secretly withdrew it over the years. Lu Ming put away the knife in a sullen manner, and put on a warm smile again on his face. Sorry, I stabbed you too easily. Remember to speak more tactfully next time. Devil, this man is a devil. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Damn it, when I get out of here, I'll let you know what cruelty is. Xiao Lei now has lost all his pride and is left with only the fear of death. Brother, I've given you everything. Can you spare my life? So sensible. Lu Ming took the storage bag with a smile. When they opened it, they found about 500,000 yuan in cash and some disgusting photos. Lu Ming was furious. It's all my money. They took 2 million and gave me 500,000, and you still want me to thank you? Damn, you are born in the year of the dog, you change your face at will. Xiao Chen's little thoughts were instantly gone, and he quickly begged for mercy. I didn't do that, I swear. He was greeted only by a bloody flash of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared, and Xiao Chen instantly turned into a pile of blood foam. Lu Ming shook the blood off his hands and gave a shy smile to the stunned Wang Yaowen and Lin Haowen. This kid's name is quite shocking. Spicy meatballs. Things got out of hand. How come Captain Lu also killed Xiao Lei? His uncle is Xiao Xinyuan. Who else could it be except Xiao Xinyuan, the only 4-star alchemist in Jiangcheng? Lin Haowen swallowed and said, Captain Lu, I'll go cover the surveillance. Wang Yaowen quickly raised his knife and stared fiercely at the onlookers. What are you looking at? Take out your phone. The law enforcement team is investigating a case. Filming is prohibited. They look so ferocious that if Lu Ming just nodded, this group of people would be beheaded. Lu Ming waved his hand. All right, let them go. 1. I've told you countless times that we must enforce the law in a civilized manner. Wang Yaowen took a look at the broken limbs on the floor and his eyes twitched. Get out of here. Remember, if you let anyone know anything about what happened today, you'll be executed. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. Today's incident has caused such a big stir that it definitely cannot be concealed. But he also had a plan for the future. If the Xiao family really had absolute power in Jiangcheng, they wouldn't have had to do it in secret to murder the Su sisters. The Black Tiger Gang controlled the entire black market transactions in the outer city, and he didn't believe that the people in the night patrol wouldn't be tempted. In the past, perhaps due to some tacit understanding, they could only watch the Black Tiger Gang grow stronger. If I help them set up the stage, can they resist leaving? Before coming here, he was certain that gangs like the Black Tiger Gang were not clean, and he wanted to dig up as much evidence as possible. What's more, he had a big gift from Xiao Lei himself. Under the puzzled gazes of Lin Haowen and Wang Yaowen, Lu Ming took out 300,000 yuan in cash and Xiao Lei's collection of photos from his storage bag. Here are 300,000. Go find me some internet trolls. I want to make sure everyone in Jiangcheng can see these photos. Wang Yaowen saw the pile of disgusting photos, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Damn it, beast. The photos were full of Xiao Lei's crazy smile and underage girls who were abused and covered in bruises. But, boss, if this thing gets out, the Xiao family's reputation will be ruined. But isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Lu Ming raised the corner of his mouth and patted his shoulder. When, even though we are just gangsters, we still need to use our brains. Just do as I tell you. If you do it well, that old man might even have to send someone to protect me. Upon hearing this, Lin Haowen and Wang Yaowen stared at each other in amazement, thinking that their captain was talking nonsense. After killing someone's nephew, you still want him to send someone to protect you? Is this something a human can say? Chapter 26, The Incompetent Head of the Family, Cowardly, So Fucking Cowardly. At noon that day. Whether out of anger or the powerful attraction of money, the Water Army burst out with unprecedented energy. On Jiangcheng's extraordinary forum, on TV, and in advertisements on the streets. All of them are evidence of Xiao Lei's guilt. Xiao Lei Bali's smile, the girl's numb eyes and bodies covered with scars instantly ignited people's nerves. Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. I used to be afraid of aliens, but after seeing these photos, I'm even more afraid of demons like Xiao Lei who are disguised as humans. She hasn't seen the prosperity of the world yet, but has already seen the ugliness of human nature. Young girls have been repeatedly attacked. Even if I lose control of my bladder, I still want to ask, where is the law enforcement team? Where is the night patrol? Don't be angry, it's useless. I only have 3 words to say, Xiao Xin Yuan. After a brief fermentation, the matter became more and more serious. Under the guidance of some people, everyone pointed their fingers at Xiao Xin Yuan and ran to leave messages under the night patrol's account. Strongly request the night patrol to thoroughly investigate Xiao Xin Yuan and clear Master Zhao's name. Lu Ming's plan followed one link after another. In order to ensure that he would not be regarded as a pawn abandoned by the night watchman who had reached a tacit understanding with Xiao Xin Yuan. After the public's emotions were aroused, the video of Xiao Lei being killed by himself was directly released. Phew, that feels good. You're awesome, buddy. Ah, good job, this scumbag should be chopped into 18 pieces. I'm really asking, who is this little brother? He's so handsome, I want to have a baby with him. This is my husband, Lu Ming, captain of the 4th team of the law enforcement team. This is my exclusive interview with him, he's so handsome. Link. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ming's interview video spread across major platforms in an instant. In the video, Lu Ming was dressed in a black law enforcement uniform, with straight and resolute features, and he was having a question and answer session with a female reporter. Female reporter, Captain Lu Ming, regarding Xiao Lei's case, why did you wait until the incident had fermented before handling it? Can I understand that you have been covering up Xiao Lei's evil deeds? Lu Ming, I'm sorry. As you know, our law enforcement team has a complete set of procedures to ensure fair and impartial law enforcement. In fact, a week ago, Director Zhao of the Night Patrol gave us personal instructions to severely punish the Black Tiger Gang and criminals like Xiao Lei. Our Captain Lu has been up for several days trying to figure out Xiao Lei's crimes. Female reporter, okay, thank you. It seems our Captain Lu is truly dedicated to his own interests. Now, the next question is a bit pointed. Rumor has it that Xiao Lei is the nephew of Master Xiao Xin Yuan. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation against you? Lu Ming puffed out his chest, his eyes sharp. I'm afraid, but I have to do this. The female reporter was excited. Why? Lu Ming pointed at the silver badge on his chest with a serious expression. What is this? The badge of the law enforcement team. What's under that badge? My conscience. I don't care if he's Master Xiao or Master Huang. Whoever breaks the law will be punished. The female reporter took a sharp, trembling breath and said, Husband. Ah, Captain Lu, one last question. You've been fighting on the front lines. Do you have any suggestions for improving the security of the outer city? Lu Ming nodded. Yes, that black market in the south of the city is too chaotic. I actually hope it's run by the government. Firstly, the fees will be more fair, and secondly, it can prevent certain criminals from selling contraband. Okay, thanks. Ah. What nonsense. How dare you bully the Xiao family, who have no one here? In the Xiao mansion, the huge TV broke into pieces. Xiao Xinyuan felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He knew exactly how Xiao Lei died. He was seeking revenge, but Lu Ming said that he was doing it on orders to eliminate a villain. Xiao Lei's death is enough, but this kid's last words hit the nail on the head. The black market in the outer city can no longer be maintained. The key is that he still has difficulty speaking. Could it be that he wanted to explain to everyone, "It's not like that, the truth is that I wanted to steal his wife, he killed my nephew, and destroyed my territory." What a coward. What a fucking coward. Xiao Xinyuan clenched his fists tightly, veins throbbing in his forehead. Ming, go make a public announcement. Xiao Lei was expelled from the Xiao family a year ago. Everything that happened to him has nothing to do with our Xiao family. The housekeeper nodded, the master is wise. Wait a minute, Xiao Xinyuan closed his eyes painfully like an incompetent husband. Find 2 good hands to watch that kid, don't let him die during this time. Night watchman. Director's office. The assistant looked at the silent Zhao Qingge and said cautiously, "Director, I just checked. You haven't given any instructions to the law enforcement team in the past month." What's more, what Lu Ming said is half true and half false. Zhao Qingge's red fingernails tapped lightly on the mahogany table, making a regular tapping sound. The sunlight happened to fall on her sparkling eyes, casting a mixture of light and dark, making it impossible to see the emotions in her eyes. Just a pair of eyes is breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Ming. Suddenly, Zhao Qingge's delicate red lips curled up slightly, and her voice sounded a little lazy, but with unquestionable majesty. What an interesting kid. There's no need to investigate this matter. I gave the order. The assistant was slightly distracted and nodded subconsciously, yes. Zhao Qingge's charming eyes flickered as she continued, find someone to take over the black market in the outer city. Also, that brat is a bit underutilized in the law enforcement team. Transfer him to the night patrol. The atmosphere in Lu Ming's home was somewhat solemn. He leaned back on the sofa, his eyes closed. He is waiting. He could only wait. He has already given the great gift, and now it depends on whether the night watchman is willing to accept it. Ultimately, these are just stopgap measures. After the storm has passed, the Xiao family's revenge will still come. And now, what Lu Ming lacks most is time. Once my strength improves, there's no need to play tricks like this. I won't care about the Xiao family, I'll just go to their house and kill them with one punch. Zhao Li looked at Lu Ming, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. I'll make a phone call first. Suddenly, Wang Yaowen jumped up, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Captain Lu, you are truly amazing. The Xiao family really issued a notice cutting ties with Xiao Lei, and they also promised to guarantee your personal safety. As soon as the announcement came out, Lu Ming became famous. Justice Judge. The conscience of the empire. Captain Lu, who enforces the law impartially, is as handsome as my husband. The internet is full of praise. Only the casual cultivator who witnessed everything in the bar was speechless. Damn. Of course, Lu Ming enforces the law impartially. He can even make up a law on the spot if it doesn't exist. Can you do that? His arrogance is even darker than that of the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Xiao family held their noses and swallowed their anger, and the little thoughts in their hearts disappeared. It's just a matter of conviction. Captain Lu has plenty of strength and means. Chapter 27, Promoted to Night Watch, Living in Your House? It's numb. Win numb. Lao Lu feels that he has really won recently. As the saying goes, when you are at home, your achievements will come from heaven. The news of the Black Tiger Gang's demise caused a lot of uproar. When Lu Ming became popular, he also made Lao Lu famous. Now, who in Jianqing doesn't know that the conscience of the empire is the soldier led by old Lu? Thinking of Widow Wang's sudden invitation to play mahjong with him tonight, Lao Lu couldn't help but sing. Suddenly I heard the sound of golden drums and painted horns. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. The person who came was Lin Qiming. There was a hint of gloating on the old man's face. Hey, Captain Lu is really relaxed. He hasn't slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Why hasn't he gone back to rest yet? It's none of your business. If you have something to say, just tell me. Old Lu had a bad feeling in his heart. Lin Qiming smiled even more brightly. He slowly walked to the desk and placed the conscription order in his hand on the table. The Night Patrol Division has issued a call for deployment. Director Zhao specifically requested Lu Ming to report to the Night Patrol Division. Puff. Old Lu spat out a mouthful of strong tea. Oh no, someone is trying to steal my thigh. But old Lu had seen many storms after all, and he also knew that the law enforcement team's pool was too shallow to hold Lu Ming, the real dragon. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. He quickly regained his composure, his expression somewhat dejected. I know. I'll let him know later. Comfortable. Lin Qiming felt completely relieved when he saw him like this. It almost gave this old thing a good life. But it's better this way. I can't afford to offend a bad guy like Lu Ming, so I'd better let him suffer in the night patrol. Let me report to the night watch tomorrow? After hanging up the phone with Lao Lu, Lu Ming didn't feel too happy. The plan went a little beyond expectations. He never expected that the mysterious Director Zhao would transfer him to the night patrol department with just a transfer order. It is the highest law enforcement agency established by the Queen of Great Xia herself. The threshold for admission to the night watch is ridiculously high. In addition to having strength that reaches at least the third level of transcendence, one must also possess combat or auxiliary talents of 3 stars or above. With Lu Ming's strength and talent on paper, he was not even worthy of the night patrol's attention. What exactly is Director Zhao up to? Wang Yaowen and Lin Haowen widened their eyes when they heard the news. Captain Lu, promoted to night patrol? Although they had a premonition, this was too fast. He has only been in the law enforcement team for a few days. As much as they wanted Lu Ming to go away before, they are now reluctant to let him go. If you follow the army, you will eat 9 meals a day. This morning, Captain Lu only asked them to go to Black Tiger to help collect the bodies, and they also received 200 contribution points. Adding the previous 300 contribution points, a total of 500 contribution points of resources are invested. Even a pig can break through to the Kaiyuan realm. It's a pity that this super thigh is about to leave. But it is important for people to know themselves. Wang Yaowen and Lin Haowen looked at each other and said goodbye at the right time. Congratulations, Captain Lu. We'll take our leave now. If you need anything in the future, we'll be there for you. Lu Ming patted their shoulders and said, okay, thank you both for today's work. If you have any unresolved issues in the future, you can come to the night patrol to find me. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you, Captain Lu. After the two left, only Lu Ming's family of 3 and Zhao Li were left in the house. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Zhao Li's cool little face. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Lu Ming suddenly stopped her and said, wait a moment, Sister Li, I have something to ask you. Zhao Li's foot, which had just been raised, fell back to where it was. She turned around and looked at Lu Ming with an even more unnatural look. She knew exactly why Lu Ming was suddenly transferred to the night patrol. Because last night, she chattered in Zhao Qingge's ear about Lu Ming's magical qualities. It was obvious at first glance that there was something wrong with Liam O. It's like people who wear gold-rimmed glasses are all bad people. She told Zhao Qingge all the shock Lu Ming brought to her. She clearly remembered Zhao Qingge's expression of having a melon in his mouth. Did my aunt misunderstand something? He's a married man. Seeing the questioning looks from Su Yuyu and Su Lulu, the tips of Zhao Li's ears turned slightly red. She tried to straighten her face, picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. The collar of her moon-white shirt swayed slightly with her movement, revealing her fair skin. Anything else? Lu Ming glanced at her suddenly tense toes, and suddenly understood many things in his mind. As for Director Zhao's strange behavior, it is most likely due to this royal sister's contribution. I just don't know why a second-generation official like her would condescend to join a small law enforcement team. Lu Ming's eyes flickered across her tense face, and he suddenly smiled. No, I just wanted to ask Sister Li what's been going on in the night patrol recently. Zhao Li subconsciously avoided Lu Ming's gaze, feeling a little dejected. She knew that she couldn't hide it from this guy who was almost as smart as a demon. Zhao Li gave a wry smile and asked, do you know where the techniques and martial arts we practice come from? Lu Ming shook his head. Zhao Li suddenly looked towards the window. It's a relic. 300 years ago, spiritual energy revived, and the mountains and rivers of the entire continent changed. Countless ancient ruins appeared. Chi cultivators obtained ancient inheritance in the ruins. After nearly 100 years of summary and improvement, the current prosperous era of cultivation has come into being. A month ago, the Night Watch discovered an ancient relic in the foggy area of the Nether Sea while tracking the Nether clan. But after the news came back, they completely lost contact. The Night Watch sent out several rescue teams, but they also followed in the footsteps of the pioneer team and completely lost contact. The foggy area of the Nether Sea is always shrouded in Yin-Chi, which is very suppressive to ordinary extraordinary people. Little Director Zhao should know that you have special immunity to Yin-Chi, so Zhao Li didn't dare to continue. The secret that Lu Ming was immune to Yin-Chi was told to her aunt by herself. Out of curiosity, she specially checked the video of Lu Ming in the trial tower that day and discovered this secret. I don't know what her mentality was, but after deleting the backup video, she specifically mentioned this matter to Zhao Qingge. After listening to this, Lu Ming was speechless. Me? To deal with the Netherworld clan? He took a deep breath, turned to Su Yuyu and Su Lulu and said, Yuyu and Lulu, go pack your things. We'll be living at Sister Li's house from now on. Right, Sister Li, your Zhao family is so wealthy, there should be some vacant rooms, right? She suddenly looked up at Lu Ming, her cool little face full of surprise. The light red on the tip of her ear spread all the way down her neck, and even the collar of her moon-white shirt seemed to be stained with a light layer of pink. Live in my house? Her voice became hoarse. Lu Ming looked calm. What else? I have so many enemies. Whether it's the Shao family or the Pantheon, they are all ruthless. Is there any place in Jiangqing safer than Director Zhao's home? If you want me to fight for my life, you have to give something, right? Chapter 28, she looked at our husband with eyes that were almost tearing. Lu Ming confessed his concerns without any reservation. Zhao Li was silent. She was already familiar with Lu Ming's information. For the vast majority of extraordinary people with one-star life talent, to be able to become a member of the Night Watch Department is no exaggeration to say that it is a step to heaven. But he was not very excited after hearing the news. Instead, he immediately considered the safety of his two wives. We have seen many scumbags who abandon their children once they gain power. This was the first time Zhao Li had met a man who valued friendship and loyalty like him. In addition, she was very fond of the twin sisters Yuyu and Lulu, so she immediately patted her chest and agreed. She suppressed her social revulsion and called her aunt to explain the situation. Just as Zhao Li expected, Zhao Qingge didn't care about this little thing at all and was only concerned with teasing herself. The voice on the receiver was a bit lazy, with a charming laugh. Oh, our little girl Li finally got it? Will she bring that man home? Zhao Li's pretty face instantly flushed. Aunt! What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Li's voice suddenly rose. He came with his family. He has 2 wives. Wow! A married man, well done, Li girl. Zhao Qingge's laughter became even more ambiguous, the tail end of the tone dragging out, scratching people's hearts like a feather. Is that Lu Ming really that powerful? The 3 of you. Beep, beep. Zhao Li hung up the phone decisively. The woman was indeed old, and her words were full of viciousness. If she were to continue talking, I wouldn't know where the matter was going. Zhao Li secretly glanced at Lu Ming's family and found that they were all busy with their own things. No one noticed her, so she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they heard what I just said, I would never be able to clear myself of the guilt even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Little did she know that her every move was being sensed by Lu Ming's mental power. I didn't expect that the mysterious Director Zhao was actually a woman, and such an unconventional woman at that. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched, and he had to pretend that he knew nothing and packed his luggage. There is a 4 or 5 meter wide moat between the inner and outer cities of Jiangcheng. After crossing the bridge, you officially enter the inner city. The so-called inner city, in Lu Ming's view, is just equivalent to the small 18th-tier city in his previous life. When they arrived at Zhao Li's residence, it was almost dusk. But things once again went beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The Zhao mansion he imagined was just a 2-story villa built against the mountain. Garden, swimming pool, bar, complete facilities. It's many times better than my original doghouse. But, the chief of the night patrol department actually lives in such a small villa? Shouldn't it be a large manor covering dozens of acres and with more servants than weeds? No wonder Zhao Li's expression was so strange before. How is this different from living together? But since I'm here now, I don't have to pay rent and I have a strong bodyguard, there's nothing unacceptable about it. Zhao Li chose a bedroom on the first floor and asked Su Yuyu and her sister to pack up their things. Look at Zhao Li, who was busy running around. Su Lulu secretly tugged at her sister's clothes and whispered in her ear, "Sister, is your husband interested in Sister Li?" Su Yuyu was startled when she heard this, then she gently patted the back of Lulu's hand and whispered, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Having said that, a ripple appeared in her heart. As Lu Ming gradually rose to prominence, her mentality also changed a lot. In life, Lu Ming can still take care of his sisters. But in their careers, the two sisters became a complete burden to Lu Ming. Fortunately, he did not abandon the two of them because of this. Zhao Li is beautiful and capable, and her aunt is the director of the night patrol. If my husband can marry her, he will definitely get a great help. The more Su Yuyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She was just about to warn Su Lulu not to be jealous. Unexpectedly, Su Lulu stared at Zhao Li's profile and chuckled, Sister Li always has a cool face. I really want to see what she looks like when her husband bullies her, hee hee. When Su Yuyu heard this, her cheeks flushed instantly. She reached out and gently pinched Lulu's arm, lowering her voice and angrily said, You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Lulu shrank her neck because of being pinched, but she still couldn't help but wink at her sister with a sly smile on her lips. She just thought Zhao Li's serious look was very interesting. Sister, don't you want to find a helper? I saw you fainted several times. Before Su Lulu could finish her words, Su Yuyu covered her mouth. Su Yuyu's cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, and she looked around in panic, afraid that Zhao Li would hear what she said. Keep your voice down. Su Yuyu lowered her voice and said in Lulu's ear, For something like this, you need to be in agreement with each other. It's not up to us to decide. Su Lulu blinked her big eyes and whispered, But I think Sister Li doesn't seem to have no feelings for her husband. The way she looks at our husband is almost tearing. Clang. The bucket in Zhao Li's hand fell to the ground. Sorry, I have something else to do. I'll have to rely on you to clean up the room. Looking at her back as she fled. The two sisters looked at each other and smiled slyly. The seeds have been planted, and it remains to be seen when they will blossom and bear fruit. Zhao Li was still a little absent-minded until dinner time. The way she looks at our husbands is almost tearing. Su Lulu's jokes kept echoing in her mind. Is it really that obvious? She had to admit that she had some feelings for Lu Ming. The story of a hero saving a beauty is old-fashioned but very impactful. That day in the basement of the hospital, Lu Ming's back, like the descending god of war, was firmly engraved in her mind. Whenever Zhao Li thought about it at night, he felt a little excited in his heart. But when I think about the fact that he is already a married man, I feel extremely tormented. But now, his two wives don't seem to reject me? Zhao Li's eyes drifted towards Lu Ming from time to time, then quickly moved away and fell on the rice in her bowl. My mind is a little confused. Is this what love is? When Su Yuyu and Su Lulu, the instigators of all this, saw this, they could no longer hide the mischief in their eyes. Only Lu Ming felt a little puzzled. However, after spending some time together, he also realized that although this aloof and cool lady had a cold and cool face, she was actually warm-hearted. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, glanced at the wall clock, and said softly, It's getting late, Yuyu, Lulu, we still have to practice later. Su Yuyu and Su Lulu's faces suddenly turned hot. Zhao Li, who didn't know what was going on, was in awe. Is this the reason why Lu Ming can stand out? What a hard worker! What you lack in talent, you make up for with hard work. Chapter 29 Kaiyuan 6th Level, Awakening 3-Star Talent. At night. A suppressed sobbing sound came from downstairs. Zhao Li woke up from her meditation, her sharp eyebrows furrowed as she carefully examined it. Mixed in with it was Su Lulu's soft plea for mercy. Zhao Li's face instantly flushed, and the tiredness in her almond-shaped eyes was instantly dispelled. She pursed her lips tightly, and the shame in her eyes almost overflowed, mixed with a bit of anger. Especially Lulu, who would occasionally blurt out some trash talk, which made people blush and their hearts beat faster no matter how they listened to it. Zhao Li suddenly covered his ears, but his fingertips couldn't help but tremble slightly. Really, is this what you call cultivation? Zhao Li gritted his teeth and cursed, his voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. She should have pretended not to hear it, but the sound was like a hook, drilling into her ears through the cracks in the door and window, making her heart beat out of rhythm. I don't know how long it took. The wind and rain gradually subsided. Just as Zhao Li breathed a sigh of relief, the noise from downstairs came again. This time it seemed to be Su Yuyu's voice. It never ends, right? An hour later, Zhao Li walked into the shower room with a look of grief and anger on his face. Ding, fire from Su Yuyu plus 20. Ding, fire from Su Lulu plus 20. Currently possessed fire, 99. Master Lu, who had worked hard all night, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of the twin sisters' eyes and frowned. That's strange. How come these sisters are getting stronger and stronger? In the past, obtaining 10 fire sources in one night was the limit. Now I can still handle it easily until 8 p.m. in the evening. He was so scared that he quickly checked the physical conditions of his two wives. This check gave them a shocking shock. Their bodies were actually almost close to the blood and chi level. An absurd idea came into Lu Ming's mind. Could it be possible that I could repay them and help them get promoted? But that remains to be seen. What a pity! I'm just one spark away from awakening my third talent. Lu Ming shook his head with some regret. But he did not force it. After all, Su Yuyu and Su Lulu had reached their limits. At worst, I can just take a night's rest and continue practicing tomorrow morning. Ding, fire from Jolly +1. Lu Ming was so shocked that he sat up from the bed. After confirming it again and again, his expression became very strange. You are such a cold and arrogant lady. Not only do you eavesdrop, but you also do something behind my back? However, I have to thank Zhao Li for contributing this spark. 100 sparks, finally enough. Host, Lu Ming. Cultivation, Kaiyuan 3rd level. Talents, Mining Mastery, 1 star, 9 Sun Divine Body, 2 stars, to be unlocked 0-100, 3 stars. Mental Strength, 3 stars 0-100. Fire, 100. The 9 Young Divine Body that awakened last time was already abnormal enough. I hope that this time and 1T reveal any useless life talents. Ding. Fire 100. 3-star talent awakening. Lu Ming held his breath and concentrated, beads of sweat oozing out of the palms of his hands that were resting on the twins. He stared at the golden ball of light spinning on the void panel, his heart pounding, even more nervous than when he first awakened the 9 Young Divine Body. Please don't do anything like growing vegetables or mending. Lu Ming prayed silently. If he had another life talent like mining proficiency, he would probably faint in the toilet crying. The ball of light rotated faster and faster. After a flash of golden light, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3-star talent Execution. Execution Unique. Special Effect 1, each of your attacks has a 1% chance of triggering the execution mark. Once the mark is triggered, regardless of any gaps or defenses, the executed player will die instantly. Special Effect 2, after successfully executing an alien, you will gain corresponding experience and increase the probability of triggering the mark. The current probability of triggering the mark is 1%, the next level of experience, 0-10. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole body froze in place, forgetting to take back the hand that was on Su Lulu's waist. Execute, execute? His Adam's apple rolled twice, his voice trembling. Ignoring any gaps or defenses, execution means death? This is not an SSR at all, this is simply like using a cheat for yourself. Unbelievable. Lu Ming could only use the word incredible to describe this talent. If triggered, death is certain. That is to say, even if Lu Ming faces a king-level alien now, there is a 1% chance that he will be killed. Of course, this is just an ideal situation. Under normal circumstances, he cannot get close to the king-level aliens at all, and the 1% triggering probability is indeed a bit low. Fortunately, the triggering probability can be increased by executing aliens. If it can be increased to 100% trigger, no matter who you are, Demon King or Ghost Emperor, if you are my brother, let me chop you down. That's right, the needle doesn't poke. Lu Ming immediately smiled happily and kissed Su Yuyu and Su Lulu hard on the cheek. They are responsible for at least half of the credit for developing such talent. The European spirit is really strong. While his hands were still hot, Lu Ming quickly took out the storage bag he had taken from Lin Hu. Otherwise, the ancients always said that killing people and arson would get you a golden belt. Compared to Zhao Li, a second generation who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble and have sex, the things in Lin Hu's storage bag are much better. Although there is not much cash in it, it is only about 200,000. But in addition to this, there are 6 breaking acupoint pills. Based on the market price of 100,000 yuan per piece, it would cost at least 600,000 yuan. And that 2-star sword skill 7 evil slash is worth millions. Another small profit today. However, compared to money, what Lu Ming lacks more now are resources. Since entering the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, Lu Ming found that the difficulty of awakening has increased several times. Before the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, 1 Pachel pill can open 40 acupoints. But after reaching the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, if you want to open 40 acupoints, you will need at least 4 Pachel pills. Lu Ming poured the Pichao pills from the storage bag into his palm, and added the 6 pills he exchanged from the law enforcement team. There were a total of 12 round pills with a lustrous luster. The fragrance of medicine mixed with the faint scent of grass and trees penetrated into his nostrils, which lifted his spirits. There are 40 acupoints in one level, and 12 acupoint breaking pills can open a total of 120 acupoints. He counted on his fingers. In other words, I can just break through to the 6th level of Kaiyuan. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter, Lu Ming did not waste any more time. The pill melted in the mouth, turning into a cool liquid that slid down the throat. As soon as it entered the dantian, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny medicinal threads that drilled into the limbs and bones. Unlike before the Kaiyuan triple stage, these medicinal threads encountered strong resistance as soon as they touched the meridian wall, as if they were hitting a hard stone wall. It's indeed a lot more difficult. Lu Ming frowned slightly and quickly activated the power of the 9 Sun Divine Body. The golden energy and blood surged like a wave, wrapping the medicinal thread in it and pushing it towards the acupoint little by little. 5 hours later. Crack! A barely audible sound exploded within the body. The 240th acupoint, the Mingmen Gate, collapsed suddenly. Lu Ming felt his whole body lighten, and the stuffy feeling that had been accumulating in his meridians dissipated instantly. His aura also reached the 6th level of Kaiyuan at this moment. Chapter 30. I want to let him know that if you are not in the same circle, don't force yourself to squeeze in. The next morning. The atmosphere at the table was a little subtle. The 3 women, each with their own thoughts, didn't even dare to look at each other. Su Yuyu and Su Lulu felt that they had trash-talked too loudly last night and Zhao Li would definitely have heard it. And Zhao Li was not much better. I did some little things last night for some unknown reason, and now that I have regained my composure, I feel extremely guilty. She didn't dare to face the sisters Yuyu and Lulu at all. Well, I'm going to report to the night watch. The atmosphere was not right, so Lu Ming quickly ran away. As a senior basketball coach, he knows very well that for a basketball team to cooperate well, unless he only needs to give guidance during the game, most of the time the players have to work together on their own. At the same time, in the night watch department. In addition to several teams trapped in the foggy area, there are also many logistics personnel in the night watch building. The news that Zhao Qingda had made an exception to admit Lu Ming spread throughout various departments early in the morning. Zhao Li was on duty at the front desk today, so the responsibility of processing Lu Ming's entry into the company naturally fell on him. However, Zhao Li is not in a very good mood now. Hey, Brother Chen, what do you think Director Zhao was thinking? He actually made an exception and admitted a minor who was only at the Kaiyuan level 3? At the front desk, Zhao Li stared at Lu Ming's information with an unhappy look on his face. Chen Hongming took a sip of strong tea, his brow furrowed like a mess. What else can I do? That bastard is just hyping it up. Don't you see, everyone in Jiangcheng knows that Lu Ming is the conscience of the great Xia nation? When Chen Hongming said this, he felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He started practicing at the age of 3, reached the peak of blood energy at the age of 10, and reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan in his early 20s. He was considered a figure among the younger generation in Jiangcheng. However, his awakened talent was too weak, and he was rejected every time he tried to become a night watchman. He had already accepted his fate and thought it was okay to just be a logistics staff. But now, a minor from the 3rd level of Kaiyuan was ahead of him. Is this tolerable? He couldn't bear it at all. Zhao Li, can you bear this? Ha, Kaiyuan 3rd level. Any dog from our logistics department is better than him. Zhao Li's eyes flashed, and his face was very decisive. Brother Chen, what do you say? A hint of viciousness flashed in Chen Hongming's eyes, and he lowered his voice and moved closer to Zhao Li. Don't all new night watchmen have to undergo a combat test? You should raise his test level to the 3rd realm later. What if he gets scared to death? Do you think he'll still have the nerve to stay in the night watch? Even if this bastard is thick-skinned, he can't even pass the test. Who in the logistics department would be willing to listen to his orders? After hearing this, Zhao Li immediately gave a thumbs up. Brother Chen, that's brilliant. We're in logistics, and if we want to earn contribution points, we all rely on the night watchman to lead us. If that guy can't even pass the test, naturally no one will want to bother with him. Chen Hongming snorted complacently, picked up his enamel cup and took another sip of strong tea. This is called removing the fuel from under the cauldron. Didn't he rise to fame through hype? I'll let him know that if you're not from the same circle, don't force yourself to get in. Zhao Li nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Chen is really thoughtful. I'll go to the dungeon right now and say there was a minor glitch in the system and that his test permissions were misconfigured. Anyway, I have a close relationship with Lao Wang in the dungeon, so I'll take care of this. About half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at the night watch building. Chen Hongming greeted him with a smile on his face, his expression as enthusiastic as it could be. You must be Comrade Lu Ming, right? I'm Xiao Chun from the logistics department. Please follow me to complete the onboarding procedures. Sorry to trouble Comrade Chen. Lu Ming responded calmly and followed him to the logistics department. From time to time, people in the offices on both sides of the corridor would pop their heads out to look at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Whispers drifted out through the crack in the door. Although Lu Ming couldn't hear clearly, he could feel that the gazes were not friendly. Comrade Lu Ming is truly young and promising. He's already become a night watchman at such a young age. His future is limitless. Chen Hongming was being polite as he walked, and his tone was so warm that it sounded like they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Unlike those of us in logistics, we don't have any special skills and can only help the night watchman. Lu Ming smiled and didn't respond. He could naturally hear the sourness in Chen Hongming's words. But so what? Not convinced? Go talk to Director Zhao. Soon, the two took the elevator downstairs. Comrade Lu Ming, is this your first time at the night patrol? Chen Hongming suddenly broke the silence. There's a lot of secrets underground. There's a testing area, an armory, a medicine storehouse, and at the very bottom there's even a dungeon where high-level aliens are held. Although he hated Lu Ming in his heart, the smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest. He had a good plan in mind. Even if Lu Ming found out that the test had been tampered with, he would not suspect him. After all, from beginning to end, he played the role of a warm and thoughtful logistics staff, and all procedures were carried out in compliance with the law. Even if something goes wrong, it can be blamed on system failure or Xiao Li's operational error. Besides, who is Lu Ming? Director Zhao was just controlled by him and had to admit him as an exception. I guess she will soon forget this person. After a while, the elevator suddenly stopped. Chen Hongming brought Lu Ming to a dungeon and entered the password. Inside is the trial ground. Kill the aliens inside and you'll pass the test. Don't get me wrong, this is just a simple test. Chen Hongming said this and retreated back to the door, still with that hypocritical smile on his face, but there was a hint of impatient anticipation in his eyes. But after Lu Ming's figure completely disappeared inside the door, he returned to his original gloomy expression. Let's go to the monitoring room and watch the show. No, I have to record the video and post it on the forum. I have to bring this guy down. But when he opened the door of the monitoring room, the smile on his face froze instantly. In the huge monitoring room, besides the pale-faced Xiao Li, there was another beautiful figure. Zhao. Director Zhao. Chen Hongming's throat felt a little dry. He never dreamed that Zhao Qingge would appear in the monitoring room. Looking at Xiao Li's deathly pale expression, it was obvious that she already knew everything. I don't understand why Director Zhao attaches so much importance to that kid. You too. Zhao Qingge opened her red lips slightly, her voice low. Go to the dungeon and stay there for a month. These words exploded like a thunder in the monitoring room, and Chen Hongming and Xiao Li turned pale instantly. What is a dungeon? It's where high-level aliens are imprisoned. It's filled with gloomy and miasmic air. And the detention here does not mean locking them up for a month, but being responsible for the supervision and feeding of the alien races in the dungeon. If you are not careful when dealing with those brutal foreign races, you may die. This punishment is quite severe. But murdering a colleague is a capital crime, so Chen Hongming and Xiao Li did not dare to complain at all. Yes. Zhao Qingge ignored them and stared at Lu Ming on the surveillance camera with great interest. Is this little ghost really as magical as Li Yata said? Chapter 31 is over. I feel a little dead. Lu Ming stepped into the dungeon. The heavy alloy door slowly closed with a dull clang. The light from outside is completely blocked out. The dim light bulb on the wall emitted a weak light, barely illuminating a small space. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and decay, mixed with an indescribable fishy smell. Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. Roar. As if smelling the breath of a living person, a low roar came from the darkness. In the shadows, an alien slowly revealed its figure. His body was as huge as a mountain, and was surrounded by Yin energy. There are a few wisps of long gray hair hanging down its back, and two pointed horns on its head. The face is made of dry bones, the skin all over the body is like weathered rock, the limbs are slender and thick, and the joints are hideous. He held a bone knife more than 2 meters long in his hand, with a cold light flashing, and his empty eye sockets were filled with cruelty and killing. With every step it took, the ground shook violently and the sound of bones rubbing against each other echoed. Netherworld Bone General. In the monitoring room, Chen Homing suddenly looked up and stared at Xiao Li, whose face was pale. I just fucking asked you to give that guy some strength. Do you want to torture him to death? It's over, it's all over, I feel like I'm a little dead. It won't be as simple as going to the dungeon to guard the aliens. It is very likely that Director Zhao will really throw me out to be a snack for those aliens. Although this Netherworld Bone General's strength on paper is only at the 3rd level. But as the backbone of the Nether clan, the Nether Bone General is born with immense strength and bones as hard as steel. Every mature Netherworld Bone General has the strength to fight 3 enemies at the same time. Even those veteran Night Watchmen would have a hard time dealing with this ghost thing, not to mention that Lu Ming wasn't even at the 3rd level. The two of them felt tremendous pressure just by watching in front of the surveillance screen. Lu Ming stood in front of it, like a baby who had just learned to crawl. Is this the strength of the Night Watch? Lu Ming looked at the huge monster in front of him without much emotion. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how strong he was. As if sensing Lu Ming's disdain, Nether Bone General's empty eyes instantly burned scarlet. No excessive nonsense, only endless killing. The bone knife was swung, and the surging yin energy rushed towards Lu Ming like a tide. Wherever it passed, a thin layer of white frost condensed on the stone floor. But as soon as the yin chi touched the half-foot range around Lu Ming, it exploded with a sizzling sound, just like boiling oil meeting a raging fire. The 9-yang divine body in Lu Ming's body was quietly moving, golden light was flowing under his skin, and the yin chi was burned so much that green smoke was rising. This is the 9-yang divine body, immune to all evil. Unfortunately, since the last upgrade of 1,000-pound strength, these yin chi seem to have lost their tempering effect. I don't know whether the yin chi is too low level or the 9-yang divine body is too strong. Lu Ming drew the straight knife from his waist, his eyes as cold as ice. You are such a useless little thing. Now, you can go and die. In the monitoring room, Zhao Qingge's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Lu Ming completely ignoring the yin chi. Help! In her opinion, it was enough for Lu Ming to have this characteristic. As for killing the Netherworld Bone General? Is this a joke? You must know that there is an insurmountable gap between the Qidong realm, which can use spiritual energy, and the Kaiyuan realm, which is dozens or hundreds of times the gap. There are only a handful of geniuses in the entire Jiangnan province who can kill 3rd-level aliens in the 2nd level. However, Zhao Qingge had just finished speaking. Lu Ming's body suddenly moved, leaving only a shadow behind. Before the afterimage completely disappeared, his real body appeared behind the Nether Bone General. The straight knife, carrying the powerful force of the 7 evils suddenly slashed towards the relatively weak back of Yu Mingbone's neck. Sizzle! The blade cut through the skin on the back of Nether Bone General's neck. The weathered rock-like skin covering the back of the neck shattered like crispy chips under the chopping of the straight knife, revealing the equally hard bones underneath. Bite! The straight knife chopped hard on the bone, leaving a deep mark and bursts of black air emerging. The Netherworld Bone General obviously did not expect Lu Ming's speed to be so fast. Feeling the pain, it swung the huge bone knife violently, trying to cut Lu Ming in half. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with disdain. Although the power is great, the lead-up is too long. After dodging the attack sideways, the thunder explosion killing technique was suddenly launched. Suddenly, dazzling electric light appeared around Lu Ming, and crackling blood-red arcs of electricity wrapped around the straight knife. The destructive force of the thunder explosion killing technique swept across like a tsunami, almost suppressing Nether Bone so that he could not move. Lu Ming took the opportunity to swing his straight knife. With the blessing of the 9-yang divine body and the 7 evils each sword strike was close to the power of 10,000 mountains. 1 knife. 2 knives. 10 knives. Dozens of knives were swung out in an instant. Until a transparent blood-red mark suddenly appeared on the body of the Nether Bone General. Execution triggered. The Nether Bone General had just broken through the suppression of the thunder explosion killing technique. A strange force quietly descended. His limbs seemed to be tightly entangled by countless invisible threads, making him completely unable to move. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Reluctance, fear, and despair. It wanted to struggle, but found that its soul was about to be frozen. All his proud defenses were useless, and he could only watch Lu Ming's knife fall. Phew! The huge head suddenly flew up. Black blood gushed out from the broken neck. The mountain-like body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, shaking the entire dungeon slightly. Lu Ming kicked away a piece of broken bone beside his foot, and the sound of the straight knife returning to its sheath was crisp and clear. He glanced at the still twitching corpse on the ground, his eyes without any fluctuation, as if he had just crushed an ant. Execution successful, experience +1. The current execution mark has a 1% chance of triggering 110. The monitoring room fell into an eerie silence. Chen Hongming and Xiao Li's faces were filled with horror, and their backs were soaked with cold sweat. I didn't even blink. What happened? The Nether Bone General of the Third Realm was killed instantly without any chance to fight back. Is this kid still human? You told me he was just a minor before? They stared at the screen as Lu Ming turned and walked towards the secret door, feeling it was extremely absurd. Zhao Qingge's eyes were filled with extreme surprise, and his hands trembled slightly. With her strength and knowledge, she can naturally see a lot of things. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy in Lu Ming's attack. As for those blood-colored arcs, they should be the characteristics of some kind of lightning-attributed body movement. In other words, this kid's real realm is only Kaiyuan realm. We've found a treasure. We have to find a way to keep him. The dungeon door reopened. Chen Hongming and Xiao Li stood on both sides, not daring to look Lu Ming in the eye. Now, they only have regret in their hearts. If I had established a good relationship with him from the beginning, wouldn't I have been able to take off as well? As logistics personnel, their contribution points are directly linked to the night watchmen they assist. The stronger the night watchmen are, the more tasks they complete, and their positions will naturally rise accordingly. However, it's too late to say anything now. You two, go in and reflect on yourselves. Zhao Qingge's cold voice sounded behind them. Chen Hongming and Xiao Li trembled all over and walked into the dungeon with pale faces. Zhao Qingge withdrew his gaze and slowly walked towards Lu Ming. The black high heels made a crisp tapping sound as they stepped on the metal floor. She extended a soft, white hand to Lu Ming, with a faint smile on her lips. Welcome to the Night Watch. Chapter 32. Zhao Qingge, I want to tie him tightly to my side. Zhao Qingge's fingertips were painted with bean paste-colored nail polish, which glowed with a warm luster under the light. Her hands are not big, but they are white, tender and smooth due to years of martial arts practice. Lu Ming shook her hand gently, as if holding a piece of warm jade. I'm Zhao Qingge, the current director of the Jiangcheng Night Patrol. I'll be your direct superior from now on. There was a subtle laziness in the ending of her voice, and the small beauty mole at the corner of her eye appeared and disappeared with her blinking. When she spoke, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, giving her a unique charm that was hard to describe. The woman had an oval face, peach blossom eyes, and a beauty mole. She looked to be around 35 years old. Lu Ming's eyes inadvertently swept across her open neckline. The first button of the white shirt was undone, revealing the delicate collarbone. He quickly came to a conclusion. This is a woman of stunning beauty and unfathomable strength. Hello, Director Zhao. Lu Ming withdrew his hand. I'm Lu Ming. Thank you for your guidance. Zhao Qingge suddenly chuckled and raised his hand to tuck the loose hair behind his ear. Director Zhao? You and Zhao Li live together, but you don't want to call me auntie? There was a certain familiarity in Zhao Qingge's words, not like a boss talking to a subordinate, but more like an elder talking to a younger person. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. No, did you misunderstand something? I haven't had time to start yet. Why, you don't want to? Seeing that he didn't respond, Zhao Qingge's smile deepened, and that beauty mole seemed to come alive. Do you still think that at my age, I'm not worthy of being called your aunt? Her words were half joking and half testing, with a slight rise in the ending tone, a bit coquettish and lazy. This woman is so sexy. Lu Ming took a deep breath and could smell a faint fragrance coming from her. It was not the strong smell of powder, but rather the fragrance of some flowers and plants, which was very special. No. Lu Ming shook his head, paused, and then followed her words and called out, Auntie. Oh, that's right. I agree to your marriage with Li Yatu. Zhao Qingge's smile became more obvious, and his eyes softened a little. Come on, I'll show you around the night watch department. She turned and walked forward, a sly look in her eyes. With the strength shown by this kid, he will be noticed by other old guys sooner or later. Instead of worrying all day about him being poached by others, it is better to take the initiative and tie him tightly to your side. It is not difficult to see from the attitude of this young man towards his two wives after he became successful that he is still quite loyal and righteous. It is not a grievance for Zhao Li to follow him. This way, if anyone dares to poach me from now on, I'll have a reason to act cute and spoiled. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingge's steps became lighter. The black high heels stepped on the floor, making a tapping sound as if they were beating the rhythm. From now on, if you have any problems at the night watch, feel free to come to me. Don't be so taciturn and don't hide your difficulties. We are all family, and I can't let you suffer any injustice. Lu Ming followed behind, looking at Zhao Qingge's tall back, his eyebrows raised slightly. He is not a fool. Zhao Qingge's undisguised affection must be because he sees his potential. Want to be your own angel investor? To be honest, he didn't mind. He naturally saw Zhao Li's affection. And the twins have also been showing a tendency to bring them together recently. In this case, it wouldn't be a loss to have another cheap aunt. He really lacks fire. The entire night watch department has 7 floors. There are 4 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. The basement was just as Chun Hongming had described it earlier. The bottom level is the dungeon, where some alien races and captured evil cultivators are imprisoned. The next level up is where the cultivation resources are stored. Similar to the law enforcement team, night watchmen can use contribution points to exchange for corresponding resources. However, the resources that can be exchanged by the night watch are much better. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can get 4-star or even 5-star martial arts. The first floor is the reception and logistics department office, the second floor is the lounge area and conference room, and the third floor is Zhao Qingge's office. Zhao Qingge seemed to be in a good mood. She walked in front of the crowd in high heels, and the hem of her black skirt swayed gently with her steps. Night watchmen usually have free time unless they encounter a mission. As for the treatment, it is definitely better than what you get in the law enforcement team. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. You're still at the Kaiyuan realm, right? 2 Pichio pills a month. As for the apartment, I won't arrange it, since you're staying with me anyway. I'll install an internal app for the Night Watch division on your phone. You can accept missions and redeem supplies through the app. A staff member will then deliver them to your door, saving you the hassle of running back and forth. Originally, your logistics assistant should have explained these tasks to you, but you're lucky I happen to be free. She suddenly turned her face to the side, her peach blossom eyes gleaming cunningly under the light of the corridor, staring at Lu Ming's eyes with expectation. Is this the legendary chief of the Jiangcheng Night Patrol? Why are you acting like a little girl asking for praise? Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. When Zhao Qingge heard the word auntie, the smile at the corner of her eyes became even more intense, and the beauty mole on her face seemed to come alive, very lively. She leaned forward, and the special floral fragrance on her body became stronger. Hey, good boy. By the way, come with me. Little did they know that during the time the two of them were strolling around, the entire Jiangcheng Night Patrol was stunned. Many veterans in the logistics department were whispering to each other. He's Lu Ming? Isn't he just average in strength and talent? Why did Director Zhao personally handle his employment procedures? TSK. Not even Xie Jinyu, known as Jiangcheng's #1 genius, gets this kind of treatment. Hey, what a fucking bad luck. Why did you mention that traitor? How dare he call himself the #1 genius in Jiangcheng? Director Zhao used to think so highly of him, giving him the most resources. He finally managed to stand on his own, but what happened? He just turned around and jumped to Jiangzhou City. Tisk, what's wrong with people striving for higher positions? Besides, he's just following the organization's arrangements. You know nothing. It was that ungrateful bastard who wanted to be transferred to Jiangzhou City. Not only did he leave, but he also helped that old woman suppress us. Several of our previous missions were intercepted by that ungrateful bastard. And you know, Director Zhao originally planned to have the Jiangzhou City Night Patrol intervene in the matter of Wei Xin and his companions being trapped in the ruins, and the higher-ups agreed. You saw who showed up. That ungrateful Xie Jinyu said he'd finish his work whenever Director Zhao came to ask him for help. He really gave him face. Chapter 33, Hell Level Mission, Newbie Dares to Commit Fraud? Zhao Qingge took Lu Ming back to his office. Seeing this, the assistant immediately followed in with a pile of information. She looked at Lu Ming secretly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Zhao Qingge leaned lazily in his chair. This is Lu Ming, one of us. Just say what you want to say. The assistant tightened her arms around the documents, her cheeks flushed slightly. Director, Xie Jinyu just said that he hasn't completed the task at hand yet and can't provide support for the time being. He also said that if Director Zhao went to ask him in person. Zhao Qingga's fingers holding the pen paused, and the pen cap tapped lightly on the table twice, making a crisp sound. Indeed, she is very passive now. 3 teams from the Jiangqing Night Patrol are trapped in the foggy area of the Dark Sea, and their lives and deaths are unknown. But she could only wait. Because she has already stepped into the 5th realm and is experiencing the great calamity of the 5 declines of heaven and man. However, Xie Jinyu is too naive to want to use this to control me. When she raised her eyes, the smile in her peach blossom eyes faded a lot, and the beauty mole at the end of her eye seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost. I know, let him be busy. Xiao Su, go make the coordinates of that ancient ruins public later. Just because Xie Jinyu doesn't like it doesn't mean others don't. The assistant was stunned for a moment, then whispered, okay. Also, this is the information the pioneer team sent back earlier. Zhao Qingga glanced at Lu Ming, was silent for a moment, and said, no need, just put it back in the archives first. Originally, she planned to let Lu Ming sneak into the foggy area of the Dark Sea to gather information. But after seeing the potential he showed, she changed her mind. Zhao Qingga vaguely felt that the appearance of this relic was too strange, as if it was specially set up for the Jiangqing Night Patrol. Wait a moment. Just as the assistant was about to leave with the documents in her arms, Lu Ming suddenly called out to her. Lu Ming pointed to a photo in the file and asked, is this a photo of the ruins? The background of the photo is a desert. In the vast yellow sand, there are broken walls and ruins all over the ground, which is very desolate. What really piqued Lu Ming's interest was the huge stone statue half buried in the quicksand. Although the stone statue's features were blurred by the wind and sand, some of its features could still be vaguely seen. It was exactly the same as the mysterious Dharma image that Uncle Fu gave him. The assistant peeked in and nodded, yes, it was taken by the pioneer team at the ruins. After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Ming was moved. This is really good stuff. The broken corner last time made him realize the 3-star Thunder Blast killing method. If you can obtain the complete Dharma image, could the Thunder Blast method be improved? 4 stars, or 5 stars? Lu Ming put the photo down, then suddenly looked up at Zhao Qingga and said, Director Zhao, I'll take this mission. Zhao Qingga raised her eyebrows in surprise, her peach blossom eyes scanning his dark pupils. The ruins are deep in the foggy area of the Nether Sea, and the risk factor is quite low. Lu Ming met her gaze fearlessly, his lips curled up slightly. It doesn't matter. I just can't stand seeing Xie Jinyu acting like this. It's like the Jiangqing Night Patrol is completely gone without him. There is only confidence in his calm eyes, absolute confidence. Zhao Qingga's heart trembled slightly. A sentence suddenly came to her mind, the spirit of youth is something that cannot be regenerated. Zhao Qingga stared at him for a while, then suddenly smiled. Her peach blossom eyes curved into beautiful crescents, and the thin frost that had just covered them seemed to be melted by her smile. Is this kid teasing me? She stretched out her white and tender fingers, tapped Lu Ming's forehead, and said angrily, okay, since you want to go, then go ahead. But remember, you have to call me Aunt from now on. Then, she turned to look at the stunned assistant and instructed, the coordinates of the ruins will not be made public for now. 10 minutes later. A message on the Night Watch app caused a complete chaos in the logistics department. Lu Ming, departing immediately to the Dark Sea ruins, I'll need an assistant who's familiar with the terrain. Quiet. The entire group chat was silent. Those old hands in the logistics department had seen the news. But even if you see it, you pretend not to see it. The 3 teams of night watchmen were like the gourd saving grandpa. As soon as one team went there, one team disappeared. Who would dare to go? Even if the contribution points are high, you still need to be alive to spend them. Obviously, the ruins of the Phantom Sea are about to turn these old hands into PTSD. Are new recruits so tough these days? They start with a hellish mission? He's not fierce, he's just brainless. He even dares to take on a task that Xie Jinyu is so dreadful of? Although they cursed Xie Jinyu, they still recognized his abilities. They have always said in private, as long as the 4 realms are not out, Xie Jinyu is invincible. But now, even Xie Jinyu found it a difficult task, so how dare a newcomer like Lu Ming commit fraud? But just as they were discussing, a hint of determination flashed in the eyes of Chen Ziliang, who was sitting in the corner. Lu Sun, do you think I can do this? As soon as the news was released, the expressions of the old hands became even more intriguing. Newcomers nowadays are going crazy trying to stand out. This kid usually keeps quiet, so how come he's braver than anyone else? Chen Ziliang ignored the whispers around him and waited nervously for Lu Ming's reply. As a newcomer, he wanted to take a gamble. The phone vibrated, and Chen Ziliang almost jumped up and pressed the screen. "I'll wait for you at the door." Just 5 words made his hands tremble. He quickly knocked on the back door of the equipment warehouse, grabbed the canvas bag he had prepared long ago, and rushed out. As soon as he opened the back door of the garage, he saw Lu Ming leaning against the wall waiting for him. "Brother Lu." Chen Ziliang stopped panting and subconsciously straightened his back. Lu Ming looked up at him. Chen Ziliang has a childish face, a pair of black-framed glasses on his nose, and he still has the youthful air of a person who has just entered society. After Lu Ming got into Chen Ziliang's SUV, he asked curiously, "Everyone else is avoiding me, why do you dare to accept it?" Chen Ziliang stole a glance at Lu Ming in the rearview mirror. "Brother Lu, you don't know that I'm also a newcomer. In the night watch department, whether you are a night watchman or a logistics assistant, seniority is very important. Those veteran night watchmen all have fixed logistics assistants. It's hard for newcomers like us to gain their trust. After all, the intelligence on every mission is a matter of life and death. A fatal mistake could mean death, and no one wants to take that risk. Also, I saw Chen Hongming and the others take you for the test this morning, but later it was Director Zhao who handled your onboarding." Chen Ziliang paused and continued, "Chen Hongming has always considered himself to be aloof, so I guess he did something during the test, or maybe he increased the difficulty of the test for you. Now, he's gone, but you're fine. So, I want to take a gamble too." Chapter 34. Wait a minute, I'm one of you. Want to take a gamble? Lu Ming smiled without commenting. This kid really has a sharp eye. Chen Ziliang gripped the steering wheel, sweat oozing from his palms. He glanced at Lu Ming in the rearview mirror and continued. "Right. I bet you're no ordinary person. The entire Night Patrol Division knows what kind of person Chief Zhao is. He's so arrogant. Even Xie Jinyu didn't get this kind of treatment back then." He paused, his tone becoming more earnest. "Besides, I have a younger sister at home who needs my money for her medical treatment. As a small assistant in the logistics department, my monthly salary is barely enough to maintain basic living expenses, and there's no way I can save enough for medical expenses. The contribution points from this mission will be enough for my sister to have a major operation." Having said that, Chen Ziliang's voice lowered and his eyes dimmed a little. "I know this may sound corny, but for me, this is my only chance. Those seasoned veterans wouldn't even bother taking on such a high-risk mission. They have families and careers, and they can't afford to lose. But I'm different. I have nothing to lose, just my life at most." Lu Ming listened quietly, his lips curled up slightly. "You are quite good, bold, and careful." Chen Ziliang smiled a little embarrassedly. "I believe in my own judgment, and I also believe in your ability. Even if I fail this time, I will accept it. At least I tried my best." The two chatted all the way, and the car unknowingly left the inner city. When passing by the black market in the outer city, Lu Ming got off the car specially. After he exchanged the million cash in his hand for 10 breaking acupoint pills, the two of them set out again. Outside the city gate is the fast-flowing Jiangyin River. On the other side of the river is the outskirts of the Yuhai Foggy area. The huge Jiangyin River separates Jiangcheng and the Foggy Sea into 2 parts. The only way to reach the other side is the huge suspension bridge hanging over the Jiangyin River. Jiangcheng is protected from foreign invasions thanks to the existence of the Jiangyin River. After crossing the bridge, Chen Ziliang parked the SUV steadily at the checkpoint at the end of the bridge and explained, "Brother Lu, the ruins are northeast of the Yuhai. From there, we can only walk." The moment Lu Ming pushed open the car door, a cold wind mixed with a foul odor blew in his face. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes and looked at the wasteland in the distance shrouded in thick white fog. "I didn't know what the white mist was made of, and my mental perception was suppressed to the point of being almost gone. No wonder people say that the foggy area is hell for extraordinary people. How much longer will the walk take?" Chen Ziliang was counting the supplies in his backpack and paused when he heard this. "It will take almost 2 days to walk across the soul-breaking cliff ahead. There's still time. Let's go." Chen Ziliang quickly followed and handed a bottle of pills to Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, this is the heart purification pill. The deeper you go into the foggy area, the heavier the yin energy becomes. This heart purification pill can block the yin energy from invading your meridians. Lu Ming took a look and shook his head, no need. It's just a little bit of negative energy. It won't affect me. The nine yang divine body is immune to all evil, so it would be a waste to eat these pills. Chen Ziliang's fingers holding the porcelain bottle stiffened for a moment, then he put it in his arms as if nothing had happened. It doesn't matter, the Dark Sea Mist Zone will heal every stubborn person. But soon, he was shocked. The two of them had been walking for almost half a day, and he had almost finished a bottle of Qingxing pills. On the other hand, Lu Ming didn't even frown, as if he was just here for a trip. Now they arrived at the center of the misty forest. The yin energy became thicker and the danger increased quietly. From time to time, a few soul-devouring beasts would launch sneak attacks. Lu Ming didn't even raise his eyes, he just waved his hand casually. The beast seemed to be hit by an invisible force. It drew an arc in the air and crashed into a dead tree in the distance. Its flesh and blood exploded and splattered everywhere. Relaxed, extremely relaxed and comfortable. Even at night, Lu Ming started meditating and practicing. Chen Ziliang's Adam's apple rolled and he looked around vigilantly. 2 days later, the two finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. Brother Lu, the ruins are ahead. Lu Ming looked in the direction Chen Ziliang pointed, and saw a half-broken stone gate standing faintly in the thick fog. The two of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. Just as they were about to reach the stone gate, a vague voice came from the fog. My two young friends, please stop. This relic has been reserved by my young master. The coordinates of the ruins have been leaked? Chen Ziliang's expression changed, and he asked, May I ask who you are? Our night patrol was the first to discover this relic. Ha ha ha. The voice in the fog suddenly burst into laughter, its voice full of disdain and arrogance. Boy, I'm sparing your life precisely because you're from the Night Watch. Get out of here now, this place is not for you to get involved in. If you take another step forward, I'll be rude to you. Chen Ziliang didn't expect that the other party would still be so fearless even after he mentioned his identity as a night patrol officer, and his face turned red after being rebuked. But Lu Ming smiled. These past 2 days I've been traveling during the day and taking drugs and practicing at night. It took a lot of effort to raise my realm to the 9th level of Kaiyuan. Although he had 1 foot in the 3rd realm, he still felt that his physical talents had not been fully developed. The problem remained unresolved and he was feeling annoyed. Are you here to die? Lu Ming took a step forward, looking into the thick fog, and said calmly, I'm taking a step forward now. Come on, kill me. The old man seemed to be completely enraged, his voice becoming angry and sharp. Little thing, you actually want to die, I will grant your wish. However, just as he finished speaking, Lu Ming suddenly moved. Lu Ming's figure turned into a blood-red lightning and approached almost the moment the old man finished speaking. The thick fog was torn into a straight wave of air in front of him. Gong Sun Yang only felt a flash before his eyes, and Lu Ming, who was originally several meters away, landed beside him in the blink of an eye. His pupils suddenly shrank, and then his whole body was held down by a huge force. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly, as if a devil was whispering in his ear, Old man, so you were hiding here. Boom! Gravel was scattered everywhere. Gong Sun Yang was pinned to the ground with his sword. The hard rock cracked under the tremendous force, forming an irregular shallow pit. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, a fishy sweet taste surged in his throat, and even breathing was accompanied by tearing pain. Ah! Wait a minute. My name is Gong Sun Yang, I'm Xie Jinyu's assistant, we're all family. Gong Sun Yang suddenly screamed, his eyes filled with horror. Lu Ming pressed harder on the back of his head, raising his right hand to gather strength. It's too late. You dare to obstruct the night patrol's investigation? You will be sentenced to death and executed immediately. Wait. Gong Sun Yang roared with all his might, there's no such law in the night patrol. Who do you think you are? I'm a night watchman, and if I say yes, I get it. You are. Gong Sun Yang screamed, and his head was completely stuck to the rock. Chen Ziliang's face turned pale instantly. He had never seen such a clean and efficient killing. Gong Sun Yang clearly introduced himself, but in the blink of an eye he turned into a bloody mist. Lu Sun? His voice trembled, and the hand holding the long sword was shaking a little. He seemed to say he was Xie Jinyu's assistant. Chapter 35 Young man, your path has become lighter. I heard it, so what? Lu Ming shook off the blood on his hands, his expression showing no change. This old guy has been playing tricks from the beginning, and he doesn't even dare to reveal his family background. It's obvious that he has something to hide. Chen Ziliang's words were stuck in his throat, and his expression kept changing. It is true that Lu Ming is very strong. Better than the average veteran night watchman. But Chen Ziliang didn't think he was Xie Jinyu's opponent. There is no false reputation under a great name. Xie Jinyu dares to call himself the best person under the Four Realms, and it is certainly not just an exaggeration. However, Lu Ming hadn't even entered the third realm yet. The gap in strength was simply too great. Now he accidentally killed his assistant. It would have been better if he hadn't met him in the secret realm. If they ever meet, given Xie Jinyu's vengeful character, their fate will not be much better than Gong Sun Yang's. Chen Ziliang swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Brother Lu, how about we report this to the night patrol and then make a decision? Of course, this was just his suggestion, and the final decision still lay in Lu Ming's hands. If you want to report it, just report it. I'm not stopping you. Lu Ming glanced at him calmly. Chen Ziliang's heart suddenly trembled. He looked at Gong Sun Yang's body with a fierce look in his eyes. Brother Lu, please move aside. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and moved aside as he was told. He wanted to see what Chen Ziliang was going to do. Chen Ziliang took a deep breath and half knelt on the ground. The moment the fingertips touched the ground, the soil under the palm suddenly rolled like boiling water. Under Chen Ziliang's manipulation, the soil became extremely sticky, like countless invisible hands, slowly dragging Gong Sun Yang's body underground. That's quite a talent. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that this well-mannered boy was so good at destroying corpses. All I can say is, young man, you have broadened your path. However, this is such a waste. Lu Ming immediately stopped him. Wait a moment. Chen Ziliang looked at Lu Ming in confusion, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lu Ming walked slowly to the corpse, squatted down and took out a storage bag from Gong Sun Yang. That sophisticated technique made Chen Ziliang's heart skip a beat. How could I end up with such a boss? Killing people and looting corpses is even more evil than evil cultivators. But there was no way. He had chosen his own path, and now, all he could do was to submit his pledge of allegiance. TSK, another poor guy. Take this storage bag. Lu Ming took out a few breakthrough pills from it and threw the storage bag to Chen Ziliang. Chen Ziliang took the storage bag blankly, his face still a little pale. When he opened it, he found that there was more than 200,000 yuan in cash inside, which was almost his income for several months. Chen Ziliang's Adam's apple rolled. Brother Lu, this. Lu Ming waved his hand. Take it. Aren't you saving money for your sister's surgery? Chen Ziliang's hands trembled and he felt his eyes getting a little hot. Thanks. Lu Ming glanced at him, his lips curled up in a barely perceptible arc. Ziliang, don't be so impulsive in the future. If you bury Gong Sun Yang's body and someone finds it, they might think I'm guilty. Chen Ziliang looked up suddenly, and the gratitude on his face was instantly replaced by astonishment. Lu Ming slowly kicked Gong Sun Yang's body. Have you ever considered that even though you've already revealed your identity, that old man Gong Sun Yang is still hiding something? He turned and stared at the gate of the ruins, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This Xie Jinyu is really interesting. On the one hand, he spread the word that he rejected the Jiangcheng Night Patrol's request, and on the other hand, he secretly arranged for people to guard the gate of the ruins. There's only one possibility: he discovered some incredible treasures in this ruin and wants to keep them all for himself. You bastard, you're not afraid of dying of starvation. Let's go and meet this genius boy. In the ruins, the sun was scorching and yellow sand was everywhere. The sand was baked hot by the scorching sun, and the dry air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The few people from Jiangcheng Night Patrol who had lost contact stared at the young man in front of them with horror on their faces. At their feet lay the bodies of several night watchmen. Xie Jinyu, you're crazy. We're both night watchmen. How dare you do this to your colleagues? Aren't you afraid we'll report you? The leader Wei Changhe suddenly knelt on one knee, pressed his left hand on his chest, and blood seeped out between his fingers. His roar exploded in the yellow sand, causing sand to fall from the distant dunes. Xie Jinyu brushed off the sand on his brocade robe slowly and leisurely, as if the corpses under his feet were just some annoying pebbles. Snitch me? He sneered. Wei Changhe, you're so naive. Do you think you can get out? The spiritual energy in his palm surged, and the violent spiritual energy flowed in his palm, slowly condensing into two transparent spiritual spears, emitting a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Xie Jinyu waved the spirit spear in his hand, pointing at the dilapidated pagoda behind them, with a cold smile on his face. Would you like to go in on your own, or should I invite you in? The expressions of the people in Jiangcheng Night Patrol changed. They knew very well that a terrifying monster lived in that pagoda. There is only one way to die if you enter the tower. Half a month ago, someone reported that they had encountered a small group of aliens in the foggy area of the Dark Sea. Wei Changhe went to investigate as a pioneer team and accidentally discovered this relic. As soon as the news was passed back to the Night Patrol, they were ambushed by the Nether Clan. After the support arrived, they suddenly realized that the strength of the Nether Clan was far from as simple as it seemed. Their leader is a superior alien at the peak of the Third Realm, and his physical body is comparable to that of a Fourth Realm human. And the dozen or so alien races under its command also have the cultivation level of the Third Realm. Wei Changhe had no idea how such a powerful alien group had managed to bypass the border troops of Daxia and infiltrate. But he knew very well that the alien race did not kill him and his companions immediately because they wanted to force them to enter the pagoda and fight with the creature so that they could reap the benefits. Wei Changhe and others struggled in the ruins for half a month and finally received support from the Night Patrol. I didn't expect that the person I was waiting for was Xie Jinyu, this ungrateful person. And now, this beast Xie Jinyu actually had the same thoughts as an alien. He wants to use the lives of everyone in the Jiangcheng Night Patrol to buy time for him. Wei Changhe looked at Xie Jinyu's calm face, and a chill ran up his spine to the top of his head. Xie Jinyu. You'll regret this. Wei Changhe's voice was filled with incomparable anger. If we die, you will become a target for those Netherworld clan. Xie Jinyu's lips curled up into a playful smile, as if he was admiring an interesting toy. It doesn't matter. As long as I get the opportunity in the pagoda, I can suppress a few alien races in an instant. Suppressed in an instant? Wei Changhe coughed up blood as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. That was a high-ranking Netherworld leader. Do you think you can hold your own for a few rounds with your peak Third Realm cultivation? The smile on Xie Jinyu's face faded a little, but the spiritual spear in his palm became more solid, and the tip of the spear flashed with a cold light. Yeah, a superior alien race, I'm so scared. That's why we need you to explore the way. After saying that, he threw the spirit spear out and it suddenly pierced through the body of a night watchman. Chapter 36, Brother Liu, run. You are no match for him. Xie Jinyu, how dare you? Wei Changhe was furious when his teammate suddenly died. Xie Jinyu tilted his head and watched the night watchman slowly fall down, without any emotion in his eyes. Idiot, the person is dead, and you are still asking if I dare? He said lightly, and the spiritual spear condensed in his palm again. Who's next? The spiritual spear slowly reached in front of a middle-aged man, and Xie Jinyu grinned. It's you, Lao Yao. I remember your daughter just turned 1 month old, right? The night watchman named Lao Yao was suddenly called by Xie Jinyu. He trembled and said in panic, No, I can't die. Wei Changhe couldn't bear to watch it any longer, and suddenly jumped up from the ground, and the spiritual energy on the long sword surged. You beast, I'm going to fight you. He roared, and the long sword drew a 3-meter-wide airblade, heading straight for Xie Jinyu's face. Xie Jinyu smiled disdainfully, dodged the airblade sideways, turned his wrist, and shot out like a dragon, accurately piercing Wei Changhe's shoulder. With a loud puff sound, Wei Changhe felt his arm go numb and the long sword almost slipped out of his hand. The spiritual spear tore through his energy and pierced his shoulder. He staggered back a few steps, the wound on his chest opened again, and blood stained his clothes red. Fight? Fighting is only for those with similar strengths. You. It can only be called a free gift. Xie Jinyu sneered and pressed forward step by step. Wei Changhe, I'll say it one last time, a quarter of an hour. I only want you to hold that thing back for a quarter of an hour. If everyone pulled out their best life-saving magic weapon, maybe everyone could survive. What do you think? The other people from the Jiangcheng Night Patrol looked at Wei Changhe, who was lying on the ground, and a feeling of despair enveloped their hearts. It's not that they don't know Xie Jinyuqiang. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. Wei Changhe, who was also at the peak of the Third Realm, couldn't even withstand one of his moves. Now, they have only a dead end before them. Entering the tower means death. You will die if you don't enter the tower. Xie Jinyu ignored their expressions. He turned around and looked carefully at the collapsed pagoda, his eyes full of fanaticism. There's no mistake, absolutely no mistake, that's the legendary pagoda in Buddhism. He could hardly contain his excitement, and the spiritual energy around him began to stirring up the yellow sand on the ground. In Buddhism, the number 9 is considered the most respected. Anyone who can use a 9-story pagoda for worship must have been at least a 7th level venerable in his lifetime. If I can obtain the inheritance inside, let alone these foreign bastards, in time, even the old monsters of the 5th realm will have to kneel before me. However, this relic was discovered by the Jiangcheng Night Patrol. If they wake up and propose joint development, the inheritance of the relic will belong to those who are destined to inherit it. But Xie Jinyu would never allow that scene to happen. Since ancient times, the strong have preyed on the weak. The inheritance of this ancient monk was tailor-made for a prodigy like him. For this reason, he pretended to reject the request of Jiangcheng Night Patrol, but secretly took Gongsun Yang to sneak into the ruins, wanting to get the inheritance first. He also lured that alien race away to another place with living people. Now the only obstacle is the 4th level guardian beast in the tower. He turned around suddenly, his eyes like a knife sweeping across the group of trembling Jiangcheng Night Watchmen. I'll give you one last chance, enter the tower, or die. The other side. Lu Ming and Chen Ziliang also rushed to the depths of the ruins. As I approached the ruins, I saw this scene. TSK, I just came in and saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu. That guy is Xie Jinyu? He's really a beast. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but Xie Jinyu seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked towards them. When he saw the night patrol uniform on Chen Ziliang, his pupils shrank. That loser Gongsun Yang is getting more useless as he gets older. In order to prevent the sudden arrival of support from the Jiangcheng Night Patrol, he specially asked Gongsun Yang to guard the entrance of the ruins. If the person who comes is a rookie, you can scare him away. If that woman Zhao Qingge came in person, he would immediately reveal his identity, deal with her, and then take the opportunity to inform himself. The plan was originally good, but unfortunately he met Lu Ming, the killer. If you introduce yourself a second later, you will lose your head. But since you're here, why not stay? Oh, we're just short of some people. Since you two are here, let's go together. Before Xie Jinyu finished speaking, he held the spiritual spear in his hand and turned it into a stream of light and shot towards Lu Ming's face. The sharp whistling sound of the gun tip tearing through the air hurt the eardrums. Everyone in the night patrol was shocked. This shot was much faster than the one used against Wei Chunha just now. Fast, too fast. Like a streak of light, in an instant, Xie Jinyu approached the two men, raising his spiritual spear with a destructive aura high in gathering power. Chen Ziliang's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and suddenly shrank into a ball. The whole person felt like being thrown into an ice cellar. A chill suddenly rushed up along the tailbone, and the limbs were cold. Without the 4 realms, Xie Jinyu is invincible. Brother Lu, run. We are no match for him. Boom. Xie Jinyu threw his spiritual spear towards Lu Ming, but it only penetrated a shadow. A small hole was blown out on the ground, and a huge gust of air blew up yellow sand all over the sky, and Chen Ziliang was knocked to the ground. Damn, my ribs are broken. Chen Ziliang endured the severe pain and looked around for Lu Ming. Suddenly, a thunder was heard in the yellow sand, and blood-red lightning spread everywhere. A violent aura suddenly burst out, and the long sword in Lu Ming's hand, mixed with thousands of blood-colored arcs, appeared on Xie Jinyu's back. A hint of surprise clearly flashed across Xie Jinyu's face. He just wanted to dodge, but found that the spiritual energy in his body was suppressed. Fortunately, the suppressing effect only lasted for half a breath. The moment his body regained freedom, he dodged to the side. But Lu Ming obviously also expected that the thunder explosion killing technique would have little effect on suppressing him. He flipped his wrist and changed the straight knife from a horizontal chop to a vertical chop. But Xie Jinyu's speed was not slow either, and Lu Ming's sword strikes missed. Fortunately, with the help of thunder explosion, he was able to keep up with Xie Jinyu's speed. The straight knife swept across again, and the bangs on Xie Jinyu's forehead fell off in shock. After a near-death experience, all the hairs on his arms stood up. Then came endless anger. Almost there, just almost there. He, the number 1 young man in Jiangcheng, is about to die at the hands of this unknown pretty boy. Okay. No one has pushed me to this point in years, and you're the first one. A violent spiritual energy burst out from Xie Jinyu's body, and his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. A spiritual spear floated in the air behind his back. Then, the second one. The third one. There were more and more spears, a total of 9. Boy, if you can die from this move, it can be said that you died a worthy death. However, Lu Ming smiled when he saw the bloody mark that suddenly appeared on his body. Are you done with that pre-casting shake? If you don't die, who will? What are you mumbling about? Take this from me. Chapter 37, Genius Boy? Dead souls under the knife. You're the first one in Jiangcheng, right? Die. Accompanied by Lu Ming's low shout. Xie Jinyu's body trembled suddenly, and he seemed to have been drained of all his strength. The spiritual spear behind him suddenly shattered. He knelt powerlessly on the ground, watching Lu Ming's knife fall with horror on his face. Phew! His body was split directly in half. Chen Ziliang woke up from his dream only when the hot blood splashed on his face. His mouth opened wide, and he stared at Lu Ming in shock. Damn it! What on earth happened? Why did Xie Jinyu kneel down during the fight? Lu Ming shook off the blood on the blade, lowered his eyes to look at the stunned Chen Ziliang, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Ziliang, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Chen Ziliang glanced at Xie Jinyu, who was dead beyond death, and felt a lump in his throat. Damn it! Wasn't he agreed that he would be invincible within the four realms? After Chen Ziliang was shocked, he was ecstatic. No. Nothing, Brother Lu, it's easy to kill. I made the right bet. God, from now on, you are my god again. Finally, I met Tan Xiandai. Lu Ming also smiled with relief, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. As expected, there is an insurmountable gap between the second and third realms. If Xie Jinyu had killed me from the beginning, I would have had no choice but to run for my life. If you want to blame someone, blame this guy for being too conceited. Even in the fight between life and death, he still didn't forget to show off. The most important thing is that the pre-casting time is too long. This gave him the opportunity to strike the mark of execution. This ability to ignore level and defense is simply too incredible. Once you are marked with the execution mark, you will definitely die without even the chance to resist. 3-star execution is specifically designed to counter those pretentious guys who like to cast spells before the animation. The other side of the ruins. After witnessing the tragic death of the arrogant Xie Jinyu, everyone in the Jiangcheng Night Patrol swallowed their saliva. Xie Jinyu is dead. Xie Jinyu, who was known to be invincible in the four realms, is dead. They knew best how strong Xie Jinyu was. He alone could suppress all the night watchmen in Jiangcheng so that they dared not breathe. But now, he actually died at the hands of a strange young man. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? The guy behind him wearing black framed glasses is called Chen Ziliang. He's the new assistant in the logistics department. A night watchman recognized Chen Ziliang, and the tense nerves of the rest of the people suddenly relaxed. Great, it's one of us, we're saved. But the next scene made them hang in the balance again. Lu Ming slowly walked to Xie Jinyu's body, turned him back to his feet with a kick, and began to touch him all over. Judging from his proficiency, it is obviously not the first time he has killed someone and touched the corpse. Damn, could it be that after Xie Jinyu died, another ruthless guy came? They have been psychologically traumatized by Xie Jinyu. The corners of Chen Ziliang's mouth twitched, and he caught a glimpse of Wei Chongfeng's somewhat solemn face from the corner of his eye. The hairs on the back of the latter's neck stood up. This Tan Xiandai is good at everything except playing by the rules. If no explanation was given, Wei Sun and the others would be frightened to death. Captain Wei. Captain Wei, don't be nervous. Chen Ziliang quickly forced a smile, walked quickly to Wei Chongfeng, and took out his ID to prove his identity. I'm Chen Ziliang from the logistics department of the Jiangcheng Night Patrol, and that's the new night patrolman, Lu Ming. New guy? As Wei Chongfeng breathed a sigh of relief, the sword in his hand trembled. Is this guy a newcomer? He naively thought that Director Zhao had requested support from some branch. And you told me he was new? He spent most of his life and worked in the Night Watch department for more than 30 years. The last newcomer who was this powerful was Xie Jinyu, but he has now been divided into two groups. After confirming that it was safe, the night watchman nearby also let down his guard and started to panic. Oh my god, a newcomer has this much ability? Then how can we old people still survive? Our Director Zhao is truly amazing. He's landed another SSR. I hope this isn't the second Xie. As soon as the night watchman finished speaking, he was hit hard by his companion's elbow, and he grimaced in pain. Lao Zhang, if you want to die, don't drag us into this. Lu Ming seemed not to hear, and he found a storage bag on Xie Jinyu's chest. Use mental power to probe in and take a look. Hey, he has to be a talented boy. A big guarantee is out. A 3-star martial art 9-turn spiritual spear. This is the move that Xie Jingyu just used. He turned a spiritual spear, compressed the spiritual energy to the critical point and then suddenly exploded. No wonder the spear just now could shatter Wei Changfeng's protective energy. To be honest, he is indeed very handsome. However, Lu Ming couldn't learn it for the time being. He had to break through the third realm before he could release his spiritual energy. In addition, there are several spirit-nourishing pills that restore spiritual energy and some materials for forging protective gear. It seems that Xie Jingyu is also aware of his problem of high offense and low defense, but unfortunately he has not had time to make up for it. However, when he met the pervert Lu Ming, no matter how high his defense was, he would be dead after being marked with the execution mark. 10 minutes later, Wei Changfeng and others explained the whole process of the incident, leaving Lu Ming stunned. Is there something wrong with the ancestral tombs of these night watchmen? It was not easy to find an undeveloped ruin. I thought I could pick up some good treasures. Who knew it was another mysterious guardian beast, and from the Netherworld clan? There were more than a dozen people in 3 teams, and several of them were killed. However, the most brutal one was Xie Jingyu. In order to divert the attention of the Nether clan, he directly exposed the coordinates of a mine. Brother Lu, the mine is over 100 miles away. Most of the miners are weak, so they won't last long. Now that we've found the people, why don't we go back? After analyzing the situation, Chen Ziliang subconsciously proposed a plan to escape. But he also realized in an instant that he had scored 3 goals. The conclusion I always come to is that the enemy is strong and I am weak, and I cannot defeat them. But Lu Ming could always do it as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. What a bunch of crappy genius boys, they all died under the knife. Go back and report, Lu Ming interrupted him. Tell Director Zhao to get his men to seal off the area around the mine. I'll go take a look inside the pagoda. When Chen Ziliang heard this, his glasses almost slipped to the tip of his nose. Brother Lu, don't be impulsive. Chen Ziliang was extremely unwilling. I finally got on the good side of Tang Xiandai, but the trial period is about to end. Lu Ming ignored him and turned to look at the mysterious pagoda. There's an old saying in Daxia, since we're here. To be honest, although Xie Jingyu is a beast, his vision is still good. Even alien races covet the things inside, which are definitely incredible treasures. That can't be missed. Pa! Wonderful, really wonderful. At this moment, a hoarse voice pierced through the yellow sand. Chapter 38. Damn, I'm having a fight with these beasts. After the applause died down, more than a dozen figures holding bone knives slowly walked out from the yellow sand. It has long gray-white hair, pointed horns on its head, long and narrow limbs, black scales all over its skin, and dark green eyes full of brutality and killing intent. Their waists were filled with human skulls, the smallest of which was no bigger than a fist, like babies dug out of a pregnant woman's belly. The person who just applauded was a member of the Netherworld clan with an exceptionally strong physique. Unlike other alien races, his eyes are lavender and the color of the scales on his body is darker. Next to him stood a middle-aged man in white clothes, who looked out of place among the ferocious Nether clan around him. He had a calm expression, even a bit of bookish air. The Netherworld leader glanced at Xie Jinyu's body, which had been split in half, and then looked at the middle-aged man beside him. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of jagged, sharp fangs. Mr. Shi, you are truly scheming and cunning. Just as you said, if we just leave for a while, these people will kill each other. Shi, who smiled slightly and raised his hand to push the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He is a man of foresight and resourcefulness, Chief Moya. His voice was gentle, without any emotion. Human nature is generally such. Even if you burn their homes with blazing flames and slay their relatives with sharp blades, they might, in the instant their blood and tears evaporate, solidify into steel and rush towards the abyss with a common hatred. But when the smoke clears, those who once stood shoulder to shoulder in the ruins will once again draw their knives, fighting for a ray of sunlight slanting against a corner, or for a handful of grains under the eaves. Humans are forgetful creatures. I understand, you humans are all forgetful. Emoya laughed gurglingly in his throat, and the bone knife made a sharp sound as it scratched the ground. The corners of Shi, whose mouth twitched, and his eyes swept across the tense faces of Wei Changfeng and others, as if he was watching a play with a predetermined ending. And the other side. With the sudden appearance of this Netherworld clan, the air around the people in the Zhangcheng Night Patrol seemed to have been frozen. An indescribable feeling of oppression enveloped him like a substance, several times more terrifying than the pressure Xie Jingyu exuded in his prime. The faces of the people in the Night Patrol turned pale instantly, and the hands holding their weapons began to tremble involuntarily. Wei Changfeng gritted his teeth and forced himself to circulate his spiritual energy to resist. Veins bulged on his forehead and the clothes on his back were soaked with cold sweat. Damn it! They didn't fall into the trap at all. Wei Changfeng's voice trembled. When Lu Ming saw Shi Hu among the Netherworld clan, his pupils shrank slightly. That's right. This person is Shi Hu who had previously escaped to the foggy area. The beasts of Pantheon actually colluded with alien races. His heart sank little by little. Among the dozen or so Netherworld clan members who surrounded them, the auras emitted by 3 of them were no weaker than that of Xie Jinyu just now. The aura of the guy with purple eyes at the head was even more unfathomable, bringing him an unprecedented sense of crisis. Can he be executed? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but he immediately suppressed it. The realm difference is too great, there is no room for error. With his strength, the most he could do was to strike the opponent with a sudden blow. But the 1% triggering probability is too low. Once it fails, there is no recovery. Chen Zilian's legs went weak and his face looked ashen. This time, he finally didn't have to calculate the odds of winning. Faced with such a group of monsters, it is difficult to muster the courage to escape, let alone resist. Not bad. After all this trouble, these 2-legged sheep have become much more obedient. Emoya licked his lips, a hint of excitement flashing in his dark purple eyes. Mr. Shi, what should we do next? It's a pity that the woman who came wasn't Zhao Qingge. Never mind. Time is running out. Shi Hu shook his head regretfully, his eyes falling on the pagoda in the distance, his eyes reflecting a faint light behind his gold-rimmed glasses. It is rumored that before the revival of spiritual energy, Venerable Lei De had a disciple named Mirror Demon. This mirror monster is invisible and formless, and its strength ranks last, yet it is the most difficult of all of Lord Lei De's disciples. This is because its fighting style is unique. It can copy any creature that enters its territory, including their strength, talents, and martial arts. After the disappearance of Venerable Lei De, the mirrored demon has been staying in his dojo. So don't underestimate that thing's aura, it's only at the 4th level. If you are at the 5th level, it can be promoted to the 5th level. In short, the stronger you are, the stronger it will be. Sir, I understand. Emoya's eyes flashed, so you kept these 2-legged sheep just to hold back that mirror monster. Smart. Shi Hu nodded approvingly, his eyes falling on Lu Ming and the others. The night patrol's cultivation is a little lacking, but they can buy us some time, long enough for us to break the formation on top of the tower. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Emoya's purple eyes. What are we waiting for? Throw them in now, and let's go to the top of the tower to get the things. When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes lit up. Why didn't you tell me earlier that this mirror monster is so awesome? It scared me. What does he say about my 2 talents being unique talents? Oh, no, there is also mining mastery. Faced with Shi Hu and Emoya's open and loud conspiracy, Chen Ziliang silently took out the storage bag and handed it to Lu Ming. I can die, but I can't let these beasts get away with it. Brother Lu, take the opportunity to run away. If you can make it back alive, give this to my sister, Chen Tongtong, who works at the First People's Hospital. Seeing this, other night watchmen followed suit. In their opinion, Lu Ming might still have a glimmer of hope. And me, Lu Sun. My mother's name is Lin Guofeng. Lu Sun, my wife's name is Li Fei. Please tell my daughters that I love them and that their father is not a coward. The night patrol officers, as if they had just finished their last affairs, had fierce eyes and let out wild animal growls. Damn it, let's fight these beasts. Let's take every last one we can. Lu Ming looked at the hands that were being held out to him. The tokens of love held in their palms included a silver longevity lock, a yellowed family photo, and an old pocket watch polished to a shine. Take the fuck back. He suddenly growled, whose family should go meet it, whose promise should be fulfilled. What do you take me for? A courier or a messenger? Chen Ziliang was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Brother Lu, I know you're very strong, but don't force yourself. That mirror monster can even replicate the 5th realm. With our limited cultivation level, we'd just be giving it food. Delivering food? Lu Ming suddenly smiled, his laughter carrying an inexplicable sense of confidence. What are you mumbling about? Be the fucking quiet. Emoya swung his bone knife violently, carving a deep groove in the sand. The flying sand and gravel hit the faces of the people in the night patrol painfully. He saw the night watchmen gritting their teeth and smiled playfully. Everyone, smile. Don't you humans always say that men who smile a lot will have better luck? What if someone can really kill the mirror monster? Ha 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 ha. Stop fucking making your Master Mo laugh. Chapter 39 Master, I have realized it, please come and liberate me. Okay, stop laughing and listen to Mr. Sure. Emoya stopped his laughing subordinates and turned his gaze to his capable and beloved general. Emodai, you three brothers are responsible for guarding this group of two-legged sheep. Remember Mr. Sure's instructions. Wait until the mirrored demon kills one before you throw the second one in. Try to delay the time. Everyone else, cooperate with Mr. Sure to crack the 9th level's formation. Yes, sir. Emode responded in a deep voice, his two dark green eyeballs rolling on his scaly face, and his whole body exuded an oppressive aura that was no less than Siejinyu's. The two brothers behind him were also of burly build. The blood on their bone knives had already solidified into black scabs, and their aura was also quite impressive. The night watchmen were violently pushed and shoved into a line, and driven to the front of the pagoda like a flock of sheep. Chen Zilian was squeezed in the middle. He secretly glanced at the three Nether clan members behind him and asked in a low voice, Brother Lu, do I really not need to fight them? With your speed, as long as we can escape to the fog area, we will have a chance to get rid of them. Lu Ming was carefully observing the pagoda in front of him. He didn't even move his head when he heard this. With your limited strength, what are you going to do? Put on a fireworks show for those beasts? You'd better not make fun of yourself. Chen Zilian's words were blocked. Can. As he was about to reach the entrance of the pagoda, he was so anxious that sweat broke out on the tip of his nose. We're just being thrown in there to buy them time. How is this any different from aiding and abetting the evil? Aiding the tyrant? Lu Ming finally turned around, his eyes sweeping over the sullen Chen Ziliang, and asked jokingly, are you planning on expelling me from the clan later? Brother Lu, that's not what I meant. Chen Ziliang's Adam's apple rolled. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice so low that only the two people beside him could hear him. Alright, wait until I kill the mirror demon queen. You find a way to divert the attention of these three people. Killed the mirror monster? Brother Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ziliang suspected for a moment that he was hallucinating. Just as he was about to question the situation, Emoda's roar exploded. Are you dawdling and waiting to die? Get in there. Lu Ming was pushed into the pagoda. The moment he stepped into the pagoda, he turned back and reminded Chen Ziliang, remember my words, don't worry about whether it will explode or not. Bang. The heavy wooden door was locked from the outside, isolating the roar and yellow sand outside. However, the darkness and coldness that Lu Ming had expected did not come. Instead, what came into view was a bright and clear scene. The scent of sandalwood and ghee lingered at the tip of my nose. 3 thick gilded incense sticks burned on the altar. The flames on the candlesticks on both sides danced, illuminating the room clearly. The floor beneath his feet was like a neat mirror, reflecting his tall figure. In the center of the hall is a huge golden Buddha. Knock knock knock. Under the lotus pedestal, a string of suspended Buddhist beads was swaying gently with the sound of knocking. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person in a dark red cassock sitting on the cushion in front of the Buddha statue. The cassock was suspended in mid-air above the cushion, with the buttons at the collar hanging loosely but the hem spread out neatly, as if an invisible monk was sitting underneath. The string of Buddhist beads was placed in the crook of the left arm of the monk, and each bead was rubbed until it was warm and shiny. The knocking sound came from there, as if someone was chanting with his eyes closed, twisting the rosary beads with his fingertips. The Buddha has no form, but takes the form of sentient beings as his form. Because sentient beings develop the mind of the Buddha form comes into being. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire, the 7 emotions, are all reflections in a mirror. Buddha is Buddha, demon is Buddha, donor can also be Buddha. The mirrored demon's voice is powerful and penetrating, like that of a high monk. The Buddhist beads in its hand rotated as fast as a waterfall, and the knock-knock sound of the wooden fish became a heavy rain. This made Lu Ming a little upset. Okay, master, I understand, come and save me. The sound of the wooden fish suddenly stopped. The mirrored demon slowly stood up, his voice becoming ethereal. My name is Ming Jing. I am here to guard the pagoda by the order of my master. Still thinking? Lu Ming interrupted it impatiently. Can you please stop nagging me? Come on, kill me. You mortal. The mirrored demon's defenses were completely broken, and his voice became completely sharp. I earnestly explained the Zen principles to you, and you treated them as a joke? The cassock suddenly exploded, and a rush of energy instantly locked onto Lu Ming. His shadow on the ground suddenly began to distort. A figure slowly climbed up. He looked exactly like Lu Ming, except that he lacked some humanity, and his dark eyes were dull. When it grinned, the arc from the corners of its mouth to the roots of its ears far exceeded the limit of human bones, but the exposed teeth were white and neat, which was very strange and creepy. Please look, benefactor, Buddha is the appearance of all living beings, and you can also become a part of Buddha. The mirror demon raised his hand and touched his cheek, the movement of his fingertips sliding across his skin was as stiff as a puppet. But before that, let me see what you are capable of. Before he could finish his words, the mirror demon suddenly disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming felt a chill on his back. When he swung his knife with his backhand, the blade struck the air, and the strong wind it created stirred up the incense ashes on the altar. Are you looking for me? The voice came from above. Lu Ming looked up and saw the mirror demon clinging to the roof like a gecko, its limbs twisted at illogical angles, its head hanging straight down to the ground, its dark pupils fixed on his movements. It looked exactly like the clay sculpture of an evil ghost nailed to a pillar in a temple, but it had a face exactly like his, which made people's stomach churn. The mirror demon chuckled, and the sound of the Buddhist beads rolling in the sound was mixed with the tap-tap sound, which made people's temples throb. Then, his figure disappeared again. I got you. A pale hand suddenly stretched out from the reflection on the floor, and the mirror demon's triumphant laughter came to my ears. Now, I have your talent too. Ah. The mirror demon's laughter stopped abruptly. Damn it. God have mercy on me. Why is it a mining talent? But it's too late to say anything, its talent is like this, once it is completely copied. Unless the copied entity dies, it will remain in this appearance forever. Surprised? Lu Ming's mouth curled up wildly, and he looked at the mirror demon with a look full of mockery. What's wrong with mining? How dare you look down on the working people? Swish! A destructive aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body, and blood-colored arcs of electricity sizzled. The mirror demon's face, which was exactly the same as Lu Ming's, twisted into a ball in an instant, as if it had swallowed a live fly. Shock and rage surged in its dark pupils. Just as it was about to roar, it saw Lu Ming rushing towards it like an arrow. Can you withstand the iron fist of the working people? Lu Ming's fist, wrapped in a blood-red arc of electricity, smashed towards the mirror demon's face, and the air was sizzling with the burning breath of destruction. Chapter 40, Kill the Mirror Monster, Obtain the Secret Technique, and Break Through the Three Realms. The mirror demon subconsciously used the same movement to try to dodge, but found that the spiritual energy in his body had been suppressed. But there was no panic on its face. That's because its talent is that every time it kills a main body, its physical strength will be permanently enhanced. This also means that every time it copies other people's martial arts and talents, it will always be much stronger than the original body. In the same realm, it is invincible. The corners of the mirror demon's mouth were grinning from ear to ear, and his dark eyes showed undisguised mockery. Fight me, or you'll have no chance if you don't fight me now. It calculated that Lu Ming's strength was far inferior to its own, and relied on its own physical strength to feel fearless. Boom! The mirror demon's mocking face froze instantly. Lu Ming's fist actually hit that arrogant face hard. It didn't even have time to feel the pain before its vision was spinning, and the next second, its back hit the mirror on the ground heavily. Crack! A crisp cracking sound exploded in the Buddhist hall, and the mirror floor collapsed like a spider web. Countless cracks spread out from the mirror monster as the center, and the deepest gap was enough to swallow half a foot. The mirror monster was nailed into the sunken hole by this huge force. A dull pain came from his chest and a fishy and sweet taste surged in his throat. If it hadn't relied on its body that had been strengthened dozens of times, its ribs would have been shattered into powder by now. You! The mirror demon struggled to get up, and for the first time, disbelief appeared in his dark pupils. How could your power be? It had clearly copied the opponent's full strength, but it perceived Lu Ming's strength to be only 70% of its own at most. But the explosive power of that punch just now was even more terrifying than his full strength attack. Lu Ming flexed his knuckles, crackling softly between his bones. Bloody arcs of electricity danced across his fists, casting a crimson glow in his eyes. Isn't that strange? The working people have plenty of power and means. Impossible. My talent will never go wrong. The mirror demon roared and struggled, but was suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist smashed down hard, pushing the animal's head, which had just been raised, back into the concave mirror surface. Broken glass mixed with dark red demon blood embedded into the back of its neck, completely twisting the face that looked exactly like Lu Ming's. "You're very talented." Lu Ming leaned over, his eyes full of teasing, "But sorry, I'm a cheater." Bang 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 bang. Throw out 10 punches in 1 second. With the support of tremendous force, every punch hits the flesh. If it were an ordinary alien, he would have been shot in the head long ago. However, the body of this mirror monster is extremely strong and can withstand a lot of beatings. It endured the severe pain, its eyes bloodshot from extreme anger, the afterimage of Lu Ming's punch reflected in its dark pupils, and it silently counted the time until the suppression of the thunder explosion technique would lose its effect. 1 second. 2 seconds. Time is running out. The mirror demon suddenly laughed grimly. The moment its body regained its freedom, the electric arcs on its body crackled, which was exactly the same as the killing moves Lu Ming usually used. Had a good fight? Now, it's my turn. The mirror demon suddenly jumped out of the pit, and the broken glass shards shot towards Lu Ming like a rainstorm. The blood-red electric arcs wrapped around its body were more intense than Lu Ming's, obviously the amplified effect of the copying talent and its own demonic power. Looking at Lu Ming, who was pinned to the spot, the mirror demon approached with a fierce grin. "How the trick of yours is really useful." But just when the fist was about to touch Lu Ming's nose, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. "Is it useful? I have an even better one here." Suddenly, countless transparent filaments of law fell from the air, firmly binding its limbs. The mirror demon's fist suddenly stopped in mid-air, and its pupils suddenly shrank. It could clearly feel its soul trembling. "What the hell is this thing?" The mirror demon's voice changed with fear. This kind of extreme crushing has never been felt even by its master, Venerable Red. The only response was the sound of Lu Ming drawing his sword. "Invincible in the same realm?" Lu Ming sneered and thrust the blade in his hand forward lightly. "Execution successful, experience +1, current execution probability triggering 1% to 10. No. I don't want to die. Master, save me." The mirror demon roared angrily with great reluctance. Then, its body shattered like a mirror, and countless transparent fragments fell from the wound. The moment those fragments fell to the ground, suddenly, bursts of Buddhist chanting were heard from the Buddhist hall. Lu Ming looked up suddenly and saw that the 10-foot-tall golden Buddha on the altar was cracking with spiderweb like fine lines from the center of its eyebrows. The gilded surface was peeling off, revealing the glass frame inside that was glowing with green light. Guided by a mysterious force, the fragments of the mirror demon floated towards the glass skeleton. Buzz! The dull-colored glass suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, and countless scriptures flowed according to a certain pattern. Inside the skeleton, it was like stars lighting up. 1. 2. A total of 720. 720 points of light lit up one after another in the glass skeleton, as if someone had ignited the entire galaxy deep within the bones. This is. Lu Ming's pupils shrank as he discovered that the 360 light spots corresponded exactly to the 360 acupoints in his body. The remaining 360. He thought of a possibility. Could it be that 360 acupoints are not the limit of the human body? Lu Ming's heart was filled with shock. Suddenly, the strange Buddhist sound rang out again, and the glazed frame above the altar suddenly trembled. The brightest light at the top suddenly went out and turned into a golden stream of light that shot towards Lu Ming's eyebrows. A huge amount of spiritual energy poured into his body like a flood. Lu Ming only felt a loud bang in his head, and the force sank all the way down his spine. The somewhat tired spiritual energy boiled again, gathering on the dark side of the Tianming Pass, and a new acupoint suddenly formed. So that's it. It's not about breaking the hole, but about creating it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with enlightenment. Immediately following. 10. 100. 300. However, Lu Ming did not notice that as he discovered more acupoints on his dark side, the corners of the golden Buddha's mouth on the lotus platform, which only had half of its face, became more and more raised. When the last dark side acupoint is completely lit, Lu Ming only felt an unprecedented smoothness in his body. 720 acupoints lit up at the same time, and the bright and dark lights intertwined to form a huge starry sky. But Lu Ming did not stop, but continued to compress the spiritual energy of the first acupoint. The light in the first acupoint became increasingly intense, gradually condensing from bright starlight into a viscous golden liquid. Drop! When the spiritual liquid dripped, Lu Ming felt as if the shackles on his body were hit by a heavy hammer, making a dull cracking sound. Spiritual energy turns into liquid. The third realm, here we are. Immediately following. His body was like a hungry sponge, madly swallowing up the rich spiritual energy emanating from the Buddha statue. The third eye. Dark sea orifice. The light and dark acupoints of the two circles alternated continuously, and the compressed spiritual liquid filled 80 acupoints in a row. Lu Ming didn't open his eyes until the spiritual energy of the Buddha statue completely dissipated. Almost at the same time, the golden Buddha also opened his eyes. A blood shadow shot up from the golden Buddha. Ha, after 500 years, I am back again. The sticky blood instantly covered Lu Ming's body. You ignorant brat, you dare to cultivate my things? As a thank you, I will accept your body. Just as Lu Ming was shocked, golden light suddenly appeared on his body and the 9 Yang divine body began to transform spontaneously. 9 Sun divine body enhancement progress plus 10%. 9 Sun divine body enhancement progress plus 10%. Chapter 41, promoted to a hexagonal warrior, extremely strong. Ah. That's what it is. You're such a freak, kid. Stop it. Ah. Let me go now, I don't want your body anymore. Forgive me. Please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Ding, 9 Sun divine body strengthened successfully. Ding, the immense power evolves into a holy body. What happened? I don't know. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up wildly. Is this old monster trying to take over my body? Find out about being immune to all evil. Looking at the golden Buddha that was completely reduced to ashes. Combined with the curse of the mirror monster before his death and the words said by the blood mist before his death. Lu Ming quickly figured out the whole story, his eyes filled with mockery. He guessed that the old scoundrel Venerable Leda knew that his end was near, so he imprisoned the mirrored demon in the pagoda. On the surface, it is used to guard the secret treasure, but in reality it is used to select a suitable body. After he killed the mirror monster, he was targeted by this old thing. Sure enough, none of the old guys who could fight their way out before the revival of spiritual energy were easy to deal with. If it was a second person today, perhaps Venerable Red would have succeeded. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming, this cheater. Not only did he fail to take over the body, but he also became a consumable material for strengthening the 9 Yang divine body. Lu Ming looked inward and could feel tremendous power surging through his limbs and bones, as if every inch of his muscles and bones had been tempered. At this moment, his physical strength is even stronger than that of Moya's upper-level Nether clan. He subconsciously paid attention to his own status, and the system panel did change. Host, Lu Ming. Cultivation, Qidong Level 1. 1-star talent, Mining Mastery. Special effect, your mining speed increases by 15%. 2-star talent, 9 Sun divine body unique. Special effect 1, immunity to all evils. Special effect 2, the body becomes holy, your body becomes stronger all the time, current progress, the peak of the third realm. 3-star talent, execution unique. Special effect 1, each of your attacks has a 1% chance of triggering a punishment effect. Once the punishment is triggered, regardless of the realm level difference, the person being punished will die. Special effect 2, use the execution talent to kill aliens and gain corresponding experience, which can increase the probability of execution triggering. The current execution triggering probability is 1%, and the next level of experience is 210. For star talent, Unawakened 0-1000. Mental strength, 4 stars 0-100. Fire, 0. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the 9 Sun divine body's innate talent, physical sanctification, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. No wonder his physical strength has reached the peak of the third realm. It turned out that after absorbing Red's blood and energy, the 9 Yang divine body's talent evolved from thousands of pounds of strength to physical sanctification. This unexpected surprise made Lu Ming even more excited than the breakthrough to the Qidong realm. According to the practice system of modern extraordinary people, the first and second realms are both about cultivating the physical body, and each has 9 levels. The same is true for the 3 realms Qigong, but the focus of cultivation shifts from the development of the physical body to the development of spiritual energy. To put it simply, it is to inhale spiritual energy and then compress it into spiritual liquid until it fills every acupoint. The realm division is the same as the second realm, and every time 40 acupoints are achieved in the small circulation, it is 1 level. The most direct manifestation is the release of spiritual energy. The 4th level of flying in the air means that the Qi Sea has been formed. When you reach this stage, you can fly in the air for a short period of time. Therefore, unless one is an extraordinary person who specializes in cultivating the physical body, few people pay attention to the cultivation of the physical body after reaching the third realm or above. With the emergence of defensive magic tools, there are even fewer extraordinary people who can achieve sainthood through their physical bodies. Xie Jinyu is a typical representative, with high attack, high speed, and low defense. In the same realm, once approached by a strong alien, he would surely die. With the blessing of sanctification of the flesh and the vast amount of spiritual energy that can be stored in 720 acupoints, Lu Ming has evolved into a hexagonal warrior with high attack, high health, and high mana. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you can get close, anyone below the 4th level can be killed in seconds with just a wave of your hand. As for enemies outside of attack range, Lu Ming slowly took out the 9-turn spiritual spear that the talented young man Xie Jinyu had discovered. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Ming woke up from his epiphany, clenched his 5 fingers, and a violent spiritual energy condensed in his palms. He clenched his palms suddenly. The dazzling blood-red lightning exploded instantly. A blood-colored, transparent spiritual spear suddenly took shape, slightly thicker in the middle and sharp and narrow at both ends. Countless violent blood-red arcs jumped on the gun, making crackling sounds. This is the benefit of developing mental power. Martial arts do not require hard training, it all depends on comprehension. At the same time, Mo, who was in charge of guarding the door of the mirror demon, frowned. What on earth is going on? The boy had been in the tower for almost an hour. Why hasn't the wooden door opened yet? Could something unexpected have happened? Remembering Sherhu's repeated warnings not to let the mirror monster stop replicating, his dark green eyes swept over everyone in the Jiangcheng night patrol. Fuck it, never mind. He raised the bone knife suddenly and put it right against Chen Ziliang's nose. You, go in. Chen Ziliang's expression changed. Lu Ming has been in there for an hour. Probably dead. Lu Ming's instructions before he went and kept echoing in his mind. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Fuck you, don't be impulsive. I won't let you beasts succeed even if I die. Blood began to fill Chen Ziliang's eyes, veins on his forehead bulged, and he let out a wild beast roar. I'm going to explode with you. The spiritual energy around Chen Ziliang began to stir wildly, surging like boiling water, and his skin was covered with a strange red glow. That is a sign that the qi and blood are flowing backwards and are about to detonate one's own spiritual energy. He stared at Mod intently, there was no anger in his eyes, only an almost calm determination. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Chen Ziliang's voice was low and hoarse, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. His black night watchman's uniform fluttered without wind. Mod's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Chen Ziliang would actually dare to self-destruct. He swung the bone knife in his hand suddenly, trying to kill Chen Ziliang before he self-destructed. Want to self-destruct? Do you have the ability to do that? Mod's mouth was wide open with mockery. Suddenly, a biting chill came from behind. He spun around suddenly, and the bone knife swung back instantly. Next second, a blood-red spirit spear with lightning pierced straight through his bone knife and stabbed into his chest. The enormous force caused his huge body to fly backwards. There was a loud boom. The arrogant Moda was nailed to the wall by a blood-colored spirit spear. Mo San's heartbeat suddenly stopped, and he stared at the wooden door of the pagoda in panic. Tick, tick, tick. Crisp footsteps came from behind the wooden door. It was neither fast nor slow, but it hit the two people's hearts like a heavy hammer. Lu Ming's voice came closer from afar, more explosions? Ziliang, could you please stop making your brother Lu laugh? It's that two-legged sheep. Mo and Mo San's pupils shrank, and the bone knife burst out with air blades, which slashed wildly at Lu Ming with a whistling sound. Lu Ming didn't even raise his eyes as he directly grasped the air blade in his hand. With a sudden squeeze, the air blade instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Mo and Mo San were so frightened that they turned around and tried to escape to the pagoda. Lu Ming snorted coldly, clenched his right hand, and the blood-colored spirit spear instantly condensed into shape, with the electric arc at the tip of the spear crackling. A family must be in order. Boom! Mo and Mo San's bodies were nailed to Mo Da's side on the left and right in an instant. Chen Ziliang stared at Lu Ming's figure, his heartbeat quickening and his blood boiling. He really killed the mirror demon. Chapter 42, You've dealt with all the alien races, what else can we do? Brother Lu, have you made a breakthrough? Not only did Lu Ming come out alive, but his strength also increased significantly. Chen Ziliang was a little bit unbelievable. Lu Ming nodded calmly. Yeah, I was lucky enough to break through. That mirror monster. Behead him. Lu Ming's tone was calm, but it dropped a nuclear bomb in the hearts of everyone in the Jiangcheng Night Patrol. Beheaded? Even the mirror monster that the upper-level Netherworld clan feared so much was actually killed by Lu Ming. Thank you for the generous gift. My mother was shocked for 10,000 years. Director Zhao, what kind of monster did you scrape out? Hey, time to return to the spirit. Lu Ming felt a little uneasy under their stares. Pupils dilated, breathing rapid, body trembling. It was exactly the same as if I accidentally clicked on a pink website in my previous life. After being teased by Lu Ming, Chen Ziliang and the others shuddered as if they had been reset. Although Mo's 3 biological brothers died. But their leader Moya was still on the pagoda. There is such a big commotion here, if we don't run away now, it will be too late. Brother Lu, let's run. Chen Ziliang urged in a low voice. Of course he doesn't want to die if he can live. This is human nature. But he seemed to have forgotten that the word run did not exist in Lu Ming's dictionary. Run? Before, I was in the second realm, and my vision was still narrow. Seeing them was like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. Now that I've luckily reached the third realm, I realize they're all the same. Lu Ming looked up at the 9-story pagoda, his eyes becoming extremely dangerous. The corners of Chen Ziliang's mouth twitched, he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Brother Lu, we are all family. There is no need to do that. We know you are very strong, but it is better to keep your distance. He was about to offer some advice when Lu Ming interrupted him. Leave it to the devil. I'll be miserable if these beasts live one more second. What era is it now? Are you still thinking about hiding for a while if you can't win? Then why do I reach a new level every day? These bastards didn't even spare the unborn babies. All cults and aliens deserve to die. Chen Ziliang gritted his teeth and followed. Fuck, Brother Lu, I'll accompany you. You want to use dirty soldiers, right? No need. Lu Ming and Chen Ziliang disappeared into the pagoda, and the other night watchmen looked at each other in bewilderment. Is it true that the ship of the new era can no longer accommodate us? Young people nowadays are so fierce. Either explode or do it. Next time I will never dare to mention the past in front of them again. Captain Wei, what should we do? Wei Changfeng looked at Lu Ming's disappearing back, licked his dry lips, picked up the knife and followed him. What should I do? I just crawled out of hell, what's there to be afraid of? Just follow the land cruiser and it's over. Dry. These bastards really treat Daxia like their own living room, coming whenever they want? Kill these bastards. The night watchmen who were a little more rational actually knew that the best thing to do now was to withdraw from the ruins and wait for Director Zhao to come to support them before settling accounts with these bastards. But Lu Sun is absolutely right. I feel uncomfortable all over if these beasts live one more second. Dry. But when they climbed to the 9th floor with the determination to die, the expected tough battle did not happen. The Buddhist temple has completely turned into a purgatory for the Netherworld clan. Use thunder explosion to control the situation. The physical strength at the peak of the third realm easily broke through the defense that the Nether clan was proud of. He was like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, his eyes full of calmness and cruelty. The long sword seemed to come alive, its blade wrapped in blood-colored lightning. Every time he swung his sword, a member of the Netherworld clan fell. It turns out that killing animals can increase merit. Lu Ming could still hear reminders of execution from time to time. Execution successful, experience +1. Execution successful, experience +1. Execution successfully upgraded, current trigger probability is 2% 0-100. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen Netherworld soldiers were wiped out. The room was filled with broken limbs, but Mo Yayu was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming shook off the blood beads on his knife and swept his sharp eyes over the Netherworld clan soldier lying and wailing in a pool of blood. The guy had a broken arm, and green blood was oozing out. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of fear. Where is Moya? Lu Ming stepped on his chest, his voice as cold as ice. I have no idea. Lu Ming frowned, and blood-red lightning instantly exploded on the blade. The Nether clan soldier's body subconsciously trembled. He pointed at the mural on the wall and said, "It's inside." Okay, take me to find them. Lu Ming put away his straight knife, grabbed his only remaining leg, dragged his body, and slowly walked towards the mural. The body of the netherworld soldier made a harsh scraping sound as it was dragged across the ground, and the black blood from the broken ends drew winding marks on the wooden board. He slapped the ground frantically with his only remaining arm, and his claws dug into the cracks in the bricks, leaving deep scratches. No! Let me go! I can't go! He let out a sharp roar, his voice filled with the despair of dying. Lord Emoya said that anyone who trespasses will be killed. I've confessed, please spare me. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. When I return, I promise not to set foot in Xia again. Ah. I'm willing to cooperate. Aren't you from the Night Watch? I can be your undercover agent. Lu Ming remained unmoved and dragged his broken body closer to the mural. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, stopped, turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" "Isn't that right? Why am I here? Didn't we agree to fight the Netherworld clan together? You have done it all by yourself, what else can we do?" Wei Changfeng and the other night watchmen looked a little stiff. They put away their weapons as if nothing had happened and pretended to look around. At the same time, inside the mural, it is completely different from the yellow sand outside. This is a vast ocean of thunder and lightning. On the inky black thundercloud, thick purple lightning rolled and twisted, continuously falling towards the thunder lake below. The rich power of thunder element permeated the air, almost turning into substance, making people feel a stinging sensation when breathing. Mr. Sure is really good at this. Emoya glanced at the golden paper umbrella in Sure whose hand and marveled at it. This seemingly damaged paper umbrella has blackened cracks all over its ribs and 7 or 8 holes in the umbrella cover. But every time the purple thunder struck, a layer of light golden halo would rise from the umbrella surface, which could easily block the violent thunder outside. It's just a defective product. Sure who weighed the paper umbrella in his hand and walked leisurely into the depths of Laze. It was not until he saw a golden lotus platform that his calm face showed a hint of emotion. Finally found it. He stopped and glanced at Emoya, who was also eager to make a move. I only want that jade water bead. That drop of Thunder Beast's blood is yours, but don't forget the agreement between us. After you enter the 4th realm, help me turn Jiangcheng upside down. The more chaotic the better. Chapter 43, Thunder Beast Blood, Crushing of the Flesh. The other side. Lu Ming dragged the injured netherworld soldier into the Laze world. A purple lightning instantly locked onto the two of them. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Without saying a word, he left the soldier behind and moved away more than 10 meters. Purple thunder fell. The netherworld soldier's face was filled with despair. He suddenly looked at Lu Ming and cursed. Didn't we agree that I'll be your undercover agent and you'll protect my personal safety? F you, are you even a human being? You beast. You beast. Boom. The soldier turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming smiled with lingering fear. Look at this kid, he is so anxious that his native language is coming out. But if God wants to take away a beast like you, what can I do? Fuck. I'm not. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he moved at his fastest speed, dodging several meters. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck. A deep pit was blown out where he had originally stood, and the charred soil was still crackling with sparks. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been the first to use the new energy. Even his body at the peak of the 3rd realm could not withstand such power. What the hell is this place? Lu Ming frowned. Except that this piece of Thunder Lake is a little less powerful, it looks a bit like the 100,000 Thunder Lake. Could this be the reason why I came here in the first place? No wonder I couldn't find any trace of the mysterious Dharma image even after touring the entire ruins. It turns out it was hidden here. This venerable lady is really sinister. The entire ruins are like a cow wearing a bra, one set after another. So annoying. The thunder explosion killing technique was launched again, and Lu Ming narrowly avoided the falling lightning in the air. Ha! Lu Ming's movement suddenly froze, his expression somewhat incredulous. Those lightning elements that had originally scattered everywhere after the explosion were now as if being pulled by invisible threads, moving closer to the blood-colored lightning around him. Purple-blue electric snakes and blood-red lightning intertwined and entangled in mid-air, making fine and dense crackling sounds, as if countless tiny stars exploded around him. Lu Ming subconsciously stopped dodging and tried to slow down the rhythm of the thunder explosion technique. Miraculously, those violent thunder elements did not get out of control, but instead attached themselves more docilely, like wanderers who had found a home. He could even clearly feel that the power of the origin of Lei Zhe was penetrating into his body through his pores and blending with his qi, blood, and spiritual power. The thunder explosion killing technique, which was originally a bit awkward, became more and more smooth. Is this actively matching? Although this change was very slow, Lu Ming still became ecstatic. You know, thunder explosion killing technique is already the top 3-star physical technique. With its blessing, his speed has reached the peak of the 3 realms. If it goes higher, 4 stars? Then can I compete with the 4 realms? Lu Ming's heart was pounding wildly, and sweat even broke out on his palms. What does 4-star top-level physical skills mean? That is a trump card that is enough to make all the cultivators in the 4 realms jealous. With a physique at the peak of the 3rd realm and 4-star body skills, even if he faces an opponent at the early stage of the 4th realm, he can at least have the confidence to maneuver or even escape, even if he cannot win for sure. Ha, Red, I forgive you. You're such a good guy. Lu Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the frustration he had felt from being chased and hit by the series of lightning strikes was swept away. He no longer dodged deliberately, but instead walked slowly forward towards the purple thunder in the sky. Whenever there was a lightning strike, he would practice his skills, draw it to the palm of his hand, and transform it into energy to nourish himself. About half an hour later, just when Lu Ming was about to reach the depths of Lei Zhe, purple thunder disappeared. The dark clouds deep in the thunder lake seemed to have had their bones pulled out, hanging limply in the air, and the previously violent purple thunder had completely disappeared. Lu Ming couldn't help but smack his lips. At 10% discount water bottle? Please, come and chop me. In the past half hour, the power of the thunder explosion technique has increased by nearly 50%. But this sudden calm was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished his enthusiasm. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Sure, what a great trick. I, old M.O., am convinced. With this drop of thunder beast blood, breaking through the 4th realm will naturally be a piece of cake. If I can also use it to awaken a trace of my ancestral bloodline. Suddenly, Emoya's laughter came to my ears. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. On the lotus platform deep in Lei Zhe, Emoya was holding a glass cup high. A drop of dark red blood in the cup. In the blood, purple thunder rolled and leaped, and the surrounding air continued to emit subtle explosions. Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Finally found you. Suddenly, a circle of ripples exploded under his feet, and his explosive killing method was pushed to the extreme. His whole body turned into a blood-red color, and in an instant he crossed a distance of dozens of feet and rushed straight to the lotus platform. Suppress, draw the sword, and chop. The 3 movements were completed in one go, so fast that only after images remained. It's you? Emoya's purple pupils shrank into needles. He watched the blade fall to his neck. He burst out with unprecedented potential and let out a roar from his throat. Emerald green blood gushed out of his 7 orifices crazily, condensing into the shadow of a ferocious netherworld beast in front of him. Netherworld bone armor. This is the forbidden technique of the Nether clan that burns their essence. The price is that they will be unable to make any progress in the next 10 years, but they can gain hundreds of times the defense in an instant. Clang! The long sword chopped on the phantom of the nether bone armor, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. Lu Ming's long sword suddenly broke into pieces. Ha, you little bastard. I'm going to tear you apart. Unprecedented hatred burst out of Emoya's eyes. A huge fist was swung out, wrapped in the emerald green power of the underworld, and smashed into Lu Ming's face with a whistling sound that tore through the air. But Lu Ming was not afraid at all. Instead of retreating, he advanced, threw away the knife and clenched his fist, actually taking the angry attack head-on. Bang! The dull thud of fists colliding made the lotus platform shake. Crack! The sinister smile on Emoya's face froze instantly. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the bone armor attached to it cracked like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, the flesh and blood on his arm burst instantly, and the huge force directly penetrated his heart. The severe pain made his vision go black. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, and his body staggered backwards uncontrollably. The glass cup fell to the ground. He covered his chest tightly and kept repeating the same sentence. How come your body is so strong? Lu Ming walked forward slowly, picked up the glass cup, and had an indifferent expression. How dare you covet my things? Wen Sherhu, who was standing by, heard Lu Ming call himself his real self, an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. The eyes that were originally as sharp as a knife gradually faded, and a warm smile returned to his face. He quickly took back the paper umbrella in his hand and stood there slowly. Lu Ming glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and suddenly understood. No wonder he was hesitant and didn't take action just now. It turns out that he suspected that I was possessed by Red from the beginning. Chapter 44. I am waiting for execution. What are you waiting for? Lu Ming looked at him deeply. Sherhu looked at him fearlessly, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, Senior Lei, for living another life. Lu Ming's face showed no emotion, but a huge wave was stirring in his heart. So he's also an old monster who successfully took over another body. No wonder he knows so many ancient secrets. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a knife, piercing the stone tiger. Who are you, sir? Upon hearing this, Sherhu's smile deepened. He slowly folded his paper umbrella, revealing an ancient copper bell hidden behind it. Similar to our predecessors, people nowadays are used to calling us reincarnations. Sherhu's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Lu Ming's ears. Like our predecessors, back then, spiritual energy was scarce. Many people possessed astonishing strength but were unable to withstand the dwindling lifespan. They could only watch helplessly as the avenue collapsed. However, not everyone is willing to fall before the point of spiritual energy revival. Some powerful people dissipate their cultivation and choose to reincarnate and cultivate again, while many more, like you and me, lie dormant early on, waiting for a perfect physical body. So, they call us reincarnations. Reincarnator. I see. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he took a few steps closer to him. This old guy has many identities. He is a member of the Pantheon and a reincarnationist. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, but I still have a question. How many people like us are there now? I can't say for sure, but besides the senior, I've also seen several reincarnations. Sherhu was completely unprepared, since Lu Ming was able to escape alive from the mirror monster. There is no other possibility except being possessed by Red. Oh, I don't know this, and I don't know that. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling murderous intent, and his figure flashed out like a ghost. Then what's the point of me keeping you? An extremely violent blood-colored spirit spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and the Thunder God's explosive killing method was running to the extreme. The gun was wrapped in crackling blood-red lightning and stabbed towards the stone tiger. The blow was fast and fierce, obviously intended to kill him instantly. The copper bell of Sherhu's paper umbrella emitted a yellow halo, and the suppressing effect of the Thunder God's explosive killing method, which had always been effective, instantly lost its effect. The astonishment on his face had not yet faded, but his body had already reacted, pushing the golden paper umbrella in his hand forward to protect him. At the same time, he quickly made a hand gesture with his other hand, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. Several ochre-colored stone spikes rose from the ground and stabbed towards Lu Ming's lower body. Bang! The lightning spear collided with the stone spike, making a dull sound. The lightning spear was like a broken ruby, breaking into pieces and sending bloody arcs flying everywhere. You are not Red. Who are you? Sherhu steadied himself and glared at Lu Ming, his eyes full of disbelief. Lu Ming's lips curled up in a sneer, and a blood-red lightning spear condensed in his hand again. I find you are quite humorous. Did I ever mention that I am Red? You're looking for death. Sherhu's roar was like thunder out of nowhere, shaking the surrounding leaves. His originally gentle face was instantly distorted, his eyes were blood-red, and veins on his forehead bulged. He always prided himself on his superior intelligence, but today he was played around by an unknown person. Especially when he was certain of the other person's identity and kept calling him senior, this humiliation was more painful than being hit by 10 lightning spears. He slapped his chest violently, and what spurted out was no longer blood in essence, but a dark brown gas ball. The air mass fell on the copper bell of the paper umbrella, and the ancient copper bell suddenly made a sharp scream. Black smoke began to seep out of the bell body, and the originally wandering golden runes were instantly dyed into ink, emitting a heart-pounding evil aura. If I don't extract your soul and refine it into lamp oil today, I will not be a human being. Soul calming bell, arrest. Sherhu crossed his fingers into a strange shape, the copper bell spun wildly in the air, and ink-colored runes surged out like a tide, condensing into a huge ghost claw in the air. Wherever the ghost claw passed, the air was corroded and made a sizzling sound, and it grabbed Lu Ming's head. Looking at the evil power contained in the ghost claw, Lu Ming was stunned at first, and then he smiled happily. Ha, clown! Lu Ming completely ignored the ghost claws, and instead of retreating, he advanced, his body movements bursting out again, approaching the stone tiger at an extremely fast speed. To fight this kind of fragile mage, you have to get close. The ghost claw came closer with a pungent fishy smell. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by golden light and fine nine-yang runes appeared on his body. The moment the ghost claw touched the golden rune, it was like ice and snow melting. The inky evil spirit was burned by the flames and let out a shrill scream, with wisps of black smoke rising up. In less than a moment, it completely dissipated into the air, without even a trace of cold air left. This is impossible. Sherhu's pupils suddenly shrank, and the rage on his face was instantly replaced by horror. The evil power of the soul calming bell is his trump card, and it has devoured the souls of countless extraordinary people. But now, I couldn't even hurt this kid at all. Seeing Lu Ming attacking with the lightning spear again, Sherhu was horrified. This kid's physical strength is even stronger than Moya's upper-level nether clan. He knew that he was no match for him in terms of physical strength. If he gets close to you, you'll be in great danger. Sherhu bit his tongue hard, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and the gestures of his hands changed rapidly. The golden paper umbrella suddenly spun above his head, and the copper bells between the ribs made a clear and crisp sound. Countless golden runes emerged from the umbrella and surrounded him like living butterflies. The paper umbrella was suddenly lifted up, carrying the stone tiger's body off the ground. If I can't win, I can just run away, right? Could it be possible that the boy could fly? Sherhu, floating in the air with the aid of a paper umbrella, glared at Lu Ming with resentment. Boy, I'll remember you. I'll make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Lu Ming's face suddenly darkened, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Those Pantheon bastards really love to talk big. In that case, you can stay. The blood-red lightning spear in his hand once again condensed into a strong lightning and threw it towards Sherhu's back. The lightning spear was like a blood-red lightning, cutting through the sky and catching up with Sherhu in an instant. Sherhu felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him, his face changed drastically, and he wanted to hide. But the speed of the lightning spear was too fast, and it was too late to dodge. He quickly turned the umbrella around. Bite! The lightning gun hit the center of the paper umbrella heavily, and it shattered instantly. Sherhu laughed triumphantly. Little beast, don't waste your energy. Save your energy and think carefully about how to face my revenge. Lu Ming remained silent, and once again condensed the spiritual energy lightning spear in his hand and threw it out. 1. 2. When the seventh stick is thrown. The smug look on Sherhu's face froze, and a mysterious force instantly imprisoned him. When death approached, he didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. What the hell is this? It's okay, that guy can't break the defense of the diamond umbrella, it's okay. Puff! A soft sound. The copper bell at the tip of the umbrella broke, and the paper was split in two. The blood-colored lightning spear instantly pierced his body. He had no idea what was happening and completely lost consciousness. Lu Ming raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I'm waiting for execution. What are you waiting for? Chapter 45, Stop playing, he reaches a new level every second. The stone tiger's body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground heavily with a dull thud and stirring up a cloud of dust. His eyes were wide open and there was still a look of disbelief on his face. Until his death, he never understood why his Vajra umbrella, which he was so proud of, suddenly became ineffective. Lu Ming walked slowly to Sherhu's body. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body had already been exhausted. I admit that there is a gambling element in my life. A 2% probability of execution is not high. If the last shot fails to hit the execution mark, then all we can do is watch this old monster escape. But fortunately, he won the bet. Lu Ming bent down and felt around Sherhu's body. There were only 2 3-star martial arts books, some soul-nourishing pills, and a crystal-clear bead in the storage bag. The bead was about the size of a quail egg, clear and emerald green in color, with an ancient Chinese character for water engraved on its surface. Lu Ming couldn't figure out what this thing was used for at the moment, so he threw it into his storage bag. You poor bastard! He muttered to himself, kicking Sherhu's corpse. You're still a reincarnationist? Frankly speaking, the stuff here is much better than Xie Jinyu's. However, the Vajra umbrella had also been broken into 2 pieces, causing Lu Ming great pain. A magic weapon that can fly for a short time. Something that many people long for. The reason why the Sky Control realm has a natural suppression on the Qidong realm is not only because it has more spiritual energy, but also because it can fly. Heaven versus Earth, pure numerical suppression. Such a good thing was destroyed by my own hands. What a waste! But at that critical moment, he couldn't care less about these things. This also indirectly illustrates the horror of this execution talent. I'm here to deal with all kinds of disobedience. If you're a man, let me chop you a few times. After Lu Ming stuffed the 2 3-star martial arts books and the soul-nourishing pill into his storage bag, he remembered the drop of thunder beast blood. He took out the glass cup, and a violent aura of thunder instantly surged out from the crack, making the hairs on his body stand up. In the center of the glass, a drop of dark red blood lay quietly. There are countless tiny lightning bolts wandering in the essence and blood, emitting a heart-pounding power. He carefully placed the glass cup in his palm and mobilized the last bit of spiritual energy in his body to tentatively touch the essence and blood. As soon as they made contact, the drop of blood essence suddenly began to churn violently, and countless lightning bolts suddenly shot out from the cup and spread upwards along his arm. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and he quickly gathered his spiritual energy. The lightning then obediently retracted into the cup. Such a domineering power. Lu Ming frowned, but did not retreat at all. The more violent the power, once tamed, the stronger the boost to your own Thunder God explosion will be. He looked around and after making sure there was no unusual movement, he placed the glass cup on the ground and sat cross-legged. He took out a few soul-nourishing pills from the storage bag and stuffed them into his mouth. After the spiritual energy in his body recovered a little, he stretched out his hand again. This time, he did not hold back at all and directly crushed the glass cup. Sizzle! Lei Zhe was suddenly in turmoil. Thunderclouds gathered rapidly in the sky, and the purple thunder in the sky began to stir again. Lu Ming was shocked. It turns out that the thunder power of the entire Lei Zhe comes from this drop of thunder beast blood. Damn it, I don't know if I can handle it. A flicker of fluctuation passed through his eyes, and then he hardened his heart and pushed the blood into his mouth. Lu Ming only felt his body tremble, and countless tiny electric wires ran around along his meridians. Wherever they passed, his meridians sent waves of tearing pain. Hold on. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, his forehead instantly covered with cold sweat. He endured the severe pain and activated the Thunder God's explosive killing technique, trying to guide the violent power of thunder. But those electric wires were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins and could not be controlled at all. The vitality in the body was instantly destroyed by the violent lightning. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the meridians in his limbs and bones were breaking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the next second, suddenly, a system prompt came to my ears. Experience +1, physical body sanctification strengthened successfully. Experience +10, physical body sanctification strengthened successfully. A warm white light suddenly appeared deep in the body and flowed through the blood vessels. Wherever it passed, the broken meridians healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Ming sensed something strange amidst the severe pain. He could feel that some earth-shaking changes were taking place in his limbs and bones. The electric wires that tore through the meridians were still violent, but when they fell on the new flesh and blood, it was as if they had met their nemesis, sizzling and dissipating continuously. He looked down at his palms. The skin that had been burned by the purple lightning had fallen off, and the new flesh exposed had a jade-like luster. After most of the enormous power of the Thunder Beast's blood essence was absorbed by his body, Lu Ming's pressure was suddenly relieved. He quickly practiced the technique, and gradually, some of the electric wire began to flow along the trajectory of the technique. Immediately following, more and more electric wires were tamed, and they exploded in the meridians, forming a huge spiritual power. Compression. Compress hard. Tick tick. The first drop of spiritual liquid was formed. Immediately, like falling dominoes, a chain reaction was triggered. The second drop. The third drop. The spiritual fluid is increasing. The 81st acupoint, Shinkei, becomes filled with spiritual fluid. Yongquan acupoint, Renying acupoint, Guan Yuan acupoint. Lu Ming's realm is also rapidly improving. Pneumatic duplex. Pneumatic triple. Pneumatic quadruple. It was not until the 5th level of Qigong that the Thunder Beast's blood essence in the body completely lost its medicinal effect. The body has successfully evolved into a sanctified form, and the current realm is the early stage of the 4th realm. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. He slowly stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt his body was filled with explosive power, and every move he made was filled with a thunderous force. He exerted force on his feet. Boom! A bloody lightning exploded. The hard rock ground instantly collapsed into a half-foot deep pit, and gravel flew everywhere. His figure actually flew into the air, and his hair was rustling. The thunder explosion killing technique that evolved to 4 stars actually has the ability to temporarily float in the air. With a thought, he suddenly shot out 5 feet diagonally upwards, and the airflow he created caused the gravel below to fly up. After about 10 breaths, Lu Ming returned to the ground. Although the 10 breaths of floating time was short, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. With this ability, it means that I can compete with those in the early stage of the 4th realm. At the same time, Chen Ziliang in the pagoda looked at the passing time, his eyes full of anxiety. Just as they were about to enter the space of the portrait, Lu Ming dragged the 2 bodies of Emoya and Shi Huan walked out slowly. There was silence in the pagoda at first. Then there was a deafening cheer. Brother Lu! Land cruiser! Chen Ziliang was the first to rush up. His originally tense face now flushed red. He ran to Lu Ming in 2 steps. His eyes swept over the 2 corpses and finally landed on Lu Ming. Damn it, I knew it, Brother Lu, I always believed you could do it. Wei Changfeng stared at Lu Ming with his eyes wide open, his heart filled with turmoil. His aura seems to have become stronger again. Fuck. I don't want to play anymore. Give me the knife. I want to go home. No, not at all. Chapter 46. Look, that thing that's split in 2 is your idol. Jiangcheng Night Patrol Building. The atmosphere today is particularly solemn. At this time, almost 20 days had passed since Wei Changfeng and others lost contact. In response to this incident, the inspector stationed in Jiangzhou City came in person to take action. Everyone knew that the old woman had a grudge against Director Zhao. It is hard to say that the other party is not suspected of seeking revenge for personal gain. But there is no way around it. A higher-ranking official can crush someone so easily that he has to endure it even if he doesn't accept it. In the logistics department, the old hands lowered their voices. Damn it! I told you newcomers are unreliable. It's been days and there's still no news. I don't even know if they're dead or alive. Hey, Lao Su, stop talking. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Thousands of contribution points are a reward. Forget about newcomers. I almost signed up. Luckily, the night watchman was also new, so I hesitated. Oh, I've already told you guys that you'd better not worry about this mission that even Xie Jinyu doesn't dare to touch. I think Director Zhao has to go there in person. I guess the higher-ups mean the same thing. Xie Jinyu, Xie Jinyu, Xie Jinyu all the time. He's so awesome, why don't you go hang out with him? You fucking. The logistics department suddenly became a mess. The meeting room was dead silent. The young assistant looked at the man and woman wearing the inspector badges on their chests and didn't dare to breathe. The man's name was Li Yan. He was sitting at the head of the conference table, his fingertips still tapping lightly on the table, but the rhythm was faster than before, as if he was suppressing his surging anger. The female inspector Wang Lingling next to him was wearing the same black uniform. She was in her early 30s, with a face full of flesh, and did not look like someone who would be a good person. Director Zhao, Wang Lingling broke the silence first, her voice powerful. All the night patrolmen from your Jiangcheng Night Patrol Division have disappeared. Don't you deserve an explanation? Zhao Qingge folded his arms across his chest, not even raising his eyes, as if he didn't take the 2 people seriously at all. I've sent people to investigate. If you can wait, then wait. If you can't, please go back. Wait? Li Yan's face darkened instantly. Zhao Qingge, what do you mean? From what I understand, you're just sending a second-level cannon fodder over there, right? How dare you, the head of a department, be so afraid of death? Li Yan slammed the tabletop hard, causing the solid wood table to make a dull sound, shaking the enamel cup on the table. Only you, Zhao Qingge, could do such a thing. Zhao Qingge finally raised his eyes, his gaze cold as ice. Inspector Li, it's not your turn to dictate the manpower allocation of the Jiangcheng Night Patrol. The atmosphere in the office froze like ice. The assistant's back was soaked with cold sweat. She secretly raised her eyes to look at Zhao Qingge. As an assistant, she knew better than anyone that Zhao Qingge was currently going through the 5 decays of heaven and man, and his aura was growing weaker day by day. If not for this, with Zhao Qingge's temperament, he would have killed his way through the entire ruins long ago. The assistant nodded, trying to defend Zhao Qingge. Director Zhao. Shut up. When will it be your turn to speak? Wang Lingling interrupted her rudely, a hint of sneer on her face. You've learned to speak up for your master. What a pity. Following a master who cherishes his life like this, no matter how loyal you are, it's useless. The young assistant's face turned red instantly, but the tears stubbornly refused to fall. Seeing this, Wang Lingling's smile grew even brighter. Zhao Qingge, I didn't expect that you would have this day. Both of them are graduates of the Imperial Capital Supernatural Academy. When she was in the Imperial Capital Extraordinary Academy, Zhao Qingge was the center of attention. She was talented and beautiful, and was hailed as a goddess by those stinky men. Wang Lingling has a plain appearance and mediocre talent. She considers herself an independent woman and likes boxing. She can't stand self-righteous women like Zhao Qingge. After graduation, everything changed. Zhao Qingge was assigned to a small place like Jiangcheng, while Wang Lingling, with the help of her family connections, was parachuted into the position of inspector of Jiangzhou City. Just 2 years ago, she had trained the newcomer she valued most into an obedient little puppy, and now she had found the opportunity to make trouble. Awesome. Awesome like never before. Wang Lingling deliberately dragged out her tone, looking like a shrewd villain. Zhao Qingge, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, don't say I won't help you. Those dozen or so night watchmen who disappeared over the past 3 days must be seen alive, or even dead. Bang! The door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Old Su from the logistics department ran in excitedly, Director Zhao. Wei Sun. Wei Sun and the others are back. These words struck the office like a thunderbolt, and everyone was stunned. Before Wang Lingling could hide the sarcasm on her face, she subconsciously looked at Li Yan, her eyes full of questions. Li Yan's hand pressing on the table suddenly tightened. As a member of the reincarnation realm, he knew Shu's plan better than anyone else. The reason why he accompanied this crazy woman here today was to see if he could force Zhao Qingge into the foggy area to facilitate Shu's next plan. However, it seems that there is a change in plan. Li Yan's face looked extremely ugly. Zhao Qingge's cold gaze swept across Li Yan's suddenly tense face, and then fell back on Wang Lingling's expression full of surprise, and a barely perceptible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. You little brat, you didn't disappoint me. Wei Changfeng and the others are back. Returning with them were more than a dozen piles of flesh, and upon closer inspection, one could barely identify them as belonging to the Netherworld clan. The old hands in the logistics department opened their eyes wide, as if their necks were being strangled by invisible hands. Wow, did Wei Sun and his companions encounter a large group of Netherworld clan? A single member of the Nether clan is enough to give the night watchmen of the 3 realms a headache, and when they appear in groups, they can even flatten half of the town. It was a miracle that Wei Changfeng and his remaining troops were able to come back alive, but he was able to wipe out the enemy? Xia Jinyu only killed 3 pioneers of the Netherworld clan in the Blood Corpse cave back then. Someone murmured subconsciously, his voice full of disbelief. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd, and they pointed at the corpse behind them. Hey, stop bragging, look at the one that's been torn in half, isn't it your idol? Ha! Xia Jinyu. This exclamation was like lighting a powder keg, and everyone in the logistics department was instantly in an uproar. They looked in the direction that the man pointed, and saw a body split into 2 pieces lying behind Wei Changfeng and others. The corpse was wearing the familiar Black Night Watchman's uniform, although its face was covered in blood and dirt. But anyone can recognize at a glance the iconic sword-like eyebrows and tightly pursed thin lips. This is Xie Jinyu, who is known to be invincible under the 4 realms. No. Impossible. The man who was still muttering about Xie Jinyu just now turned pale and staggered back a few steps, unable to believe his eyes. Jinyu. Wang Lingling suddenly rushed out and looked down at Xie Jinyu's body in astonishment. Chapter 47 I'm not your father, why should I spoil you? The little puppy I raised died. Everyone in Jiangzhou City knows that Xie Jinyu is hers. Who is so bold as to do this? She turned around suddenly, her eyes red as blood, and scanned the crowd frantically. Tell me. Who did it? Wang Lingling's sudden burst of 4th-level aura swept through the entire hall like a tsunami. The solid wood floor of the night watchman's room cracked instantly, and the bronze lampstand in the corner of the wall was shattered into pieces with a clang. Those logistics personnel below the 3rd realm were caught off guard and were forced to kneel on one knee by this powerful spiritual power, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Speak! Wang Lingling's voice, wrapped in spiritual power, exploded in everyone's ears. Who killed him? The entire hall was instantly shrouded in dead silence, with only Wang Lingling's roar that sounded like it came from hell echoing. The logistics personnel all had pale faces and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They were almost unable to breathe due to the pressure of the Four Realms aura. When Xie Jinyu was suddenly transferred to Jianghai City, there were rumors that he had hooked up with some powerful person. Now it seems that the rumors are true. It's just hard to imagine how Xie Jinyu could have the heart to eat such a fat-headed and pig-eared woman. You don't want to say anything, right? Wang Lingling stared at Wei Changfeng and the others, her eyes looking as if she wanted to eat them alive. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto Lu Ming, who was standing at the edge of the crowd with a calm expression. Little bastard. Is that you? Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lu Ming. Even the logistics staff who were still gasping in pain raised their heads with difficulty. How could it be him? Has this woman lost her mind? Little bastard? Lu Ming's smile faded and his face darkened. Chen Ziliang's heart suddenly trembled, and he hurriedly whispered. Brother Lu, calm down. That person is the inspector of the 4 territories. Yes, that's me. Lu Ming pushed Chen Ziliang away and stared at Wang Lingling without fear. Don't worry, I was very efficient. He died without any pain. By the way, he didn't seem to mention your name before he died. It seems he didn't like eating pig's head. Everyone turned around and stared at Lu Ming, a chill running down their spines. He admitted it so readily. Can't you see that the woman is going crazy? How dare you provoke her? As expected, Lu Ming's words made Wang Lingling completely lose her mind. Ah! I'm going to tear you apart. Before Wang Lingling finished her roar, her figure had already rushed in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. The long sword in his hand shone with a sharp cold light as he slashed fiercely towards Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming laughed angrily. No matter the reason or the details, they would kill people if they disagreed with them. I don't care who you are, I'm not your father, why should I spoil you? If you act like a slut, you'll be beaten. The next second, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Ming stood still, not even looking at Wang Lingling. He just slowly raised his right hand. The moment Wang Lingling's sword pierced his skin, he swung his palm vigorously. Bang! A loud slap was heard, without even the roar of spiritual power colliding. Everyone only saw Wang Lingling's movement suddenly freeze, and then like a flying pig with broken wings, she drew a bloated arc in the air and slammed heavily into the distant wall with a bang. The wall was already full of cracks from the previous fight, and when Wang Lingling hit it, it collapsed instantly, sending rubble and dust flying all over the sky. The entire hall was silent, and everyone was staring at the scene in amazement. Deathly silence. The entire night watch building seemed to have been paused. The veterans in the logistics department opened their mouths wide, the words they were discussing just now stuck in their throats, and the expressions on their faces froze in horror. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. A newcomer from the second realm suppressed the inspector from the fourth realm with just a wave of his hand. Has this world finally gone so crazy that I can't recognize it anymore? Mom, I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Li Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shattered Wang Lingling's spiritual energy with just his physical strength. No wonder sure who was defeated, it was not unfair. The other party should be a physical cultivator of the 4th level, but when did such a freak appear in the Jiangcheng night patrol? He suppressed the strange thoughts in his heart, stepped forward to help Wang Lingling up, and when he saw her swollen cheek, a hint of sneer flashed in his eyes. This stupid woman can't die yet. This is just the right time for her to divert the attention of the night watchman in Jiangcheng. Li Yan suppressed his anger and said, Your Excellency, you are going too far. We are inspectors sent by the night patrol. After all, they still didn't know Lu Ming well enough. If only they had investigated beforehand, they would have known. Lu Ming just loves to be an inspector like them. Just ask Zheng Tao next door and you will know. He is so exhausted from receiving the national subsidies for new energy vehicles in rural areas. Facing Li Yan's question, Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders. Oh, then, are you going to show your ID? I don't think it's necessary. Just go to that station and you'll get a birth certificate. Li Yan's face instantly turned the color of liver. After Wang Lingling regained consciousness, she stared at Lu Ming with resentment on her face. Wait, just wait. Lu Ming shook off the non-existent blood on his fingertips, his eyes as calm as a pool of deep water. He didn't even look at Wang Lingling, but spoke softly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Get out of here, you fat pig. These words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. The young assistant covered his mouth tightly, fearing that he would laugh like a pig. Good scolding. I've been fed up with this fat bitch for a long time. Director Zhao's nephew is so handsome. Where's Director Zhao? Lu Ming suddenly turned around and stared at her and asked. The young assistant was startled by Lu Ming's sudden question and quickly poked his head out from the corner, his face still showing unconcealed excitement. She had just been cheering for Lu Ming in her heart, but when asked this question, her cheeks instantly flushed red and she stammered, Zhao. Director Zhao is in the office. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Qingge came down from upstairs, and Wei Changfeng followed behind her. Apparently, Lao Wei took advantage of the chaos to explain the whole story to her. Lu Ming, come with me. Zhao Qingge called out softly. His voice was not loud, but it carried an inexplicable majesty. Lu Ming turned to look at her and nodded slightly, yeah. Zhao Qingge's eyes swept over Lu Ming, then looked at Li Yan, and finally landed on Wang Lingling. He threw the video provided by Lao Wei over and said lightly. Wang Lingling. Xia Jinyu had evil intentions and attacked the Zhengcheng night watchman without permission. He deserves to die. Let's end today's matter here. Wang Lingling's face turned pale. She didn't expect Xia Jinyu to be so rude. Not only did he die, but he also left evidence behind. Li Yan knew that Wang Lingling was in the wrong after all, so he gave Lu Ming a long look and said, Alright, I will report this matter to the central government. Chapter 48, Auntie is already old, what is so good about it? It's not over yet, this matter is definitely not over yet. You little bastard dared to humiliate me, this matter is not over. Wang Lingling was dragged away from the Zhengcheng night patrol by Li Yan. She covered her burning cheeks and shouted with resentment on her face. Li Yan supported her, his eyes flickering. He glanced at Wang Lingling's red and swollen face, and suddenly felt that the boy's scolding was justified. But you still have to pretend. Inspector Wang, please calm down. That little bastard is indeed arrogant, but if Xie Jinyu gets into trouble and it gets to the central government, it won't do us any good. Wang Lingling suddenly shook off Li Yan's hand with a sharp voice. Obviously, the defense has been broken. Since becoming the inspector, Wang Lingling has been majestic wherever she goes to the night watch station. The talented little puppy was killed with great difficulty, and the self-proclaimed fairy was also scolded as a fat pig. Lu Ming, right? Looking at her angry back, Li Yan smiled disdainfully. Then he walked to the edge of Jiangyin River, took out his cell phone and made a call. After the call was connected, his face became very serious. Tell Elder Yu that Zhao Qingge hasn't survived the tribulation yet, so she's nothing to be afraid of. But Sure Hu is dead, and the water-repellent beads have fallen into the hands of the night patrol. We should proceed with the backup plan. Also, be careful of a night patrolman named Lu Ming. After saying a few simple words, he quickly hung up the phone. Looking at the surging river, Li Yan's eyes became extremely hot. He knew that once they could get that thing, they, the reincarnationists, might have a chance to glimpse a glimpse of immortality. Are they worthy of being called reincarnators? They are just a bunch of cowardly old turtles. In Zhao Qingge's office, after listening to Lu Ming's report, a hint of cold scorn flashed in her eyes. Judging from her expression, it was obvious that the Daxia officials had known about the existence of the reincarnationists for a long time. Since you've encountered it, it's okay to tell you something. In fact, there are several demons within the Night Watch who are also reincarnations, but they are different from those evil demons who possess other people's bodies. All of them, before their time came, disbanded and reincarnated, and after their memories were restored, they gradually rose to prominence. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Lu Ming. Her charming red lips curved up, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes stared straight at him. But you're so outstanding that I wonder if you're the reincarnation of some old monster. Lu Ming was stunned. Just kidding. Zhao Qingge suddenly giggled and poked Lu Ming's skin with her crimson nails. So tough. This body must have reached the fourth realm. My Lear is so lucky. Lu Ming felt the coldness of her fingertips and the corners of his mouth twitched. This woman is really determined to be her own angel investor. But then again, I haven't seen my twin wives for several days and I miss them quite a bit. The key to cultivation is day by day. I've definitely been a bit lax lately. So, he immediately said goodbye, Director Zhao, this is what happened. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Wait a moment. Zhao Qingge stood up immediately after hearing that. She leaned forward, her slender, white fingers painted with red nail polish adjusted his collar. What are you so anxious about? Are you just not treating me, your aunt, like this? When she raised her eyes, the charm in her peach blossom eyes faded away, and a bit of genuine concern was added. That woman, Wang Lingling, is not very magnanimous. She has a younger brother who is a captain in the demon suppression army. You have to be more careful when you go out. The rich aroma of pine would instantly hit him, and Lu Ming struggled to move his eyes away from Zhao Qingge's collar. How does that sentence go? When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. This cheap aunt of mine is really powerful. Lu Ming's Adam's apple moved, and he said in a deep voice, "Thank you for the reminder, Auntie. I will keep an eye on it." Zhao Qingge looked at his slightly stiff appearance, a mischievous smile flickering in his eyes. "That's good." She turned back to her desk and took out a set of car keys. "Go back, your two little wives are almost waiting for you." Lu Ming took the key, thanked him, turned around and quickly left the office. After Lu Ming left, the charming smile on Zhao Qingge's face gradually faded, and she took out an ancient bronze mirror. Several numbers suddenly appeared on the dark yellow bronze mirror, 19. After getting the answer she wanted, the corners of her mouth blossomed again like peach blossoms. It's not an old monster. This is a secret treasure issued by the Night Watch. If it is a reincarnation, his soul age is definitely more than 19 years old. She slowly sat down on the chair, and her peach blossom eyes, which had been mischievous just now had a barely noticeable blush. Hidden in black high-heeled shoes, the 10 jade toes wrapped in transparent flesh-colored stockings curled up shyly. Even if he's not an old monster, he's still a dishonest little brat. Zhao Qingge glanced down at the open collar, the corners of her lips unconsciously raised slightly. Auntie is already old, what's so good about her? In the courtyard of the Zhao family's villa, osmanthus flowers are in full bloom. Su Lulu was curled up in a hanging chair, holding a white kitten. Her innocent and charming face was filled with melancholy. "Sister, when will our husband come back? It's already the 7th day." Su Yuyu was squatting beside the flower bed watering a few newly planted orchids. When she turned around after hearing this, there were still some tender yellow osmanthus flowers on the ends of her hair. "Wait a little longer. Jiangcheng hasn't been very peaceful lately. Haven't you seen how busy Sisterly is?" Su Lulu buried her face in the soft fur of the white cat and said in a muffled voice, "I know, I just can't help but miss him." "Don't you miss him, sister? I see you've painted your nails over and over again." Su Yuyu's hand holding the kettle suddenly stopped, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she deliberately put on a stern face and glared at Su Lulu. "You stupid girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense." Su Lulu half raised herself from the hanging chair, shaking her fair feet and smiling slyly. "No wonder my husband always likes MMM." Su Yuyu quickly covered her mouth, and her ears turned completely red. "What are you doing?" As soon as Lu Ming entered the room, he saw Su Yuyu suppressing Su Lulu. As soon as he finished speaking, the noise in the yard suddenly stopped. Su Yuyu still had her hand covering Su Lulu's mouth. She froze in place and turned her head back, the osmanthus flowers on the ends of her hair falling down. She looked at the figure at the door, her eyes suddenly widened, and then a layer of mist appeared in them. Su Lulu struggled out of Su Yuyu's palm like a frightened rabbit, and the white cat in her arms was thrown to the ground. She jumped down from the hanging chair barefoot, her skirt sweeping across the osmanthus flowers on the ground, and rushed towards Lu Ming, husband. Chapter 49, the Su sisters want to team up with Zhao Li. Hubby, eat slowly, there's more. Su Yuyu looked at Lu Ming, who was eating voraciously, her eyes full of heartache. Su Lulu added more food to Lu Ming's bowl and asked in disbelief, "Honey, is the food at the night patrol so bad?" Forehead. Lu Ming paused, with rice grains still hanging from the corners of his mouth. This is no longer a question of whether it is better or not. During those days in the foggy area, he ate dry food for several days. It's a rare occasion to have a good meal, so naturally it's a bit exaggerated. Puff. Su Lulu looked at his embarrassed look, feeling both distressed and amused. She kissed the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Honey, you look so cute like this." Lu Ming took a deep breath, and the anger caused by Zhao Qingge surged into his heart again. "Cute, right? Just don't cry for a while." He put down the bowl with a wicked smile and picked up the little devil Su Lulu by the waist. Su Lulu was startled and subconsciously hugged his neck. Seeing the smile in his eyes, the little greedy cat suddenly understood. She showed a timid expression and asked Su Yuyu for help. "Sister, save me." Su Yuyu naturally knew her husband's character. Her pretty face instantly turned red from her ears to her chin, and even her neck was slightly red. She hurriedly lowered her eyelashes. Hubby, it's still broad daylight, why don't I go take a shower first? Okay. Lu Ming accepted her bold suggestion, picked her up, and strode into the bathroom. Ah, that's not what I meant. The little licker also panicked, his eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise. But once the bathroom door was closed, it was too late to say anything. As the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. After some lovemaking. When I woke up again, it was already early the next morning. The two sisters lay lazily in Lu Ming's arms, the tears in the corners of their eyes had not yet faded. Lu Ming gently stroked the two people's smooth faces. Although he felt relaxed physically and mentally, problems followed. After a night of practice, the fire value obtained from the two sisters was only 40 points. However, this is not their fault, as this is already their limit. But to unlock a 4-star talent, you need 1000 fire points, which will take a long time. It seems that it is time to recruit Zhao Li into the team. But strangely enough, I didn't see this cool and aloof sister until after breakfast. Could it be that the noise last night was too loud and scared her away? Thinking of the fire at 1 o'clock that night, Lu Ming smiled meaningfully. Honey, are you looking for Sister Li? Su Yuyu nudged herself in his arms, her voice still a little hoarse. She was tortured badly last night, and there was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice when she spoke. Lu Ming came back to his senses and kissed her on the forehead. That's not true. Whether it happened or not, just deny it first. Humph, you always look upstairs and still say there's nothing. Su Lulu pouted, looking a little jealous. Lu Bao, I think you really don't have a good memory. Lu Ming was not angry after being exposed. He just stared at her with his eyes becoming very dangerous. Su Lulu thought of the miserable situation last night, huddled behind Su Yuyu timidly, and stuck out her tongue. I was just talking casually, honey, I was wrong. Lu Ming chuckled and reached out to pinch her cheek. If you dare to be jealous again, I'll let you know how powerful I am tonight. Su Lulu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still said stubbornly, who is jealous? I am not. My sister and I are eager for Sister Li to help. Su Yuyu's toes straightened instantly and she quickly covered her mouth. This damn girl dares to tell anyone anything. The two of them were already too ridiculous. The thought of dragging Sister Li into this made her feel so ashamed that her whole body went limp. She gently patted the back of Su Lulu's hand, with endless shyness in her eyes. Hubby, Aunt Zhao, she has told us that Lulu and I have no objection, as long as you don't mind being a drag. Of course, this was a carefully considered choice for both of them. As Lu Ming becomes more and more outstanding, he is naturally surrounded by many admirers. They have a good impression of Zhao Li, the older sister who appears cold on the outside but warm on the inside. When they thought of her being bullied by her husband with her cool little face, they felt inexplicably excited. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. Unexpectedly, angel investor Zhao Qingge had already started operating. Before he knew it, he had gotten his two little wives. Lu Ming's fingertips gently slid across Su Yuyu's burning cheek, a mischievous smile in his eyes. Disdain? You are my precious treasures, I don't even have time to feel hurt. He suddenly leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against the sister's ears. Besides, didn't you know last night? Su Lulu's face flushed bright red, and she burrowed deeper into Su Yuyu's arms like a frightened little rabbit, muttering in a muffled voice, Husband, you're bullying me again. Su Yuyu's fair little feet shrank, and she reached out to push his chest. You're so frivolous so early in the morning. After Sister Li came back with us last time, she quit her job in the law enforcement team, but it seems that Brother Lin and Brother Wang had something urgent to ask you that day, but you happened to be away those few days, so Sister Li went to help. Lin Haowen and Wang Yaowen are looking for me? Lu Ming frowned immediately. After thinking about it, he first called the two of them, but the call didn't go through. I called Zhao Li again, but the call still didn't go through. Lu Ming's heart sank immediately, and he called Chen Ziliang directly. Ziliang, please help me find out what Lin Haowen and Wang Yaowen of the Outer City 3rd Law Enforcement Squad are doing. Okay, Brother Lu. Only 5 minutes later, Chen Ziliang called back. Brother Lu, I found it. But Chen Ziliang's voice paused and became a little strange. Lu Ming urged in a deep voice, Just say it if you have something to say. Brother Lu, didn't you solve a missing persons case before? It's just that after you were promoted to the night patrol, the number of missing persons in the outer city not only didn't stop, but increased several times. There are quite a few rumors about you in the law enforcement team. They all say that there were problems with the case you handled at the time. Lin Haowen and the others were so angry that they personally took over the follow-up investigation. Lu Ming instantly laughed out of anger. What a guts! This is no longer a provocation, this is pulling yourself out of the credit book and slapping yourself in the face. The Shao family? Pantheon? Or the reincarnationists? These mortal enemies instantly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Forget it, no matter what it is, if you dare to dance in your own minefield, your ashes will be scattered. Where are Lin Haowen and the others now? Lu Ming asked coldly. Chen Ziliang gave an address, Junhe Seafood Processing Factory. For this kind of ignorant thing, he could only say, "Buddy, your lifespan is about to end." Chapter 50, Then you must not hide, or you will be a grandson. Junhe Seafood Processing Factory is located on the banks of Jiangyin River. This is an estuary, and water transportation is very convenient. Just as the sky was getting light, a white SUV stopped outside the factory gate. In the security booth, Guanlong looked at the two men and one woman who got out of the car and spat on the ground. These losers really managed to get here. As a direct descendant of the Fivine sect, he was assigned to be a security guard in this ghost place. I was originally feeling resentful. But with the recent continuous influx of unjustly killed bodies, he had a vague guess in his mind. The uncles and aunts in the sect are planning to raise a big baby there. Although the Fivine sect is not a huge force in Daxia, but they have a unique skill, which is raising corpses. The three absolute places that are important in corpse raising techniques are places wherein energy, bad luck, and death energy are intertwined, and the mouth of the Jiangyin River happens to have all of them. The art of corpse raising can even be traced back to before the revival of spiritual energy. Take a complete corpse, preferably one that died in vain, as this kind of corpse has the greatest resentment and will be much easier to raise. Keep the corpse in a remote place to absorb evil spirits. After a period of time, the ordinary corpse will have a chance to turn into a zombie. There are 5 kinds of zombies: white zombies, black zombies, purple zombies, flying zombies, and the legendary drought demon that can block rivers and turn the land into barren wasteland. As the sex prodigy, Guanlong raised a purple zombie in just 3 years. The zombie was as strong as an iron wall and invulnerable to swords and spears. Its physical strength alone was enough to challenge the strongest men in the third realm. But a place of 3 wonders is a place of 3 wonders. After being nurtured here for half a month, white hair has begun to grow on the purple zombie, and it has the vague outline of a flying zombie. It will soon enter the 4th realm. It was not until then that Guanlong realized that this was not a hard job at all, but rather his own power bank. My uncles and aunts are so thoughtful. Guanlong, holding a toothpick in his mouth and wearing flip-flops, stepped forward to stop the 3 people. Stop, this is private property, no entry for outsiders. His gaze fell on Zhao, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Neat short hair, finely sculpted facial features, a tall and slender figure, and an aloof temperament. Hiss, this woman is really awesome. Guanlong's gaze lingered on Zhao for a few more seconds, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He had seen many women, but none of them could combine heroism and beauty so perfectly like the woman before him. There was an inexplicable ripple in his heart. A genius like me deserves to be matched with a woman like this. Zhao frowned and his expression became increasingly cold. But Guanlong didn't care at all and just stared at her. Seeing this, Lin Haowen took out his ID and waved it at Guanlong. We are from the law enforcement team. Please open the door immediately and let us in for inspection. Guanlong's gaze shifted from Zhao to the certificate in Lin Haowen's hand. The surprise in his eyes was instantly replaced by deep sarcasm. He seemed to have seen something extremely ridiculous, and with a curl of his lips, he sneered. Law enforcement team? Not to mention you, even if the night patrol came, I would still say the same thing. Get out of here. Without the leader's consent, you can't enter this door. Wang Yaowen was angry. A security guard is so arrogant. Maybe he's watched too many crooked-mouthed Dragon King dramas. He pushed Lin Haowen aside and glared at Guanwen fiercely. Get out of here right now, or I'll charge you with provoking trouble. Zhao glanced sideways slightly, and that look seemed to ask, when did the law enforcement team have this legal provision? Lin Haowen covered his forehead helplessly. Damn, you're quick with the formula. But you also need to have the strength of a land force. As expected, Guanlong was amused by Wang Yaowen's sudden roar. He felt like he had heard the biggest joke of the century. He bent over and laughed for a long time before he stood up and looked at Wang Yaowen as if he was a fool. He took a step forward, his eyes full of disdain. I'm standing right here, what can you do to me? You. Okay, Yaowen, let's meet again another day. Wang Yaowen wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhao. This person looks fearless, either he has someone backing him up or he has good skills. No matter which one it is, we should go back and discuss it again. Guanlong raised his eyebrows when he heard Zhao Li's words, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This beautiful lady is quite reasonable. My name is Guanlong. Are you interested in having a meal? Zhao Li just glanced at him coldly, as if he was looking at a piece of garbage on the side of the road. She turned sideways and raised her chin towards Lin Haowen and Wang Yaowen. Let's go. But just as the three of them turned around to get in the car, Guanlong heard the voice of his uncle through his earphone. Xiaolong, leave them here. The big baby is still a little bit cooked, and the corpses of ordinary people may not be enough. It just so happens that a blind extraordinary person has come to our door. When Guanlong heard the voice coming from the headset, the frivolous look on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by an almost bloodthirsty excitement. He licked his lips, his eyes like a poisonous snake locking onto its prey, staring intently at the three people who were about to open the car door. It seems you can't leave today. He spoke slowly, with a subtle hint of strangeness in his voice. My uncle said he'd like to invite you in for a cup of tea. Get in the car. Zhao Li immediately sensed danger, released the handbrake, and stepped on the accelerator in one go. Guanlong smiled disdainfully and waved his fingers. The ceiling of the security booth suddenly exploded and a black-robed figure jumped out. With just one jump, he landed steadily in front of the off-road vehicle, and the road was shattered into pieces by the huge force. The rubble dispersed, and beneath the wide black robe, only a pair of eyes could be seen, gleaming with a faint green light in the shadows. Hold on tight. A hint of determination flashed in Zhao Li's eyes. Instead of slowing down, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The off-road vehicle rushed towards the man in black robe like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, making a sound of breaking wind and hitting him hard. There was a loud bang. The several-ton car seemed to have hit a steel wall. The front of the car deformed instantly, the engine made a harsh roar, and completely stalled. The man in black robe jumped onto the front of the car unharmed, and his black nails directly penetrated the steel pillar. With a forceful push, the entire windshield was violently pulled off. Zhao Li looked at the ferocious face and his pupils suddenly contracted. All right, little darling. Guanlong's voice came from behind. He opened the deformed car door, and with a hint of superiority and teasing on the corner of his mouth, he looked straight at Zhao Li. My beautiful lady, are you free to have a meal with me now? Eat your mother. Wang Yaowen swung his knife suddenly. But Guanlong only curled up the corner of his mouth without even raising his eyes. Just as the blade was about to fall on his face, the man in black robe next to him suddenly stretched out a hand to block him. Bite. Sparks flew, and after a crisp sound, the steel knife in Wang Yaowen's hand broke into several pieces. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? Despair spread in the car. Trash is trash. Guanlong finally raised his eyelids, the mockery in his tone almost overflowing. With this little ability, I can stand here and let you chop me, but you can't kill me. But just when he was feeling proud, Lu Ming's chuckle suddenly came from behind him. Oh? Really? Then you must not hide. If you hide you will be a grandson. Chapter 51. Wait a minute. Brother, we can talk it over. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking wind behind me. Guanlong's pupils shrank into needle shapes. He rolled on the ground in a panic, barely avoiding a dark shadow that was attacking from behind. The straight knife flew past his scalp and hit the concrete ground not far away, creating a deep hole. Too fast. The speed was so fast that the purple zombie had no time to move forward to defend. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have had to split up. Guanlong got up from the ground, turned around suddenly, and stared at the figure. Night watchman? Lu Ming glanced at him and said two words lightly, son of a bitch. You're looking for death. Guanlong instantly flew into a rage. Not only did this guy not follow martial ethics and launch a sneak attack, he even pretended to be so arrogant. But Lu Ming didn't even look at him. He turned and walked to Zhao Li's SUV, exerted force with his fingers, and forcibly pulled the stuck seatbelt free. He leaned over to the deformed driver's seat, put his arm around Zhao Li's waist, and picked her up. Are you okay? Zhao Li subconsciously tensed her body, and her cheeks flushed slightly, as if stained with rouge by the morning light. I'm fine. Zhao Li didn't dare to look into his eyes, let alone imagine the expressions of Wang Yaowen and the others. She buried her head tightly in Lu Ming's arms. The 1.75-meter tall, cool and majestic lady actually acted like a weak girl. Bang, bang, dot bang, dot bang. My heart is beating like a deer. Team Lu. Wang Yaowen and Lin Haowen's eyes widened the moment they saw Lu Ming. They were stunned for 2 seconds, and then their eyes burst into joy after surviving the disaster. After climbing out of the car, Wang Yaowen saw the petite Zhao. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and tugged at Lin Haowen's arm. Fuck, Haowen, look. Big sister is blushing? Lin Haowen pushed his glasses, and there was surprise in his eyes behind the lenses. After working together for so long, Zhao has always been like an iceberg. Not to mention blushing, even the times when he speaks in a softer tone are rare. At this moment, she looked so shy as she buried herself in Lu Ming's arms, like a completely different person. He coughed dryly twice. Don't talk nonsense, the big sister may have blood qi problems. Zhao Li's face became even hotter after being teased by the two. Lu Ming, put me down. She tried to keep a straight face, her voice muffled but with a hint of shyness and annoyance. Guanlong looked at the dazzling scene in front of him, his lungs almost exploding with anger, a surge of anger rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. You have king guys, are you treating me like I don't exist? The woman he had taken a fancy to was not only cold and indifferent to him, but also behaved like this in the arms of another man? Lu Ming frowned and put Zhao Li down. I'll be back soon. Guanlong stared at Lu Ming's face with his eyes full of hostility, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you the night watchman Lu Ming who's been making all the noise lately? I've heard of you. Everyone says you're somebody, but the way I see it, you just haven't met me yet. Previously, his uncles and aunts had warned him to be careful of a night watchman named Lu Ming, but Guanlong didn't take it seriously at all. So what if he's the night patrol? So what if he's Lu Ming? How dare a shallow water turtle call himself a true dragon? Lu Ming patted Zhao Li's arm to signal her to step back, and he took a step forward. Now that we've met, what next? There was no emotion in Lu Ming's voice. His fingers gently stroked the handle of the knife. He had exchanged this knife for another one at the Night Watch division, and it had never tasted blood yet. Well done, you're so arrogant. I'll let you know in a moment not every worthless person can be called a genius. Guanlong was hurt by his cold attitude and rang the corpse bell violently. The purple zombie that was about to evolve into a flying zombie roared and pounced forward. Its huge body stirred up gusts of bloody wind. Wherever its fists passed, the gravel on the ground was swept into the sky. But Lu Ming did not dodge or evade. When the purple zombie got close to him, he suddenly pulled out the straight knife in his right hand, and blood-colored arcs of electricity jumped everywhere. Sizzle! A bloody half-moon flashed by. The lightning collided with the corpse chi, and the purple zombie let out a shrill roar of pain. Its entire arm was cut off, and black mist rose from the wound. My de Bao! Guanlong's eyes were bloodshot, he was angry and afraid. The invulnerable purple zombie was injured by Lu Ming in just one encounter. You know, that is a terrifying body close to the 4th level of physical cultivation. What kind of monster is this kid? Guanlong had already given up at this time, and he was just about to call back the purple zombie. Lu Ming suddenly moved. The figure was like a ghost, approaching almost at the same time as the purple zombie roared in pain. The concrete floor beneath his feet was crushed to pieces, and with the recoil force, he turned into a blurry afterimage and rushed straight towards Guanlong. Want to run? Too late. Lu Ming's voice, accompanied by a strong wind, hit Guanlong. The blood-red arc of electricity was still jumping on the straight knife in his hand, and the sharp sound of the blade cutting through the air made people feel numb. Wait a minute. Brother, we can talk it over. Guanlong only felt a flash before his eyes, and the knife shadow with lightning was already close at hand. He was frightened out of his wits and subconsciously summoned the purple zombie to block in front of him. Clang! The straight knife chopped on the purple zombie's body, and the sparks were mixed with blood-red lightning. The huge body of the purple zombie looked like a rotten wood that had been split in the lightning. The straight knife cut into its head with unparalleled force and went down along the spine. The sound of tearing cloth mixed with the crisp sound of breaking bones, and black corpse blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over Guanlong's body. The two halves of the body fell to the ground, still twitching slightly. The internal organs mixed with black mucus flowed out from the broken ends, emitting a disgusting stench. Guanlong stood there, his body soaked in the purple zombie's blood, and a piece of flesh with white hair on his face. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. That was the purple zombie he had spent 3 years of hard work and countless resources to cultivate. It was his pride and was the one that could challenge the strongest people at the peak of the 3rd realm. But now, like a dead fish that had been cut open, it lay on the ground in a miserable state. No. Impossible. Guanlong's voice was trembling, his eyes filled with fear and despair. This is impossible. Lu Ming slowly pulled out the straight knife, and the blood-red arc on the blade gradually subsided, leaving only a cold light. He walked towards Guanlong step by step, and every step seemed to be stepping on Guanlong's heart. Lu Ming shook the blood off his knife, placed the cold blade against Guanlong's face, and asked, "I'm sorry, your baby is dead." "Come on, tell me again, who do you think is the rotten fish and shrimp?" Right at this moment, an old and hoarse voice came from deep within the factory, carrying an unquestionable majesty. "Little kid, spare his life." Chapter 52, You kid, why are you so serious? The stainless steel gate of the factory was blown away by the huge force. An old man in a gray Taoist robe flew out, and black mist swirled around him, lingering around him like a living thing. The thin body did a strange somersault in the air and landed steadily on the ground. An overwhelming momentum instantly subdued Lu Ming and the other three. Lin Haowen and Wang Yaowen looked at each other with horror on their faces. Even Zhao Li's face was extremely pale. Control the air and soar into the sky. This person is at least at the 4th level of cultivation. When Guanlong saw the person coming, a glimmer of hope for survival flashed in his eyes. "Master, save me." The old man in the gray Taoist robe first fixed his gloomy eyes on Lu Ming, but when he saw Guanlong being subdued, his attitude immediately softened. That is the hope of the entire sect, and no mistakes can be made. These old guys originally wanted to use the 3 absolute places to allow Guanlong's purple zombie to completely transform into a flying zombie, and then feed it back so that he could step into the 4 realms in one go. Now, he regretted letting Guanlong go down the mountain. "No matter what, let us rescue the person first." The old man's face was gloomy, but he managed to force a smile. "Night Patrol kid, I'm Taoist Jingling, and I'm an old acquaintance of your director Zhao. Xiaolong and you just had a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out." "A misunderstanding?" Lu Ming laughed softly. If it weren't for his powerful strength, all 4 of them would have been killed by this beast today. Now, after beating a younger one, an older one jumps out and says lightly that it was just a misunderstanding and that's it? Do you really think of your own children as underage beasts? Lu Ming immediately took out his phone and called Zhao Qingge. "Director Zhao, do you know an old man named Gingling Taoist?" The old ghost of the Fiving sect doesn't look very familiar. "What's wrong?" "It's alright." Lu Ming hung up the phone, turned to stare at Taoist Jingling, and sneered, "You heard it too. Our director Zhao doesn't seem to be very familiar with you." Taoist Jingling's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect that this young man would actually go to their director to question him. After his lie was exposed, he could only laugh awkwardly. "You kid, why are you so serious?" "Well, just do me a favor and let Xiaolong go." "I owe you a favor." "Giving you a favor?" Lu Ming's voice suddenly turned cold. "Who do you think you are?" Taoist Jingling's awkward smile completely disappeared, and a dark mist swirled in his eyes. "Humph, you little brat from the Night Patrol, be merciful when you can. I advise you to think twice before doing anything." Seeing this familiar scene, Lin Haowen and Wang Yaowen looked at each other and said that it was not good. Xiao Lei, who had told Lu Ming to be lenient with others last time, has passed the 7th day of mourning. As expected, Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and he slashed Guanlong's neck with the straight knife in his hand. Blood splattered. Guanlong covered his neck tightly, his face full of disbelief. "Master is right here, how dare he, how dare he!" Blood flowed out from between Guanlong's fingers, staining his chest red. He made a strange hoarse sound in his throat and his eyes widened. He would never believe until his death that Lu Ming dared to attack him in front of his uncle. With a thump, Guanlong's body fell straight to the ground. After struggling for a while, he was completely silent. Lu Ming shook off the blood on his knife and smiled brightly at the gray-robed old man. "Old man, are you qualified to teach me how to do things?" "Spicy meatballs." "It's this damn hellish scene again." Wang Yaowen and others' breathing suddenly stopped. "You old fool, can't you make Guanlong kowtow and admit his mistake? Instead, your mother has to take advantage of her seniority." The pupils of the old man in the gray Taoist robe suddenly contracted, and the black mist around him instantly became violent, surging violently like boiling water. He stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look in his eyes, surging with rage. "Xiaolong! You cruel little bastard! Die!" The whole sect's hope died right before his eyes. Dead. The talented young man who carried all the hard work of the Fiving sect died just like that. "Ah! Xiaolong, it's all Uncle Shi's fault that you lost your life." Don't worry, I will definitely skin this little beast alive and drain his tendons, turning him into a dried corpse and making him never be able to reincarnate. Taoist Jingling's roar caused dust to fall from the roof of the factory. The violet black fog around him suddenly exploded, turning into countless black air arrows that shot towards Lu Ming like a rainstorm. Wherever those air arrows passed, the air was corroded with a sizzling sound, and the concrete floor was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Be careful! Zhao Li's face changed drastically, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. The white mist condensed into a thick ice wall in front of Lu Ming. The air arrow hit the ice wall, making a crisp sound like broken glass. The ice wall shattered instantly, but the speed of the air arrow also slowed down a lot. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Being able to temporarily block the attack of a fourth-level strong man, this lady must have great talent. But why is her cultivation so low? He turned around and looked at the pale Zhao Li with a reassuring smile. Don't be nervous, just watch how I kill this old thing. Arrogant. The sorrow on Taoist Jingling's face was replaced by a ferocious look bordering on madness. You will surely die today. Before Taoist Jingling finished his words, Lu Ming rushed over like an arrow. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation in his body. He simply crashed into the surging black fog with his physical body. Idiot! Taoist Jingling laughed wildly upon seeing this. With a flip of his withered palm, he summoned dozens of chains made of black mist, which wrapped around Lu Ming's limbs like poisonous snakes. In his opinion, this kid was clearly panicking and actually wanted to use his mortal body to fight against spiritual magic, which was simply courting death. But the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly. With a few crisp crackling sounds, those indestructible black mist chains were broken by Lu Ming with just a flick of his arms. The broken black mist screamed shrilly in the air, but it couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. This is impossible. Taoist Jingling's pupils suddenly shrank. He could clearly feel that there was no spiritual power flowing in Lu Ming's body, but the power bursting out from that body was even stronger than the spiritual power shield of a fourth-level cultivator. Lu Ming did not give Taoist Jingling any chance to breathe. He approached like a ghost, and his right fist, with a roar that broke through the air, went straight to the old man's face. Taoist Jingling hurriedly cast a black fog shield, and dense shadows of skulls appeared on the shield. That was the Insha shield that he had spent 100 years to cultivate. Ordinary cultivators in the fourth realm would not be able to break it. However, the moment the fist shield touched, the phantom of the skull on the shield exploded like foam. Lu Ming's fist was as powerful as a bamboo that could break through a bamboo fence, smashing hard into Taoist Jingling's chest. Puff Taoist Jingling felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the load-bearing column of the factory building. The reinforced concrete pillar that required an adult to hug was actually dented by the impact, and the falling fragments were mixed with the black blood that spurted out of him. Taoist Jingling stood up with difficulty, his eyes full of horror. Xiaolong's defeat was not unfair. This kid's speed and physique are too abnormal. He can't hit me at all at close range. Chapter 53, Sect Offering Sacrifice to Heaven, Boundless Mana. After Taoist Jingling spat out a mouthful of blood, his breathing suddenly became much smoother. He glared at Lu Ming fiercely, then suddenly grinned. Ha 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 ha. Little bastard, I admit you have some skills, but let's stop here. I've had enough fun. After saying this, his lean body suddenly floated into the air, he formed seals with his hands and muttered something. 5 devouring souls, blood is sacrifice. Following a loud shout from Taoist Jingling, the black mist around him began to condense and take shape, gradually transforming into a gigantic ghost statue 3 meters tall. The ghost had a green face and fangs, its eyes burning with dark green flames, and it exuded a suffocating pressure as soon as it appeared. Little beast, so what if your body is strong? Do you know what the sky control realm is? Taoist Jingling looked down from above, his face gloomy and his voice tinged with pride. Since you can't beat him at close range, why not just prevent him from getting close to you? Heaven versus earth, isn't this pure crushing? You little bastard, pay for Xiaolong's life. He waved his fingers, and the ghost suddenly raised its giant hand and slapped Lu Ming hard. The giant hand covered the sky and the sun, carrying the momentum to destroy the world. Boom! The giant hand fell and the ground exploded instantly. The destructive aura turned into an invisible shock wave, uprooting the surrounding trees, and broken branches and leaves mixed with mud and sand danced in the air. The originally flat ground collapsed into a huge deep pit. The place where Lu Ming was tightly covered by the giant hand, and his condition could not be seen for a moment. Taoist Jingling was suspended in the air, with an even more smug look on his face. Even a person in the middle stage of the fourth realm would not be able to withstand his attack, let alone a kid in the third realm. But when the dust settled, there was no sign of Lu Ming in the huge pit. Lao Dang, are you looking for me? Lu Ming's sneer suddenly came from behind. Taoist Jingling's pupils trembled violently, his body hair stood on end, and he turned around suddenly like a rabbit being stared at by a poisonous snake. Lu Ming flew behind him without him noticing, with a circle of blood-red lightning covering his body. The blood-colored electric arcs crackled, and each flash of lightning carried a piercing murderous aura that made Taoist Jingling's breathing pause. Aren't you in the third realm? How can you fly? Taoist Jingling shouted in shock and retreated, quickly forming defensive seals with his hands, and the ghost statue also opened its huge arms to block him. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and blood-red lightning suddenly surged, and a blood-red lightning spear took shape in an instant. Sizzle! The lightning spear flew out and pierced the ghost statue fiercely. The black fog was torn apart in an instant, and the dark green flame swayed violently. The ghost roared in pain and slapped around with its giant hands, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Ming's clothes. Taoist Jingling's face turned pale. He could clearly feel the ghost statue's power rapidly dissipating. This kid's strength was far beyond his expectations. He gritted his teeth and suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the ghost statue and instantly turned into strange runes: Five-Yin Sacrifice, Soul Burning Strike. Lu Ming laughed loudly. It's too late, Lao Dang. If you don't use your ultimate in the fight, then you'll just keep being held hostage and wait for death. After saying that, the thunder explosion killing technique suddenly unfolded. The overwhelming destructive aura suppressed Taoist Jingling and made him unable to move. Immediately, Lu Ming swung the long sword in his hand in a half-moon shape. No! Taoist Jingling's eyes were bloodshot, and he used up his last bit of strength to control the ghost statue to resist. However, suppressed by the thunder explosion killing technique, the ghost statue's movements became extremely slow, and it could only watch the crescent-shaped blade light getting closer and closer. Puff! The sword cut through him without any hindrance. Taoist Jingling's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, his head tilted and he completely lost his life. His body fell towards the deep pit below like a kite with a broken string. Lu Ming landed next to the corpse and was about to open the blind box. Roar! A roar that did not sound like a human voice came from the deepest part of the processing plant, and the sound was full of violence and madness. The roar pierced the sky. The originally bright sky suddenly became as dark as ink, and even the air began to become hot. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, tightly gripped the long knife in his hand, and stared intently at the depths of the processing plant. He could feel that something extremely terrifying was awakening. Ha! The big baby is about to take shape. Junior brother, Xiaolong, where on earth did you get so much evil energy? It's really exciting. The laughter was like thunder out of nowhere, and a dark shadow approached quickly. But when old man Xianin saw the two bodies on the ground, his laughter turned into screams. Xiaolong! Junior brother! He turned his head suddenly and stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. A sudden evil aura? Look, is it coming from them? Zhao Li and the other two looked at this strange scene, wanting to laugh but not daring to. It really is true what the saying goes: when a sect offers sacrifices to heaven, its magic power is boundless. It's you who killed them. The old man Xianin suddenly raised his head, the scarlet light behind his bronze mask almost bursting out. I will grind your bones into ashes, destroy your soul and spirit, and you will never be able to be reborn. What the hell, it never ends, right? Lu Ming was furious. Come on, everyone. How many people are there in there? Come on. Stop killing one and another one coming out. It's so annoying. How annoying. Old man Xianin laughed wildly, his laughter filled with sadness and madness. Wait until I let you taste the pain of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart, and you'll know what true annoyance is. Although the old man Xianin was sad and angry, he did not lose his mind. The difference in strength between him and his junior fellow apprentice is not much, both are in the early stage of the fourth realm. Since all my fellow junior brothers were killed by this beast, if I go up there, I will just be a dying bird. We can't win by fighting, so what should we do? Call someone. Xianin no longer cared that the drought demon had not yet taken shape, and shook the bell frantically. Hanba, who has already stepped into the fifth realm, tell me how you lost. After Hanba kills this beast and enters the fifth realm, even if he returns to the sect, those old guys will not be able to hold him accountable. The farce is over. The bronze bell in the hands of the old ghost Xianyin made a sharp and shrill sound. The sound penetrated the factory building, and a loud sound of the earth veins collapsing came from deep inside. The blood-red vortex in the center of the altar suddenly expanded, and a giant claw covered with black scales broke out of the ground. The mucus dripping from the tip of the claw eroded the ground into a deep pit that gurgled and bubbled. Roar! Half of Hanba's body broke out of the ground, and his red-haired face roared towards the sky. It has not yet been fully formed, but it has some prototypes of the field. As the field expanded, the air became extremely hot. The river water began to boil, bubbles gurgled on the surface, and steam rose. The grass and trees on the shore withered and charred at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were being roasted by invisible flames. Strong. Incomparably strong. Lu Ming frowned and tightened his grip on the long sword. This is the strongest opponent he has encountered since his rebirth. No wonder they say that if you don't reach the fifth realm, you will end up being an ant. Wang Yaowen and others were suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe, and looked at the terrifying creature in horror. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Xianyin, old ghost, you are so brave. Chapter 54, I have to hold on to this thigh. A moon-white figure suddenly stood in mid-air, looking at the drought demon with indifference. Zhao Qingge. The madness on the old man in black's face froze instantly, and the pupils behind the bronze mask contracted violently. Zhao Qingge cast a cold gaze upon him. Humph. You 5 sect members are becoming even more daring. You dare to use living people to raise corpses in my territory? An invisible pressure came towards Xianyin like a mountain pressing down on his head. The old ghost Xuanyin's body suddenly lowered, and his black robe stuck to his back, as if being held down by an invisible big hand. Fifth realm. Didn't that group of people say that she hasn't yet overcome the 5 signs of decline? The flesh on the old ghost Xuanyin's face trembled, but he still had a hope at this time. I am at the early stage of the 4th realm, and Hanba is at the peak of the 4th realm. Even if I can't win, I can at least run away, right? His eyes narrowed, and he pushed the bell in his hand forward. Tear this woman apart first. Roar! Hanba's bloodshot eyes opened, without any emotion, only pure desire to kill. Shut up! Zhao Qingge's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a wave of her hand, a jade token fell on the roof of the factory. The moment the jade plate touched the roof, a golden light suddenly burst out. Golden light poured down like a waterfall, countless runes flowed and flashed, emitting a magnificent divine power. Crack boom! The factory building covering thousands of square meters was ravaged by a violent spiritual energy, and instantly twisted, deformed, and sank. A hint of unprecedented fear suddenly appeared in Hanba's bloodshot eyes, which were filled with only the desire to kill. But faced with the mighty power of the jade token, it didn't even have a chance to struggle, and was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. That creature was even more powerful than a 4th-level physical cultivator. It couldn't even withstand this woman's attack. The old ghost Xianyin was stunned, and the madness on his face was instantly replaced by despair. Without hesitation, he turned and ran away. But he had just taken 3 steps when he felt a chill on his back. A jade token suddenly pierced his heart. Not surprisingly, he followed in the footsteps of Hanba. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. It's so fierce. It's really fierce. Is this the strength of my cheap ant? Without even moving the corner of his clothes, he raised his hand and killed the man and the ghost. I have to hold on to this thigh tightly. Zhao Qingge landed in front of Lu Ming, glancing at him with her charming peach blossom eyes. Seeing Lu Ming's stunned expression, she actually felt happier than when she successfully broke through to the 5th realm this morning. But you still have to pretend. Zhao Qingge glanced at Xuanyin's body and frowned. What exactly happened? Lu Ming finally came to his senses. I don't know. Why didn't you leave someone alive? The smile on Zhao Qingge's lips froze. She had just broken through to the 5th realm and wanted to show off in front of this kid, so naturally she didn't think about keeping her mouth shut. You little bastard Lu, after I hung up the phone, I came to save you in a panic, and now you come up and blame me for not leaving you alive? Seeing his stern demeanor, Zhao Qingge suddenly leaned over to whisper in his ear, a sly look flashing in her eyes. You little brat, are you blaming your aunt? That old ghost said he'd grind you to dust, so how could I let him live? The familiar scent of pine wafted through his nostrils, and the warm breath brushed past his ears, causing Lu Ming's mouth to twitch. This woman is teasing me again. But is it really okay for you to do this now? As expected, Zhao Li's cold voice came from behind, with a hint of jealousy. Aunt? Zhao Qingge subconsciously took a half step back, putting some distance between herself and Lu Ming. Xiao Li. Why are you here? Zhao Li stared at her with cold eyes. Why can't I be here? Should I be under the car? Zhao Qingge was suddenly speechless. Lu Ming stood aside, looking at Zhao Qingge's embarrassed look, and tried hard not to laugh out loud. Zhao Qingge noticed Lu Ming's gaze and glared at him fiercely, as if blaming him for not reminding her. Lu Ming felt uneasy when she stared at him. He looked up at the sky and then down at the sea. No, I don't know anything. I thought that as a powerful person in the fifth realm, you would have discovered them long ago. Wang Yaowen and Lin Haowen were trembling even more, staring down at the ants under their feet. At this moment, their hearts were no less than a magnitude 9 earthquake. This is even more shocking than Lu Ming killing the 4th level Taoist Jingling. That incredibly beautiful woman is Director Zhao from the Night Patrol, right? The woman who seemed so serious on TV actually acted like a little girl in front of Captain Lu. It seems that she is the aunt of the big sister? Yes, Captain Lu is truly a role model for us. I dare not think about it, I dare not even think about it. Unfortunately, it requires too much modeling, and I can't learn it even if I want to. After all, Zhao Qingge was a veteran in officialdom, so he quickly adjusted himself and regained his dignity. Looking at the surging water of Jiangyin River, Zhao Qingge seemed to have thought of something and his expression became very solemn. She first glanced at Xuanin's body, and suddenly a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. So that's how it is. Those clueless people from the fighting sect are hiding here to raise corpses. They probably want to stop the drought demon's special ability to block the river and stop the flow, so they can get what's at the bottom of the river. Something at the bottom of the river? Lu Ming was stunned when he heard this and looked towards the direction of Jiangyin River curiously. The muddy river water continued to flow, and there was nothing unusual to see. Zhao Li also frowned. Isn't that sarcophagus just a legend? It's not just a rumor, it's true. Zhao Qingge walked to the riverside and looked at the surging waves. She suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Ming and asked, "Have you heard of beheading the 3 corpses? Behead the 3 corpses? Lu Ming was stunned, and fragmented fragments of memory flashed through his mind. The concept of beheading the 3 corpses is not unpopular even in previous lives. As early as the Han Dynasty, Taoist scriptures recorded that there are 3 corpses in the human body. These 3 corpses are actually souls, spirits, ghosts, and gods. Therefore, those who seek immortality must first get rid of the 3 corpses. The so-called 3 corpses, also known as the 3 pangs, originally referred to human greed, anger, and food and sex. According to Taoist scriptures, if one wants to become an immortal, one must cut off these emotions that are harmful to the human body. However, after years of evolution, it gradually became that if one wants to become an immortal, one must cut off the evil corpse, the good corpse, and the self. There are also rumors that both Patriarch Hanjun and Patriarch Sanqing became saints by killing the 3 corpses. Could it be that there is someone in this world who has practiced the art of beheading the 3 corpses and succeeded? Does that mean there are immortals in this world? Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the water in Dixia was much deeper than the surface. It's fine if it's just the reincarnationists, but now there are even immortals. No wonder the overall strength of the alien races in the world is much stronger than that of Dixia, but they only dare to test outside the battlefield of all races. Who knows if there are still living ancient monsters in Daxia? So how does the current extraordinary people compare to the immortals? Zhao Qingge seemed to see through what he was thinking, and suddenly turned around and smiled. It's not as serious as you think. There is indeed an ancient corpse at the bottom of the river. It once caused trouble for a while, but was later suppressed by a master. I don't know which old man spread the rumor that it was the evil corpse of an ancient powerful being. Let's go. The Jiangyin River is filled with evil spirits. It's not easy to block the river, unless those old immortals take action personally. Chapter 55. You are all my wings. Seeing Zhao Qingge's indifferent look, Lu Ming's heart settled down again. Anyway, if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. I am just a newbie in the 3rd realm, so why should I bother myself with trivial matters? Damn it, why are all these evil cultivators poor? Lu Ming searched through several storage bags, but found nothing but worthless junk. Haowen, Yaowen, you can divide them up. These things are of no use to me. Lu Ming casually threw it to his 2 old subordinates. No matter what, these 2 people are willing to help me maintain my reputation, so I have to show my appreciation. Otherwise, if the news gets out, those extraordinary people from other places will think that I can't afford it. After that, he exchanged a few words with the two of them and left with Zhao Qingge. But just after Lu Ming and others left, Li Yan and others who were hiding in the dark emerged. Looking at the messy factory, his expression turned gloomy. Lu Ming. It's that Lu Ming again. Then, he turned to look at a child beside him and asked, now that the water repellent beads are gone and the drought demon has been destroyed, Mr. Yu, what do you say we should do? The old Yu he mentioned looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. His young face was yet steady beyond his age, and his eyes were clear and deep, like an old well. There's no fun here. That little girl Zhao Qingge has reached the 5th realm so quickly. His voice was as childish as a child's, his eyes were as gentle as a river. Besides, there's that old guy. It's hard to say whether he's really useless or not. Li Yan's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't that rolling knife meat completely destroyed after that shocking battle with the King Realm alien? Waste? Elder Yu suddenly chuckled, his laughter full of teasing. You underestimated that old fellow. He fought his way through a great avenue with just a 1-star basic sword technique. Do you really think he can be destroyed so easily? He paused, his eyes narrowed slightly. Since sneaking around doesn't work, let's make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Li Yan's eyes lit up. You mean? Go ahead, spread the news and let everyone come and make some noise. Old Yu raised his chin and pointed in the direction of Jiangyin River. Becoming an immortal. I don't believe those old guys in the Night Watch division wouldn't be tempted at all. Great, Elder Yu. If we make a big fuss, maybe the Night Watch will be unable to suppress it and will help us block the river. We just need to take advantage of the situation. Only we have a map of the entire 1,000 caves, so we can naturally find the sarcophagus before them. Elder Yu smiled noncommittally. That Lu Ming is a bit strange, though. Find a chance to test him. If he's also a reincarnation, you can bring him over to our side. A fierce look flashed in Li Yan's eyes, and he saluted and replied, understood. That brat keeps ruining our plans. Regardless of whether he's a reincarnation or not, if we can't win him over, we'll get rid of him as soon as possible. In the living room of the Zhao family villa. 4 women and 1 man gathered together. Zhao Qingge sat upright in the middle of the sofa, his eyes sweeping over the well-behaved twin sisters Su Yuyu and Su Lulu, and finally landing on Lu Ming. Compared to the sarcophagus at the bottom of the Jiangyin River, she was now more worried that Lu Ming had escaped. This kid is growing up so fast. He was only in the late 2nd realm a few days ago, but today he easily trampled the old ghost in the 4th realm under his feet. At this rate, I will soon be surpassed by him. Zhao Qingge had seen many talented young men, but she had never seen one as outrageous as Lu Ming. The barriers of his realm were as fragile as paper in front of him. The 3rd realm killed the 4th realm, which is unheard of. She even wondered at one point if Lu Ming had made a mistake when he conducted the talent test. Otherwise, how could he, who was proficient in mining, crush the enemy all the way? She possesses 7-star talent, but is only able to fight against those in the 4th realm after reaching the 9th level of Qi. But Lu Ming is only at the 5th level of Qidong now. This boy must not be given to other stinky women. So, no matter what, let us settle Li Er's marriage first. Zhao Qingge's eyes flickered to Lu Ming's face, then fell on Zhao Li, who was standing next to him with a tense face. Seeing that her eyes always fell on Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally, Zhao Qingge sighed helplessly. There's no hope. Could this brat be a succubus? How could such a cool and aloof queen become like this? Lear, Zhao Qingge suddenly spoke, her voice deliberately slowed and gentle. You've known Lu Ming for a while, right? What do you think of him? As soon as these words were spoken, the living room fell silent. Lu Ming was startled. Although the twin sisters suggested to me to form a team again. But you hit the ball straight away? No buffer at all. Zhao Li seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, and his whole body was frozen there. The blood color on his face faded away and turned pale. She first looked at Su Yuyu and Su Lulu in panic. According to the rules, if you covet your best friend's husband, you will be thrown into a pig cage. But there was no anger on the twin sisters' faces. Instead, they stared at her with a smile, their eyes full of ridicule. Her heart stopped for a second. No wonder Su Lulu, the little Lich King, has been instilling all kinds of team basketball knowledge into himself recently. It turns out that it was all premeditated. Immediately, a blush quickly spread from her neck to her cheeks, like a ripe apple. But she still kept her cool face and tried to appear calm. She glanced at Lu Ming and nodded seriously. It's pretty good. I like it very much. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat again. Something is wrong, 12 out of 10. Did you guys discuss this secretly behind my back? The twins and Zhao Qingge looked at each other and covered their mouths with their hands while laughing. Zhao Qingge gave the two little girls a grateful look. No wonder Lu Ming, this little brat, still loves them so much after he became successful. He is really sensible. After I first approached them and expressed my attitude, they didn't show too much rejection. Instead, they were thinking about how to help me bring the two of us together. This kid is such a bargain. Zhao Qingge picked up the teacup and took a sip of Longjing tea, unable to hide the smile in the corner of his eyes. She knew that this girl couldn't hide anything. She usually pretended to be colder than anyone else, but she could see through her inner thoughts clearly. Now that Lier has spoken out, Lu Ming, don't pretend to be ignorant. She put down the teacup, and the porcelain cup made a crisp sound when it hit the table. I know you have a family, but it's never a bad thing to have someone to take care of you. You know Lier's personality well. She's not the clingy type. Since she said she likes you, she won't cause you any trouble. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, my Zhao family will be your backing, and Lier will naturally stand by you. Yes, husband, my sister and I also like Sister Li very much. Su Lulu also nodded frantically. Looking at the three people who were trying their best to bring him and Zhao Li together, Lu Ming smiled speechlessly. No, they all think I'm some kind of gentleman, right? Sister Li, I really like you very much. Lu Ming's eyes first fell on Zhao Li, then swept across the identical pretty faces of Su Yuyu and Su Lulu, and finally stared into Zhao Qingge's eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. But you are all my wings too. Zhao Qingge's hand holding the teacup stopped in midair, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What does this kid mean? Who are his wings? Zhao Qingge's heart skipped a beat, and her beautiful eyes glanced at him angrily. Scumbag. Chapter 56 Shelly, you little brat, you scumbag me. Before, Lu Ming thought arranged weddings were a bit futile. But when it really happens to me. He then realized that he had indeed been too pretentious before. There is no sky-high bride price. No need to prepare a house and a car. In this way, Lu Ming married his third wife. The key point is that Zhao Li looks cold, but his mind is extremely delicate. Considering that Su Yuyu and Su Lulu had not held a wedding with Lu Ming at that time, she also rejected the idea of holding a wedding. In response to this, Zhao Qingge could only grit his teeth and secretly feel angry. This damn girl has such an icy face for nothing. She's already planning on being a mistress before she even gets married. With her taciturn personality, she will be bullied sooner or later. Fortunately, the sisters Su Yuyu and Su Lulu are not difficult to get along with, otherwise she would have to consider whether this marriage is suitable. Come closer. Once the photo is uploaded, you will be husband and wife. Why are you still shy? Zhao Qingge held up his phone, and the camera showed the figures of Lu Ming and Zhao Li standing side by side. She frowned and moved closer between the two of them, forcibly pushing Zhao Li half an inch closer to Lu Ming. Closer. Can't you see that the camera can hardly fit both of you? As soon as Zhao Li's shoulder touched Lu Ming's arm, she jumped back as if she had been electrocuted, her expression a little unnatural. She glanced at the corners of her tense mouth in the mirror, then secretly glanced at Lu Ming and said in a muffled voice, "That's good." What do you mean by this is fine? Zhao Qingge pinched her tense face, annoyed. It would be fine if you could do this in your wedding night, too. As soon as Zhao Qingge said this, Zhao Li's face finally couldn't hold it anymore and turned red, even the area behind her ears was flushed. Aunt. Her voice was anxious and angry, with unprecedented panic, and her usually cool and aloof queen demeanor was shattered to pieces. Zhao Qingge rolled her eyes at her, then turned to look at Lu Ming and said angrily, "This damn girl is so pretentious, do you want her to be pretentious? Is it usually Yuyu and Lulu who take the initiative? If you can't do it, just tell me and I'll prescribe some medicine for you." After these words were spoken, even the twin sisters couldn't hold it anymore and their faces turned hot. Although they play post-up doubles most of the time, as hexagonal stars, they will of course take the initiative to shoot when they encounter an excellent opportunity to shoot. If the coach can attack but doesn't tee, he be beaten to death? But you can't bring this up in public, auntie. Lu Ming just smiled and said nothing. It was obvious that he had long been accustomed to the fierce words of this beautiful young woman. He took a step forward, naturally put his arm around Zhao Li's shoulders, and smiled at the phone Zhao Qingge was holding up. All right, stop bothering her. Come on and take some pictures, so we can eat after we're done. Zhao Li was held in his arms, her whole body stiff. Just like the first 2 times when he held her in his arms, the faint scent of his body lingered on her nose, making her feel very comfortable and at ease, and her heart beat like a drum. She didn't dodge again, but just lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. That's right. Zhao Qingge held up the phone with satisfaction, adjusting the angle. Smile, smile. Lu Ming, don't just smile at yourself. Look at Lear. She looks like she's been bullied. Lu Ming looked down at the person in his arms. Seeing that she was pursing her lips tightly, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Sisterly, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life." Lu Ming's voice was very soft, like a feather brushing against the tip of Zhao Li's heart, but it made her heart skip a beat. She suddenly raised her head and bumped into his smiling eyes, where her own shadow was reflected, clear and warm. Yes, thank you. Zhao Li could feel her cheeks burning incredibly hot, but she didn't dodge. Instead, she met Lu Ming's gaze and slowly raised the corners of her mouth. The smile was faint, but like the thawing stream in early spring, clear and gentle. With a click, Zhao Qingge captured this moment. On the phone screen, the eyes of the two people were intertwined, and there was a sweet smell in the air. TSK, the sour smell of love. She smacked her lips, clicked her fingers, and uploaded the photos of the two of them to the system. In Lu Ming's personal information, in the spouse column, in addition to Su Yuyu and Su Lulu's names, there was immediately a new name, Zhao Li. Okay, now it's a done deal. Zhao Qingge shook his phone, and the 3 names in the spouse column on the screen lay side by side. From now on, in the official system, you two will be officially a family. Tonight, the night comes a little slowly. After waiting for a long time until the sky gradually darkened, Lu Ming entered the state of cultivation. Zhao Li's room is on the 2nd floor, right next to Zhao Qingge. But Lu Ming was not too embarrassed. This is cultivation, and it is just normal human nature. You will understand, right, Aunt? Gently turning the door open, Zhao Li, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, was shocked. Obviously, she also knew what would happen tonight. She had already changed into a moon-white silk nightgown. The moon-white silk stuck to her skin, outlining the soft curve of her waistline. The hem of the skirt just fell to her knees, and the material was so light and soft that it seemed covered with a layer of mist. The exposed calves were so white that they were almost transparent, and the 2 cute and delicate little feet were hidden in the slippers, with the silkworm-like toes curled up uneasily. The neat hair was still a little wet, probably because it had just been washed. After hearing Lu Ming's footsteps, a trace of panic flashed in her cold eyes. Then, she took a deep breath and tightened her pretty face coolly. "You are here." As she spoke, she moved aside to make room for Lu Ming by the bed. Although her movements were smooth, the subtle stiffness in her shoulders still betrayed her. Lu Ming smiled and sat down, staring at her little face for a while, and suddenly felt that she was very cute. "Well, it's late. I need to take some time to rest." He deliberately drew out his tone, and when he saw her eyelashes tremble more violently, he reached out and tucked a strand of wet hair hanging on her cheek behind her ear. When my fingertips brushed against her warm earlobe, I could feel her neck shrink almost imperceptibly. Zhao Li pursed her lips and said nothing, just staring at her slippers. Lu Ming smiled, and suddenly leaned over and kissed her cheek. "Sisterly, you look so cute like this." Zhao Li suddenly raised his head, his pupils slightly dilated, and his cold eyes were filled with astonishment, like a quiet lake into which a stone had been thrown unexpectedly, causing ripples to spread out. She opened her mouth, but her voice seemed to be blocked by something, and only a slight breath came out. Zhao Li's body tensed instantly. After a moment, her hands that were resting on Lu Ming fell down weakly. After the breath-holding competition paused, Lu Ming gently cupped her palm-sized face and gazed into her eyes. "Sisterly, to be honest, I'm a scumbag. From the first time I saw you, I'd been planning to dump you." Zhao Li stared at Lu Ming in a daze, looking at the clear reflection of herself in his eyes, and looking at that honest smile. Her cold eyes slowly melted. Then a hint of cunning emerged, and a very faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. She suddenly hugged Lu Ming's neck with both hands, her pretty face still tense and her voice extremely cold. But what he said made Lu Ming explode on the spot. "You little brat, I've noticed that your eyes are dishonest. Now, scum me." Chapter 57. Zhao Qingge suffered from insomnia. That night, there was a thunderstorm with lightning and thunder. Jianshan, which usually has little rain for many days, suddenly had a heavy rain at night. The rumbling thunder was deafening. Zhao Qingge lay on the bed, feeling relieved as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Back then, my sister brought Zhao Li to her side. Before he died, he held her hand and repeatedly reminded her, Lear is stubborn and not good at speaking. She will have to rely on you to take care of her in the future. Lear was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. She was wearing a plain dress that was washed white. She stood in the corner of the hospital bed, and her whole body exuded a sense of despair. The sudden death of both parents. The 9-star talent has become useless. Almost overnight, the 5 or 6-year-old girl went from being a genius admired by everyone to an object of discussion and regret. Since then, she has wrapped herself in a hard shell and stayed away from people, like a plum tree standing alone in the cold winter, cold and stubborn. Until Zhao Qingge heard Lu Ming's name from her mouth for the first time. At first, Zhao Qingge looked at him with scrutiny. This kid came from a poor family, had little talent, and had 2 families. But after spending time together, she gradually discovered that Lu Ming was an undiscovered treasure. This kid is very experienced and intelligent. It is no exaggeration to describe his growth speed as a genius. The key is that he truly cares for his 2 wives and his gentleness is not fake. Moreover, when Zhao Li talked about him, there was a different kind of joy in his eyes. How could someone as smart as Zhao Qingge not understand this? But she also knew that Zhao Li was a weird person. After knowing that Lu Ming had a family, she would definitely hide her feelings. So all this can only be done by her, the aunt. Sister, don't worry, Lu Ming is a very good child. What a bullshit. Bastard. Zhao Qingge was still feeling sad 1 second ago, but the next second she suddenly sat up in bed, her peach blossom eyes full of embarrassment. This brat, couldn't he just wait until I wasn't home? Lear is really something, she doesn't even know how to control herself. Although the sound of rain outside the house was mostly covered by the thunder, she was a master of the Enlightenment realm with amazing perception, so she couldn't help but hear it. I thought I could just bear with it, but who would have thought that kid Lu Ming would be so inhumane? She suddenly threw off the quilt and got out of bed, stepping barefoot on the cold floor, walked to the window and closed it. The heavy rain was hitting the glass, splashing dense water droplets. Lightning in the distance streaked across the night sky, instantly illuminating her red ears. This is outrageous. Zhao Qingge bit her lip and cursed, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the edge of the curtain. Do you think I'm dead? Can't you just be patient? An hour later, the heavy rain finally stopped. Just when Zhao Qingge was about to fall into a good sleep. There was thunder outside the house again. However, this time the sound was a little far away, probably coming from downstairs. Zhao Qingge raised her head from the pillow, her peach blossom eyes narrowed. At this moment, she was really a little defensive. You little brat, you're never going to stop, are you? Another hour later. Su Yuyu leaned in Lu Ming's arms, her voice a little lazy, her fingertips gently poked Lu Ming's arm, and there was a layer of mist in her eyes. Hubby, go back and see Sister Li. Su Lulu also arched her chest, her long hair messily sticking to her cheek, and whispered in agreement, That's right, honey, today is your wedding day with Sister Li, how can you do this? Go back quickly. Lu Ming lowered his head and stroked their sweaty hair, chuckling softly, Don't worry, it was your Sister Li who asked me to come down. Having said that, Su Yuyu and Su Lulu were affectionate for a while, and then pushed him up. As people who have been through this, they know better what Zhao Li needs. Just as Lu Ming reached the stairs, he ran into Zhao Qingge who was walking out, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Seeing Lu Ming coming out of the guest room downstairs, her eyelids twitched, and the laziness she had just woken up was instantly replaced by anger. You little bastard. She leaned on the handrail of the stairs with her arms folded, glaring at him with her peach blossom eyes, her tone tinged with gritted teeth. Do you want to tear down my house? Lu Ming didn't get angry when he heard this. He just smiled and scratched his head. Auntie, did I wake you up? What do you think? Zhao Qingge took a half step forward, the hem of his nightgown brushing against the cold steps. You're the busiest person in the whole building, running up and down the stairs non-stop. Why don't you just stay in one room? This made Lu Ming's mouth twitch slightly. I do want to, but isn't it a bit too soon? Ha! You really dare to think that? Move aside, I need some water. Lu Ming tactfully moved aside to make way for Zhao Qingge on the stairs. She trudged downstairs in her slippers, the belt of her nightgown hanging loosely. When she reached the water dispenser in the living room, she turned back and glared at him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go back to comfort Lear. Lu Ming was stunned by her words, then he chuckled and turned to go upstairs. Just as he stepped onto 2 steps, he heard the sound of drinking water gulp gulp behind him. It seemed that Zhao Qingge was very thirsty. As for why there is a water shortage, we dare not say, let alone ask. The corridor on the second floor was quiet, with only warm light coming through the crack of Zhao Li's door. He gently pushed the door open and saw her sitting on the bed meditating and practicing. "Why haven't you slept yet?" Lu Ming hugged her from behind. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Zhao Li opened his eyes, his slightly red and swollen eyes filled with shock and confusion. Just now, she suddenly felt a warm current in her dantian. She subconsciously practiced her breathing technique and discovered that wherever the warm current passed, the veins that were originally covered with cracks like a spider web began to heal. And my own talent seems to have become a little stronger. Although there is only a hint, it is very subtle. But Zhao Li knew that this was definitely not her illusion, because she had been looking forward to this day for more than 10 years. And that mysterious warm current seems to be brought by the man in front of me. No, I need to verify it again. Lu Ming. Her Zhao Li's voice was still a little hoarse, and her tone was trembling. "You scumbag me?" Question mark. But before Lu Ming could react, he was blocked by Zhao Li. Well, the rain finally stopped. After Zhao Qingge replenished his water, he looked at the gradually clearing night sky outside the window and couldn't help but stretch. The rain fell strangely and stopped suddenly, as if it was specially designed to create opportunities for certain people. She snorted softly, and the image of Lu Ming's playful smile involuntarily emerged in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in the corner of her eyes. "Damn little devil," she muttered softly and turned to go upstairs. When passing by Zhao Li's room, a familiar breath suddenly spread. Zhao Qingge paused, his expression changing. "It's Lear's innate aura." She flung the door open. Bang! Zhao Qingge subconsciously closed the door again, causing the door frame to tremble slightly. She leaned against the cold door, her heart beating wildly and her face burning. Lear is really going too far. How can you bully Lu Ming like this? He was clearly walking. Chapter 58, Sister, I really found a treasure. In the room. Lu Ming and Zhao Li were startled by the sudden noise and separated in a hurry. Zhao Li's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She buried her head and didn't dare look towards the door. Lu Ming quickly calmed down, cleared his throat, and called out to the door, "Auntie, are you okay?" Zhao Qingge outside the door took a deep breath and tried to calm his surging emotions. She knew that she had been too impulsive just now, but when she thought that Zhao Li's talent might be restored, she couldn't help but feel excited. "No. I'm fine." Zhao Qingge's voice trembled slightly. "I was just passing by to see if you were asleep." She felt embarrassed as soon as she said this. It's so late, who would stop by to see if others are asleep? Lu Ming in the room heard the embarrassment in her tone and chuckled, "We haven't slept yet, Lear." "I know." Zhao Qingge interrupted him hastily, fearing that he would say something even more embarrassing. You should get some rest early. I'm going back to my room first." After saying that, she almost ran away, walking towards her room with thumping steps, her back showing a bit of embarrassment. Back in the room, Zhao Qingge leaned against the door, stroking his pounding heart with his hand. She suddenly felt a little numb on the back of her feet, and her fair and rosy toes couldn't help scratching again and again. She had just finished replenishing her water and now felt thirsty again. In the room, Zhao Li completely buried herself in the quilt. She had lost her usual aloofness and only a pair of dark eyes that were full of grievance. "It's all your fault." Her muffled voice came out from under the quilt, with a strong nasal tone, like a little animal that had been wronged. The moment her aunt pushed the door open just now, she felt like her heart was about to jump out. The embarrassment of being caught was more painful to her than going astray during cultivation. Lu Ming looked at the small bulge in the quilt, and the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. He sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the quilt gently. "Okay, my aunt has left. She probably didn't see anything. That's your fault too." Zhao Li turned over in the quilt, her voice still filled with resentment. "Who told you to just do that?" She stopped talking mid-sentence, her cheeks burning again. "It seems the war was started by myself. But I can't blame him." She used to be very puzzled. Although she had never seen Lu Ming eat cherries, Su Lulu insisted that he loved cherries the most. Now she finally understood. Lu Ming chuckled, got into bed, and gently hugged her from behind. Okay, it's all my fault." He followed her words, resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice so gentle that it could drip water. "Then, our sisterly, can you forgive me, a sinner?" Zhao Li came out with a red face. She turned around and glared at him, but didn't really push him away. "Don't do this next time. It's not hygienic." Okay, next time I'll wait until there's no one around. Lu Ming chuckled and couldn't help but kiss her rosy face. For some reason, he likes seeing Zhao Li shy the most. Maybe she was born with a cool, icy face, which creates a unique contrast when she's shy. If I let her wear an office lady uniform, put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and look at me with that look of disgust that looks at trash. Hiss. You still say that? Zhao Li's cheeks turned even redder when he said that. She reached out to pat his hand, but he took the opportunity to hold it. His palm was warm and dry, with a reassuring power that gradually dissipated the embarrassment in her heart, leaving only traces of sweetness. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Ming tightened his arms and held her tightly in his arms. The coldness on Zhao Li's face faded away, and she lay on Lu Ming's chest like a well-behaved kitten, glancing at him from time to time, as if she had something to say. Seeing Zhao Li hesitate to speak, Lu Ming gently stroked her smooth back and asked, "Sisterly, what's wrong?" "Lu Ming, can I ask you a question?" Zhao Li asked cautiously, "When you practice with me, will your talent also be improved?" Zhao Li is not stupid, but very smart. She was very clear about Lu Ming's growth trajectory. The young man before him transformed from an unknown miner into a spiritual genius almost overnight. Combined with the additional warmth she felt in her dantian just now, she had a vague guess in her heart. Lu Ming gently stroked her smooth back, and his heart felt like a stone was thrown into it, causing ripples. Sure enough, it was just as I had guessed before. When practicing with the wives, they also get feedback. Su Yuyu and Su Lulu had not noticed it because they had not awakened yet, but Zhao Li was different. She had already reached the Kaiyuan realm, and it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. But the existence of the system is his greatest confidence, and also his most unrevealed weakness. Before he fully grows up, if someone with ulterior motives knows that he possesses such incredible abilities, his fate will be dire. Zhao Li seemed to sense his worry. She raised her head and kissed the corner of his mouth, with unquestionable determination. "Lu Ming, I am your wife now. I, Zhao Li, swear by the laws of heaven that if anything happens to you, I will not live alone." Looking at Zhao Li, who had suddenly made the oath to heaven, Lu Ming's heart felt like it was hit hard by something scorching hot. The oath sworn to heaven is heavier than Mount Tai. Once disobeyed, the end result will be the destruction of both the soul and the body. In order to reassure him, she tied her life to his without hesitation. Although he had seen too many men silent and women laughing in his previous life, he was still deeply shocked. "Actually, you don't have to be like this." Lu Ming suddenly lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. "You guessed right. I didn't intend to hide this from you from the beginning." After getting the answer he wanted, Zhao Li's face spread a faint smile like ice and snow just beginning to melt. "I am happy to do so." She nuzzled into Lu Ming's arms again, like a gentle cat. "I knew. You're hiding a big secret. I've found a treasure." Lu Ming laughed and raised his hand to rub the top of her head. "Now that you know, are you scared?" "I'm not afraid." Zhao Li looked up at him, the light in her eyes brighter than the moonlight outside the window. "Even if it's a huge secret, I'm not afraid." She paused, then suddenly seemed to remember something, and tapped his chest lightly with her fingertips. "Since there are such benefits, then shouldn't we practice more?" When she said the last few words, she suddenly sat up and suppressed Lu Ming with her backhand. After a while, Zhao Qingge, who had just lay down next to him, opened his eyes helplessly. "Asshole. Are you going to let me sleep or not?" Chapter 59. Zhao Qingge's heart moved. The next day. The atmosphere at the table was a little subtle. Su Lulu's eyes flickered between Lu Ming and Zhao Li, like a little fox that had discovered a secret. Until this morning, she vaguely heard some movement in Zhao Li's room. "I didn't expect that she looked so cold, the contrast was so big. If it were me and my sister, we would have already." "Sisterly, why do you look so good today?" Su Lulu asked with a smile, deliberately drawing out her tone. "Did you go to bed early last night?" Zhao Li paused holding the chopsticks, and her pretty face tensed a little. She secretly glared at Lu Ming, but saw that he was drinking porridge with his head down, a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he intended to stay out of it. Zhao Qingge, who was sitting at the main seat, poked the fried egg on the plate with one hand and stared at Lu Ming with resentment. She barely slept last night. When she closed her eyes, she could only see the image of Zhao Li bullying Lu Ming and the possibility that Zhao Li's talent might be restored. Her mind was in a mess. Zhao Qingge put down his chopsticks, suddenly stared at Zhao Li and asked, "Lear, is your talent?" "Well, the strength has returned to 2 stars. Zhao Li's voice was still a little hoarse, and it was obvious that he was very tired last night. Zhao Qingge suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhao Li, her voice trembling with disbelief. Really? How did you do that? Zhao Li met his aunt's gaze and nodded slightly. As for how it was done, she secretly glanced at Lu Ming, and the tips of her ears gradually turned red. Zhao Qingge's gaze quickly turned towards Lu Ming, with a look of scrutiny, inquiry, and a subtle sense of absurdity. How is that possible? How could such a ridiculous thing have such an effect? This is simply unheard of. At that time, Zhao Li's foundation was not stable, and he forcibly used the ice sealing technique, which caused his meridians to rupture and be damaged. Zhao Qingge didn't know how many famous doctors he had taken her to see. More than 10 years had passed, and all they could do was to stop the condition from getting worse, without any improvement. But now, they only spent one night to recover to the 2-star level. Then does my talent also have a chance to be improved? As soon as this thought came to mind, Zhao Qingge pinched himself suddenly, and his cheeks instantly became hot. She secretly glanced up at Lu Ming and met his gaze. She lowered her head hurriedly as if burned, her fingertips unconsciously scratching the tablecloth, and her heart beat so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her throat. What a mess! That's Lear's husband. Zhao Qingge shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of those ridiculous thoughts. But when he thought of Zhao Li's truly recovered talent and his own 7-star talent, his heart felt itchy as if being scratched by a cat's claws. The 5th realm is also called the realm of enlightenment. Talent itself is a kind of Tao. The level of talent determines the strength of this Tao. Although her glorious heavenly power has the strength of 7 stars, if nothing unexpected happens, her domain can only extend 700 meters. There's no way it can compare to those 9-star monsters. If this kid really has that incredible effect, then can I also have 9-star talent? Aunt? What's wrong with you? Zhao Li noticed her abnormality and asked with concern. No, nothing. Zhao Qingge suddenly came back to his senses, picked up the teacup and took a big gulp. The night patrol has some urgent matters to deal with, you guys take your time eating. Lu Ming looked at her fleeing back and felt a little confused. He had originally wanted to ask the other party if there were any useful 4-star martial arts recommendations from the Night Watch, but now he had to give up. After a full night of fierce attacks, his current fire points have reached 120 points. 60 points came from the twins, and the remaining 60 points were contributed by Zhao Li alone. No wonder Zhao Li couldn't even speak when she got up this morning. She was really exhausted. The current spark value is still some distance away from awakening the 4-star talent, so Lu Ming is thinking about whether he should raise his mental power to 4 stars first. Although he has no plans to become an alchemist or weapon refiner now, 4-star mental power is still quite attractive. To acquire martial arts below 4 stars, one only needs to have an epiphany, and there is no need to practice hard for 10 or 8 years like other people. Moreover, after he completed the Ruins mission last time, and destroyed the 5 insects hideout 2 days ago, the contribution points he had reached 1,000. It's more than enough to exchange for a 4-star martial arts book. After thinking it over in his mind, Lu Ming immediately took out his phone and logged into the Night Patrol app. There are quite a few 4-star martial arts that can be exchanged for. Mountain Splitting Palm is powerful and domineering, suitable for close combat, and requires 750 contribution points to redeem. Flowing Shadow Step, agile and good at dodging and chasing, requires 680 contribution points to redeem. Thunder Fist combines speed and strength, with a slight paralysis effect. It requires 800 contribution points to redeem. 4-star martial arts generally cost 800 contribution points, which put Lu Ming in a dilemma. He originally wanted to keep some contribution points to exchange for some spiritual medicine. Only when you reach the 3rd realm can you be considered to have begun your cultivation. The more spiritual liquid converted, the stronger the strength, the higher the quality of the converted spiritual energy, and the higher the foundation. However, turning spiritual energy into liquid cannot be improved simply by taking pills. It requires a huge amount of time in spiritual medicine. Lu Ming himself has 360 more acupoints than others, and the spiritual medicines he needs are a bottomless pit. Fortunately, his luck was incredible. As soon as he entered the 3rd realm, he inherited Red's Buddha bone and the drop of Thunder Beast's blood, which made his realm soar all the way and successfully broke through to the 5th level of Qi. This also indirectly illustrates the value of spiritual medicine. If he relies on his own practice to break through to the 5th level of Qi, it will take an unknown amount of time. But the elixirs in the Night Watch department were extremely expensive, and his contribution was not enough after he exchanged it for a 4-star martial arts book. Fortunately, Sure Who dropped 2 3-star martial arts books last time. they were all unorthodox. Although Lu Ming looked down on them, he could still get 600 contribution points by handing them over to the night patrol. Lu Ming made a few moves with his fingers and finally reluctantly exchanged for a 4-star 9 demon slaying swords and 2 red flame fruits. The moves of 9 swords to slay demons are fierce and sharp, specially created for slaying demons and evil spirits. Each sword contains the power to destroy evil, and 800 contribution points are required to redeem it. The most special thing about this martial art is its stacking effect. With each added sword strike, the power to break evil will increase by 30%, and the spiritual power consumption will also increase by 30%. When the 9 swords were slashed out, even a physical cultivator at the peak of the 4th realm would have to avoid the sharp edge. But it is also extremely difficult to practice. Some extraordinary people spend 60 years just to learn the 2nd sword, so it is so cheap. However, these are nothing to Lu Ming. The red flame fruit is a 3rd-level spiritual material. The fruit is red all over, like a burning flame, and contains violent fire spiritual energy. After eating it, it can transform the spiritual fluid of at least 40 acupoints. It requires 400 contribution points to exchange. For others, 40 acupoints are already a great deal, as they can improve one's realm by a small amount and save 5 or 6 years of practice. But for Lu Ming, it was a bit of a loss, because he had to fill up 80 acupoints to advance to a higher level. Others can rush from the 5th level of pneumatics to the 6th level with just 1, but he has to accumulate 2 to make it. Fuck, I'm so poor. Where have all the demons and evil cultivators gone? Chapter 60, Strength Improves. Someone wants to cause trouble in Jiangchang. The Night Watchman's delivery is very effective. Lu Ming had just placed the order when about 20 minutes later someone from the logistics department delivered a package. As soon as the package was opened, rich spiritual energy gushed out. 2 red flame fruits were suspended in a special jade box. The dancing flames on the peels condensed into tiny shadows of fire crows, flapping their wings and circling in the box. The sandalwood box next to it contains the 4-star martial art 9 demon slaying swords. Logically speaking, anyone would find it hard to contain themselves when it comes to such valuable things. However, it is very rare for supplies in the night patrol to be stolen by logistics personnel. Firstly, because the confidentiality work was done well, the delivery logistics staff did not know what was inside the package. Secondly, do you dare to try? I'll scatter all my ashes for you. The red flame fruit melts in your mouth and tastes a bit like dragon fruit, with a slightly hot sensation. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the amazing power of the medicine erupted like a volcano. Lu Ming quickly practiced the breathing method, and in less than half a minute, he successfully opened up the 6th small circle on both sides of the dark side. His own realm also reached the 6th level of Qidong. It really is true that you get what you pay for. This elixir is expensive for a reason. At this moment, the 480 acupoints in Lu Ming's 2 dark circles were all filled with golden spiritual liquid. At first glance, the amount of spiritual fluid stored in his body seemed to be more than that of a transcendent in the 4th realm. In fact, this is not the case, because the 4th realm has already opened the Sea of Qi, and the storage capacity of spiritual liquid is not at the same level as the 3rd realm. If the spiritual fluid stored in the acupoints is a stream, then the Sea of Qi is the ocean. This is why the 4th realm can fly in the air but the 3rd realm cannot. Because flying in the air requires a huge amount of spiritual energy. Lu Ming's current state is like a river between a stream and the sea. However, his trump card is abnormal enough that he can easily defeat a transcendent in the early stage of the 4th realm. As for facing a mid-stage 4th realm cultivator, he might have to sweat a bit. Ultimately, it's because my realm is too low. But there was no way around it. He had only been practicing for less than a month, and his foundation was too weak to compare with those old monsters who had practiced for 60 years. Since I can't catch up with my realm in a short time, I can only rely on martial arts. Lu Ming then took out the book 9 Swords to Eliminate Demons. System, I want to upgrade my mental power. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt popped up in front of him. The host's current mental power is detected to be 3 stars. Upgrading to 4 stars will consume 100 fire points. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Lu Ming chose to confirm without hesitation. The next second, an indescribable feeling of coolness spread from the depths of my mind, like a sweet rain welcoming the dry land. Lu Ming felt that his consciousness was infinitely stretched, and his 5 senses became sharper than ever before. The movement of dust in the air, the chirping of insects outside the window, and even the sound of one's own blood flowing in the veins can all be clearly heard. After about a quarter of an hour, the cool feeling gradually faded away. The system prompt popped up again. Congratulations, host, your spiritual power has been successfully upgraded to 4 stars. Current fire balance, 20 points. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing in them. He could clearly feel that his perception had become stronger again. He could even hear the 3 wives next door discussing what kind of manicure was beautiful. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then, he picked up the book 9 Swords to Eliminate Demons again, and the words on the pages seemed to come alive. The power generation techniques and spiritual energy circulation routes of each move were clearly presented in his mind. He subconsciously raised his hand and slashed, and the spiritual fluid in his body rushed along the guidance of the light spot, and condensed into a half-inch long light golden blade light at his fingertips. When the 9th blade light appeared, there was a soft chi sound in the room, and the 3-inch long light golden blade light was like a violent lightning, tearing the space apart. It seems that these 100 fire seeds were worth it. Lu Ming muttered to himself with a satisfied smile on his face. He could feel the violent power contained in the 9 demon-slaying swords. Even if his physical body had reached the 4th realm, he would be in great danger if he was hit by a single blow. What about those fragile mages who were not physical cultivators? If he adds the suppression of the thunder explosion killing technique, and swings out dozens of sword beams within 3 seconds to trigger the execution mark, Lu Ming can basically walk sideways below the 5th level. The only limitation now is the amount of spiritual energy reserves. Just like playing games before. The spiritual energy reserve in the body is equivalent to the blue bar. Before opening up the Chi Si, Lu Ming could only stack the 9 demon-slaying swords 3 times at most. This is based on the premise that he has 720 acupoints in his body. If it were an ordinary 3rd-level transcendent, his spiritual energy would be drained before he could even stack 9 swords. This shows the horror of 4-star martial arts. So in the final analysis, it is the realm that determines the endurance. Lu Ming stood up and stretched his muscles. Looks like I need to find a way to get more spiritual medicine. If you want to get more elixirs, the best way right now is to complete more tasks of the night watch and get more contribution points. At this moment, Lu Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Zhao Qinga calling. Aunt, what's wrong? Lu Ming called her aunt more and more easily. If it were in the past, Zhao Qinga would have teased her a little. But she didn't know what had happened to her this morning and was in a very bad mood. Lu Ming, you must rush to Nanhua Mall immediately to support Wei Changfeng and the others. Remember, you must do this perfectly. After saying that, she hung up the phone in a hurry without waiting for Lu Ming's reply. This left Lu Ming confused. Nanhua Shopping Center? Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he called Chen Ziliang. I don't know what this guy is up to, and it took a while for the call to get through. Brother Lu, what's wrong? The voice from Chen Ziliang's end was a little noisy. Lu Ming frowned and asked, what happened at Nanhua Shopping Mall? Brother Lu, you don't know? Chen Ziliang was stunned for a moment, then he cursed, damn it, I don't know who said it, but there's an immortal's body at the bottom of the Jiangyin River. Immortal, Brother Lu, you know, it's the immortal who fucked the immortal. Damn it. That's an immortal. Which transcendent being doesn't desire immortality? This has completely stirred up a hornet's nest. Countless sect geniuses and heirs of secret places are flocking to Jiangcheng like crazy. That group of people are all arrogant and conceited. No one will submit to anyone else, and they'll fight at the slightest disagreement. They've made Jiangcheng's public security a mess. Wei Sun and his team have been busy as hell these past 2 days. After hearing what Chen Ziliang said, Lu Ming's brows knitted together. So, that group of people are causing trouble in Nanhua Mall now? Yes. Chen Ziliang paused and lowered his voice. That group of people suddenly got into an argument and injured civilians. Wei Sun and his team went to deal with it, but unfortunately they were also injured. The people are still being detained. They said they wanted Director Zhao to personally rescue them. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. No wonder Zhao Qinga was so angry. No matter how incompetent Wei Changfeng and his companions are, they still represent the reputation of the Jiangcheng Night Patrol. This is simply rubbing the face of the Jiangcheng Night Patrol under his feet. How many dishes have you eaten to dare to act so presumptuously in this small place of Jiangcheng? Lu Ming took a deep breath and said, come and pick me up. Chapter 61. Are you here to enforce the law or to popularize the law? Chen Ziliang acted quickly. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, he drove to the door. Lu Ming hurried downstairs and saw Chen Ziliang's SUV parked at an angle at the door. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, Chen Ziliang stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and the car rushed out. Brother Lu, the people causing trouble this time are not small-time individuals. Chen Ziliang turned the steering wheel sharply to overtake while explaining the cause of the incident. One is a core disciple of Mount Longhu, named Zhang Tangyue. He is said to be a once-in-a-century genius, having reached the 4th level of flying control at the age of 20. The other one is called Yang Kaiha, the young master of the Divine Treasure Palace. His strength is a bit weaker, only at the 2nd level of the sky control realm, but he has a rich family background and is covered in magical weapons. He was able to hold his own against Zhang Tangyue. As for the reason for their dispute, Chen Ziliang paused, his expression a little strange. It was because they were competing to pay for a woman named Ouyang Ji. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this, a little surprised. TSK, I get it, 2 bootlickers who want to legally mine. Ha ha ha, brilliant. Chen Ziliang smacked his lips, swerved the steering wheel, and the car scraped past the edge of a truck and rushed into the fast lane. But it's not surprising. Ouyang Ji is beautiful, and she's also a prodigy on the Hidden Dragon ranking. There are plenty of lickers out there, and these are just 2 of them. Hidden Dragon list? Lu Ming touched his chin. He had heard of places like Longhu Mountain and Shenbao Palace, but what was the Hidden Dragon list? Brother Lu, you don't even know this? Chen Ziliang looked surprised, then suddenly realized, that's right, you just joined the night patrol and haven't been exposed to these underworld tricks. He explained as he dodged oncoming traffic. This Hidden Dragon ranking was personally compiled by the Daxia authorities. It specifically includes young experts under the age of 30, and the threshold is the sky control realm. There are a total of 100 people on the list, and each one is a genius from one of the major forces. Those in the top 10 are all perverts above the 5th level. This Ouyang Ji is ranked 98th on the Hidden Dragon list. She's very arrogant. Oh? What about me? What place do I rank in? Lu Ming immediately became interested. Chen Ziliang's hand gripping the steering wheel trembled violently. He smiled awkwardly. Brother Lu, please stop joking. The threshold for the Hidden Dragon list is the sky control realm, and you're only now getting angry. He got stuck again mid-sentence. He really has no idea what to do with this. Although Lu Ming is in the Qidong realm, killing someone in the Yukong realm is as easy as killing a dog. Chen Ziliang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. But with your ability, if you really want to rush to the top of the list, I estimate that in less than 3 months you can pull down half of the people on the list. Lu Ming sneered. Oh, if you can talk, then talk more. I love to listen. Nanhua Shopping Mall is located in the city center of Jiangcheng and is the most prosperous business district in Jiangcheng. Although it cannot be compared with the business districts of big cities like Shanghai and Beijing, there are also many first-line brands settled there. Wei Changfeng and others were detained in a women's luxury goods store. The store was a mess. The shelves were tilted to one side and the valuable handbags and jewelry were scattered all over the floor. The mirrored wall was cracked like spider webs and the ground was stained with blood. Several team members wearing night patrol uniforms were squatting in the corner, covering their wounds with grief and anger on their faces. Sitting on the sofa in the reception area was a woman with extraordinary temperament. It was Ouyang Ji. On her left and right stood a young man in blue and a young man in white. The 2 men's faces looked extremely ugly, as if they had eaten gunpowder. Ouyang Ji was wearing a moon-white dress and her eyes swept across the mess in the venue indifferently, as if the chaos before her had nothing to do with her. Obviously, she was already accustomed to this kind of scene. To be precise, she really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. One is a core disciple of Longhu Mountain, and the other is the successor of Xinyu Palace. She only needed to snap her fingers to make these 2 proud sons of heaven, who were looked down upon by the outside world, fight for her until they were bloody. It's such a great feeling to have a dog. Junior sister Ouyang, this handbag is limited to only 3 in the entire Great Xia. Only you are worthy of its style. Zhang Tangyue spoke at the right time, the flattery in his tone almost overflowing. He secretly glanced at young Kaiha beside him, his eyes full of provocation, unlike some people, who only know how to spend money but don't understand what taste is. Yang Kaiha immediately got furious and took out a palm-sized jade box from his storage bag. The moment he opened it, a faint glow of light floated out of the box. Oh, taste? This Ningxi jade of mine is warm jade mined from the depths of Kunlun Mountain. I carved it into a bracelet for junior sister Jir. It can calm your mind. Ouyang gaze paused on the jade box for a moment, and when she raised her eyes, there was a hint of smile in her eyes. Brother Yang is thoughtful. Seeing this, Zhang Tanyue's face suddenly darkened. He drew his sword from its sheath, and purple lightning patterns instantly wrapped around the peachwood sword. Yang, do you really want to fight me today? As a core disciple of Mount Longhu, Zhang Tanyue has always considered himself noble. How dare a nouveau riche like the Xinyu Palace step on his face? Zhang Tanyue couldn't stand it at all. Who do you think you are? Yang Kaiha put the jade box back into his arms and raised a small bronze shield with intricate water patterns engraved on it. If you still want to fight me, I'll fight you to the end. Stop. Stop fighting. Wei Changfeng, who was squatting in the corner, suddenly stood up. The wound on his chest was painful. He pointed at the two of them and shouted angrily. According to public security regulations, the use of supernatural powers in civilian areas is prohibited. Zhang Tanyue didn't even look at him. He swung his peachwood sword and a tiny lightning snake shot towards Wei Changfeng, still screaming? You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Be careful. The team member next to him quickly pushed Wei Changfeng away. The lightning snake brushed past his arm and burned a small charred hole in the ground. Ouyang looked at this scene, and the smile on her lips became even more pronounced. At this moment, the glass door of the luxury store suddenly shattered with a clang, and Lu Ming rushed in with a strong wind. His eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the mess on the ground and the wounds of the night watchman, and finally fell on Wei Changfeng. Are you here to enforce the law or educate people about it? Next time, if something like this happens, I'll just beat you to death and drag you away. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it carried a terrifying aura. After Wei Changfeng and the others saw who was coming, their faces lit up with joy. Lu Sun. Zhang Tanyue and Yang Kaiha paused at the same time, anger showing on their faces. He is Lu Ming. I don't know who yelled. Zhang Tanyue's expression became very subtle. When he first arrived in Jiangcheng, he heard a lot of rumors about Lu Ming. The conscience of Daxia. Cult buster. The night watchman you shouldn't provoke in Jiangcheng. There are too many titles to count. Zhang Tanyue could only sneer at this. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, and he dares to give himself any title. It's really a mess. Zhang Tanyue put away his peachwood sword and turned to Lu Ming with disdain. Are you Lu Ming? I heard you're pretty cool. Come on, I'm standing right here. Come and beat me to death and see. The night watchmen present all looked at him suddenly, their eyes full of sympathy. Boy, you are so brave. Chapter 62. Yes, I, the night patrol, am so aggressive. Facing Zhang Tanyue's provocation, Lu Ming smiled. I used to think that the brainless villains in novels were very brainless. I didn't expect that reality is more magical than fiction. No one saw how he took the steps, they only saw a flash of shadow before their eyes. The figure who was originally standing at the door appeared in front of Zhang Tanyue like a ghost. You said. Lu Ming's voice rang close to Zhang Tanyue's ear, carrying a bone-chilling chill. Zhang Tanyue's hair stood on end, and a sense of death began to spread from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to keep it and directly activated the amulet given by his master. Lan Hushan's protective thunder energy erupted subconsciously, and the blue-purple lightning exploded into a halo on the surface of his body. However, this thunder force that was enough to withstand the full force of an ordinary 4th level and 8th level flying realm cultivator shattered like paper when Lu Ming raised his hand. Bang! The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the store. Zhang Tanyue was like being hit by a high-speed train. His body flew sideways and knocked down 3 rows of shelves. The expensive luxury goods were mixed with wood chips and shattered into a mess. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the corner of Zhang Tanyue's mouth. He covered his instantly swollen cheek, his eyes full of unbelievable horror. If he hadn't triggered the protective energy in time, he would probably be dead now. How so? Why is he so strong? After a brief moment of surprise, there was a sudden burst of anger. You dare to kill me? Do you really dare to kill me? Zhang Tanyue struggled to get up and unsheathed the peachwood sword again. This time, the lightning pattern was almost condensed into substance. I am a core disciple of Mount Longhu. Do you know the consequences of killing me? Lu Ming brushed off the non-existent dust from his fingertips without even raising his eyelids. You're lucky you didn't die just now. I want to see if you still have any amulets on you. You. Zhang Tanyue's throat rolled, and the harsh words were stuck on the tip of his tongue. He didn't dare to scream. The boy in front of me really dares to kill people. Seeing this, Lu Ming sneered and turned to look at Yang Kaiha. It's your turn. Do you want to introduce yourself? Yang Kaiha stood there, cold sweat breaking out on the palms of his hands holding the small bronze shield. The moment Lu Ming made his move just now, he didn't even notice any fluctuations in spiritual power, but the energy dissipated when Jiang Tangyue's thunder was shattered made him, a second-level flying master, feel suffocated. This is definitely not the strength that the Qidong realm should have. Who are you? Yang Kaiha said with forced calmness, my divine treasure palace has no grudge against you. Shut up. Lu Ming glanced at him coldly, you are worthy of asking me that? Yang Kaiha's face turned pale, and he subconsciously took a half step back, holding the small bronze shield in front of him. Several protective magic weapons in the storage bag are ready to go. He has no doubt that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him can crush him to death like crushing an ant. Ouyang, who was sitting on the sofa, finally stopped watching the show, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Sir, Ouyang stood up, her moon-white dress outlining her graceful curves, and her tone was just as gentle as ever. Senior brother Jiang and senior brother Yang were just impulsive. Please don't make a fuss about it. She deliberately slowed down her speech, and there was an imperceptible charm in her voice. But Lu Ming seemed to have not heard anything and walked straight to Wei Changfeng. Who did it? Wei Changfeng covered his chest and shook his head, looking at Lu Ming with fanatical eyes. That slap just now felt so good. Lu Sun, I'm not in the way. Lu Ming interrupted him directly, I want to ask you who did it. Wei Changfeng shuddered at the cold shout and quickly raised his finger to point at Jiang Tangyue. It's him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tangyue's anger, which had just been suppressed, surged up again. Nonsense. It was you, the night patrol, who tried to stop me first, and that's why I failed. Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and swung out a golden blade. Sizzle. Jiang Tangyue felt a chill on his neck, and the peachwood sword fell to the ground with a clang. Ah! Blood splattered everywhere, and Jiang Tangyue fell to the ground, holding his neck. Lu Ming stared coldly at his corpse, a kind smile on his face. Sorry, I missed too. The smile on Ouyang's face froze. But Yang Kaiha felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Seeing Lu Ming looking at him, he quickly stated, Sir. This is unfair. I didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. Didn't do anything? Lu Ming suddenly smiled, but that smile made his scalp tingle. Wait. My lord, I am willing to compensate you. After witnessing Lu Ming's ruthlessness, Yang Kaiha was really frightened and hurriedly took out a crystal white jade box from his storage bag. Here are some healing medicines and a drop of purple jadeite. My lord, can you give me a chance to reform myself? Lu Ming ignored him and turned to look at Wei Changfeng. Seeing Wei Changfeng shook his head, the murderous aura in his body dissipated, and he performed a textbook-level face-changing in public. It's okay, you're pretty good. Considering you're young, just write a self-criticism and it will be over. Yes. Yang Kaiha nodded quickly, secretly glad that he was a man of insight. Jiang Tangyue's death scared him deeply. The core disciples of Longhu Mountain would kill without hesitation. This guy is a murderer without blinking an eye. Seeing Jiang Tangyue was so desperate that he couldn't die anymore, Ouyang's tone turned colder. Are you being too aggressive? Senior brother Jiang was just impulsive. His crime doesn't deserve the death penalty. This man never looked at me from the moment he entered the store. This was a great insult to Ouyang, who always had high standards. The most important thing is that she has been thinking about the drop of purple spirit jadeite in Yang Kaiha's hand for a long time, and wanted to fish it out from him in the future. I didn't expect this loser to be so cowardly. He just used it to save his life. Looking at Ouyang, who suddenly jumped out, Lu Ming's lips curled up in a mocking manner. My night patrol is always so aggressive. Do you have any problem with that? Why didn't you say he was aggressive when he hurt people before? Now that the person is dead, you turn around and complain about the injustice? So cheap. Anyone who dares to attack or kill a night watchman is guilty of a capital crime. Ouyang's expression changed. Since her debut, she has been the center of attention wherever she goes with her title on the Hidden Dragon list and stunning beauty. Even those who rank high on the Hidden Dragon list will give her some face when they meet her. But the man in front of her not only treated her as nothing, but also dared to humiliate her like this. But she is just a little bit of a green tea, not stupid. She wasn't even sure she could break the amulet on Jiang Tangyue with one strike, but Lu Ming did it. He's just a bootlicker, once he dies, he's dead. In the final analysis, she was angry only because Lu Ming ignored her. But it would be foolish to make enemies with this person. Your Excellency is joking. I just wanted to remind you that Zhang Tangyue's master, Master Guangmi, is very protective of his people. TSK. What a pity. Lu Ming looked at her with some regret. Zhao Qingge said that he wanted to do things beautifully, so Lu Ming felt that killing Zhang Tangyue was a little lacking. If I could kill a genius on the hidden dragon ranking. He could only express regret about this. Good luck to the dog licker. Chapter 63, 9th level of Qi C. Ouyang felt creepy when he stared at her. A terrible and absurd thought flashed through my mind. Is he targeting me from the beginning? As soon as this thought came up, Ouyang forcibly suppressed it. She is the 98th genius on the hidden dragon list, and has the support of the entire Hanyu sect. Even if the night watchman in front of him is powerful, he shouldn't set his sights on me. But Lu Ming's look of regret pierced her like a needle, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Something is wrong, sisters. I really met a shrimp head man. Lu Ming gave her a deep look, then kicked Zhang Tangyue, who had fallen asleep. Dragged the body back to the night patrol and asked those old men from Longhu Mountain to claim it. Wei Chanfeng had just recovered from his shock when he heard Lu Ming's order and immediately straightened his back and replied, "Yes, Lu Sun." It's so satisfying. It's so damn satisfying. This is exactly like myself in my dream. What a bullshit genius, what a far-reaching background. Anyone who dares to mess with my night patrol will be beaten to death. Of course, Wei Chanfeng was just fantasizing, and the pain in his chest immediately brought him back to reality. You can't learn anything, brother. Even night watchmen have differences between them. The core disciples of Mount Longhu were killed by the newcomers of the night patrol. This incident was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar. Where is Longhu Mountain? His talisman skills are superb, and his sex strength is among the best in the whole of Daxia. How could the core disciples trained by such a behemoth be crushed by an unknown newcomer from the Night Watch? It's like eating mushrooms. The entire Jiangqing seemed to have been paused, and the originally arrogant and domineering disciples of the sects and families suddenly became much more obedient. Because Lu Ming, this evil star, really dares to fight and kill. Not only did he kill Zhang Tangyue from Longhu Mountain, he also brought his body back to the night patrol. But even with such arrogant means, Longhu Mountain didn't dare to say a word. Because the entire night patrol division stood behind Lu Ming. In the end, it was the elders of the Longhu Mountain sect who stepped forward and paid the fine, and only then were Zhang Tangyue's body fished out. Now everyone has been obedient. Rumors were swirling outside, but Lu Ming remained steady as an old dog. At this time, 3 days had passed since the incident at Nanhua Mall. Zhangcheng may seem calm on the surface, but there are undercurrents underneath. The word becoming an immortal is too tempting for all extraordinary people. Even within the Night Watch, different voices emerged. Some people are in favor, some are against. In the end, it was the big shot above who spoke. You can give it a try, but be aware of the impact, do it in a small and cautious manner. However, these have nothing to do with Lu Ming. At this time, he was refining the drop of purple spirit jadeite that Yang Kaiha used to save his life. It is indeed a good thing worth 1500 points. Purple spirit jadeite is extremely rare. It is wrapped in 1,000-year-old purple jade in the abyss cracks where the dragon energy in the earth veins is the most concentrated. It takes 200 or 300 years to barely collect such a drop. The spiritual energy contained in it is enormous. It is a rare and precious medicine for both the third and fourth realms. To be precise, it is a bit of a waste for a transcendent in the third realm to refine this thing. But Lu Ming didn't care about all that. He urgently needed to break through to the fourth realm quickly. No matter what it is, just use it first. As I said, if you keep it as a Tunton rat, you will only be able to steal corpses. Just like Yang Kaiha, he originally wanted to keep it until he reached the third level of flying, and used the medicinal power of purple spirit jade marrow to step into the middle stage of the fourth realm in one fell swoop. But in the end, it only benefited Lu Ming. After 3 days of refining, Lu Ming had digested most of the medicinal power contained in the purple spirit jade marrow. When the last trace of medicinal power exploded in his body, Lu Ming felt that all the muscles and bones in his body were making crisp sounds. The huge spiritual energy was like countless spirit snakes drilling into his limbs and bones. The 720 acupoints of the two great circulations of light and dark are like stars that are ignited at the same time. The spiritual energy that was originally flowing in the meridians suddenly boiled, rushing and flowing along a specific trajectory, turning into crystal clear spiritual liquid wherever it passed. When a drop of spiritual liquid fell into the transcendental acupoint, it made a clear sound like a jade chime. Buzz. The two circles of light and dark suddenly lit up, and two brilliant streams of light intertwined into rings in the body, like two miniature full moons slowly rotating in the meridians. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and a purple gold light flashed in his eyes. I've finally reached the peak of the Qidong realm. Now, as long as I can complete my Qi Hai, I can officially enter the fourth realm. He slowly stood up, stretched his limbs, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. However, there are some tricks to opening the Qi Hai. According to the current cultivation system, the Qi Hai can be roughly divided into 4 levels. When ordinary extraordinary people open their Qi Si, it is usually a first-class stream Si. It is considered qualified if a shallow puddle can be created at the Dantian, which can hold 3 to 5 times the spiritual liquid. Upwards is the river and sea, which can hold 7 or 8 times the amount of spiritual liquid. The next higher level is called the vast sea, which is like a large inland lake, with vast waves and mist, and can hold 20 to 30 times the spiritual liquid. The solidity of the sea of Qi is self-evident. The highest level is the ocean. It can contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the dragon energy of the earth veins in one body, and can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon on its own, and live endlessly. The storage capacity of spiritual liquid can reach an astonishing 40 to 50 times. But the higher the strength of the Qi Si, the more resources are required. For ordinary extraordinary people, even impacting the vast ocean is just a luxury. After all, the natural treasures that Takumi needs are enough to cause serious damage to a small family. According to legend, to open the vast sea, one needs the blood and essence of 7 kinds of ferocious beasts. But how many forces can hunt down the 7th level ferocious beasts? But Lu Ming didn't think so. I'm on the path of a hexagonal warrior, and the martial arts I've learned are all about big moves, so the storage of spiritual fluid is particularly important. Moreover, he has the support of the Night Patrol Department, so there is blood essence of the 7th realm ferocious beasts to exchange, but it is a little bit expensive. A contribution of nearly 10,000 points seems a long way off. But who is Lu Ming? He has never been the type to sit back and wait for resources to come to him. Although 10,000 contribution points is a lot, for him, it is just a matter of handling a few more cases and killing a few more people. He opened the Night Watch app store. His eyes swept over the dark red glass bottle in the mall that was labeled, Red-Eyed Thunder Lion Blood Essence 7th Realm. The note below the exchange list clearly states, it contains a trace of the original evil nature of the ancient Xiangqi, can assist in expanding the sea, and has a 30% chance of helping cultivators below the 4th level to open up the Sea of Qi. 30% probability. Lu Ming was a little speechless. No wonder they say the ocean is nothing but water. The blood essence of the 7th level ferocious beast only increases the success rate to 30%. But the path of cultivation is a fight against fate. Let alone 30%, even if there is only a 10% chance, Lu Ming dares to gamble. But the most difficult thing right now is how to collect 10,000 contribution points in a short period of time. The contribution value system of the Night Watch is strict, and ordinary tasks are only worth tens to hundreds of points. If you want to accumulate quickly, you have to take on tasks marked as high risk or even top secret. Soon, a pinned task caught Lu Ming's attention. Rumor has it that there's a celestial corpse at the bottom of the Jiangyin River. Bring that ancient corpse back to the Night Watch intact and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. This task was released just a few minutes ago. Lu Ming took a look and found that the issuer of the task was a department called White Tiger Bureau. Although he had just joined the Night Patrol Department, he had heard a little about the 4 central bureaus of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The White Tiger Bureau, for example, was established specifically to trace the origins of the supernatural and deal with extraordinary historical events. There are a bunch of absolute lunatics in there. Only this group of wealthy lunatics could offer the exorbitant price of 10,000 contribution points. Could it really be a celestial corpse? But didn't my aunt say it was just an evil corpse? Lu Ming immediately became interested and sent a message to Chen Ziliang. Ziliang, please send me the file on the stone coffin in Jiangyin River. Chapter 64, Past Events in Jiangcheng, Stone Ox Carrying Coffin. Chen Ziliang responded quickly. A few minutes after the message was sent, he called. I don't know what this guy is doing, and I can hear a mechanical roar coming from the phone. Brother Lu, I can't hide anything from you. We just started construction here and you received the news. Lu Ming was stunned. Start construction? What kind of construction? You don't know? Aren't you looking for the files on that sarcophagus? Only then did Chen Ziliang realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. Then he hurriedly lowered his voice. Wasn't there a rumor about the immortal corpse at the bottom of the Jiangyin River a while ago? Someone from above has arrived. It's said to be a researcher from the White Tiger Bureau. He's very powerful. He issued an order, but those of us who are in charge of logistics have a hard time. In order to build the cofferdam and dike, we even recruited the construction team from the neighboring city. We are almost as busy as the civil engineering team these days. Lu Ming held the phone, frowning. Should I just ask the civil engineer to build a cofferdam to intercept the flow? Is this official? It's so simple and crude. No need to play any fancy games with you, just get started. In comparison, the evil cultivators of the Fivine sect seemed a bit clownish. However, the crazy people in the White Tiger Bureau attached much more importance to the immortal corpse than he expected. Not only did he issue a high-paying bounty mission at the Night Watch, but he also traveled thousands of miles to a small place like Jiangcheng. Could it be that Zhao Qingge's information was wrong? Is there really an immortal inside the sarcophagus? How's the construction going? Lu Ming immediately became interested. Chen Ziliang sighed on the other end of the line. The mechanical hum in the background suddenly faded, as if he had deliberately moved to a secluded spot. How could it be so fast? This section of Longwang Bay is very strange. The water is drained during the day, and then inexplicably fills up again at night. By the way, Brother Lu, Chen Ziliang suddenly lowered his voice, a hint of probing in his tone, you're asking this all of a sudden. Could it be that you're accepting that corpse recovery mission from the White Tiger Bureau? Lu Ming did not deny it. Yes, I am short of a few $100 million in contributions now. Chen Ziliang on the other end of the phone took a deep breath. Brother Lu, this is not an easy matter. We can't hide our withdrawal from those independent cultivators. As for these people, the higher-ups neither encourage nor prohibit them. In other words, not only do you have to find the sarcophagus before the other night watchmen, but you also have to be careful of those random cultivators. Rumors of immortality might even attract quite a few old monsters. After listening to this, Lu Ming was silent for a moment. The situation was more difficult than he had expected. Those independent cultivators from the sects are nothing to worry about, but those old monsters who have lived to a very old age must be guarded against. But as the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Even if the plan fails, it shouldn't be a problem to get out of it safely. Okay, I understand. Please send me the file first and I'll study it. Okay, Brother Lu. I'll send it to you right away. Less than half a minute after he hung up the phone, an encrypted compressed package popped up on Lu Ming's phone. Inside are the archives from that year. 300 years ago, Jiangnan suffered a drought that was rare in a century. After several years, no rain fell, the ground cracked, and the rivers dried up, even the Jiangyin River was not spared. At that time, the county magistrate of Jiangcheng considered that a long drought would lead to floods, so he wanted to take advantage of the dry Jiangyin River and organize a group of laborers to dredge the river. On the one hand, it can prevent flooding, and on the other hand, it can dredge waterways. The dredging project was carried out in full swing for a month. Everything was going smoothly, but when we reached Longwang Bay, something strange happened. The entire Jiangyin River basin is almost dry, but the water level in Longwang Bay has only dropped slightly, revealing dense caves. Longwang Bay is located in a turbulent area, and there are many reefs at the bottom of the river. Countless ships have sunk here over the years. So the rumors about this place have never stopped for hundreds of years. Some people say that there is a dragon king living at the bottom of the river, who would stir up huge waves every once in a while and sink ships to the bottom of the river. Most of the local people had heard the rumor and immediately expressed their disapproval. After all, no one wants to anger the Dragon King. The county magistrate was already worried about the severe drought, and now this strange thing happened in Longwang Bay, making him even more anxious. He sent several Yamen runners to find out what happened. Several people took a small boat and rowed into the cave under the guidance of a local boatman. Unexpectedly, he completely disappeared without a trace after this trip. It wasn't until 3 days later that a mooing sound was heard from deep within the cave. The mooing was dull and long, as if it came from deep underground, shaking the entire ground of Dragon King Bay slightly. From deep within the cave came another clanging sound, as if an iron chain was dragging a heavy object. The county magistrate and a group of laborers who were anxiously waiting on the shore had fear written all over their faces. A moment later, a stone bull with a green body walked out of the cave. On the back of the stone ox was a huge white jade coffin. The surface of the sarcophagus is carved with complex and strange patterns, and the edge of the coffin lid is inlaid with a circle of dark red jade with dragon patterns. A stone ox, carrying a coffin? Seeing this bizarre scene, many civilians cried out in shock, "The Dragon King has appeared. The Dragon King is punishing us." His words were like a bomb, exploding among the crowd. Everyone retreated, their faces full of fear, and many people had already turned around and fled. The county magistrate stared at the white jade coffin, his pupils suddenly shrinking. He suddenly remembered the Jiangzuai Wenlu that his teacher had shown him when he was young studying at the Imperial College. One page records the legend of the water vein treasure. In ancient times, evil creatures often caused trouble in flooded rivers. The ancients used strange beasts as guides and carried special coffins to suppress the water veins. The coffins either sealed the evil spirits or hid the most precious treasures. The patterns on the coffins are all very particular, and those with dragon patterns are mostly important treasures of the national level. The county magistrate suppressed his fear and muttered to himself, "If it was just a talisman, why would it come out of the cave on its own initiative?" After a while, the stone cow suddenly stopped. The county magistrate also regained some composure. "Don't panic. It's just a strange phenomenon at the bottom of the river. How can it be a punishment from the Dragon King? If there really are gods, how could they watch the people suffer from this severe drought? Whoever steps forward first, opens the coffin and burns it for me. I, the county magistrate, will reward you with 50 taels of silver, and your family's taxes will be halved from now on. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward." Soon the sarcophagus was pried open. There was no gold, silver, or jewelry, no silk or satin inside, only a corpse dressed in a black ancient robe. The corpse's face was intact and its skin was as white as jade. As if he smelled the breath of a stranger, he opened his strange eyes and a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This strange scene made everyone present feel cold in their hands and feet. The end of the file is very concise, with only a few sentences. The ancient corpse has awakened, and all the people and animals in Jiangchun County have died. We have been ordered to kill this beast. The ancient corpse has the ability to regenerate. It is suspected to be the evil corpse among the ancient cultivators. We are unable to kill them all, so we sealed them in the 1,000 caves. In this battle, a total of 78 night watchmen were killed or wounded. White Tiger Tribe, by Wuxin. Chapter 65, Lu Bao, you should trick Yu Bao up here as well. Regeneration ability? So, Sister Choyue, the rumors about the immortal corpse aren't groundless, right? Dozens of excavators are busy on the mudflats of Longwang Bay. In the Dragon King temple on the top of the mountain, stood two graceful figures. The person asking the question was a young girl with delicate appearance. He looks a little young and is less than 1.6 meters tall. The girl wore a tight white short-sleeved shirt, which outlined her slender waist that could be held in one hand, and her delicate waistline was faintly visible. Under the blue shorts are a pair of flawless white long legs, with two black short boots on the feet. A small and delicate oval face, skin as white as snow, eyebrows as dark as distant black, curved like a crescent moon. The most eye-catching thing is her long pink hair tied into two ponytails. The pink ponytail swayed gently with the girl's movements, and when the hair tip swept across her shoulders, it also had a bit of cute vitality. She tilted her head and looked at the woman beside her, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling and full of curiosity. Grandpa once said before he died that thing wasn't some immortal, it was just an ancient corpse that had become a powerful figure. Bai Chodua's voice is like jade soaked in warm water, soft but not sticky, with just the right amount of gentleness. This is a beautiful young woman full of charm. She was about 30 years old, with fair skin and a plump figure. Her long hair was tied up, and a hollow gold flower and pearl hairpin was inserted diagonally on her head. Her facial features are extremely beautiful, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes with willow-shaped eyebrows, a small and delicate nose, and rosy and thin lips. She exudes the aura of a congenital widow, and I feel pity for her, and she is as gentle as water. Her somewhat unconventional figure was wrapped in a dark green cheongsam dress, and her bulging chest seemed to be hiding some treasure. The hem of the skirt reaches the ankles perfectly, swaying gently with every step, and the black high heels with red soles are faintly visible. Gio, if you're not an immortal, why would you come all the way to a place like this to suffer? Didn't I post the quest on the night watch? I don't believe that 10,000 contribution points won't give me this damn thing. Luo Kiki shook her pink twin ponytails, her face full of unhappiness. Bai Choyue raised her hand to gather the loose hair that had fallen from her temples, a gentle smile curling her lips. You're wrong, Kiki. What I want is not that ancient corpse, but that stone cow. Hearing this, Luo Kiki swung her pink ponytail and her almond-shaped eyes widened. Oh, my director Bai. It's just a broken stone bull. Is it really necessary? She really didn't understand. How could a mere broken stone alarm the director of the White Tiger Bureau of the Night Patrol Division? Bai Choyue couldn't help but smile softly at her childish appearance, reaching out to brush away a fallen leaf stuck in her hair. I told you to study more, but all you do is fight. Have you heard that over 2,000 years ago, a saint came from the east riding a green ox? Luo Kiki blinked her almond-shaped eyes, her pink ponytail swaying gently as she shook her head. Sages really exist? Isn't that something those idiot Taoist priests made up just to spread their teachings? Bai Choyue looked at the vast river and sighed softly. Some things aren't necessarily just legends. It's only been 300 years since the Transcendent Awakening, but the legacy in the various ruins is far longer than that. So, before we entered the Transcendent Realm, our ancestors might have already embarked on other paths of cultivation. If that's the case, why did they disappear almost overnight? Luo Kiki's face wrinkled up immediately. It's so hard to understand. It turns out that chopping people is more suitable for me. Then she patted her bulging chest. Don't worry, since Sister Choyue wants it, Luo Kiki, will definitely help you get it. At the same time, after Lu Ming read the entire file, he suddenly understood something. No wonder the legend of this immortal corpse is becoming more and more intense. At first glance, this regenerative ability really seems a bit like that of an immortal. It seems to be a hot commodity indeed. Opportunities are rare and will never come again, so Lu Ming immediately decided to set off for Dragon King Bay. But before that, you have to complete your daily tasks first. The path of fire is his foundation, and he cannot neglect it for even a single day. But just as he went downstairs to ask his wives to prepare 3 meals a day, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Lulu tiptoed in with a sly smile on her lips, like a little fox ready to steal food. Wow, the little greedy cat is here at my doorstep. Lulu, what's wrong? Lu Ming immediately held her in his arms. It's fragrant and soft, very comfortable. Su Lulu snuggled into his arms and rubbed her little head against his neck. She stopped Lu Ming's moving hands, raised her little face, and said with a slightly jealous look on her face. Hubby, Sisterly told us that practicing with you would help improve everyone's talents, but it was clearly my sister and I who came here first. Why did my husband keep it a secret from us? Lu Ming was stunned when he heard this. He looked down at the little girl in his arms with her cheeks puffed up, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. He gently brushed Su Lulu's upturned nose with his fingertips and rubbed her back with his palm. His voice was soft and slow. Why are you jealous again? Su Lulu's nose was itchy from being scratched by him, but she still stubbornly rested her chin on his chest, staring at him with her sparkling black eyes, like a little kitten asking for an explanation. I don't care, you have to agree to my request. Lu Ming's fingertips paused, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Oh? If Lulu has any request, just tell your husband. As long as it's something I can do, I'll agree to it. When Su Lulu heard this, a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She climbed up and whispered in Lu Ming's ear, I want to see how you and Sisterly improve your talents. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Before he could ask any questions, he heard light footsteps in the corridor, followed by a knock on the door. Lu Ming, are you looking for me? Zhao Li's cold voice came from outside the door. Come on, husband, don't tell anyone I'm here. Su Lulu smiled cunningly and hid in the closet. What is this? Eating pears before deer? It's really interesting. Zhao Li walked into the house and glanced around the room. Hey, isn't Lulu here? Did she say you were looking for me? Lulu? I don't know. Lu Ming smiled wickedly and immediately picked up Zhao Li. You've come just in time. I have to go out on a mission later. Make the most of this time to practice. Ah! Zhao Li's feet suddenly left the ground, and she was so scared that she leaned tightly into Lu Ming's arms. Soon, the atmosphere in the room turned pink. Lu Ming's mind would occasionally hear system prompts. Fire +2. Fire +2. Half an hour later, Zhao Li could no longer move. Lu Ming's eyes subconsciously swept towards the wardrobe, where a little fox was hiding, holding its breath. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up wildly, and he raised his hand to open the wardrobe door. The next second, Zhao Li's exclamation came from inside the house. Fire plus 10. Then, Su Lulu's laughter echoed in the house. Another half hour passed. Lu Ming kissed the sweaty Su Lulu and said softly, "Lu Bao, quickly get Yu Bao up here too." Chapter 66 Aunt, I don't want to struggle anymore. A year's plan begins in spring. The morning sets the tone for the day. Life lies in movement. Warm sunlight streams into the bedroom. Lu Ming stretched. He suddenly felt that a mere 1,000 sparks were not too many. Maybe it's because of the buff bonus today, the fire seeds harvested are more than the previous few days combined. In just this morning, I gained 150 points. I didn't expect that after Su Lulu's disturbance, I unexpectedly got a super double. It seems that things will continue to prosper like this in the future. Looking at the three girls lying on the bed pretending to be asleep, he considerately covered them with the quilt and quietly left the room. Lu Ming didn't have to worry about these three women causing any unpleasantness. Because just now, the three of them were completely fighting each other. After Lu Ming's footsteps faded, Su Chanxian pinched Su Lulu's arm hard. "You silly girl, it's broad daylight, and it's fine if you drag me along, but why did you drag Sister Li along too?" Su Lulu hissed when she was pinched, but she didn't give in at all. Instead, he turned over and pounced on Su Chanxian, reaching out to tickle her. "What are you talking about, sister? You brought this upon yourself, and you're blaming me." While the two of them were making a mess, Zhao Li, who was standing beside them, had a tense face. "I don't want to live anymore." Zhao Li could swear that all these years combined had not been as embarrassing as just now. The moment Lu Ming pulled Su Chanxian out of the closet, she completely collapsed. What happened next was a blur. "Don't think about it anymore," it 1T passed the review. She sat up and looked at the two sisters blocking the bed. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her pretty face. "I want to go wash up." When Su Chanxian heard Sister Zhao Li's voice, she stopped moving immediately. She climbed up from Su Lulu and moved closer to Zhao Li. "Sister Li, I'm sorry, it's all Lulu's fault for being so naughty." To be honest, Su Chanxian was also quite embarrassed. But after all, he and Su Lulu had cried together, so his level of acceptance had increased a lot. What she didn't expect was that Sister Zhao Li, who looked so cool and aloof, also had an unknown side. Is this the contrast that my husband was talking about? So cute. Zhao Li's cheeks flushed instantly, and her originally tense face looked even more unnatural. She subconsciously avoided Su Chanxian's gaze. "No. It's okay." At the end, she added, "You can sleep in this room from now on, live together." She paused, her eyes unconsciously drifting towards the window, as if hiding something. "It will be convenient for us to practice together in the future." Seeing her trying to cover up her mistake, Su Lulu couldn't help but smile triumphantly. "Stinky husband, you're lucky." Lu Ming went down to the living room on the first floor. I found that Zhao Qingge was actually sitting upright on the sofa. He was stunned for a moment, then walked forward, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Hello, Auntie, when did you come back?" Zhao Qingge raised her head and her eyes fell on Lu Ming. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. "I just got back not long ago and I didn't hear anything. Are you satisfied?" Lu Ming was choked by Zhao Qingge's angry words, and the awkward smile on his face became more obvious. "Auntie, what you said." Zhao Qingge put down the teacup in her hand, narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, looked up and down at Lu Ming, and cursed in her heart. "Is this kid made of iron?" It didn't stop for 2 hours. "Do you really think I'm dead?" It would be fine if Yu Lulu just joined him in making trouble, but in her heart, Zhao Li had always been an obedient girl. And now, thinking of the stunning glimpse that night, Zhao Qingge's toes felt itchy. But then she thought again, this kid has the incredible ability to enhance his talents. If it were another woman, she would probably want to tie him to the bed 24 hours a day, right? Lear did that just to recover her talent as soon as possible. Improving talent, something that many people dream of, was achieved in such a ridiculous way. If my talent could be further improved. Bah! 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 Zhao Qingge, are you really fantasizing about this? No, absolutely not, even if you kill me. Zhao Qingge shook his head violently, trying to drive those absurd thoughts out of his mind. She picked up the teacup on the table and took a big sip. The cold tea slid down her throat, but it failed to suppress the inexplicable heat in her heart. Lu Ming stood aside, looking at Zhao Qingge, who suddenly became a little flustered, and his heart was full of confusion. What's wrong? What should I do? Who messed with this woman again? Zhao Qingge put down the teacup, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his expression. But the barely perceptible panic in his eyes could not be completely concealed. She looked up at Lu Ming, trying to keep her tone as natural as possible, and changed the subject. I heard from Chen Ziliang that you plan to wade into the muddy waters of the Jiangyin River? When Lu Ming heard the words Jiangyin River, his eyes became more serious. Yes, I'm planning to open up the Qi Sea, but I'm short of some resources. Zhao Qingge quickly lowered her raised high-heeled legs, a look of surprise on her face. You've reached the 9th level of Qi dynamics? So quickly? Yeah. A few days ago, a kind person gave me some opportunities. Seeing Lu Ming nod in agreement, she was silent for a while, then took out a small jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it over. This drop of blood from a 6th level beast is enough for you to open up the vast ocean. I was originally thinking of giving it to you after you open up your Qi Sea, but from what you said, it seems that you have higher aspirations. In any case, take it for now, just in case. Lu Ming took the jade bottle, his expression slightly changed. Even though Zhao Qingge is the director of a local night patrol department, the contribution points he receives every month are not many. These 8,000 contribution points of blood from the 6th level ferocious beast will probably cause serious damage. This woman really invested a lot of money in herself. Never mind. At worst I can just buy back in later. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his expression very serious. Auntie, do you have the blood of a 7th level beast? I don't want to fight anymore. When Zhao Qingge heard Lu Ming's words, his heart couldn't help but tremble again. In the past, she would just laugh it off when she heard Lu Ming teasing her, and even take the opportunity to fight back. But ever since she knew that this guy was a hot commodity, Lu Ming's words seemed to reveal her most shameful secret. You little rascal, please stop talking. I'm scared every day now. She took a deep breath, and the abyss rose and fell. Then she reached out and gently tapped Lu Ming's forehead, with a hint of annoyance in her voice. Do you really think I'm a rich woman? This drop of blood from a 6th level beast has already drained my small coffers, and you're still asking for the 7th level one? Let's get back to the point. I have no objection to you wading into the muddy waters of the Jiangyin River. Zhao Qingge stretched lazily, folded her long legs, and her high heels swayed gently along with her fair feet. But you have to remember that only when you are alive can you have everything. If you encounter any difficult problems in there, you can find a woman named Bai Qiu Yue. Chapter 67. Sorry, I thought it was a speed bump. Bai Qiu Yue? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Judging from the name, this is probably the big shot from the White Tiger Bureau that Chen Ziliang mentioned. My cheap aunt is really amazing. Not only is he broad-minded, but his network of contacts is also unfathomable. You must invest. Zhao Qingge felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, and she put her feet back into her high heels. When she was distracted just now, her little feet were exposed from the high heels, and the white toes were touched by the morning light, and were stared at by the little devil. She felt embarrassed, but also secretly happy. Something is wrong. This sign is very wrong. Zhao Qingge suppressed the throbbing in his heart, put on a stern face, and tried to make his tone sound serious. If you want to go, hurry up and go. I expect the cofferdam at Longwang Bay to be closed tonight. So soon? Lu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Doesn't Chen Ziliang have to wait for a while? Do you think this is all the night watch is capable of? Zhao Qingge raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of barely perceptible envy in his tone. There's a little guy in the White Tiger Bureau who possesses a 9-star water talent. His water control effect is no worse than that of the water repellent beads. Water repellent beads? Lu Ming seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a turquoise bead from his storage bag, and, take a look at this, is it? As soon as Zhao Qingge's eyes fell on the turquoise bead, his pupils suddenly shrank. She quickly stepped forward, took the bead, and said in disbelief, Where did you get this jade water bead? Lu Ming raised the corner of his mouth. The ruins of the Dark Sea. So sure whose initial target was not the ruins, but the immortal corpse at the bottom of the Jiangyin River? No wonder I always felt that there was a shadow behind the whole thing. It turned out that the reincarnationists, a group of rats in the gutter, were causing trouble. Anyway, too many lice don't make you itch, and having one more reincarnation makes it easier to take advantage of the situation. Auntie, please lend me your car. At the same time, in Jiangcheng Hotel, Wang Lingling was hugging a young man and crying loudly. Howard, you have no idea how hateful Lu Ming is. Not only did he chop your brother-in-law in half, he also kept humiliating me. My life is so miserable. I finally met a man who was truly kind to me, but he's gone just like that. Wang Hao raised his hand and patted Wang Lingling on the back, with anger hidden in his eyes. He fought hard against the enemy in the battlefield of all races, but his only sister in the family was humiliated repeatedly. If I can't even protect my own sister, what's the point of guarding this great Xia? Sister, don't cry yet. I've studied Lu Ming carefully. Don't worry, I'll give him a 100-0 split. I'll give him 100, he'll give me 0-0. Tell me about the immortal corpse first. Wang Lingling suddenly looked up and stared at Wang Hao. Seeing that the concern in his eyes did not seem fake, she felt relieved. Howard is still the same Howard, and he still respects me as his elder sister. He said it was 100-100, so it must be 100-100. Definitely. As for the immortal corpse, that was definitely just a byproduct. Regeneration ability? After listening to Wang Lingling's retelling, Wang Hao's breathing became a little rapid. So the map given by the Netherworld clan is real? Are there really immortals? Damn, it's right that I came back this time. Originally, Wang Lingling called to cry and complain, and he was angry. But as the captain of the demon-suppressing army, it is certainly impossible for him to leave the border town easily. But that day, when he was leading a patrol, he intercepted and killed a small group of sneaky aliens. After being severely tortured, the only survivor finally revealed their purpose: Jiang Cheng's immortal corpse. Among other things, it submitted a map. Wang Hao never believed in such things as pie falling from the sky, but that beast spoke with such certainty. Plus, Wang Lingling has been urging me, so I have to come back no matter what. So this is actually true? If I could master this regenerative ability, wouldn't I be able to take off? Lu Ming's matter was small, while the matter of the immortal corpse was big. Wang Hao still knew clearly which was more important. But when he saw Wang Lingling crying her heart out, he softened his heart. After all, the two of them had been orphans since childhood and had to rely on her to raise them. Sister, stop crying. Watch how I handle that little bastard named Lu Ming. When Wang Lingling heard Wang Hao's words, she stopped crying abruptly, and a hint of ecstasy flashed in her eyes, which were so fat that they were just slits. I knew it. I know that Howard loves me the most. You little beast, if you dare to call me a pig, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Wang Lingling wiped the tears from her face vigorously, her fat cheeks full of excitement. As for whether Wang Hao would lose, she never considered it at all. Although I heard some time ago that Jiang Tangyue of Longhua Mountain was killed by Lu Ming, Jiang Tangyue is still Jiang Tangyue, a bootlicker, and does not represent anything. Wang Hao, who is at the 7th level of the 4th realm, plus myself, who is at the 2nd level of the 4th realm, are dealing with a small fry at the 3rd realm. She doesn't know how to lose. About half an hour later, the two men lay in wait on the only way to Dragon King Bay. Wang Hao rested his fingertips on the hilt of the black iron sword, his eyes fixed on the winding road ahead like an eagle. Sister, are you sure that little beast will pass by here? Wang Lingling's tone was filled with unquestionable certainty. Of course. My assistant has been keeping an eye on him for several days. A white SUV heading towards Longwang Bay, there's no doubt about it. Wang Hao glanced at the deserted road, but his brows did not relax. As I said, Lu Ming's matter is small, the immortal corpse's matter is big. This little beast dared to make me wait here for so long. Should I kill him with a knife or beat him into pieces with a punch? Just then, the roar of an engine was heard in the distance, and a white car turned along the road. The wheels rolled over the stones on the road, making a clear sound. Wang Lingling held her breath instantly, tugged at Wang Hao's arm, and lowered her voice. Here it comes. Look, it's that white SUV. Okay, just stay here and I'll be back soon. Before Wang Hao finished speaking, he had already walked to the middle of the road, holding the black iron sword behind his back, looking very cool. Inside the car, Lu Ming's fingertips were still on the steering wheel. When his eyes swept across the figure that suddenly blocked the road in front of him, his eyebrows raised slightly. Then, step on the accelerator to the bottom. The engine suddenly burst into a shrill roar, and the white SUV rushed forward like an arrow. Bang! A dull crashing sound was heard, and Wang Hao felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. He felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer and flew backwards involuntarily. You mother! Wouldn't a normal person step on the brakes immediately when seeing someone on the road? He had never expected Lu Ming to speed up and rush towards him. Wang Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over, staring at the white SUV that was slowly stopping. The car door opened and Lu Ming stepped out. There was no trace of apology on his face, but rather a hint of amusement. Sorry, I thought it was a speed bump. Chapter 68, Come, Chop here, I guarantee you'll die. It's okay, I'm fine, but you'll be in trouble soon. Wang Hao stared at him sinisterly, his chest heaving up and down. Okay, speed bump, right? That's it, I'll chop this guy into a speed bump in a minute. He finally understood why his elder sister hated this little beast so much. Such a big person, you call it a speed bump? Are you kidding me? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Wang Hao had made sufficient preparations before coming to seek revenge, and he had already memorized Lu Ming's characteristics. This kid's magic is only at the late 3rd level. Based on the strength of his magic alone, I can say that I can crush him unilaterally. But the bad thing is that this guy is also a physical cultivator in the early stage of the 4th realm. Practicing both dharma and physical body does give one the capital to be arrogant. But Wang Hao was not afraid at all. His 4-star talent, the black turtle armor, was a natural nemesis for this kid. Fast and strong. It's nothing in front of my absolute defense. As long as this kid fails to break his defense immediately, he can simply keep his distance and kite him to death. As for whether Lu Ming could quickly break through the defense of his black turtle armor. Stop joking, buddy. Even the upper-level Netherworld clan in the late 4th realm couldn't break such abnormal power, let alone this kid who was only in the early 4th realm. So, it's a guaranteed win. He can win, but Wang Hao wants to save some time. According to his pre-prepared script, if this kid saw someone blocking the road, he would at least stop the car and yell. At that time, I will attack him by surprise, raise my hand and chop him to death with a knife. Who would have thought that this little beast was so decisive? He didn't even ask about my identity, and directly launched a fatal collision. It's so sinister. Wang Lingling, who was hiding in the dark, saw her brother stop Lu Ming's car with his body and quickly rushed out from behind. The two of them, one in front and one behind, blocked all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Ha, you little bastard, you didn't expect that. But unlike the panic she hoped to see, Lu Ming just shrugged slightly with a calm expression. So it's you fat pig. Are you here to cosplay a speed bump too? I don't think it's necessary. The crash barrier is more suitable for you. Wang Lingling's eyes instantly radiated anger. You little bastard, even when death is imminent, you're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Don't worry, I'm going to smash your mouth little by little later. I want to see if it's really that hard. Stop talking nonsense to him, sis. Wang Hao drew out the black iron knife, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. In his opinion, Lu Ming was already a corpse. You are Lu Ming, right? My name is Wang Hao. As you can see, I came here today to seek justice for my eldest sister. If you kneel down and surrender, I will kill you. Lu Ming laughed on the spot. Is this something a human can say? Okay, come on. Lu Ming's laughter was filled with undisguised mockery. He even took a half step back, raised his hand in a pleased gesture, and deliberately patted his chest with his palm. Come on, chop here, I guarantee you'll die. You still dare to talk nonsense when you are about to die? Wang Hao was completely enraged by this contemptuous look. He spun the black iron knife in his hand violently, and the blade cut through the air, making a low humming sound. Lu Ming's smile suddenly disappeared, and his face became extremely gloomy. Playing tricks? Weren't you the one who played tricks first? This is really messed up. Kneel down and surrender? Do you have the nerve to do that? If you want revenge, then seek it. Don't act like you're so noble and righteous. If you're capable, come and chop me to death. If you're not capable, I'll chop you to death. Why are you so talkative? You. Wang Hao's defense was broken instantly, and his hands holding the black iron knife were shaking. Although his anger clouded his rationality a little, he did not forget his pre-planned plan. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power of the late 4th realm suddenly burst out, and a light blue spiritual light spread along the blade. 3 half-foot-long wind blades whizzed towards Lu Ming's forehead. Seeing this, Wang Lingling on the side immediately mobilized her spiritual power and formed seals with her hands. The soil under Lu Ming's feet suddenly became soft. 2 giant hands made of mud and sand broke out from the ground, wrapped around Lu Ming's ankles like poisonous snakes, and pulled him down. Ha, you little bastard, can you still fly? Brother, increase your output. Wang Lingling's laughter was as shrill as a broken gong. Her fat cheeks trembled with the laughter, and her eyes were full of the pleasure of revenge. I've already told you, this isn't over yet. As long as I, Wang Lingling, am still alive, I will never let you off easy. Lu Ming lowered his eyes and glanced at the giant hand of mud and sand wrapped around his ankle, but there was no panic on his face. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. In that case, you might as well go die. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling blood-red lightning burst out from his body. Then, he just flew up lightly. Ah! You can fly. How can you fly? Wang Lingling's expression suddenly changed, and even Wang Hao's expression was no longer as calm as before. Before Wang Lingling could even finish her exclamation, Lu Ming swooped down from the sky like a falcon. Blood-colored lightning wrapped around him, and terrifying pressure instantly pounced on Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling's pupils suddenly shrank, and she found that her body was completely unable to move under the violent and destructive pressure. Brother, save me. Big sister. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer cared about the original kite plan. The black iron knife was wrapped in light green spiritual power and slashed fiercely at the diving Lu Ming. He saw clearly that the blood-colored lightning around Lu Ming contained a violent force that could tear apart defenses. If this attack really landed on Wang Lingling, his elder sister would definitely die. But even with such a violent blow, Lu Ming didn't even look back, he just raised his left hand. Shie! A crisp sound. The 3-foot golden blade of the 9 demon-slaying swords was swung out. The golden blade light was like the scorching sun breaking through the clouds, slashing towards Wang Hao with the power to tear apart space. Wang Hao's pupils shrank. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the blade. He didn't dare to hold back any longer. He quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest. Spiritual energy surged wildly around him, and layers of green light patterns appeared on his body. Black turtle armor. With a low shout, a light curtain like a tortoise shell unfolded in front of him. Bang! After the golden blade light collided with the green light curtain, the light curtain remained the same, but Wang Hao's body was knocked back by the huge force. During this period of pause, Lu Ming had already approached Wang Lingling. The blood-colored lightning condensed into a sharp lightning spear in his palm, pointing directly at Wang Lingling's eyebrows. Younger brother. Wang Lingling panicked. Lu Ming looked at the fat face filled with fear, his eyes expressionless. You just said that as long as I'm alive, you'll never let me have an easy life? Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. No. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Wang Lingling was trembling all over, tears and snot streaming down her face, and her originally arrogant and hoarse voice now only had a sobbing tone. I swear, I will never mess with you again. Chapter 69, Your elder sister has been sacrificed to the heavens, so you should be able to gain a lot of bonuses. I was wrong. I don't dare anymore. There won't be a next time. Please forgive me just this once. I admit that I was wrong, but don't you have any responsibility at all? Women only say a few words when they apologize. To borrow the words of a senior named Chen, she didn't know that she was wrong, she knew that she was going to die. Lu Ming is not a bloodthirsty person. In the past, Wang Lingling wanted to kill him without any reason. This is death. Today, he came with Wang Hao to kill me. This is the second death. The reason why Wang Lingling was not killed that day was because of her identity as an inspector. But as the saying goes, things never happen 3 times. In order to prevent this woman from dancing in her own minefield for the 3rd time, I had no choice but to send her on her way. Puff! The lightning spear pierced her forehead. The fear and pleading on Wang Lingling's face were frozen in time. Her bloodshot eyes were still wide open, as if she hadn't realized that death would come so quickly. The fat body froze for a moment before falling heavily to the ground. Blood flowed out from the gap in the lightning spear, and soon a dark red pool spread on the ground. Lu Ming raised his hand and pulled out the lightning spear. The lightning dissipated, leaving only the blood-stained spear tip with a cold glow. He looked at Wang Lingling lying on the ground, his eyes without any fluctuation. Those who kill will be killed. Big sister. When Wang Hao saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank into pinholes, and his whole body looked like a mad beast with red eyes. Beast! You beast! How dare you kill my eldest sister? You cruel beast! Wang Hao's roar was like the roar of a wild beast, shaking the air around him. The black iron knife trembled violently in his hand, and the light blue spiritual power leaked out uncontrollably. The buzzing sound of the blade cutting through the air was so sharp that it pierced the ears, and the gravel on the ground was rustling and jumping under the violent spiritual power. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the lightning spear in Lu Ming's hand that was still dripping with blood. When his gaze swept over Wang Lingling's wide-open eyes and the spreading bloodstains on the ground, the anger in his chest almost burned him to ashes. That was his elder sister whom he had protected since childhood. Even if she was domineering, it was not right for an outsider to end her life in such a cruel way in front of him. Lu Ming turned to look at him, his eyes as cold as ice. "Idiot, you can kill me, but I can't kill you? Come on, let's get revenge. It's one-on-one now, much fairer." Lu Ming glanced at Wang Lingling's corpse and suddenly laughed. That's not right. Your eldest sister was sacrificed to the heavens, so she should have received a lot of bonuses, right? That's not fair, that's not fair. The anger on Wang Hao's face suddenly froze, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The eldest sister offered sacrifice to the heaven and got a bonus? Is this something a human being could say? FKU. Little bastard, I want you to be torn into pieces. Wang Hao stomped on the soil beneath his feet and pounced towards Lu Ming like an arrow. He held the black iron knife tightly in both hands, and the spiritual power on the blade condensed into a half-meter-long green light, which chopped directly at Lu Ming's head with the power to split mountains and split rocks. Although Lu Ming's previous knife attack was powerful, it also proved his previous inference. This kid can't break my defense at all. Moreover, how could a 3-level transcendental person master a 4-star martial art? He estimated that the spiritual energy in Lu Ming's body was almost drained. The hatred of revenge, absolute defense, and the exhaustion of the opponent's spiritual energy. Now we have the right time, place, and people. Wang Hao no longer had any worries. When the black tortoise shell fell on his body, he just wanted to chop the beast in front of him into 2 halves as quickly as possible to avenge his elder sister's life. Lu Ming dodged the violent blow by leaning sideways. The green light brushed against the corner of his clothes and struck the ground, instantly creating a half-foot deep groove. But Wang Hao didn't give Lu Ming any chance to breathe. He spun the blade and 3 more wind blades flew towards Lu Ming's limbs. At the same time, he stepped quickly and spun around Lu Ming rapidly. The shadow of the black iron knife formed an impenetrable green net in the air, and each knife was aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. "Little beast, why are you hiding? Aren't you very crazy?" He roared and frantically urged his spiritual power. "I'm going to peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and make you buried with my eldest sister." 3 wind blades brushed past Lu Ming's shoulders again, cutting the giant tree behind him in half, with wood chips flying everywhere. Lu Ming threw out 2 lightning spears with his backhand, which were wrapped in red lightning and flew like 2 streaks of meteors, heading straight for the black tortoise armor around Wang Hao. Seeing this, Wang Hao did not dodge, but curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. Boom! A burst of thunder resounded through the sky, and blood-red arcs of electricity spread out in all directions. The tortoise shell on Wang Hao's body flashed majestically, and his figure rushed out from the lightning intact. The defense of this tortoise shell is truly amazing, even the suppressive effect of the thunder explosion killing technique has lost its effect. Wang Hao raised the black iron knife in his hand. "Is that all you can do? Then you can die." Lu Ming was angry. "A turtle shell, right? Absolute defense, right?" He raised his hand and launched a 9-sword attack to slay demons. The golden blade light suddenly condensed in Lu Ming's palm, and the light, 3 times brighter than before, pierced through the haze in the forest. The 9 demon-slaying swords are a top-notch martial art for restraining evil spirits and breaking through defenses. At this moment, after Lu Ming's 9 combined sword strikes, tiny spatial cracks appeared on the edge of the sword, and with the power to tear everything apart, it slashed straight at Wang Hao's black tortoise shell. The disdain on Wang Hao's face was instantly replaced by solemnity. He didn't expect that the boy still had the spiritual energy to perform this move. But he was not too panicked because it had been confirmed before. Even this move can't break his defense. Clang! The moment the golden blade light collided with the turquoise light curtain, a deafening roar spread throughout the mountains and forests, startling birds and causing leaves to fly. The light patterns on the black tortoise shell flickered violently, and the originally solid light curtain visibly sank. But then, light blue spiritual power surged out like a strong wind. The golden blade light completely dissipated, but the tortoise shell remained the same as before. Just. Wang Hao's voice stopped abruptly, his eyes full of disbelief. Because Lu Ming's second sword light followed. Damn it! How come this kid still has spiritual energy? How could Lu Ming give him a chance to breathe? He stepped on the ground, his figure following like a shadow, and poured half a bottle of soul-nourishing pill into his mouth, and a huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out. The golden blade light in his hand condensed again, and the second and third blades were chopped out one after another. Each blow was heavier than the previous one. The golden blade shadows formed a sharp giant net in the air. The blade wind was wrapped in spiritual power, constantly impacting the cracks in the black tortoise shell. You like being a turtle, don't you? I want to see if your shell is hard enough. Lu Ming's voice was as cold as iron, and every shout was accompanied by a blade of light. The cracks on Wang Hao's black tortoise shell grew bigger and bigger, and the pale blue light curtain became dimmer. He tried his best to mobilize his spiritual power, but could only watch the cracks on the light curtain continue to spread. With a click, Wang Hao seemed to hear the call of the King of Hell. As soon as the black tortoise shell was broken, he knew that defeat was inevitable. Without any hesitation, turn around and run away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I will come back for revenge after I obtain the immortal fate. This kid is not a human at all. His attack, defense and spiritual energy are ridiculously strong. I can't hit him at all. But no matter how fast he ran, he could not be faster than Lu Ming's sword. Puff! The golden blade light directly blew off half of his head, and blood spurted out like a fountain.